Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Celestial Dragon rule the heavens with dual gates 1 decigram. 1. Pass through the Celestial Dragons, an incomparably noble status. Mariajoy. World Government Headquarters, a luxurious castle located in the very center, not far from the Five Elders Conference Hall. Bai Ye woke up comfortably, and a blonde figure got out of the bed, showing a gentle smile to Bai Ye. Your Highness, you are awake. Bai Ye nodded, rubbed Stussy's head, and yawned. Advertisement. Stussy sat up immediately, exposing the unobstructed graceful figure and said, I'll help you change your clothes. Bai Ye didn't respond. After getting up, he was served by Stussy. After changing clothes, he washed up under the service of 2 maids, and then went to the living room to prepare a delicious breakfast. Caviar. Milk. Bread, each one is specially made, specially for nobles. Only such food can be served on the table of celestial dragons. That's right, Bai Ye is a celestial dragon. At the same time, he is also a traveler. Travel through 16 years, born as a baby and grown up to this day. Bai Ye is already used to being celestial dragons. Get used to your own nobility. Knowing about One Piece before, Bai Ye asked the 5 elders to transfer Stussy back as an adult because of the need for strong bodyguards and physical needs, and became Bai Ye's personal maid. Ordinary celestial dragons naturally have no such possibility. After all, although celestial dragons have a noble status, it is impossible for Stussy, a subordinate who holds an important position in Happy Street, to be transferred easily. It's just that Bai Ye's identity is more noble than ordinary celestial dragons. He is a direct descendant of Im's line, of course, nothing more than that. It's just because of the time traveler, Bai Ye was precocious since he was a child, and he had the mind of an adult when he was a baby. In addition, maybe he was indeed gifted in this life, so Bai Ye was arrested by Yi when he was less than 3 years old. Tom has seen it himself. He was accepted as a disciple by Im, and it is possible to take over the position of Im in the future and become the king of the world. Im's seat was not always occupied by Im. In fact, Im himself also has the idea of giving up the throne. A throne, sitting on the throne for 800 years, and without the so-called desire for power, as long as the latecomer has the ability to match Im, it is not impossible to take over the crown of Im. This kind of thing is not the first case among the core celestial dragons. Today's 5 elders can be said to have had this qualification. But in the end they all failed. But it can also be seen from this that even if Bai Ye fails the test in the future, he is destined to become a 5 elders. The honor of status allows Bai Ye to get even the little pure gold left in the world government if he wants it. Advertisement. But unfortunately, also because of this distinguished status, it is not so easy for Bai Ye to leave the world government headquarters. Because of his importance, he cannot be surprised. At the same time, Bai Ye is doomed to spend more time studying if he wants to take over the position of king of the world. This learning is not about strength, but more in all aspects. Etiquette, economy, rule, etc. All aspects of knowledge, not a single subject can be missed. As for strength, is not considered, because in the eyes of Im and even 5 elders, strength is the least important thing for the world government. After all, the world government itself has enough diehards. And Bai Ye, who will get pure gold in the future, will have enough time to practice and become stronger. Under the service of the maid, Bai Ye finished his breakfast. Then Stussy changed into a teacher and waited on him, with black silk wrapped around his legs, came to Bai Ye, and said with a smile, Your Highness, it's time to study next. I see. Bai Ye nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. Although Stussy is very attractive in this outfit. But Bai Ye has enough self-control, knowing when and what to do. Don't get carried away by desire. But at this moment, Bai Ye's expression suddenly changed slightly, and there were some changes. Stussy noticed it, subconsciously showed deep worry, and asked, Your Highness, what's the matter? Is there something uncomfortable? She has a very high status now, at least higher than in CP0 and Happy Street. And it's extremely easy to work with. The most important thing is that she knows Bai Ye's identity and how noble Bai Ye's identity is. Different from those celestial dragons out there who rely on their status and have no brains, Bai Ye is a real noble existence, not an idiot, no cerebral palsy, and a real superior. To serve such a person, Stussy is extremely happy. Because as long as she shows her role and builds a good relationship with Bai Ye, then when Bai Ye takes the position in the future, her own benefits will be indispensable. It is not necessarily impossible to even become a real high-level person in the world government. But the same, if there is a problem with Bai Ye. As Bai Ye's personal bodyguard and maid, she was also the first to suffer. Advertisement. Bai Ye had an accident. Everyone in this castle must die. Regardless of their status and strength. Don't worry, I'm fine. Bai Ye shook his head, and while comforting Stussy, he also lifted his delicate chin, and smiled while admiring the white and tender neck. I just thought of something interesting. Your Highness, you are fine. Stussy breathed a sigh of relief, letting Bai Ye's hand move, still worried. If you are not feeling well, you can put aside today's study for the time being. After all, today is just an etiquette class. I think you are already tired of these classes, Your Highness. It is true that the course can be put down, but it cannot be rested. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Go ahead and apply, I'm going to see the ancestors later. Lord Ancestor? Could it be that one? Stussy suddenly thought of the one between the flowers. In her capacity, she couldn't get in touch at all. But thanks to Bai Ye, there is some understanding. And generally meeting with that person is usually an important matter. Therefore, Stussy nodded, not daring to neglect anything, and immediately got up and left, letting the other two mother and daughter flowers presented by the king of a West Blue country continue to serve Bai Ye. Your Highness, do you need a rest? Your Highness, let us give you a massage. A gentle voice sounded. Bai Ye waved his hand. No, you go out, I have something to think about. Yes. Bai Ye's solemn expression made the mother and daughter Hua leave quickly. Soon, Bai Ye was the only one left in the spacious and resplendent hall. Gently tapping on the table, Bai Ye's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of excitement. Logically speaking, with Bai Ye's identity and knowledge, such emotions should not be shown on the surface. But there is no way, the cheat who is a time traveler, finally arrived just now. And this cheat is incomparably in line with his current status. This cheat is a double door, the gateway to other worlds. 2. Double piercing door. Shocking I am. Double piercing doors can be regarded as a treasure. It has always existed in Bai Ye's body. It is also because of the double passing gate that Bai Ye was able to travel to this world. However, after helping Bai Ye, Shuangchuanman fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion of energy. Only now wake up. Advertisement Bai Ye was stunned just now because he had the message from the double door in his mind. This information contains the function introduction of the double passing door. Through understanding, Bai Ye knew the power of the double piercing door. Generally speaking, double passing doors lead to a world. But his own double piercing door leads to countless worlds. It just needs to be unlocked. And every time you open a door to a world and conquer the world inside the door, you can integrate that world into your own world, and Bai Ye can get extra rewards. It can be said that this cheat is extremely powerful. And it is very suitable for Bai Ye. Why do you say that? Very simple. First of all, Bai Ye is celestial dragons, or an extremely important existence in celestial dragons. This means that Bai Ye has huge resources in his hands, and Bai Ye can use them at will. With huge resources, it also means that Bai Ye can quickly develop Otherworld. There is no need to say more about the benefits brought about by opening up the Otherworld. Secondly, Bai Ye himself has the qualifications to become the king of the world. But after obtaining this door, the qualification can be disqualified. Because Bai Ye is bound to become the king of the world. That's right. Bai Ye intends to showdown I am, he has no worries. For example, being coveted by others for double piercing doors or something. Don't think about this kind of thing, there's no way it's going to happen. Bai Ye's identity is here. The future must be one of the 5 elders. The last time is also one of the highest power holders in the world government. Bai Ye itself is bound to the world government. In this case, Bai Ye with the double door on his body will not only not make 5 elders and I am fearful or covetous, but it will surprise them. This represents a brighter future for the world government. Bai Ye, who doesn't have a double door, is only qualified to be a king. With the double piercing door, and because the double piercing door is bound to Bai Ye is even more unique. As long as you are not a fool, you know how to choose. Advertisement showdown with I am. There will be no loss to Bai Ye. On the contrary, it will also make Bai Ye's position more stable and his status higher. If I had just traveled through time, I'm afraid I would still be cautious, worried about being discovered by others. Bai Ye chuckled softly, after so many years of experience and learning. His pattern has already expanded a lot. Know how to maximize your own interests. After brewing in his heart the content of the conversation with I am later, the knock on the door has already sounded. It's Stussy back, Your Highness. Come in. Under Bai Ye's order, Stussy opened the door and walked in with a respectful expression. The application has been completed, you can go to Huajian now. Okay, I get it. Bai Ye nodded, stood up and let Stussy tidy up his clothes, and then walked out of the castle. Your Highness. X2. The 2 white-clothed bodyguards at the door immediately bowed their heads and saluted. They are also Bai Ye's bodyguards, at the naval headquarters vice admiral level, born in CP0, raised by the world government, and belong to the diehards of the world government. Bai Ye didn't respond, and walked straight towards the flowers. Behind him, the bodyguards and Stussy followed closely. Along the way, Bai Ye's expression was indifferent, without the arrogance and luxury of other celestial dragons' faces. But it just exudes an aura from the inside out, which attracts the attention of countless people and salutes respectfully. Your Highness. Meet the adults, His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Whether it is patrolling the guards, or come here to deal with high-level government affairs, or other celestial dragons, when they saw Bai Ye, they bowed their heads respectfully. But Bai Ye just smiled and didn't respond. After a while, he came among the flowers. There is only a janitor here, and there is an admiral-level powerhouse. Your Highness Bai Ye, you can go in now. Okay, I get it. Bai Ye nodded and stepped between the flowers. Stussy and the bodyguards stayed outside and were not eligible to enter. Through a dark passage, come to the end and go through a door. Advertisement. A scene full of flower gardens came into view. Butterflies flew. A figure in a white skirt was sitting among the flowers with a veil and bent legs. While showing a charming figure, it also exuded a cold temperament. And the mixing of the two is not against the harmony. Butterflies surround it, making it as beautiful as a fairy among flowers. I am the real king of world government. He has undergone immortality surgery, so he will live forever. From 800 years ago to the present, also the ancestor of Bai Ye. Come sit down and talk. Im's gaze fell on Bai Ye, and after staring at it for a moment, he opened his mouth slowly and patted the grass beside him. The voice is cold. There is an inexplicable charm. Bai Ye nodded and sat next to Im without restraint, smelling the faint fragrance of flowers, feeling relaxed and happy. Im turned his head to look over, stroked Bai Ye's head, and asked like an elder, I've never seen you take the initiative to come to me before, but this time you took the initiative to see me. Is there something important? Those eyes, watching the development of the sea for 800 years, have become extraordinary. But fortunately, Bai Ye himself has no intention of hiding. Instead, he nodded truthfully and waved his hand. A closed golden door suddenly appeared behind Bai Ye. Im frowned slightly. Have you taken devil fruit? Bai Ye shook his head. This is not devil fruit's ability, ancestor. Not devil fruit? A trace of doubt flashed in Im's eyes. It's not devil fruit. Does it come from blood? She had no memory of such power in the blood of the celestial dragons. But she didn't ask any more questions, she just looked at Bai Ye, knowing that Bai Ye would give her an answer. Really? The next moment, Bai Ye raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Hum. The door trembled. Then slowly opened. Colorful rays of light emanate from it. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth turned up, with a smile on his face. I think you guessed it, this is a very special door, and the other side of this door leads to the new world. By the way, I don't mean the second half of the Grand Line, but a brand new, truly new world. The words fell instantly. Im suddenly stood up. A pair of purple pupils stared at Bai Ye suddenly, with disbelief. What did you say? 3. The future king of the world government, certainly. Bai Ye nodded and smiled slightly. I will not deceive the ancestors on this matter. And on the other side of this door, there is not just one world, but countless worlds, which only require certain conditions to open. Hearing this, Im's pupils constricted again, immediately said in a deep voice, Take me over there to have a look. Good. Bai Ye nodded, got up and stepped into the golden gate with Im. Then came a trance. Immediately afterwards, a desolate city appeared in front of the two of them. Dry blood stains all over the floor. There are also a lot of dead bodies. Abandoned vehicles and more. This is a modern city. On the street, there are wandering figures everywhere. Bai Ye recognized it immediately. That's a zombie. So, is this a doomsday zombie world? Bai Ye murmured, his eyes sparkling. Im was shocked by the scene in front of him. Although there are many things, there are similar existences in the world of pirates. But more, it feels strange, like a building with hundreds of floors. Various items and more. They all belong to the world of pirates that never existed. Im has lived for hundreds of years, and at the first sight of seeing it, he has already determined that this is not his own world. But as Bai Ye said, a brand new world. At the same time, she also heard Bai Ye's whisper and couldn't help asking, what is the doomsday zombie world? Bai Ye explained. It means that this is a doomsday world, and the reason for the doomsday is because of these zombies. They eat all living things, but they were originally human, but they became like this because they were infected with some viruses. And because of this the virus is contagious, turning almost 90% of the world's population into zombies. I see. Im understood, but was puzzled again. How do you know this? It told me. Bai Ye gestured to the golden gate behind him. Certainly. This point is false. But Bai Ye can't tell Im that he is a time traveler. Double through the door can showdown. Travelers and the like are not allowed. Hearing this, Im nodded, and looked at the world again, with a light in his eyes and a slight tremor in his heart that had been silent for hundreds of years. In the past, I felt that everything was boring, but because of my responsibilities, I have always stuck to the throne. But at this moment, because of the appearance of New World, she began to find this world more interesting. Advertisement at the same time, he instinctively planned the benefits he could get in this new world. So, as you said, if we want to develop this world, the first thing we have to face is these zombies, right? Bai Ye nodded. Yes. The words fell. Im raised Qianqin's thin hand and pointed his index finger at a zombie. There is no unnecessary action, but there was a slight piercing sound. Bang. The targeted zombie exploded on the spot. M said indifferently, these existences called zombies are very weak. Bai Ye smiled helplessly and spread his hands. Weaker is better, isn't it? It's Im after all. No matter what these zombies were, they were just transformed from ordinary humans, and it was only because of their large numbers that they looked terrifying. Not to mention whether there will be more advanced zombies born in it. But what is Im? The supreme ruler of the world government, the real master of this world. People who have undergone immortality surgery. With a whole body of strength, it is no exaggeration to say that he stands at the top of the world pyramid. Such strength. Even if there were upgraded zombies, they would definitely look like ants in front of Im. You're right. Im admired Bai Ye's words in his eyes. Weakness allows us to sacrifice the least amount of strength to obtain this world. But now, we should go back. Exploring this world is not what we should do, just inform others. We, the rulers, just need to wait for the harvest. Hearing this, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth rose. These words were not spoken out of nowhere. I am will say such a thing, it can only show that Bai Ye's showdown is right. There are double doors, it doesn't matter whether you pass the test or not. In the future, Bai Ye is destined to be the true master of the behemoth world government. Because of the existence of double passing doors, Bai Ye has this condition and capital. Yes. Bai Ye nodded with a smile, left this world with I am, and returned to the flowers. While returning to Huajin, I am didn't hesitate, took out a phone bug, and dialed out. The phone bug was quickly connected. A voice came. Master I am. This voice, very familiar to Bai Ye, was one of the 5 elders. I am ordered. Come here. Advertisement, yes. 5 elders took the lead and hung up the bug. Afterwards, I am looked at Bai Ye and asked, the 5 elders will come later, and then you will introduce this door to us. Okay. Bai Ye nodded with a smile, no objection, after a quarter of an hour. The 5 elders are here. Facing I am, they knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Master I am X5. After I am gave up, 5 elders got up and nodded to Bai Ye again. Among them, the old man wearing Taoist robes and holding a dagger weapon in his arms asked, I don't know if Lord I am summoned us, but is there anything important? I am looked at Bai Ye. You explain it to them. Bai Ye nodded, and under the suspicious eyes of 5 elders, he introduced the double passing door and the function of the double passing door, and explained that after he and I am went to the new world before, 5 elders is like the first I am the same. But they showed more shocking expressions than I am, and they all stared at Bai Ye in shock, showing expressions of disbelief. New world? Since you and Lord I am have already gone there, it seems to be true, but even so, the old man can't believe it. Yes. This is a good thing, a new world, this will represent a brighter future for the world government. I see. Is this why Lord I am called us here? The 5 elders were relieved. Ordinary I am doesn't see them, only on important occasions will we meet. Before they came, they wondered if something had happened. Now it seems that is really the case, and this time, in the eyes of 5 elders, it is more important than the birth of One Piece and the birth of the Revolutionary Army. A new world. World government will become even greater in their hands. Thinking of this, even 5 elders couldn't help but get excited. I am nodded slightly and said calmly, one more thing. 5 elders heard this, and immediately knelt down on one knee in front of I am again. Please tell me. I am pointing to Bai Ye. From today onwards, Bai Ye will be the next king of the world government. The 5 elders looked at each other, then without any hesitation, they nodded at the same time. I agree. Seconded. Seconded. 4. Big action, the sea shakes. Nobody has an opinion, leaving I am alone to decide. Even the 5 elders, at the moment, agree that Bai Ye is the next king. Bai Ye already has the qualifications, and after showing the double-piercing door, he was the only candidate in the world government. If someone is dissatisfied, there is no need for Bai Ye to do it himself. 5 elders will be the first to deal with each other. Because what Bai Ye represents at this moment is the future of the world government. And it's a bright future. Bai Ye grinned and nodded, indicating that he knew. At the same time, there is inevitably some excitement in my heart. After all, this is the king of the world government. In the world of One Piece, one can imagine what this identity represents. After confirming this matter, next, it is about the development of New World. This is the top priority right now. I am ordered directly. Everything in New World, going forward, will also be dominated by Bai Ye. 5 elders. Second. Okay, then, Bai Ye, come and introduce more information about New World. I am said, reminding. Not the world we've seen before, but more of the New World. Heard the words. The eyes of 5 elders flashed brightly, and they looked at Bai Ye expectantly. More New World. In Bai Ye's introduction just now, they also knew. I just don't know how to open this more New World. Bai Ye recalled the information that came to mind, and said, more New Worlds, if you want to open them, it's very simple, there is only one way. Facing 6 pairs of gazes, Bai Ye spit out 2 words, belief. Faith. A 5 elders frowned, thinking about the meaning of these 2 words. It was another 5 elders who quickly realized and asked, the kind of belief that believers have in gods? Yes. Bai Ye nodded. Only with enough power of faith can this door lead to more New Worlds. Hearing this, the blonde 5 elders touched his chin and said softly, if it's this kind of belief, it shouldn't be difficult for us to get it. After all, we are the descendants of God in the publicity. Next, we can also establish a religious organization in this direction, with you as the main one, to promote it in various sea areas. Come to think of it, you will soon be able to gain enough power of faith. No, far from enough. Bai Ye shook his head and denied it without hesitation. Perhaps in this way, we can open the 2nd world, but what about the 3rd world, the 4th world? You may not know that in the future, if you want to open more New Worlds, you need more faith. The people in our world are not enough. The most important thing is that Celestial Dragon's style needs to be changed. Holding the sword, 5 elders showed doubts. You mean? Bai Ye sneered, sat cross-legged beside I am, and said in a leisurely manner. You should be clear that the style of the Celestial Dragons below has led to the travel of the Celestial Dragons today. No matter where they are, everyone will feel fear and fear. Advertisement, what do you think? How much faith can I, who is also a Celestial Dragon, gain with this style of work? What's more, Even if there are countless people who believe in me, if something about celestial dragons is exposed, will those believers collapse in an instant? Disappear completely? Will do. Definitely will. This point, with the wisdom of 5 elders, can instantly think of the answer. But they didn't speak, but looked at Bai Ye quietly, waiting for Bai Ye's next words. Bai Ye said calmly, "Let's rectify it. When the celestial dragons appear in front of the world in the future, they can only show the good side, not the bad side." I see. The tall 5 elders with long straight hair nodded slightly, stroked his beard and said, "Next, we will order that all celestial dragons are not allowed to leave the headquarters of the world government. At the same time, we will also adjust the training plan for the subsequent training of celestial dragons, and train them in the direction of elites. How about this?" The corner of Bai Ye's mouth curled up, and he smiled. "Yes, but not all of them, just keep some of them and keep them as they are." "Why?" There are 5 elders asking, full of puzzlement. Bai Ye chuckled softly. "Don't you think that sometimes the celestial dragons makes a big mistake, and I have to punish them severely, and then publicize this matter, which can better help me collect beliefs?" I see. 5 elders suddenly understood. I am looked at Bai Ye with even more admiration. Just think about it. The commoners of One Piece world already know how hateful and vicious celestial dragons are, and every time celestial dragons make a big mistake, no matter how angry the commoners are, there is nothing they can do. But if this is the time, Bai Ye, who is celestial dragons, will stand up and punish the evil celestial dragons severely on the grounds of helping civilians. How should common people view Bai Ye, grateful, or faith? It will be all right. Bai Ye has to do it. Just keep a part of celestial dragons bad. And let these people continue to set off him in the future. Set him off perfectly. Set off the sacred. Complete your plan by sacrificing the lives of those celestial dragons. This is a plan especially vicious for those celestial dragons. But does it matter? Unimportant. The 5 elders knew this too, but didn't care. As long as it can help Bai Ye and open more new worlds. Well worth it. With the 5 elders nodding, the matter was decided. Next, it is about the development of new world. Bai Ye said, 3 things. Advertisement. First, form an army. In the new world, if the land area is vast, when the time comes, an army will be needed to guard it. Marine is not suitable. Second, dispatch a scientific research team to New World to study zombies. Third, transfer some troops from the Marine, CP organization to conduct the first preliminary exploration of the New World. 5 elders nodded upon hearing this. Among them, the old man with the knife asked, 3 things are fine, but the old man is a little curious, why study zombies? After all, those zombies, according to what you said earlier, seem to be extremely weak, and ordinary people can kill them. Is there any benefit in researching such existence? Of course there is. Bai Ye laughed. How many zombies are there in New World? Hundreds of millions. If you can research items that are immune to zombie viruses and control these zombies in a way, don't you think this is a good labor force? You know, zombies don't get tired. As long as it succeeds, wouldn't things like slaves be liberated by then? And if the slaves can be freed, I think it will be easier to collect beliefs. What do you think? Heard the words. The eyes of the 5 elders brightened one after another. Tireless zombies instead of labor? And the number is still hundreds of millions? Don't say it. Looks like it might be worth trying. The 5 elders looked at each other, then nodded. Seconded. Seconded. Next, the meeting broke up. But the whole world government started to work. Marine high level. CP troops. They all started to get orders, and went to the headquarters of the world government as soon as possible. With such a large-scale mobilization, it is impossible to hide those who are interested. For a time, the world shook. Countless people were shocked. Damn it, what does the world government want to do with such a big move? Forget about the high-level CP organization, naval headquarters, in addition to the marshal and the 3 admirals, even many vice admirals and alternate admirals have been summoned. Is this to attack New World? There is always a bad feeling, somewhere in the sea. A red Murloc looked at the news in the newspaper with a gloomy expression. No, it looks like we have to wait. 5. 3 things shocked everyone. A week later, Mariajoy. In a conference hall, in front of the huge oval conference table. The 5 elders sat down one after another. Afterwards, the commander-in-chief of the World Government Army, Kong. Then came Marshal Sengoku, who arrived at the World Government yesterday, 3 admirals, Staff Officer Crane, and finally the officers from CP1 to CP9, and some other high-level departments. As soon as he sat down, Sengoku rested his chin on his hands, secretly startled. It was the first time that even Sengoku saw such a solemn meeting. Although I have come to World Government to participate in conferences in the past, none of them can compare with this time. It used to be just a one-on-one meeting between the Marine and the 5 elders. But this time, senior executives from almost every department under the world government have arrived. What the hell happened? To make such a big move by the world government, Sengoku was puzzled and looked at Marshal Sora. Sora felt Sengoku's gaze and shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Sengoku was even more startled. You don't even know Marshal Kong? Kong was the last marshal of the Marine, and now he is the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Even in the world government, he can be regarded as the core level, but even Kong didn't know the content of this meeting. Sengoku understood the seriousness of this meeting thoroughly. With all the members present, everyone in the conference room looked at the 5 elders. 5 elders. Cough cough. The old man with a figure 8 beard coughed without any nonsense, and then started this meeting. Today's meeting is very important, it's about the future of the world government. Before I tell you the specifics, I will announce 3 things. Just be quiet and listen. Finished. The old man picked up a document and said in a flat tone, "First, start today to form an army. In this regard, the world government will invest a lot of money, probably the same as Marine." What? The first thing alone made everyone feel astonished. Army? What a joke. Why did the world government suddenly want to form an army? Although there is an army on Red Line, it is only a superficial form, not a real army at all. But what 5 elders said now is obviously to build a real army, at least at the same level as Marine. Advertisement. What is this for? Is it necessary to start meddling in countries all over the world? After all, the army is not available on the Red Line. Everyone can't figure it out. While each one was astonished, they were also full of doubts. Quiet. Another old man spoke in a deep voice. The voice fell. Everyone fell silent immediately, and continued to look at the old man with a figure-splayed beard. The first thing was so shocking, and the next thing might not be easy. Really? The old man with a figure-shaped beard continued. Second, increase Marine funds. The use of this fund is to allow Marine to strengthen the dominance of the 4 seas in the first half of the Grand Line, and to ensure the stability of civilian life as much as possible. The increase in funds this time is about half of the previous one. The old man spoke loudly, but everyone was stunned again. Everyone, including Sengoku, looked dumbfounded. If he didn't know that he hadn't done anything important recently, Sengoku would have thought that Marine had made great contributions. Marine is already huge. In the recent period, it can be said that the world government has been deliberately suppressing Marine, lest Marine overwhelm other departments under its command and encourage Marine's arrogance. As a result, not to mention the increase in capital investment now, the key is the sentence in the second half. Guarantee the stability of civilian life in the world? Is this something the 5 elders could say? If another person said that, they would definitely spray the other party for not wanting it. As for the cold-bloodedness of the top executives of the world government, would they care about the life and death of civilians? What are you kidding? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But in the face of the serious 5 elders, no matter how puzzled everyone was, they could only keep their doubts in their hearts and wait for answers later. Thirdly, in various departments, including Marine, a new Ministry of People's Livelihood is established. The role of this department is to investigate the living conditions of civilians in various sea areas and solve the difficulties of civilians' lives. The members of this department will be directly dispatched by the world government. Celestial dragons will be in charge. Puff. As soon as this word came out, many people who were drinking water sprayed out directly on the spot. If they thought about the first 2 things, they might still be able to understand them, but they really couldn't understand the last one. Forget about the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Advertisement. Anyway, it's a good thing. But you let the celestial dragons join the ranks. Are you kidding me? The world government should know the virtues of celestial dragons best. Or is it that the world government doesn't intend to let the civilians in various sea areas live a good life? Facing the suspicious eyes of many people, 5 elders looked calm, and the old man with the knife spoke. These celestial dragons dispatched are all elites carefully cultivated by the world government, so you don't need to worry. Hearing this explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded suddenly. If it is an elite, then there is no problem. Everyone also knows that among the celestial dragons in the world government, although most of them are arrogant and domineering self-proclaimed descendants of gods, there are also a few who have been carefully cultivated by the world government. The core position of the world government. The ability is even better than some elites in Marine. It's just that the world government suddenly formed this department, which is still puzzling. It's still the same sentence. The world government's attitude towards civilians in the past was really too cold-blooded. It can even be said that in the eyes of the world government, civilians are just a series of numbers. Hundreds of thousands of dead never cared. Now that he suddenly treats civilians so well, it is impossible to say that he does not doubt it. It's just an idea that 5 elders doesn't have an answer to at the moment. Instead, he continued, next, is the real content of this meeting, but it's not up to us to tell you. Talking. A 5 elders waved to the black-clothed bodyguard behind him and ordered. Go and ask His Royal Highness Bai Ye to come down. Yes. The man in black nodded respectfully, turned and left. Conference table. The faces of Sengoku and others suddenly became strange. Your Highness. That word, uttered by the 5 elders, is truly shocking. With the status of 5 elders, he can be called His Highness. I don't know who it is. But what can be imagined is that they definitely belong to the extremely important people in the world government. Even a status with 5 elders. 6. Celestial dragons. Same thing. In Bai Ye's castle, a golden door stands in the hall. There are 2 bodyguards in black guarding next to him, and no one is allowed to approach. Suddenly, the light flickered. Bai Ye came out from inside, stained with blood, followed by 2 white-clothed bodyguards. One of them was Stussy, and the other was a powerful figure specially drawn by 5 elders from the CP0 organization. It is the real admiral level, which is specially cultivated by the world government to enhance the existence of the background. Because Bai Ye's identity is more important than before, and Bai Ye's own strength is not strong enough, so Bai Ye's security is also stricter than before. Call. Using these zombies to practice is really good. Bai Ye let out a breath, with a refreshing look on his face. Because of the double passing gate, Bai Ye does not need to continue to study, but wants to improve his strength, so he often goes to fight zombies to hone his skills. Learn combat skills and explore the otherworld along the way. Bai Ye is empty-handed compared to Bai Ye. Stussy and Zero behind them are full of things. Oh, and worth mentioning, Zero is another bodyguard of Bai Ye. The full name is Speed, Zero. Quick Fruit Ability User, Paramesha. It may seem ordinary, but in fact it was picked by the world government specifically for the other party. Zero itself is a strong physicist, but its most important role is not to fight, but to protect an important person like Bai Ye, so he chooses the speed fruit for the opponent, with the terrifying speed of the speed fruit, plus its own strength. Even if he encounters two admiral-level existences and wants to protect Bai Ye and escape, there is no problem. Unless it is even more terrifying when encountering Kizaru's speed. Your Highness, are these things useful? Stussy held a pile of comic books, video discs and other items in his arms. Bai Ye picked up a book casually, looked at it, and said, "These otherworld cultures may seem useless, but they are very useful. Sometimes, this small comic book may strengthen the dominance of the world government. It just depends on how we use it." I see. Stussy nodded thoughtfully, and immediately put down the things in his hands. Your Highness, you should be sweating, right? I'm going to prepare hot water for you. Bai Ye was about to nod. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Bai Ye opened his mouth and snapped his fingers at the same time, and the golden door disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked into the living room. It was a maid with a respectful expression. Your Highness, Lord Five Elders sent someone to invite you over, saying that the meeting has already started. Have the marine guys arrived yet? Bai Ye slapped his forehead and said, I see, I'll go right away. Asked Stussy. Your Highness, do you still need to take a bath? Certainly. Bai Ye waved his hand, signaling Ling to leave first, and continued. Those guys, let them wait first, I'm not used to the stench. Hee, yes, then I'll go right away. Stussy walked towards the bathroom happily. The reason for her happiness was naturally that she could serve Bai Ye. This was a good opportunity to build a relationship with Bai Ye. Soon. The water is ready. Bai Ye stepped into the bathroom. Under Stussy's intimate service, Bai Ye took a comfortable bath and changed into a white robe before leaving the castle and walking towards the conference hall. By the way, he also picked up a comic book and read it. Advertisement. But to be honest, although Bai Ye explained the role of these comic books with Stussy before, more importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to see what comics there are in the zombie world. After all, Bai Ye has never forgotten that the world of One Piece is a world in comics. If there is a One Piece in the zombie world, it will undoubtedly cause an uproar. Fortunately, Bai Ye got the result. The graphic novels in the world of Doomsday zombies are all things I have never heard of in my previous life, and they are obviously unique to this world. At that time, I can change these cartoons or something, and then add content that promotes me, or the good side of world government, and distribute them. Not only as a business, but also to help me collect beliefs. Bai Ye thought to himself. At this time, there was a scolding sound. Hey, B********************* D who reads, get out of here quickly, don't block the way of Saint Leopold, or I'll make you look good. Bai Ye looked up. In front of you is a convoy of celestial dragons. It is like an ancient carriage, except that instead of wheels, there are two tall slaves under the carriage. At the back, there were several cages containing apparently newly purchased slaves. The one who spoke just now was a servant leading the way at the front. It's just obvious that the servant has just arrived in Mariajoy not long ago. The target of his dialogue turned out to be Bai Ye. Bold. Stussy's face turned cold in an instant, as if he didn't expect that there would be someone on this Mariajoy who would dare to offend Bai Ye, and he was a little dazed. When he came back to his senses, he immediately stepped out, appeared in front of the servant in an instant, and slapped him out. Snapped. Blood spattered, gums fell off. The servant made a painful sound and slammed heavily into the distance. Bai Ye waved his hand, and Zero disappeared. Then he appeared in front of Bai Ye in an instant, holding the servant just now in his hand. Bending slightly, Bai Ye pointed at himself. Were you talking to me just now? To be honest, Bai Ye was a little surprised. Somewhat funny. Also felt a little angry. On this Mariajoy, there are still people who dare to let themselves go. Could it be that he feels that he lives in a simple way and is easy to be bullied? Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on Bai Ye's face. Gulu, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am? I am the servant of Saint Leopold, you hit me in the face of Saint Leopold, but Street Leopold celestial dragons. You're punching celestial dragons in the face. You wait to die, Saint Leopold will not let you go. Facing Bai Ye's question, the servant was not timid, but while covering his face in pain, he spit at Bai Ye with resentment in his eyes, as if he would not spare you. Saint Leopold. Bai Ye murmured softly and sneered even more. Needless to say, Zero had already made a move, grabbing one of the servant's arms and yanking it violently. There was a tear. The whole arm was torn off abruptly. Advertisement. Stussy followed closely behind, and inserted two fingers into the servant's throat like eagle claws, preventing him from even making a sound. After doing this, the two of them knelt on one knee facing Bai Ye. Your Highness, it was my negligence that caused this lowly guy to offend you, please punish me. Bai Ye shook his head. There was no intention of blaming the two of them. Just look at the carriage. Perhaps because of the movement just now, the people inside were also alarmed. Who is screaming outside? It's really noisy. Don't you know I'm resting? With an angry voice, the curtain was lifted, and a fat figure with a hood came out. This is a celestial dragons. A celestial dragons who just returned from the Sabayati archipelago and are used to domineering. But when he saw Bai Ye, the arrogance and anger on his face disappeared, and turned into fear and nervousness. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. Leopold, isn't it? Bai Ye shouted calmly. He has never seen this celestial dragons. After all, there are a lot of celestial dragons, and it is impossible for him to remember them all. Yes, it is. Grunt. Swallowing his saliva, Leopold looked at the servant lying beside him like a corpse, and instantly had a bad feeling. Bai Ye did not answer. Instead, he waved at Leopold. Leopold hesitated for a moment, then got out of the carriage, and came to Bai Ye tremblingly, with restraint. Your Highness Bai Ye, I don't know what you want. Relax. Bai Ye directly interrupted the other party's words, said seemingly soothing words, then raised his hand, and gently took off the hood on Leopold's head. This is your servant, isn't it? Yes, it is. Very good. Bai Ye nodded, threw the cover in his hand aside, and said calmly. Your servant offended me. This is a capital offense, but I will not personally deal with him. This will lower my status. So, I will only shoot at you, understand? What do you mean? Leopold looked puzzled for a moment. It's just that Bai Ye didn't explain, but under Leopold's puzzled gaze, he raised his hand and slapped him away. Snap. Leopold was ejected. A bright red slap print appeared on his face. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere in the entire street suddenly dropped to freezing point, and there was no sound. Everyone lowered their heads subconsciously, not daring to look directly at this scene. Some people even have the idea of button-eye beads. It should be noted that sometimes, if you see something you shouldn't see, you will die. 7. Boya Three Sisters, a new era is coming. Compared to the silence of others, Leopold covered his face and looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. You dare to hit me. Bai Ye looked calm and did not respond. Just waved at Zero. Zero made a fist with his right hand, and immediately punched the servant's chest. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. The servant's heart sank in an instant, and he died on the spot. Perhaps he is less brutal than the other celestial dragons. But he is celestial dragons now. In his position, seek his own government. Since we are celestial dragons, one thing is certain in this world, celestial dragons cannot be humiliated. Otherwise, there will be a price to pay. At the same time, Bai Ye came to Leopold step by step, kicked out under Leopold's terrified eyes, hit Leopold's abdomen directly, and kicked him away. Looking at Leopold who was clutching his stomach and moaning in pain, Bai Ye snorted coldly. Discipline your servants well in the future. Next time, it won't be a matter of a slap and a kick. Do you understand? Heard the words. Leopold did not respond. Bai Ye frowned slightly, and kicked out again. Leopold immediately responded in horror. I understand. Bai Ye stopped talking nonsense. Turn around and leave. Just didn't take a few steps. Bai Ye stopped again. Looking at the cage with his eyes, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Facing Bai Ye's eyes, the three girls in the cage hugged each other and shivered. At the back, there was another box, and without thinking about it, Bai Ye knew that it contained a devil fruit. And this fruit, which appeared in the original book, is a sweet fruit. That's right. The three girls looked familiar, and Bai Ye recognized them immediately. The three sisters of Hydra. Boa Hancock and the others. I just didn't expect to meet here. Bai Ye immediately looked at Leopold and said, I want these three slaves, and that devil fruit, is there a problem? No problem. Leopold shook his head quickly, even flattering him. You can take whatever you want, including all my slaves. Just 2 consecutive kicks made him understand the horror of Bai Ye. Advertisement. Because others dare to treat him like this, no matter who the opponent is, he can kill him. Even dispatched Admiral. But Bai Ye can't. Not to mention him. Even his father, Bai Ye, can play, and 5 elders won't care. Even celestial dragons. But Bai Ye's status is much higher than him. Even though I was in pain all over and felt aggrieved, there was no other way. Seeing this, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction and waved to Stussy. Stussy immediately took orders, took the devil fruit, and led the 3 sisters, turned around and walked towards Bai Ye's castle under Leopold's pained eyes. Afterwards, Bai Ye also left. Leopold was left alone and began to rage impotently. After a while, Bai Ye came to the conference hall. Your Highness, Lord 5 Elders is already waiting inside. CP9 Chief Spandane at the door immediately said respectfully, with a flattering smile on his face. I see. Bai Ye nodded, took a meaningful look at the other party, and stepped into the conference hall. If I remember correctly, Spandine is the father of Spandam. Now, the other party has not given up the seat to his son. After all, the timeline at this time belongs to 12 years before the beginning of the plot. Although it is a character that appeared in the original work. But in Bai Ye's eyes, he is just a small person, not worth mentioning. With the sound of stomping footsteps in the hall, everyone also knew that the person called His Highness by 5 elders just now had arrived. One by one, they raised their spirits and held their heads high. Soon, the door opened. Bai Ye walked in, glanced over. Some familiar or unfamiliar characters came into view one after another. Bai Ye, come here, this is your seat. The old man with a figure-shaped beard waved and pointed to his side. Such a scene made the pupils of Sengoku, Sora and others shrink suddenly. He even took a deep breath. That seat is the first. And the 5 elders, on both sides. A seat that has revealed many things. Advertisement. This proves that His Highness Bai Ye's status in the world government is actually higher than 5 elders. Hiss. This matter made everyone in the conference room look solemn. Not to mention leaving a good impression on the leader. The most important thing is that this meeting even attended such a big person, so one can imagine how important it is. Good. Bai Ye nodded with a smile, came to the first seat and sat down unceremoniously, and asked. Where is the meeting going? The old man showed Bai Ye a gentle smile that would shock other people's jaws. All that should be said has been said, and the rest is what you need to introduce. Okay, I get it. Bai Ye understood, and then glanced across the crowd again, brewing some words, and spoke slowly. This should be my first meeting with you, but it doesn't matter, we will see each other often in the future. I'm sure you all know my name, so I won't introduce it here. The purpose of today's meeting, in addition to the 3 things mentioned earlier, is about New World. The words fell. Everyone was puzzled. New World. Could it be to launch a general attack on New World? Impossible. After all, the situation in the sea has finally stabilized. At this time, if we launch a general attack on New World, even if we win it, it will do more harm than good, right? Yeah, not to mention that not long ago, the world government also reached a cooperation with some existences in New World. It is not a good time to launch a general attack at this time. Bang bang bang. Bai Ye knocked on the table. Everyone quiet down. Bai Ye said calmly, everyone, don't get me wrong, the New World I'm talking about is not the sea area in the second half of the Grand Line. Not the second half of the Grand Line. Sengoku frowned. Then I don't know what His Royal Highness Bai Ye are you referring to? Glancing at the marshal of the resourceful general in the original book, Bai Ye raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A golden gate emerged behind him. Bai Ye said, what I call the New World is the real New World. The main purpose of this meeting is to form a preliminary exploration force for the New World. Maybe when it comes to this, some people still don't understand it very well. Then let me make it clearer. Behind this door is not a new world full of pirates, but a brand new otherworld that we have never seen before. Finished. Bai Ye stood up, looking down at everyone with a serious expression. Starting today, the world government will focus on exploring the New World. This requires all of you to go all out. Besides, I hope that everyone will keep the content of today's meeting confidential and don't disclose it. Otherwise, everyone should know the consequences. All in all, get ready, folks, a new era is coming. 8. The excitement of nukes. Outside the conference hall. Garp wandered around Mariajoy, and found that it was the same as before, so he ran here in a sloppy manner to wait for the meeting to end. Although he can also participate in meetings, he usually doesn't like to think about things that waste brain cells. So wait here. Soon, a group of people came out of the conference hall. Garp saw Sengoku at a glance, walked up to him and asked. Sengoku, is the meeting over? Well, it's over. Garp asked curiously. Then what was the meeting about? Hearing this, Sengoku didn't answer, but looked complicated. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. So are the others around me. Garp felt the strangeness of several people at once, and couldn't help being surprised. Has something really happened? The world government is going to attack New World. Crane nodded, but shook his head again. It's true that something big has happened, but it's not New World, but Otherworld. Garp frowned momentarily. Otherworld, what do you mean? Literal meaning, Sengoku said, patting Garp on the shoulder. Let's go. Get out of here first, we don't have any accidents, and we have to stay here for a few days. Garp subconsciously followed, but after walking a few steps, his eyes widened suddenly. Otherworld, literal meaning, doesn't that mean what you said is true? Even Garp was shocked at this time. Sengoku nodded and sighed. Otherwise we wouldn't be like this, although I don't know where the world government got this kind of means, but it is undeniable, Garp, a new era is coming. The changes caused this time may have a greater impact than Roger's original words. We Marine, we need to prepare in advance. Leave with Marine. With the command of the world government, all departments are up and running again. And in the conference hall, after Bai Ye lit a cigar and took a puff, he looked at the 5 old people in front of him. Among them, the old man with the knife said calmly. About the God-making plan, we have also secretly ordered it to continue. After a while, we will also arrange for Marine to act. Do you have any plans for this? Bai Ye shook his head. There is no plan. After all, this kind of thing will definitely not be rushed in a short time. I have not yet obtained the power of faith. The top priority is to conquer Otherworld. After all, After conquering Otherworld, this world will be integrated into our world, greatly increasing the area of our world, and I can also get extra rewards. This point, Bai Ye did not hide it, showing off to 5 elders and IM. Advertisement. Again, there is no need to hide. 5 elders was also refreshed upon hearing this. The old man with the knife frowned. This is indeed very important, but I don't know what kind of conquest you are talking about. There is not only one way to conquer, but many kinds. If you don't know the specific form, it will waste a long time. But Bai Ye gave the answer directly. 3 forms. First, cultural invasion, using the culture of our world to invade the other world until it fully affects the world, but this method is not suitable for the world we are currently encountering. Second, rule by force, conquer all areas of the other world by force. The third is the plunder of the source. The first 2, as the name suggests, are easy to understand. The last one caused doubts to appear in the eyes of 5 elders. Bai Ye explained. The so-called plundering of the source is a special way. In the other world, there are some existences, which are transformed by the source. They may be objects or life, but as long as we kill or obtain them, we can obtain the source of the world. Quote. Without obtaining a certain source, some areas of this world will be integrated into our world. Other than the source, the 2 worlds will merge into one. I see. An old man nodded suddenly. So, do you know the specific original items or original life? I don't know for now. Bai Ye shook his head. We can only know when we start to explore. Therefore, we need to mobilize the exploration troops as soon as possible. The sooner the exploration, the greater the benefit to us. As he spoke, Bai Ye picked up a book he was carrying earlier, and threw it in front of 5 elders. This is. Bai Ye raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Look, this is a weapon from the other world. It is similar to our weapons, but it is even more powerful. It is also the crystallization of wisdom from another world. The content of the book is not simple. Is a real hot weapon. All kinds of modern guns, tanks, bombers and more. It is an introduction to military industry. The most critical thing is the missile system and nuclear weapons inside. Although the personal force of One Piece world is very strong. But no doubt about it. Nuclear weapons, which are extremely destructive weapons, also make people feel afraid. Most importantly, this weapon has different uses in different worlds. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the strong in the pirate world are not afraid of nuclear weapons at all, because what about nuclear weapons? With the physical fitness of a strong person in One Piece world, he can escape before the arrival of nuclear weapons. This is not impossible, but still that sentence. Different worlds have different ways of using them. No matter how hard it sounds, you may be able to run, but I will directly bomb the ground. 1 you can hide. Advertisement. What about 10? What about 100? I directly covered the entire Wanli area, can you run? With the power of nuclear weapons, it's like Kaido has endured it head on, and it's hard not to die. Unless his life level evolves to a higher level. Therefore, for the world government, nuclear weapons are an absolute weapon, which is exciting. Really. After hearing Bai Ye's words, the 5 elders all picked up their books and started reading. Soon, the breathing of the 5 elders became rapid. He suddenly looked up at Bai Ye, with ecstasy on their faces and fiery eyes. Good, very good, excellent. This otherworld's creatures are so weak, but they never thought they would have such weapons. If this kind of power is really as described, no Pluton Poseidon is worth mentioning. Nuclear weapon, what a good name. Not only nuclear weapons, but other weapons can also greatly enhance the overall strength of the world government. Once obtained, the firepower of the entire grassroots will usher in earth-shaking changes. Not bad, so you must get it. Seconded. 5 elders excited discussion. One by one, they were all fascinated by modern thermal weapons. No wonder they are like this. This kind of weapon may not improve personal force, but for power, the improvement is quite terrifying. In addition, many things can make a huge difference to the world. Take an airplane. With an airplane, at least in the 4 seas area, travel will be more convenient. It no longer takes days to travel from one island to another, but hours. It no longer takes a month to go from one sea area to another, but only a day or 2. As long as the distance on the sea can be shortened. Then the rule of the world government will be more stable. Even the revolutionary army can no longer make waves. So after reading this book, 5 elders couldn't wait anymore, unwilling to wait any longer. Pick up the phone bug directly and order one by one. Final decision. In 2 days, officially explore Otherworld. 9. 3 maid sisters, everything is ready. Leave the conference hall. Bai Ye returned to the castle, sat on the soft sofa in the living room, while drinking cold beer, picked up an Otherworld book and started reading. Standing behind Bai Ye, Stussy served Bai Ye's massage, with gentle fingers and just the right strength, which made people enjoy it very much. Suddenly, Stussy asked, Your Highness, don't you want to meet the 3 girls today? Bai Ye stared blankly, then slapped his forehead. If you don't tell me, I still forgot about it. In that case, then let's meet. By the way, bring that devil fruit too. Yes, Your Highness. Stussy nodded quickly, and immediately waved to a maid not far away. In Bai Ye's castle, Stussy can be regarded as the head maid, and the other maids need to follow her orders. After a while, footsteps sounded. Bai Ye raised his eyes and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. He stroked his chin with a look of interest on his face. Compared with the dirty appearance before, the three Boa Hancock sisters have been washed clean at this time, and they have changed into a black and white maid service, and their legs are wrapped in white silk that reaches the knee, looking very cute. Although there was still fear of Bai Ye on their faces, when they came to Bai Ye, the three girls still lowered their heads and shouted crisply. "See, Your Highness." "Good." Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, satisfied with the appearance of the three women, and then said directly. "In the future, the three of you can stay here and serve me, and you don't have to worry about other issues. After all, compared to other celestial dragons, I should be considered very kind. By the way, what are your names?" Hancock spoke hesitantly. My name is Boya Hancock. My sister is like this." The two younger sisters also introduced themselves. "My name is Boya Sandersonia. My name is Boya Marigold." "Very good." Bai Ye nodded with a smile, opened the box in another maid's hand, and took out the devil fruit inside. As Bai Ye expected, it was indeed a sweet fruit. "This devil fruit, do you know what it is?" Bai Ye looked at Hancock and asked with a smile. Hancock shook his head. Bai Ye explained. "This is the secret treasure of the sea. People who take this devil fruit will become landlubbers. Once they touch the water, they will be weak and weak. But at the same time, you will also gain a powerful power. This kind of power can sometimes turn a weak person into a strong person in an instant. Since you got this devil fruit because of you, I will give it to you now. Take it." "Huh, give me." Hancock froze in place. She was a little moved after hearing Bai Ye's introduction of devil fruit, but she never thought that Bai Ye would reward her with the fruit in the next moment. Advertisement. But after seeing Bai Ye nodded, Hancock still took the devil fruit. Afterwards, Bai Ye gave up and let the three girls leave temporarily. After the figures of the three women disappeared, Stussy sat beside Bai Ye, holding Bai Ye's arm and said with a smile. "Your Highness, you seem to like the appearance of these three girls. Then, do you want them to serve you tonight?" Snapped. Bai Ye lightly slapped Stussy's buttocks, looked at Stussy's flushed face, and couldn't help laughing. "I don't like these three girls, strictly speaking, I just like one of them." Although the three Boya sisters looked pretty good when they were young. But in fact, Boa Hancock is the only one who is really good looking. Even if you don't eat devil fruit, but the opponent's foundation is there, you can grow up to be a beauty. As for the other two, Bai Ye is really not very interested. "Is that Boa Hancock?" Stussy guessed instantly. Bai Ye nodded. "But don't worry, after all, I'm very interested in you now." Hearing this, Stussy was not shy, but raised her head proudly. "It's my honor, so Your Highness, do you need Stussy to serve you now?" "Well, it just happens that I'm tired of reading, which is just right." Bai Ye thought for a while, nodded, got up and walked towards the room with Stussy in his arms. Time flies. In a blink of an eye. 2 days passed in a flash. This day, Bai Ye yawned, looking at Hancock who was blushing in front of him helping him tidy up his clothes. He couldn't help pinching Hancock's face amusedly, making Hancock subconsciously jump up like a frightened rabbit, and took 2 steps back. She still ate the devil fruit like in the original book. This instantly increased Hancock's temperament several times. The facial features are also affected and grow towards a more beautiful direction. Because of Hancock's actions, Bai Ye said amusedly. "Ha ha ha, okay, I won't tease you anymore, just sort it out." Heard the words, Hancock couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Bai Ye, his face flushed slightly. Full of shyness. Far from the aura and style of the Nine-Snake Empress of later generations. "Let it go." Hancock backed off. Bai Ye twisted his neck and came to the hall. Stussy and Zero are waiting. Advertisement. Bai Ye asked. "Those guys, are they all here?" "Yes, Your Highness." Stussy nodded respectfully. "Kaido. At present, everyone is waiting for you at Square One." "Well, then we can't waste time, let's go." Bai Ye nodded and set off directly. Today is the day to officially explore the otherworld. All action is ready. The troops have also been mobilized. Among them, Marine alone includes Marshal Sengoku, Crane Staff Officer, 1 Admiral, and 3 Vice Admirals. Admiral is Kizaru. Vice Admiral has Garp and 2 others that didn't appear in the original. In addition, various CP departments also dispatched a lot. Leave with Bai Ye. A corner behind. 3 girls in maid uniforms stood here discussing. These 3 are naturally the 3 Bo Ya sisters. The youngest sister pinched the corner of her skirt and said with a sigh of relief. "Sister, Your Highness seems to be very different from other celestial dragons." "Yeah, I found out too. I heard that other celestial dragons are very cruel. I even asked about it." "Sandersonia, where did you find out?" "Sister, it's the other maids. They have been on Mariajoy for a long time and know a lot of things. They said that the other maids under celestial dragons will vent on them whenever celestial dragons is upset, and even they will use whips and various instruments of torture. The most important thing is that we were still slaves at the beginning, not maids. Slaves are going to be branded with the hooves of heavenly dragons. Fortunately, we met His Highness. Otherwise, I would not believe it." Yeah. Sandersonia and Marigold looked happy. As for Boa Hancock, he was also pinching the corners of his clothes with both hands. After Bai Ye's smiling face appeared in his mind, he subconsciously felt that serving him was also a very good thing. At least they don't have to be branded as slaves. Don't worry about being abused at any time. At most. I don't know what happened suddenly. Hancock's face suddenly turned like a red apple, almost bleeding. 10. Invasion of the Otherworld. Bai Ye naturally didn't know what Hancock was thinking of. At this time, Bai Ye has already arrived at Square One. About 1,000 soldiers gathered here. Don't read too much. But they are definitely the elite of the elite. These include naval headquarters and CP organizations. If judged by level, the weakest is the captain level, and it is the captain level of the headquarters. In addition, the leading ones are Sengoku, Garp and others. Most importantly, 5 elders will also go this time. It's Otherworld after all, no one wants to miss out. Unless you really can't go there, you will want to go and see it. I have met His Highness Bai Ye. Except for 5 elders who smiled and nodded at Bai Ye, everyone else spoke respectfully. By now, they also know something. For example, because of Bai Ye, the world government can go to Otherworld. Also, such as Bai Ye's identity and so on. So even Garp has a respectful look on his face at the moment. No matter how prejudiced he is against celestial dragons in his heart, he is not a fool and will not express those thoughts in his heart. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. It seems that everyone is ready. If that's the case, then I don't talk nonsense, let's go. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The Golden Gate suddenly emerged. Immediately afterwards, the door opened, and colorful lights bloomed. Many people's eyes showed anticipation and excitement. A new world, I don't know what it's like. Didn't someone from the world government say that yesterday? I don't know the details, but there is a monster called zombies, which are upgraded from humans infected with viruses, and once we are bitten, we may also become zombies, so it is best take good care of yourself. Yeah, I heard that monsters called zombies are irrational, so I'm afraid you should be more careful then. Anyway, it's an Otherworld, and I can't wait to get up. Quiet, with the opening of the door to Otherworld. Bai Ye gave an order without any nonsense. Set off. After speaking, Bai Ye stepped into the gate first. The 5 elders followed suit. Advertisement. Then came the others. A sense of dizziness hit. When he regained his sight again, the doomsday world came into view. Bai Ye has seen the scene in front of him many times. Naturally not unfamiliar. On the other hand, the others began to size up curiously one by one. Look here, touch there. It's really scary. Is this the Otherworld? It's really a doomsday scene. Kizaru tilted his mouth, and there was a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. Even if the Otherworld was known before. But when I actually stepped in here, I still felt terrified. Stop talking nonsense, let's scout the surroundings first, and then set up a camp here. After the old man with the knife glanced around, he ordered directly. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded immediately. Perhaps it was because the commotion caused by the crowd coming in was too loud. Not far away, a group of zombies had begun to spread over. There are quite a few of them, probably several hundred people. Without Bai Ye's orders, a group of members from the CP organization had already rushed out, sweeping away with their feet up. One of the 6 types of Tempest Kick broke out. One after another, the air blades swept across. Pooh, pooh, pooh. These zombies had no ability to resist at all, so they were chopped off in the middle. But what is surprising is that these zombies are still alive under such circumstances. Instead, they kept crawling towards the crowd on the ground. This scene made some people feel their scalps go numb. The body is broken in half, so it's still not dead. A soldier exclaimed. Hearing this, Bai Ye opened his mouth to explain. These zombies can only be completely killed by destroying their heads. At the same time, they're also attracted to the sound. Although our strength is good, we still have to be careful. There are a lot of zombies in this world. There are probably hundreds of millions in this city alone. If you accidentally attract them all, you should know the consequences. Quote. Hiss, count, tens of millions. That's a really scary amount. Even Sengoku was shocked. Immediately, he ordered to go on without hesitation, and try to move as lightly as possible. There are more than Marine and CP members here. More importantly, Bai Ye is there. If they hurt Bai Ye, given Bai Ye's status in the world government, they really wouldn't regret it. Thinking of this, Sengoku even exhorted to Kizaru. Kizaru, stay with His Highness Bai Ye from now on, just in case. Advertisement. I see. Kizaru nodded without refusing. Like a bodyguard, he quietly stood on the left side of Bai Ye and observed secretly. In this regard, 5 elders has no objection. The higher the security force around Bai Ye, the better. They are afraid that it will not be enough. Now that I have set foot in Otherworld, the next actions will be launched one by one. In this regard, 5 elders and Bai Ye have already made a decision. One order after another, the orders began to be orderly and orderly. Marine troops, from here, gradually clean up the surrounding zombies and collect any items from Otherworld. CP troops, disperse and investigate all the information of the city, the most important technology, and the survivors in the city who are not infected with the virus. Others, stand by. Yes, everyone took orders and took action. It can be seen that with the strength of these Marines, the zombies are cleaned up extremely quickly. As soon as a zombie was found, a Marine stepped forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he came to the zombie. Finger pistol exploded and pierced its head easily. Here is a square. There is a lot of traffic on weekdays. There are also a lot of zombies. But under Marine's cleanup, the number of zombies slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Ye was with 5 elders. After seeing this scene, he said, "It's time for the scientific research team to come in and do research on these zombies." Good. The blonde 5 elders nodded. In this regard, I have Vegapunk ready, and if nothing else, they will arrive in a while. Other than that, we'll be leaving after we stay here for a while. There are many government affairs in the world government that require us to sit in charge. At that time, this place will be handed over to you. Saying that, the blonde old man enjoined. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, I hope you understand that although Otherworld's resources are good, your safety is the most important thing. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. Of course I know, please rest assured. Just finished. Not far away, a voice sounded. Marshal, I found something in the zombie's head. 11. Bai Ye, really noisy. Something. What? Sengoku asked immediately. The soldier handed over what was in his hand. It was a crystal. After Sengoku took it, he looked curiously, and after finding out that he was not sure, he walked towards Bai Ye. Your Highness, this has just been discovered. Bai Ye didn't take it. Instead, Zero accepted it, cleaned it up carefully, and handed it to Bai Ye. Interesting. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and a surprised smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So many novels I read before time travel can be considered to have played a role at this moment. Isn't this crystal the brain nucleus of a zombie? Generally, there are zombie doomsdays with brain nuclei, but they usually belong to people with supernatural powers. This represents this world. For the world government, apart from those modern weapons, there is another precious resource. Thinking up to this point, Bai Ye ordered directly. Let everyone pay attention to check after killing the zombies. If you find this thing, collect it immediately. Yes. Sengoku took the lead and asked immediately. Does your highness know what this is? Bai Ye shook his head. There are guesses, but they are not accurate. Let's wait until the scientific research team comes in. Seeing this, Sengoku didn't ask any more questions, and turned around to give instructions. Bai Ye had been standing there and was bored. After the 5 elders left, Bai Ye invited Stussy beside him. Come on, walk around with me. Yes, your highness. Stussy nodded immediately. Zero and Kizaru followed behind. Along the way, Bai Ye looked around. Basically, it can be determined that this city belongs to an island city. Some unique characters are easy to identify. Just didn't take a few steps. The buzz sounded suddenly. Oh, did something happen? Kizaru looked curiously, and subconsciously took a step forward, protecting Bai Ye behind him. Although Kizaru seems to be careless on weekdays, he often salts fish. But at this time, he didn't dare to do that. The sound of cars. Bai Ye naturally heard it and recognized it. In addition to the sound of the car, there was also the roar of a large number of zombies. Undoubtedly attracted by the sound of cars. Look in the direction of the source of the sound. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows immediately. I saw a school bus, being chased by a group of zombies, rushing towards this side frantically. The driver was a black-haired man with glasses, with a look of fear and madness on his face. After seeing Bai Ye and the others, his eyes lit up and his speed increased further. Originally he was a little desperate. There are so many zombies chasing after the car, if they continue, they will definitely die. But now, he sees hope. Although I don't know who these people are, as long as I use them to attract the attention of the zombies, I can definitely survive, right? Thinking of this, the color of madness in his eyes became even worse. Mr. Wisteria, what are you doing? Beside the man who was driving, a girl with yellow hair in school uniform also saw Bai Ye and the others. Sensing what teacher Wisteria was thinking, she couldn't help shouting in a hurry, trying to make Wisteria stop. But Wisteria didn't care at all, but said crazily. Rei Miyamoto, shut up, do you know the situation we are in now? There are so many zombies behind, if there is nothing else to attract them, can we escape? Blame these guys who just appeared on us in front of us, this is destined by God, and it is destined that they will sacrifice for us. Otherwise, we will all die. There are many people in the school bus. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Yes, yes, who made them so unlucky to appear there? As long as it keeps Lousy alive, I don't care if they live or die. That is, it is an honor for them to sacrifice their lives for us to live. Mr. Wisteria is right. It's all predestined. Hurry up and let those guys attract the attention of the zombies. It's a pity, the blonde woman is really good and beautiful, but she is going to die soon. Hearing these words, Rei Miyamoto couldn't help but widen her eyes, as if she didn't expect these people to be so cold-blooded, she couldn't help but look in one direction. There were 2 women and 2 men there, and one of them was her childhood sweetheart, Takashi Kimuro. Facing Miyamoto Rei's gaze, Kimuro knew that he was going to say something. But in the end, Takashi Kimuro shook his head and said in a low voice. Lee, Teacher Wisteria is right. What's more, even if we change direction, do you think they can escape with the number of these zombies? Heard the words. Miyamoto Rei looked back. His face suddenly paled a little. There are too many zombies. Almost thousands. With this amount and this distance, even if they change direction, the zombies will still target those 4 people, right? And, she doesn't want to die. Thinking of this, Rei Miyamoto couldn't help but fell silent. On the other hand, Seiko Busujima, who has a sexy figure and holds a wooden knife in her hand, stared at the few people in front of her, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. Wisteria frantically increased the speed of the school bus and rushed straight towards Bai Ye and the others. Of course he wouldn't hit it directly. That would just make them die here too. He would just pass by. In this way, the zombies will briefly focus on those people and ignore them. At that time, they will have a chance to escape. As long as he can survive, relying on his own ability, everyone in the entire school bus will be used by him. Doomsday world, that's great. Wisteria secretly thought about the appearance of the beautiful girls in the school bus, with a greedy look in her eyes. The distance is getting closer. Wisteria seems to have seen the wonderful life after she escaped from birth and then took control of these students. But at this moment, Wisteria was momentarily stunned, and then exclaimed in her heart. What is he going to do? It was a tall man with an ordinary face. At this moment, he actively walked towards the front of the school bus. What is this trying to do? Stop the school bus. What are you kidding? The school bus is at extreme speed at the moment, how can human flesh and blood stop it? Or did he want to die? Wisteria was full of doubts, but stepped on the gas pedal again. The school bus engine hums. Hit it mercilessly. Since you want to die, die for me. Wisteria roared in her heart. The school bus almost hit the ordinary man. But at this moment, the man slowly raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The next moment, he punched out and hit the school bus. Under the terrifying force of the school bus, the man's figure remained motionless. However, under this punch, the entire school bus slammed on the brakes and was forcibly stopped. Under this punch, the front of the car was sunken and completely shattered. Everyone in the car fell down because of sudden braking. The sound of pain kept ringing. Advertisement. Bai Ye's eyes turned cold, with a little coldness. The guy in this car just wanted us to be the victims of their escape. Looks like it does. Kizaru nodded, eyeing the people in the school bus with interest. People from other worlds. It doesn't seem to be any different. He murmured. At the same time, in the school bus. The students got up one after another, including Wisteria. Everyone looked ahead in disbelief. Dented front. And this seems to have been punched out just now. How can this be? How could humans have such power? Some people swallowed their saliva and couldn't believe it. But thinking about it in another direction, with such power, as long as you follow them, you don't have to worry about safety issues. There was hope in the eyes of some students. Wisteria also thought of this, but she noticed the marine cloak behind Kizaru more. Her eyes lit up, and she got out of the car and ran towards Kizaru without hesitation. Seeing this, the students behind hurriedly followed. The zombies are getting closer. They don't want to die. Marine, this dress, you are Marine, right? Yes, you must be Marine. Wisteria shouted excitedly as she approached. I am Koichi Wisteria, and my father is Counselor Wisteria. I order you to save me and help me deal with those zombies behind me. And after solving the zombies, take me out of here. Marine. Ms. Wisteria is right, right. These people are Marines. Great, if it's Marine, coupled with the powerful force just now, it will definitely save us. The zombies are getting closer and closer. Damn it, hurry up and take action. Since you are the army, you have an obligation to protect us. When the other students heard what Wisteria Koichi said, Fanfan became excited. Even ordered Kizaru to act quickly. Such a scene. It made Kizaru look weird all of a sudden, but didn't move. Just kidding, he's a Marine, but not a Marine of this world. And without Bai Ye's order, he wouldn't do it. All these otherworld creatures added up are not as precious as a single hair of Bai Ye. On the contrary, Bai Ye frowned and said in a low voice. It's really noisy. Hearing this, Stussy immediately took a step forward and shouted suddenly. Shut up. The voice fell, but no one cared at all. Some students even became angry. What are you talking about? Didn't you see those zombies getting closer? Why didn't you make a move? You must have come to save us, right? Since you are here to save us, why waste your time? I don't want to stay here any longer. Wisteria Hiroshi looked at Stussy with a gloomy expression. He glanced at Stussy's figure with a flash of light in his eyes, and then said in a deep voice. Ma'am, I think I should have said that my father is Wisteria Counselor, and I order you to. Boom. The words are not finished. Stussy slapped him with a backhand. A powerful force erupted mercilessly. It was just a slap, but the Wisteria's head was abruptly severed and sent flying. 12. Be my blade. Bang. Wisteria Koichi's body fell to the ground. Stussy roared with a cold expression. Didn't you hear His Highness say that you two are so noisy? Shut up. As she spoke, she swept across the crowd with disgust in her eyes. Then kicked out again, and the tempest kick broke out, and the loudest people just now were cut off on the spot. The blood even dyed the students beside them bright red. For a while, except for the roar of the zombies. Everyone, be silent on the spot. Others swallowed saliva. I couldn't believe that these guys who said they were Marines actually attacked them. And the shot was extremely decisive and merciless. What's even more ridiculous is that they actually wanted these people to protect themselves just now. Also accused them. Thinking of this, some students paled and hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing that they would be discovered and die at the hands of these people. Seeing these people quiet down, Stussy snorted coldly, then returned to Bai Ye and said respectfully. Your Highness, next. Go and deal with those zombies. Bai Ye ordered to Kizaru. Hearing this, Kizaru nodded, and then looked at the attacking zombies, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a beating smile. Hey, there are so many zombies, it's really scary. But with the words, he raised his right index finger and pointed it at the zombie. A glint of light slowly lit up. Xiao Shishao and the others looked up, their expressions shocked. Gulu. Then, what is that? Am I right? His fingers are glowing. Is this a superpower? Yes, for sure. Just now our car was obviously driving at a high speed, but it was stopped by a punch, and this person's fingers glowed. Isn't this a superpower? This is an island country. Comics are everywhere. Who hasn't read those comics where the main character has superpowers? Although it is unbelievable to appear in reality, the apocalypse has erupted. If you think about it carefully, it may not be unacceptable. Of course, what they are more curious about is whether they can get superpowers. It's just that with Stussie's strong suppression before, these people dare not ask at all. Can only stare at Kizaru's fingers. Then they all widened their eyes, as if seeing a shocking scene. A straight beam of light like a laser burst out from Kizaru's finger, and then fell into the crowd of zombies. Boom! A wave of terrorist explosions was generated. Like a missile falling to the ground, the violent fluctuations enveloped all the zombies in an instant. Terrible shock waves swept all directions. Some students were made to retreat again and again, almost being blown away. And when the light fades away, hundreds of thousands of zombies were all smashed to pieces. Even the ground exploded into a huge deep pit. Such power directly refreshed the worldview of these students. Gulu. Fake. Fake. How can it be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. There is only one exception, and that is Seiko Busujima. Looking at Bai Ye and the others who remained unchanged even after killing hundreds of zombies, at that moment, Seiko Busujima seemed to have found a confidant. Clutching the wooden knife in her hand, Seiko Busujima was excited. I'm going to join them. This is where I belong. Seiko Busujima thought about it, but her eyes fell on Bai Ye. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that these people are mainly Bai Ye. And the noble temperament of the other party also makes people know the extraordinary status of the other party. Bai Ye naturally sensed Seiko Busujima's gaze, and couldn't help looking curiously. Seeing this, Bai Ye was surprised, and immediately became invalid. Your Highness, did you find anything interesting? Stussy looked over and asked curiously, following Bai Ye's gaze, the expression in his eyes suddenly appeared. Tall and sexy. She is also pretty. Rather, he is qualified to serve His Highness. Stussy thought so. Advertisement. Bai Ye naturally didn't know what Stussy was thinking. Facing Stussy's doubts, Bai Ye just kept smiling. I did find something interesting. Seiko Busushima. Haven't noticed it before. Only now did I realize that among these students, there were many familiar people. Miyamoto Rei with a stick. Wearing glasses, Saya Takashiro with pink hair and twin ponytails, etc. Bai Ye thought about it, but immediately shook his head. None of this matters anymore. The important thing is that the appearance of Komuro Takashi means that he has seen the original person. Not surprisingly, Takashi Komuro, who is the protagonist of this world, must be related to the origin. Not only Takashi Komuro, but those around him have some. And the origin is what Bai Ye needs to conquer this world. Although there are 3 ways to conquer, there is no doubt that the source is the fastest way. Only, should the original life be killed or conquered? When Bai Ye was thinking, Kizaru has returned, and said with a slightly normal expression. Your Highness, everything has been resolved, but the movement just now should attract more zombies, right? For your safety, I think it's better for us to go back first, what do you think? Not in a hurry. Bai Ye waved his hand, just had a decision in his heart, and gave Ling a command. Zero nodded, and with a whoosh, the figure disappeared. Afterwards, Bai Ye looked at Takashi Komuro and the others. Being watched by Bai Ye, everyone became nervous. Someone plucked up the courage and asked. Then, who are you? If you don't want to take us away, can you let us go? Hearing this, Bai Ye glanced at it, and said 2 words lightly. Shut up. The man shrank his neck immediately, not daring to say any more. Immediately afterwards, whoosh, Zero is back. In his hand, he carried 2 zombies who had been caught from nowhere. The zombies were crazily biting at Zero, but unfortunately, under Zero's armament hockey, the zombies couldn't even scratch his clothes. Come here. Bai Ye waved at Seiko Busujima. Seiko Busujima looked puzzled, but she still walked in front of Bai Ye. Go. Bai Ye gestured to Zero, and Zero directly threw the 2 zombies in front of Seiko Busujima. Bai Ye continued. I see the desire to fight in your eyes, go ahead, solve them and show me. The voice just fell. Takashi Komuro suddenly became excited. Damn, what do you want to do? Kill Bujima-senpai. That's a zombie. Bai Ye frowned slightly. Stussy noticed it, and rushed out, and instantly came to Komuro Takashi. You seem to have forgotten your highness's order just now. Stussy said in a cold tone, and then stepped on the ground directly. The tip of the sharp high-heeled shoe pierced Komuro Takashi's leg with a little force. Painful screams sounded immediately. Hey, what are you doing? Rei Miyamoto, who was Takashi Komuro's childhood sweetheart, got anxious, yelled hastily, and even waved a stick to rush over. But was immediately pulled back by Takashi Saya. Do you want to die? Shut up now, Do you think you can save him? Takashiro Saya persuaded in a low voice, trembling all over. These people are really too scary. Not to mention holding a powerful force. And kill without blinking an eye. If she hadn't had a good relationship with Rei Miyamoto, she wouldn't have stood up at all. Hearing Saya Takashiro's words, Miyamoto Rei looked startled, then gritted her teeth, and lowered her head helplessly under Stussie's cold gaze. Seeing this, Stussie sneered. A group of ignorant guys, you drove here just now, but are you planning to sacrifice our lives in exchange for your life? Based on this alone, if it weren't for His Highness's order, I would have broken your necks a long time ago, and you are still here if you disturb His Highness, you really deserve to be killed. Say it. She exerted a little force on her feet. The tip of the high heel almost crushed Takashi Kimuro's bones, causing him to make painful noises again. Bai Ye folded his hands on his shoulders, without any fluctuation, still staring at Seiko Busujima. Although in this group of people, there are many familiar guys. But the only thing he was interested in was Seiko Busujima. And at this moment, advertisement. Neither Takashi Kimuro's scream nor other sounds were enough to attract Seiko Busujima's attention. Recalling Bai Ye's words in her mind, her body couldn't help trembling slightly. Not afraid, but excited. The suppressed desire in the body seems to be released. Roar. The roar of zombies sounded in the ears. Seiko Busujima raised her head suddenly, with a fierce expression in her eyes that she had never shown before, and swung a wooden knife to cut off the zombie's arm. Then seize the opportunity and go down a few times in a row. Cut off all the limbs of the zombie, and finally the head of the zombie. This is not fighting. Strictly speaking, this is massacre. But at this moment, Seiko Busujima's eyes showed a sense of joy. It seems that the depressed mood has been released. There was even an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. Your Highness is as insightful as a torch, and he is really a good seedling. Kizaru praised. Although crazy. But from the action point of view, it is a seed worth cultivating. It can be said that this is a rough jade. As long as it is carved, the future will be extraordinary. But in terms of personality, it's hard to say. Pooh. Pooh. Swing the knife continuously. Poison Island Seiko's strength may not be strong among pirates. But among ordinary people in this world, they are also among the top. 2 zombies are not enough to pose a threat to it. After a few consecutive knives, the 2 zombies were dealt with. Bai Ye raised his mouth and clapped his hands. Good. Very good. Don't you think I'm a pervert? Seiko Busujima raised her head and asked in astonishment. Whenever she fights, Seiko Busujima feels as if she has changed into a different person, with a strong tendency to violence, which makes her feel painful and has been deeply suppressing herself. Pervert. No no no. Bai Ye shook his head, came to Seiko Busujima, grabbed that delicate chin and praised. I think you are a very beautiful woman and a very good blade. As long as you train well, I think you will be a strong person. I like you very much. You shouldn't suppress your desires, follow me and become my own blade, how about it? Seiko Busujima is a kendo genius herself. Even if she has violent tendencies, she can suppress them very well. More importantly, this woman can really kill the enemy on the battlefield, and she can also wait at home for her husband to return home after the battlefield. It has the side of Yamato Nadeko. Bai Ye has no shortage of women, but he is still very interested in such women. Hear this. Takashi Kimuro, who was stepped on by Stussy, raised his head suddenly, with an angry expression on his face. Do not know why. He was just angry. It was as if something important to me had been taken away. At the same time, feel jealous. Especially Seiko Busujima's dazed expression when Bai Ye grabbed her chin. Like a longing. Obviously, he has never been treated like this. Why? Takashi Kimuro shouted. Bujima-senpai. No, don't answer. The voice did not fall. But Seiko Busujima nodded excitedly. I would. A look of disbelief suddenly appeared in Takashi Kimuro's eyes. And at the same time, a voice emerged beside Bai Ye's ears. Get part of the source of the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are rewarded. Close black lens bracket. 13. Terrible rewards. The 2-color hockey is full in 1 second. Get part of the source of the world. Close black lens bracket. You get the following rewards. Close black lens bracket. 1. Some areas of the world are integrated optional. Close black lens bracket. 2. The perfect evolution version of the virus gene. Close black lens bracket. Is it actually 2 rewards? Bai Ye was taken aback, and surprise flashed in his eyes. With just one thought, Bai Ye learned the specific information of the 2 rewards. The first reward is to integrate some areas of this world into one's own world. It's just that Bai Ye can choose which area to merge into. To put it simply, Bai Ye wants to place the fusion area near the red line, just near the red line. If you want it to fall in the 4 Seas area, it is in the 4 Seas area. That's fine. After all, if this is uncontrollable, then Bai Ye will not choose to merge in a short time. Because at that time, maybe the zombie virus will also sweep the pirate world. He didn't want to turn his own world into an apocalypse. Now there is no such worry. Because it can be prepared in advance. As for the second reward, it is not simple. Viral genes can help people become stronger, but due to defects, most people will become zombies. It's just that this defect, as a reward for the double passing door, is completely complemented. At the same time, this viral gene is still an evolved version after the perfect version. It is equivalent to saying that it has undergone 2 enhancements. The effect will be very powerful. After thinking for a while, Bai Ye chose to temporarily accept the second reward. For the first item, you have to go back and discuss it with 5 elders. Follow Bai Ye's thought. Pause time. There was a warm current in the body. During the warm current banquet, the whole body, limbs and bones. Next moment, a sense of power emerged out of thin air. Physique, spirit, boosting like crazy, and because of this improvement, other abilities began to be extended. The first is physique, because this improvement directly extends a strong physique like Charlotte Linlin. Secondly, it is the spirit, which extends the 3 abilities of quick memory, quick learning, and spiritual suggestion. Boom. The increase in strength caused a subconscious burst of aura from Bai Ye's body. Stussy and Kizaru looked at Bai Ye one after another, with astonishment in their eyes. Your Highness, what is this? Stussy turned pale with fright, for fear that something might happen to Bai Ye. Bai Ye gave up and said nothing. He just closed his eyes silently, feeling the power in his body. Powerful. Very strong. Very strong. Although there is no comparison, but purely in terms of physique, my current physique is probably comparable to the Admiral level, right? Bai Ye murmured, the corners of his mouth raised uncontrollably. You know, before that, Bai Ye could be said to have no fighting power. If you really want to talk about strength, it is probably about the same as some cannon fodder. But now, in just an instant, his physique and spirit have climbed to a level comparable to Admiral's. The last is the alternate Admiral level. Advertisement. What kind of terrifying promotion is this? And the ability to extend is the most important thing. Let alone Charlotte Linlin's physique. The 3 abilities extended from the spiritual aspect are the most valued by Bai Ye. 0. Bai Ye spoke suddenly. 0 instantly came to Bai Ye and knelt down on one knee. Please order, Your Highness. Tell me, the use of armament hockey. Yes. Although I don't know why Bai Ye did this, but Ling is a diehard, got up without any hesitation, showed armament hockey to Bai Ye, and at the same time explained the use of armament hockey. I saw Zero's body surface, armed with the color, as if it turned into a black armor, covering the whole body. Bai Ye watched carefully, remembering in his brain. Next moment, Bai Ye raised his hand and clenched his fist suddenly. An invisible armor suddenly condensed and emerged. This is armament hockey. In just a split second, Bai Ye learned it. Both Kizaru and Stussy stared wide-eyed, showing shocked expressions. What is even more shocking is that the invisible armed-colored armor on Bai Ye's fist materialized and appeared in everyone's sight at a speed visible to the naked eye. What does this mean? This means that Bai Ye learned armament hockey in an instant, not to mention that the proficiency of armament hockey is also improving at a crazy speed. At first, it was just wrapped around fists. But then, it continued to cover the whole body. It wasn't until the whole body was covered that it finally stopped. Your Highness, what is this? Stussy was completely shocked and stuttered a little. It is really a scene in front of me, people really can't believe it. Say no to Stussy. Even Admiral Kizaru was stunned in place and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. As this armament hockey, ha ha ha, it feels good. Mastering such an ability for the first time, Bai Ye couldn't help laughing. Blast out with a punch. The ground trembled, and a big hole was smashed out, cracking and sinking continuously. This is power. 0. Continue. Bai Ye grinned. Next, observation hockey. Hear this. Those students may not understand what is going on. But both Kizaru and Stussy couldn't help swallowing their saliva subconsciously, feeling their scalps go numb. Armament hockey learns it in an instant, and doesn't talk about it in an instant. Now comes observation hockey again. Is His Highness really a descendant of God? Not only can open the door of otherworld, there is such a terrifying learning ability. In the whole world, who can compare? Seemingly aware of Stussy's curious eyes, Bai Ye gave up. You will know later. 0. Let's start. Yes, Your Highness. 0 nodded, showed it, and told the principal, application and so on. Under the gaze of Kizaru and Stussy, Bai Ye closed his eyes to feel it, and then grinned. 0. Try to attack me. The words fell. 0 hesitated. Advertisement. Still stood up, retaining more than half of his strength, and then launched an attack towards Bai Ye. Punch after punch. Bai Ye closed his eyes. But can easily dodge. This scene made Kizaru's eyes reveal complex colors. He was a genius back then. Not to mention Devil Fruit's abilities. But in terms of learning, Kizaru is indeed a genius. Otherwise it would not make Zephyr love and hate. But even a genius like Kizaru, looking at Bai Ye at this moment, is like looking at a monster. A monster through and through. In front of this kind of learning ability, any genius or monster is not worth mentioning. Fortunately, Bai Ye was born in world government. Otherwise, Kizaru really can't imagine how much trouble he would bring to the world if he was born as a pirate. Thinking about this, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Under the gaze of Kizaru and Stussy, 0's attack speed is getting faster and faster. At this attack speed, the ordinary observation hockey is hard to predict. However, Bai Ye was still not hit, but seemed to be able to do everything with ease all the time. What does this mean? The observation Haki representing Bai Ye, like the previous armament Haki, is improving crazily. Next moment, Bai Ye waved his hand. Zero stopped. Bai Ye opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed by. Stussy couldn't help asking, Your Highness, is your observation Haki already? As you imagined. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. Observation Haki reached the top level. Hiss. Despite this speculation, Stussy and Kizaru couldn't help but take a deep breath when they heard Bai Ye's personal confirmation. Bai Ye didn't care about this. At this moment, Bai Ye touched his chin and tried his third ability. Spiritual suggestion. This is a somewhat tasteless ability. It can only be used on people who are much weaker than themselves, and can take this opportunity to make them do things beyond ordinary people's understanding. Speaking of ability, it can also be understood as a way of using mental power after it is strong enough. And it just so happened that Bai Ye observation Haki swept through, and there was a goal to try. Thinking of this, Bai Ye's eyes flickered, and he ordered. I've been shopping for a while, so it's time to go back. Hearing this, Stussy immediately raised his feet from Takashi Kimuro and walked towards Bai Ye. But at this moment, Bai Ye had a thought. Kimuro raised his head abruptly, and looked at Bai Ye with strong resentment. He got up quickly and rushed towards Bai Ye frantically. At the same time, he roared even more. Go to hell. Don't want. Rei Miyamoto subconsciously wanted to stop it. But Kimuro Takashi was not moved at all, still staring at Bai Ye. Such a scene brought a cold light to Stussy's eyes. Damn you. He has already let this guy go several times, but at this moment, he still wants to attack his highness. It's time to kill. 14. Another reward, 5 Elders Plan. Stussy could hardly restrain his killing intent, and he swept out mercilessly, bursting out with all his strength without any reservation, hitting Takashi Kimuro's abdomen directly. Boom. Kimuro Takashi was blasted out like a cannonball, smashed heavily in the distance, and collapsed the walls of a building. Ordinary people in this world are physically weak. In front of Stussy, these people are like ants. With Stussy's unreserved explosive power, Kimuro Takashi was bombarded and killed with just one blow. The bones of the whole body were shattered. Such a scene. It made the other people around them tremble with fear, and they knew Bai Ye's status even more clearly. It's not that they have the slightest provocative existence. And Miyamoto, Rei and Saya also gritted their teeth at this moment, not letting themselves make any sound. Takashi Kimuro has a good relationship with them. Especially Rei Miyamoto, who was childhood sweetheart with Takashi Kimuro. Although there is no relationship between the two in that respect, the relationship is definitely deep. Seeing Takashi Kimuro die in front of her at this moment, Miyamoto Rei really wanted to scold these people loudly. Why did she attack so viciously? But thinking of the scene where Takashi Kimuro took the initiative to attack others just now, Miyamoto Rei didn't know how to speak for a while. All of this seemed to be caused by Takashi Kimuro himself, and no one could speak out for it. Of course, they didn't know that it was because of Bai Ye's spiritual suggestion. Now, with the death of Takashi Kimuro, a smile suddenly appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Without him, Kimuro Takashi is indeed the original person. Because with Kimuro Takashi's death, the source gets more. The voice in the ear also sounded again. Obtaining the source reaches 50%. Close black lens bracket. Get the following rewards. Close black lens bracket. 1. Some areas of the world are integrated optional. Close black lens bracket. 2. Completion of bloodline factors. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. The moment you see the reward. Bai Ye couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and his heart became a little excited. Without him, compared with just now, the reward this time is actually very rich. Because this time the reward is related to devil fruit. To put it simply, this reward allows Bai Ye to eat devil fruit, but he no longer has a weakness, and can eat too. When the time comes, Bai Ye will be just like Blackbeard. Advertisement. But the difference is that he is not afraid of seawater. Judging from the fact that devil fruit is afraid of seawater, Bai Ye is not willing to eat devil fruit. Even if he knows where there is a powerful devil fruit in this world. For example, the phantom beasts in Sleeping Ancient Town. Like Logia from Sky Island. But now with this reward, Bai Ye suddenly became interested in devil fruit. When we go back, we can go to the treasure house of the world government. Bai Ye murmured, rubbing his chin. Devil fruit is something that other people lack. But for Bai Ye, that's really easy to come by. No matter what kind of devil fruit it is. As long as Bai Ye wants it, he can get it right away. Not in the treasury of the world government. They are also guaranteed to be found in the homes of various celestial dragons. Thinking up to this point, Bai Ye suddenly looked forward to it. I don't know if I can find a devil fruit that suits my heart. Shaking his head, Bai Ye stopped thinking about it and prepared to go back. Asked Stussy, Your Highness, where are these people? Heard the words. Bai Ye glanced at it, thought for a moment, and ordered. Take it back and leave it to Sengoku to handle. Not surprisingly, these people will also be his people in the future, and they will be saved as soon as they can, and they may provide faith for themselves. Not to mention, there are still a few original people among them who cannot give up. Now the source of acquisition has reached 50. Among them, 30 were contributed by Takashi Kimuro. 20 was contributed by Seiko Busujima. The two acquisitions allowed Bai Ye to verify that no matter whether it was subduing or killing, it could be successfully acquired. Then, it will be much easier to deal with other original people. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Stussy nodded. But others were worried. Takashiro Saya summoned up her courage and asked, "Please, where are you taking us?" Kizaru, as Marine, barely exudes kindness. Kaido. "Little girl, there is no need to worry. As long as you don't offend His Highness, then you will not be in danger. On the contrary, we will take you to the base we established nearby, which is a very safe place." Understand. Although Kizaru's face is ugly. But when he said this, people subconsciously believed it. After all, the power that Kizaru just showed is too terrifying. Such a strong man would definitely not deceive them, right? These students thought subconsciously in their hearts. Plus they don't know where to go. So he subconsciously followed Bai Ye and the others towards the base. Advertisement. At the same time, world government. 5 elders building. On the soft sofa, 5 elders made it with the camera. The old man with the knife casually threw a document on the table and said calmly. The God-making plan is almost ready. The 748 orphanages and 341 churches we have built around the world are ready. With one order, those children in the orphanage will be immediately brainwashed into believers in Bai Ye. The idols in the church will be smashed and replaced with Bai Ye's immediately. So, should we start it now? This is the meeting they discussed this time. World government is the largest organizational force in the world. Swipe down the layout a lot. Orphanages alone are being built every year. In terms of hoping for a war, even if the probability of it happening is very small, the world government has plans. It can be said that as long as there is an order now, many dare not say it, but at least the belief of tens of thousands of people can still be quickly attracted to Bai Ye. Heard the words. The other 4 old people picked up the file and looked at it. After a while, the old man with a figure-shaped beard also put down the file and said in a deep voice. The God-making plan will have to wait for a while. Yes, this plan must be acted in conjunction with the emancipation of slaves in order to achieve the best results. By that time, we will focus on emancipating slaves and promoting the greatness of Bai Ye, which will fool many civilians. The number of tens of thousands will soar to hundreds of thousands, or even millions. The old man with the knife nodded. No objection, just a question. So, how are you preparing for the slaves? The blonde man thought for a while. Kaido. Currently, the slaves on Mariajoy, including those under celestial dragons, are being integrated. In addition, some CP organizations have also been sent to contact slave chambers of commerce around the world to buy slaves and capture slaves. If there is no accident, the number of slaves will exceed hundreds of thousands in the end. Yes, this amount is almost the same. Seconded. The old people nodded one after another. As 5 elders, their layouts are never small. Just like this slave, they may free the slaves soon. But I don't mind arresting slaves everywhere before liberation. Anyway, the blame can be handed over to the slave merchants. But greatness can only be shrouded in Bai Ye. Murloc slaves, in particular, have been the top priority for the 5 elders in recent times. Relying on the Murloc slaves, maybe at that time, Bai Ye can also gain the favor of the Fishmen Island by liberating the slaves, so as to lay out the Fishmen Island. 15. What are you? Celestial Dragon's Villa area. Follow the 5 elders' orders one by one. The CP members of the entire world government took action. Go to each Celestial Dragon's Villa and gather the slaves. Although there is still a period of time for the God-making plan. But 5 elders naturally had to prepare ahead of time. At least from now on, bring these slaves together and give each other hope. Because of His Highness Bai Ye, you may be released, but His Highness Bai Ye is working hard. If you are released, you'd better remember to be grateful. This is what a CP member said to a slave after taking it from a Celestial Dragons. As for the actions of the CP organization, basically no Celestial Dragons to resist. Because they clearly cannot resist. Not to mention, the leaders of this operation are actually Celestial Dragons. Now, outside Leopold Street's villa, a member of the CP organization knocked on the door of the villa. Soon, the servant opened the door. The CP member said directly, "Please inform Lord Leopold, I am here to issue Lord 5 elders' orders." Hearing this, the servant hurriedly nodded and returned to the villa. After a while, Leopold came. The CP members saluted. "I have seen Lord Leopold Saint." Leopold gave up, with an impatient look on his face. "Really, don't you know that I'm playing with the newly captured woman? It's really disappointing to issue orders at this time. If you have any announcements, tell me quickly. Maybe I'm still interested and can go back and continue playing." The CP members looked calm, without any fluctuations. From now on, all the slaves in your villa will be taken away, and from now on, slaves are not allowed to be purchased. What? Hearing this, Leopold's expression changed immediately, and he became furious. "Are you sure you're right? If you dare to lie to me, believe it or not, I'll shoot you right away." "Sorry, Lord Leopold, I'm pretty sure that's what Lord 5 elders ordered." "FK off, it's impossible, absolutely impossible, how could the 5 elders issue such an order? I don't agree, I bought all my slaves with money, why should I take them away with you? Get out of here." Saint Leopold refused without hesitation, with an angry expression on his face. Slave. This is the baby of the Celestial Dragons. And the greatest joy of Celestial Dragons. Even in the eyes of some Celestial Dragons, devil fruit is worth less than a well-meaning slave. Letting someone take away one's own slave is undoubtedly tantamount to taking away one's beloved. Advertisement. More importantly, the purchase of slaves will not be allowed in the future. Wouldn't it be worse than killing the celestial dragons? Other celestial dragons do not know. But Leopold Street was the first to refuse. I don't accept this damn order. Go back and tell the 5 elders that I will never allow anyone to take my slave away. Hearing that, the CP members still have no troubles. Master Leopold, please don't embarrass me. HMPH, what's wrong with embarrassing you? Could it be that you still dare to break into my castle? Leopold sneered, and even took out a delicate pistol and pointed it directly at the forehead of the CP member. I tell you, hurry up, or I will kill you directly. The CP member sighed helplessly. Then he took a step back, took a phone bug and dialed out. After just describing the location of Leopold's castle, he hung up the phone and waited quietly. Seeing this, Leopold suddenly had a bad feeling. Next second. Tread. Footsteps sounded. Leopold followed the voice, his face changed suddenly, and he showed an ugly smile. Eleanor, why are you here? Oncoming was a blonde woman, tall, wearing a white robe, but if you looked carefully, you would find that under the robe was a black tights that perfectly wrapped her figure. Her legs were wrapped in black silk, and her feet were on a pair of red high heels. She didn't respond to Leo Potter, but looked at the CP members. Would he not? Lord Eleanor Palace, yes. The CP members nodded respectfully. It is not difficult to see from the title that this woman is also a celestial dragons. Moreover, it is an existence cultivated as an elite among the celestial dragons. No wonder Leopold looked so ugly. After all, as a well-cultivated existence, his status is much higher than that of these dudes. Eleanor looked at Leopold indifferently and asked, Leopold, I think he should have told you all about this notice just now. Why did he refuse? Tell me the reason. Why else? This order is unreasonable. Why should I take away my slave? This is my property. I can't accept it. Leopold said angrily, but his tone was obviously not as tough as before. Hearing this, Eleanor didn't respond, but just looked at Leopold calmly. But under these eyes, Leopold felt great pressure. Although a little scared, Leopold still gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. Anyway, I can't let you take my slave away. Slap. Eleanor slowly took out a cigar and put it in her mouth, and the CP member next to her immediately took out a lighter and lit it. Hiss. Huh. Eleanor took a deep breath, exhaled the smoke, and then spoke slowly. Give you another minute to think about it, don't force me to whip you. Advertisement. Such calm words made Leopold tremble immediately. Obviously, he knew Eleanor and didn't think what Eleanor said was a lie. For celestial dragons, only celestial dragons with a higher status can suppress celestial dragons. At this moment, that is the case. Leopold's face was extremely ugly, and he opened his mouth to refuse again, but thought that Eleanor dared to say that, and I am afraid that the order this time is serious. Although he couldn't figure it out with his brain, he didn't dare to resist 5 elders' order, so he could only hesitate and agree. But soon, he seemed to think of something, and asked with a bright eye. Eleanor, are you sure all celestial dragon slaves will be taken away? Eleanor took a deep look at Leo Potter. What do you want to say? Hey, recalling what happened to Bai Ye before, Leopold sneered and immediately reported it. I have to tell you, there are slaves in Bai Ye's family, and they were taken from me before, you'd better. Snapped. Eleanor, who was wearing white silk gloves, slapped it out, directly interrupting Leopold's words. All the servants around immediately lowered their heads. With the tingling sensation on his face, the Leopold was stunned. Then roared angrily. Why did you hit me? Damn it, I want to report it. I want to report it to Master 5 Elders. You have no right to do this to me, damn it. Snapped. The voice did not fall. Eleanor slapped her right hand. The figure of Bai Ye appeared in her mind, and a fascination appeared in the depths of Eleanor's eyes, and then she looked at Leopold coldly, and said coldly in his unbelievable gaze. Leopold, don't blame me for not reminding you. Next time, remember to call Bai Ye your highness. There are some things that His Highness Bai Ye can do. You cannot. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the qualifications to be compared with His Highness Bai Ye? Eleanor warned unceremoniously. Next time, don't blame me for abolishing you. Saying that, Eleanor snorted even more in her heart. Useless guy. Just like in the God-making plan, absorbing faith for His Highness Bai Ye as a dedication is the only value this guy has left. Continuing to live will only pollute the air on Mariajoy and waste the resources of the world government. 16. World conscription. Yamato Nadeko, P.S. It's written in the front. I didn't expect that many people don't like the fusion world. If this is the case, let's change it later, but since it's written in the front, the first world must be fusion, and you don't have to worry about it. It's poisonous, because the time and place of the fusion is confirmed by the protagonist, and it must be after all the good things have been searched for before the fusion. Close black lens bracket. After the first world is over, the following worlds will not merge. Close black lens bracket. Asterisk. During the time Eleanor slapped Leopold twice in a row. A piece of news was also announced from both naval headquarters and world government at the same time. The content of this message is very simple. World conscription. That's right. It's conscription, because of the need to form an army, and there may be more worlds in the future. After careful consideration, 5 elders thinks that world conscription is the best choice, not one of them. After the news was released, the world shook for a moment. Just like the conscription 2 years after the plot in the original book. This conscription, it is also where the capable live. As long as you are strong, even if you are directly given the position of admiral, it will be fine. For a time, there were many people boiling in various sea areas. North Blue. The Don Quixote family. Doflamingo looked down at the newspaper in his hand, looking sullen. Definitely something happened, otherwise there wouldn't be so much action from the world government recently. First they mobilized the CP organization and naval headquarters, and now they are recruiting troops from the world. Don't they really plan to attack New World? The most important thing is that I can't even get any news. As former celestial dragons, even if there is no such identity now. But Doflamingo can enjoy a lot of food on the world government side and occasionally get news. But this time, he didn't get any news. This in itself represents abnormality. Sabaody Archipelago. Pluton Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and put down the newspaper. The storm is coming, the world government is moving again and again. I'm afraid the picture is not small. The key is that even the little Hancock has no idea where it is now, and it is estimated that he has really been caught by Mariojoy, so it will be very difficult to rescue. New World. The powerful pirates were all looking at the newspaper in their hands. The content in it made them frown and shake their hearts. Many pirates are afraid that the world government will do something to New World, and they have already started to hug each other. Even if he is as strong as Whitebeard, he has a bad feeling, so let the sons under him be more careful recently. The shaking of the sea. Bai Ye is not aware of the changes in the sea. At this moment, the zombie apocalypse world, after Bai Ye and others left. In the ruins where Takashi Kimuro's body was. The corpse moved suddenly, then stood up abruptly, crawled up in a twisted posture, and looked in one direction stiffly. That was the direction Bai Ye left. Pale skin. Advertisement. Flesh festers. Obviously, he turned into a zombie. But he didn't lose his mind, and the resentment in his eyes was clearly visible. Bai Ye. Bujima-senpai. Why? No response. In the end, he seemed to feel a trace of longing, and walked slowly in one direction, growling from time to time. And the camp here. Bai Ye has returned with everyone. Because Bai Ye had been away for a while, Sengoku was full of worries, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Bai Ye was safe and sound. Your Highness Bai Ye, it's great that you're fine. Bai Ye let it go, and said with a light smile. Don't worry, after all, you're just strolling around, aren't you? By the way, is the scientific research team here? It's already here, and the equipment is being installed over there. Sengoku replied, looking curiously at Seiko Busujima and the others behind Bai Ye. Bai Ye explained with a smile. The survivors of this world, who just met by chance, will be handed over to you. Survivor. I see. Sengoku nodded immediately. Among other things, these survivors are still very useful and can help Sengoku understand the world faster and formulate strategies. At this time, suddenly there was an explosion sound. Bai Ye turned his head to look. I saw it was in a tall building not far away. A burly zombie almost 2 or 3 meters high rushed out with a roar, and its huge body fell to the ground, instantly pressing the ground out of a deep pit. From the whole look, it gives people an unparalleled sense of oppression. But at this moment, there seemed to be fear in the zombie's voice. It's like running for your life. Next moment, in the building from which he fled, a figure appeared. Is a member of CP0. His eyes were fixed on the zombie, and the speed exploded, and he approached again soon. Blast out with a punch. A powerful force erupts. The zombie was blown away with a punch. With such power, ordinary zombies would have been beaten to death with one punch. But this zombie was only pierced through the chest and did not die. Instead, it got up roaring and continued to run for its life. Seeing this, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly brightened. Is this an upgraded zombie? Yes, since there is a crystal nucleus, there may be supernatural powers. It's not impossible for zombies to be upgraded. Compared with ordinary zombies, the research value of upgraded zombies is more ignorant. Bai Ye said without hesitation. Sengoku, grab this zombie, I want to live. Yes. Advertisement. Bai Ye, who had been standing by his side, heard this and quickly took orders, followed by an order. Dozens of marine elites set off one after another. Even Garp did it himself. They cast Marine 6 styles, looming. Such a scene. It directly caused a huge shock to the students behind him. After all, originally they knew that Bai Ye and the others seemed to have superpowers. But things like superpowers are obviously very rare in comics. Why? Why does everyone in this camp seem to have superpowers? Look at the soldiers who rushed out, same as Superman. Powerful, one punch can easily knock down a wall. The speed is so fast that it can jump more than 10 meters at once. Some even pulled out their weapons and slashed with a huge blow. Certainly. What shocked these students the most was that a CP member with zone fruit ability transformed on the spot, turned into a humanoid tiger, and smashed the head of a zombie while roaring. They were shocked, but Seiko Busujima had excited eyes. Learning kendo means that Seiko Busujima advocates strength. Such a powerful force. How can Seiko Busujima not desire? Your Highness, Your Highness. She looked at Bai Ye blushing with excitement and asked, can I become this powerful too? Nature. Bai Ye turned his head and looked over, caressing that smooth face, and said firmly, "Don't underestimate yourself, and don't underestimate me, understand? As I said, I am very optimistic about you. Under my training, your future will definitely be stronger than these people. But you have to be obedient and obedient, understand?" "Yes, I know." Seiko Busujima nodded firmly. Bai Ye smiled in satisfaction, and stroked Seiko Busujima's purple hair. Seiko Busujima showed no resistance on her face. Faintly, there is a bit of joy on the contrary. Advocating force also represents advocating the strong. And Bai Ye is undoubtedly the strong in the eyes of Seiko Busujima. What's more, Bai Ye is still very handsome. Of course, in Bai Ye's eyes, Seiko Busujima is also very attractive. Duality. I have seen the heroic side, Yamato Nadeko's side, but it is necessary to see. 17. Vegapunk, hold on to the future. Boom, boom, boom. When Bai Ye felt the smoothness of the skin on Seiko Busujima's face. The battle ahead also continues. This upgraded zombie has a very strong physique, and it is definitely a disaster for ordinary people. But also just ordinary people, in front of this group of elites. The upgraded zombie was kicked like a ball. Whoosh. A marine appeared behind him, kicked him out, and kicked him into the air. At the same time, there was already a CP member in midair who used moonwalk to walk through the air, facing the flying zombies, and swept them mercilessly. The zombies were bombarded from high altitude again. I don't know, I thought some blind monks were doing acrobatics here. Accompanied by a bang. The zombies hit the ground heavily, and the others who had already prepared immediately took the iron cage made by Seastone and imprisoned the upgraded zombies in it. Maybe Seastone can't make upgraded zombies weak, but its solidity also makes it impossible for zombies to escape. After doing all this, Sengoku came to Bai Ye to report, "Your Highness, it has been taken." "Good job." Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, not stingy with his appreciation. "The world government invested a lot of money in Marine, and it seems that you have not let me down. As long as you are satisfied." Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Patting Sengoku on the shoulder, Bai Ye lowered his hand from Seiko Busujima's face, and walked towards a scientific research team. Sengoku, on the other hand, waved his hand and asked someone to take the cage over. "I am walking towards the survivors, as the Marine Marshal. His next task is to be stationed in this world. For this reason, he must learn more about the world as soon as possible." But just as Sengoku approached, Stussy came over, twisted her graceful waist, squinted her eyes and asked with a smile. "Marshal Sengoku, these 3 girls, it's okay if I take them away?" Sengoku heard this and looked curiously. The corners of the mouth twitched slightly. "Good guy. All 3 beautiful girls. Miyamoto Rei. Saya. Shizuka. This should not be the order of His Highness, but as the Marshal, Sengoku also quickly figured out the reason why Stussy did this, nodded and said, "Can. Then I would like to thank Marshal Sengoku." The corners of Stussy's mouth rose, and he immediately left with the 3 anxious women. As Sengoku guessed, he did not give Stussy such orders. This is Stussy's own assertion. As Bai Ye's personal bodyguard, he decided to follow Bai Ye and serve Bai Ye's subordinates. He also had the experience of being in charge of Happy Street. Stussy is definitely a smart woman. Maybe His Highness doesn't care about women, after all, with his status, what woman doesn't? Don't say anything else. Let's say Bai Ye's castle. There are 3 queens of the kings of the world's franchise countries. Not to mention pretty. Various identities, as long as Bai Ye is willing. Even celestial dragons can lie on Bai Ye's bed that night. Advertisement: this is no joke, because Bai Ye also has many followers among celestial dragons. Of course, referring to those carefully cultivated celestial dragons. In the past 10 years, Bai Ye has played all the tricks that can be played. All in all, Bai Ye probably doesn't think much of these women. But as a subordinate, or a caring subordinate, you must learn to take the initiative, right? His Royal Highness will always find the exotic style interesting. At this point, Bai Ye naturally didn't know. At this time, Bai Ye came to the research team. There are many scientists under the command of the world government who are installing some instruments at full speed, and all of them have excited expressions on their faces. However, as Bai Ye arrived, these people still saluted respectfully. Bai Ye nodded one by one, and his eyes fell on one of them who was not tall but had a big head and was very eye-catching. Vegapunk. One of the scientists under the command of the world government. A person with brain fruit ability. Definitely the most talented existence in this world. Tongue out, a bit like Einstein. Seeing Bai Ye, Vegapunk immediately walked over and said excitedly, "Your Highness, I finally see you." "Oh?" Bai Ye asked with a smile as the corners of his mouth curled up. "Looks like Mr. Vegapunk is interested in me?" "Of course, but more of a thank you." Bai Ye showed doubts on his face. "Thanks? I don't seem to have helped Mr. Vegapunk with anything?" "Indeed." Vegapunk nodded, but said seriously, "But you opened the door to higher technology for me. Otherworld. To be honest, I have actually thought about whether there are other worlds before, but I can't prove it, and I can't start. In the end, I can only think that it doesn't exist. But I didn't expect that one day, I would be able to come to Otherworld in person. The most important thing is the technology here, which opened my eyes. Oh, I'm referring to some black technologies mentioned in the books of this world. As for nuclear bombs, although they are very powerful, they are just unexpected. Vegapunk is a scientist with a true scientific spirit. Curious and looking forward to all new knowledge. Before coming to this otherworld, 5 elders had already talked with him personally, and explained some technologies and so on that this world possesses. But in reality, Vegapunk doesn't care about that. What he really looks forward to is more worlds. Although some black technologies in this world do not exist, their concept excites Vegapunk. What about more worlds? Those worlds must have more technology. More knowledge. That's why I have to thank you personally. Vegapunk solemnly said. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in surprise. It doesn't have to be like this. You helped me with my research, which is the greatest thanks to me. Speaking of which, what does Mr. Vegapunk think about these zombies? Mention zombies. Vegapunk didn't hide anything, and expressed his observations. Because no research has been conducted, we don't know the details, but this virus is very interesting. I have learned that the human bodies in this world are very weak, and compared with zombies, they are far inferior. From this, it can be judged that this virus can help people become stronger, but it has great defects. But the most important thing is that the virus should be able to evolve and bring people more powerful power. This can be seen from the zombies you just captured, Your Highness. This should be an upgraded zombie. The upgraded zombie must be due to the upgraded or evolution of the virus. This is a very good topic. If it can be studied thoroughly, it may create a bright era. Bright era? Bai Ye nodded slightly, undeniable. Advertisement, whether it's bright or not, he doesn't know and doesn't care. What he cares about is this era, which must be ruled by him. Thinking to this point, Bai Ye asked. Mr. Vegapunk estimates, how long will it take to study the zombie virus? As Bai Ye, Vegapunk didn't dare to speak casually, so after thinking for a while, he seriously opened Kaido. Ordinary zombies can be researched in about a week or so, but it's hard to say the specifics. Is that so? It doesn't matter, just try your best. In contrast, the virus can also be put aside for a while. I need Mr. Vegapunk to lead the team to make some weapon production line designs in this world. How about it? There's nothing wrong with this. Just give me some related books to let me know more about it. I think it won't take more than 3 days. This answer made Bai Ye nod in satisfaction, saying that he would send it over when he found it. Bai Ye left. The camp is basically set up. After all, these soldiers have high mobility. And none of them are ordinary people. The tents are well secured one by one. The largest and most luxurious of them all is, of course, Bai Ye's, located in the very center. When Bai Ye came outside the tent, Stussy was waiting here. Your Highness. Stussy bowed his head in salute. Bai Ye gave up and asked doubtfully, why are you here? Stussy covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Of course I went to prepare a gift for His Highness. Gift? Yes, gift. Stussy nodded, gesturing to the tent behind him. I think His Highness will find out after going in and taking a look. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye was thoughtful, then shook his head and waved his hands with a smile. I'll go. Before that, take Bujima Seiko to wash up and change clothes. We have to go back later. Yes. Stussy took the order and left with Seiko Busujima. And Bai Ye stepped into the tent, spacious, warmth. All kinds of luxury furniture are available, but what caught the eye was a girl with pink twintails sitting on the sofa. Takashi Saya. Seeing Bai Ye, Takashiro Saya trembled, extremely cautious. Bai Ye approached and sat down, looked at the beautiful girl in front of him with interest, and asked, tell me, what do you want to do here? Facing Bai Ye directly, Takashiro Saya can feel the aura of a superior in Bai Ye. It was almost hard to breathe. Her parents are definitely considered to be in high positions, and they also have the aura of high-ranking people. But in front of Bai Ye, it is not worth mentioning. Hearing Bai Ye's words at this moment, she hesitated for a moment. Remembering the words of the lady named Stussy earlier, she couldn't help but gritted her teeth, and lowered her head firmly to ask, I want to get your protection, Your Highness Bai Ye. Oh, this is clearly what Stussy did, but Bai Ye was curious about what Stussy did to make Takashiro Saya do this. Thinking of this, Bai Ye twisted his neck and gestured. A blush suddenly appeared on the face of the senior Saya. Immediately trembling, he knelt down in front of Bai Ye slowly, reaching out to hold the future. Bai Ye leaned back on the sofa enjoying himself, and reminded, by the way, let me tell you the reason why you asked for my asylum by the way, I'm curious. Woo. 18. 5 elders 1 pot plan. In fact, Stussy did nothing to Saya. Just said something about it. Told Takashi Saya where they came from. Tell Takashi Saya that this world will merge into their world next. Then told Takashi Saya that their world is a world full of seas and pirates. And later, remind Takashiro Saya that a weak existence like her is lucky in the world of pirates and can live a stable life. If she is unlucky, once she encounters pirates, her fate can be imagined. If only that's the case. In the end, Stussy casually mentioned that as long as Bai Ye likes it, it is possible to easily obtain powerful power. Takashiro Saya is not stupid per se. After all, her parents' social status is not low, plus they have received an elite education, so even with Stussy's words, she still secretly asked some marine soldiers behind her. The answer I got was exactly the same as what Stussy said. In addition, now my own world is full of doomsday outbreaks. If the two worlds merge again, isn't it a double threat from zombies and pirates? Don't say anything else. Takashiro Saya immediately understood the importance of strength. In this way, Takashi Saya made a decision. Of course, there is another point related to Takashi Saya herself. She worried about her parents and wanted to save them. By himself, he naturally doesn't have that ability. But if you get the protection of Bai Ye, it will be very easy. Due to various factors, Takashiro Saya made a decision. This also led to its appearance in Bai Ye's tent. Finished listening. While enjoying it, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling that Stussie's psychological grasp of this kind of girl is really extremely high. She is indeed a woman who has been in charge of Happy Street. After Gaochung Saya felt the greatness of the future, Bai Ye patted Saya's face and said calmly, "You want my protection, I can satisfy you, but it's just you. Your parents, I can ask someone to help you save them, but once the two worlds merge, they're not qualified to follow me, understand?" Heard the words. Takashiro Saya nodded. Only by knowing Bai Ye's identity can one know how high Bai Ye's status is. With Bai Ye's status, servants can follow him. The servant's family wants to? It's just a dream, advertisement, but Takashiro Saya was already satisfied with being able to protect herself. At least, as long as she stays by Bai Ye's side, she may gain strength, and it's the same to protect her parents by herself when the time comes. Wash up. Bai Ye led Gaochung Saya out of the tent. Stussie and Seiko Busujima are waiting at the door. Let's go back. Bai Ye ordered directly. Stussie nodded. On the other hand, Seiko Busujima and Saya Takashiro couldn't help but feel their hearts beating faster, and they looked forward to it. Because next, they will go to the new world. When they came to the gate in the center of the camp, the two women followed Bai Ye closely and stepped inside. A momentary trance struck. The two girls opened their eyes again. The first thing you can see is the huge square, surrounded by heavily guarded soldiers. Your Highness. Seeing Bai Ye, the soldiers all saluted in a respectful tone. Bai Ye gave up and walked directly towards where Five Elders was. During the period, let Stussie take the two daughters to his castle first. Soon. Bai Ye met the Five Elders. You came back so quickly, what's the matter? Asked one of the Five Elders. Bai Ye nodded and sat in front of the five old men. Well, I have gained some gains by killing a few people from the original source. Next, I can integrate parts of another world into our world. I can choose the location after the fusion. So, where are you going to choose? Heard the words. Surprised looks appeared on the faces of the Five Elders. Have you found the original person so quickly? Good luck. Luck is also strength, but in this case, it really needs to be carefully planned. Asked one of the Five Elders, how big is the fusion area? Bai Ye heard the words and calculated. In fact, the area of the Doomsday zombie world is not that big, not even half of the Earth. Of course, on the whole, it is still a terrifying range. Advertisement, but at present only partial regional integration. The size of the fusionable area is optional, about the size of a city. After telling this to Five Elders immediately pondered. A moment later, a Five Elders sneered with a gleam in his eyes. This kind of area, actually, I think it's a good choice. Oh, the others looked over and waited for the next step. The old man said calmly. In the Doomsday world, there are countries, right? Good. Bai Ye nodded. Since this is the case, even if the apocalypse breaks out, the top leaders of these countries will inevitably set up a camp, and there may still be a large number of armed and scientific research talents in this camp. The former is second, and the most important is the latter. A new world is good, but if the area is too large, it means that it will take time to develop. In this world, the modern weapons we need, such as various nuclear weapons, aircraft, tanks, etc., may take a long time to obtain. If that's the case, why can't we just do it in one pot? The old man picked up an ashtray on the table in front of him and gestured. Send a large number of CP organizations to find the camps established by some countries in the Doomsday world. Once the location is confirmed, we will make preparations in advance and then integrate the area into our world. The location after the fusion is next to the red line. By the time. The old man looked at Bai Ye and spit out cold words. Suppress, conquer, rule, or kill, it's all up to us. Heard the words. Bai Ye had to applaud and admire. Tisk, you five old guys, your brains are really fast enough. I have to say, it's a good plan. Perhaps in those camps, there is a huge firepower. But relying on the powerful strength of the world government. Plus prepare ahead of time. Once blended. One conqueror's hockey down, enough to solve everything. Bai Ye nodded. In that case, let's do what you say. But besides that, there is one more thing, facing the puzzled eyes of Five Elders. Bai Ye said calmly. I need to open the treasury of the world government. 19. Celestial Dragon's woman's request. The world government has a treasure house. Stored inside, basically all kinds of treasures. Like precious devil fruit. Arms. There are other information such as etc. At this moment, when they heard that Bai Ye was going to open the treasure house, everyone did not refuse. Bai Ye himself has this qualification, just a little curious. What did you open the treasury for? Bai Ye laughed. For devil fruit, of course. Hearing this, the Five Elders frowned. Devil fruit? To be honest, as with normal celestial dragons, devil fruit eats and eats. But for Bai Ye, in fact, devil fruit should not be eaten. After all, the weakness is too obvious. Bai Ye noticed the strangeness of Five Elders and explained with a smile. Don't worry, I got a reward from that door. I can eat devil fruit, and after eating it, there will be no weakness, and I can take 2. Take 2 pills to get rid of weakness? Is there such a reward? Heard the words. 5 elders couldn't help being surprised. Then there was some envy. To be honest, devil fruit is indeed a good thing. After all, a good devil fruit can turn an ordinary person into a strong person instantly. Who doesn't love this kind of thing? The weakness is that in this world full of seas, it is too easy to be targeted. Unless it is a very special devil fruit, the existence of 5 elders is generally not recommended. And it's a good thing to get rid of weaknesses and take 2 pills. Even the 5 elders dream of it. How can you not be envious? But envy is envy. They're more happy. Advertisement. This means that Bai Ye's strength can increase rapidly. And the stronger Bai Ye is, the more at ease they can be said to be. Today's world government, except I am. Bai Ye is the most important existence. I am is equivalent to Dinghai Shenzhen. Bai Ye is the future. When Bai Ye becomes stronger, Bai Ye will replace I am and become the supreme person in the world government. In the treasury, there are indeed many precious devil fruits, including you demons. Since you want it, then go and have a look. The old man with the knife nodded, took out a key and handed it to Bai Ye. After taking it, Bai Ye left, go straight to the treasure house. But as soon as he went out, a fragrant wind hit, followed by a gentle voice. Your Highness. Bai Ye heard the sound and looked, with a smile on his face. Eleanor, why are you here? Looking at the celestial dragon's woman in front of her, this is one of the celestial dragons that Bai Ye is familiar with. Because of his precocity, Bai Ye also studied with many well-trained celestial dragons. At the beginning, perhaps because of his good performance, he attracted a group of fans, and Eleanor was one of them. And even among the elite celestial dragons, Eleanor is at the forefront. Did not take devil fruit. With only 1 body skill, he has reached the vice admiral level in this department. It is very easy to reach the admiral level if you take good devil fruit. The most important thing is that, as celestial dragons, Eleanor is not low in figure or appearance, and she can be called a goddess. Your Highness, I heard that you were back, so I came to see you. With a reddish face, Eleanor approached Bai Ye softly, and I also want to think about the situation of Otherworld. After all, I am also very curious about Otherworld. Really? Bai Ye smiled and invited. It just so happens that I'm going to the treasure house. Let's talk while walking along the way. Yes. Eleanor's eyes flashed with joy, and she nodded quickly. Follow Bai Ye towards the treasure house. During this period, Eleanor approached Bai Ye from time to time. A faint fragrance came from her body, and she occasionally turned her head to peek. When Bai Ye also turned her head to look, she hurriedly looked back, touching her face to cover her flushed cheeks. Bai Ye couldn't help shaking his head and laughing with the proper appearance of a young girl Weichun. If Eleanor is interested in Otherworld, it's okay to go together. May I? Nature. Bai Ye nodded, and stroked Eleanor's long hair. With your strength, you don't think there will be any danger? Yeah, I do. Advertisement. Eleanor nodded obediently. With this appearance, Leopold was not around, otherwise he would definitely vomit blood. When Mingming faced himself, he couldn't be more cold and stern, and even gave me a big mouth without saying a word. What goddess? All fake, she is obviously a witch. As a result, Bai Ye had such a cute and gentle appearance, even his voice was so gentle. If Leopold saw this scene, he would probably be d off. People are really different. Conversation room. The two came to the treasure house. It is guarded here. The guards were strong, and when they saw Bai Ye and Eleanor, they bowed their heads immediately. I have seen Her Highness Bai Ye in Eleanor Palace. Bai Ye threw out the key. The guards immediately opened the treasury door. Your Highness, please come in. Eleanor Palace, please stop. Bai Ye is eligible to go to the treasure house. Eleanor did not. In this regard, Eleanor nodded, did not follow, just thought about it, and whispered in Bai Ye's ear. Your Highness, I have ordered a beautiful dress. May I have the honor to invite you to appreciate it today or tonight? Oh, Bai Ye looked at the celestial dragon's woman beside him with great interest, and asked with a smile, how pretty? Eleanor's face became more and more red, but she bit her lip, with spring in her eyes. Anyway, His Highness will definitely like it. Really? Then I have to appreciate it. Bai Ye nodded with a smile, such a good thing, naturally he would not refuse. Hearing this, Eleanor's eyes suddenly showed joy, and she mustered up the courage to stand on tiptoe, give Bai Ye a pop on Bai Ye's face, and then take 2 steps back. Then tonight, I will wait for your Highness. After that, Eleanor turned and trod away. Looking at the back of the other party, Bai Ye smiled, then his eyes darkened, and he rubbed his chin and murmured, Don Quixote. Tisk, I almost forgot that Doflamingo used to belong to Eleanor's team. It's time for me to make some arrangements on this sea. After all, it is the world that I will rule in the future, and those dirty pirates are not allowed to stir up trouble and shake my rule. Between murmurs, a coldness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Then step into the treasury 20, Angel, Moon Rabbit. Brothers, there will definitely be things like accepting girls, but take your time. Asterisk step into the treasury. What came into view was a huge empty area. There are rows of shelves, and the shelves, there are all kinds of precious items. Just for devil fruit, there are hundreds of them at a glance. Yes, that's all, and that's just the first floor. The entire treasure house has 3 floors. Those on the first floor are all devil fruits with relatively ordinary abilities. Bai Ye didn't even look at it, and walked directly towards the third floor. When you come to the third floor, the number of devil fruit here is a little less. But there are still dozens of them, in Logia, Paramecia, Zone, all of them. And they are all extremely powerful existences. Logia, Thundercloud fruit. Paramecia, the fruit of mind power. Zone, Phantom Beast, and so on. Besides, and pure gold, the supreme sharp knife. Basically, as long as there are precious items in this world, Bai Ye has them in front of him. I can take 2 devil fruits, so there must be a phantom beast. Bai Ye murmured. Phantom beast species, which can bring huge physical enhancement and resilience. Secondly, you can consider Logia or Paramecia, but the Logia here is more general. What Bai Ye wants is Thunderfruit, but Thunderfruit is on Sky Island. It should not be taken by Enel yet. At Paramesh's words, Bai Ye shook his head after looking at it. Nothing is what I want. Forget it, let's take a look at the phantom beasts first. Bai Ye murmured. Phantom beast species may be rare. But in the collection of the world government, there are about a dozen of them. Enough for Bai Ye to pick. Balrog, Moon Rabbit, Blackbird, etc. Soon, Bai Ye saw a golden devil fruit, walked over and picked it up. Is this an angel? That's right. Zone human fruit, angel form. Absolute phantom beast. Here, there is also the devil fruit illustrated book. Bai Ye picked it up and found the introduction of angel fruit on it. After a while, Bai Ye understood the power of this fruit. Like other phantom beast species, it can bring huge physical enhancement and resilience, not to mention. Angel fruit also has the ability to fly, and hold the holy light and holy flame. Among them, holy light is healing. Advertisement holy flame is an attack. All very powerful, but Bai Ye focused on another point. This fruit also has the ability to believe. People who have been baptized by the holy light will feel kindness towards fruit-capable people. It's not brainwashing, but subconsciously feeling kindness. If something happens that violates their own principles, the kindness will disappear instantly. But such ability, coupled with my spiritual suggestion, wouldn't it make it easier for me to gain believers? After all, Bai Ye himself is going to become a god. The image of an angel, in the eyes of ordinary people, is no different from that of a god. In this way, match these two abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that it will be very simple to harvest believers when the time comes. Maybe when more worlds are opened in the future, Bai Ye can really embark on a path of faith to become a god, and then hold high the kingdom of God. Thinking of this, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth curled up into a smile. Without any hesitation, after peeling the skin, Bai Ye ate it in one bite. The pulp is extremely unpalatable. It made Bai Ye frown tightly and almost couldn't spit out. But after eating, a warm current emerged in the body. Bai Ye raised his right hand, his heart moved slightly. Buzz. A brilliant golden light suddenly emerged. As warm as the sun make people feel comfortable. Is this the holy light? Bai Ye murmured and raised his other hand. This time, it was a golden flame, dazzling like the sun. Exuding blazing heat. This is holy flame. Although he has just finished taking devil fruit, Bai Ye can still feel that his physique has improved further. Great feeling. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ye punched out of thin air and the air exploded. After familiarizing himself with the power of ascension, Bai Ye left with another devil fruit. This devil fruit is a moon rabbit, which is also a phantom beast. But it wasn't for Bai Ye himself, it was Seiko Basushima. Since he said that he should cultivate each other, Bai Ye will naturally not be stingy. And the other devil fruit to take, Bai Ye has also decided, it is thunder fruit. The power in charge of thunder originally represents the gods. It fits perfectly with his image of an angel. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, Bai Ye left the treasure house and returned to his own castle. In the luxurious living room, several women whispered to each other together. They are the 3 Hancock sisters, together with Seiko Basujima and Saya. There is a high probability that Hancock is talking about things in this world, causing the 2 women to show shocked expressions from time to time. After Bai Ye returned, the girls immediately became cautious. Seeing this, Bai Ye calmly sat on the sofa and waved to Hancock. Hancock immediately came behind Bai Ye and gently massaged Bai Ye with his tender hands. Bai Ye asked, "Where's Stussy?" "I am here, your highness." Stussy heard a voice coming in from outside, explaining with a phone bug in his hand, "Because I still have a certain amount of manpower on New World Happy Street, I need to take this opportunity from time to time to learn about New World's situation." Bai Ye nodded and ordered, "You should know the chief of CP9, right?" "That's Spandine." "I know. Notify him to come over, I have something to tell him." Yes. Although he didn't know what his highness was going to do, Stussy took action immediately. Afterwards, Bai Ye waved at Seiko Basujima, "Your highness." Advertisement Seiko Basushima looked respectful. With the status of Bai Ye who decides to follow Bai Ye and also understands Bai Ye, Seiko Basujima has already started to follow the Romans. Bai Ye asked, "Looking at your conversation just now, you should know a lot about this world, right?" "Yes, your highness." Seiko Basujima nodded with excitement on her face. I feel that this world suits me very well." Although she was still a little embarrassed because of her violent tendencies, Seiko Basujima had a determined look in her eyes. Pirates are everywhere. Kill. In such a world, killing people is a normal thing. In such a world, no one would care about the so-called violent tendencies. What's more, she also learned that in this world, there are powerful swordsmen who can split the sky with a single sword. Compared with the so-called violent tendency, this makes him more eager. Hearing this, Bai Ye smiled in satisfaction. As expected of the woman he fancied, she accepted it quickly and decisively enough. Since that's the case, then this devil fruit will be handed over to you. Taking out the moon rabbit fruit, Bai Ye handed it to Seiko Busujima. Although it is a weird fruit, but they had already heard it from Hancock before. On the side, Takashi Saya's face showed undisguised envy. Is this devil fruit? She whispered in her heart. It is rumored that a fruit that can be eaten by ordinary people will gain great power. And judging from the name, it seems to be the rarest phantom beast among them. Why is she, instead of me? Looking at Seiko Busujima, who was also stupefied, Saya Takashiro couldn't help feeling a trace of jealousy in her heart. And very jealous. Where is he not as good as Seiko Busujima? Although the figure is a little worse, but I also have an advantage. Why is such a precious devil fruit not for herself, but for her? Inexplicably, Gaochang Saya felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart, and faintly, some other thoughts even came up, which made Gaochang Saya blush suddenly, and hurriedly threw it out of his mind. For these, Bai Ye and Seiko Busujima did not notice. At this time, Seiko Busujima looked at the devil fruit in front of her with an unbelievable expression. But then, she took the devil fruit and ate it without hesitation. The disgusting taste made his face look painful, but then, a breath radiated out. The next moment, 2 long rabbit ears appeared on her head involuntarily. A chill spread out. Feeling the power in her body, Seiko Busujima had an unbelievable look in her eyes. I am now so strong. Is this the power of devil fruit? Subconsciously clenched his fist and waved it. The air exploded loudly. So elevated. Saya Takashiro, who had been prepared, couldn't help being envious and jealous again. Take a deep breath. Seiko Busujima forcibly suppressed her excitement, looked at Bai Ye kneeling on one knee, and said happily, Your Highness, thank you, I will definitely become your sharpest blade. I believe you will not let me down. Bai Ye smiled and nodded, then patted his thigh. Seiko Busujima showed doubts, and tentatively rested her chin on it. With curiosity in his eyes, Bai Ye immediately reached out and touched Seiko Busujima's rabbit ears. Well, the shameful voice immediately came out of her mouth uncontrollably, and at the same time, Seiko Busujima's face flushed. Seeing this, Bai Ye looked strange. Tisk, is this a trigger switch? 21. A fulfilling day, His Royal Highness, please don't use too much force. Just as Bai Ye thought, it really hit the switch. Sei Busujima suddenly felt weak all over. Tut tut. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth turned up, but he found it interesting. At this time, accompanied by the sound of treading footsteps. Here comes Stussy, behind him, followed by Spandine. As Spandam's father, Spandine is much more capable. Although he likes to curry favor with people like Spandane, this guy does have brains and ability, and he can do things. Spandam is pure crap. Your Highness. Seeing Bai Ye again, Spandane's face was still respectful, with undisguised flattery, and he knelt down in front of Bai Ye with a plop, without the so-called dignity or face at all. Spandine. Bai Ye crossed his legs and ordered, because all major CP organizations have important things to do now, I asked you to come to help me find 2 devil fruits. Please tell me. Spandane's eyes lit up, he was wondering how to ingratiate himself with Bai Ye, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come to him. As the chief of the CP organization, Spandane is one of the few people who have no strength, but still sit in a high position, because he knows how to get the appreciation of his superiors. Therefore, without any hesitation, Spandane lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Please tell me. Very good. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction with his attitude and said, 1. It's Logia's thunderfruit, which should be on Sky Island, an island called Burka. The other one is the bat fruit of the phantom beast species, in a town called Sleeping Ancient Town. Is there a problem? It turned out to be these 2 fruits. Spandane was taken aback, but soon it was ecstasy. He had seen the devil fruit illustrated book, so he naturally understood the importance of these 2 devil fruits. It's also because of the importance, if he handles this matter well, wouldn't he be able to catch Bai Ye's eyes easily? Thinking of this, Spanda couldn't help raising his mouth, Kakuzu, and nodded quickly. Yes, there is no problem, Your Highness, please rest assured, I will definitely get it. Very good. Bai Ye patted Spandine on the shoulder and instructed. I don't have that much time, so the sooner I can get these 2 devil fruits, the better, especially the thunderfruit, and I don't want any accidents. Well done, you have a reward. Advertisement, if it's not done well. Bai Ye's voice suddenly turned cold, a pressure suddenly hit. Spandane shivered, his face paled in an instant, and he reassured, swallowing his saliva. Please rest assured, Your Highness, Spandane will guarantee with his life that there will be no accidents. HMPH, you really should guarantee your life. If you can't complete the mission with such detailed information, then you don't need to live. Bai Ye snorted coldly and waved his hands. Go, don't waste time. Yes. Spandane nodded, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. While feeling that Bai Ye is worthy of being a big shot, with such arrogance, he was also thinking about what to do after he left later. Wait until Spandane's back disappears. Bai Ye twisted his neck, got up and walked towards the room. And waved to Stussy. Stussy covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, followed immediately, and took a deep look at Takashiro Saya by the way. Takashiro Saya showed hesitation. But seeing Seiko Busujima who was following Stussy without hesitation, Saya Takashiro did not hesitate immediately, and followed with a blushing face. This day, Bai Ye had a very fulfilling life, as the superior. Bai Ye didn't need any action. All the tricks are led by Stussy, with a few girls on display. Very cool. Very happy. When night falls, Bai Ye also went to Eleanor's castle. I saw Eleanor, who was wearing a tight leather jacket and exuded a sexy temperament all over her body. It can only be said that ordinary people cannot imagine the happiness of celestial dragons. And Bai Ye's happiness is beyond the imagination of ordinary celestial dragons. A blink of an eye, the day will pass, the next day. Bai Ye woke up in Eleanor's arms like an octopus, washed up, and came to the square yawning. Stussy is already waiting. As for Seiko Busujima and Saya Takashiro, although they had a more in-depth communication, when they saw Bai Ye again, they still couldn't help lowering their heads, subconsciously feeling shy. Looking at the golden gate, Bai Ye gave an order and stepped inside. Happy day, tiredness dissipated. Advertisement next, the development of Otherworld has almost reached a critical moment. After a brief trance, when I came to Otherworld again, the camp had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to yesterday, even in the past day. Even high walls have been erected, presumably, it is due to the demon fruit power. Kizaru greeted him immediately. Your Highness, you came just in time. Marshal Sengoku would like to invite you over there. Bai Ye nodded. Lead the way. PLZ follow me. Follow Kizaru and soon come to Sengoku's tent. Sengoku was looking at some documents, with several members of the CP organization standing beside him. After Bai Ye came in, Sengoku immediately got up to report. Your Highness, I probably understand that this city is huge. As you said at the beginning, the number of zombies is at least in the millions. But apart from zombies, there are no other threats. The army of this country has been defeated, and the Emperor seems to have fled overseas with all his men. Only the survivors remain, and through the investigation organized by CP, we also know the location of the survivors. Bai Ye frowned, raised his hand to interrupt, and said impatiently, Sengoku, you don't need to talk nonsense to me, just tell me what you plan to do. Yes. Sengoku looked solemn and said in a deep voice, since there are no other threats other than zombies. Then, my plan is to deal with the survivors first. Then, deal with the zombies, it's a good plan. Bai Ye clapped his hands, nodded slightly, and said with satisfaction, I have no opinion, but there is only one requirement, which is speed, understand? Yes. Then let's go. As for the survivors, although they will all be my people in the future, I don't want disobedient people to appear, which will delay time. In a word, those who refuse to accept will be killed. No need to give any chance. I need to solve the city's problems as soon as possible, and then use this to conquer the entire world. The cold words made Sengoku's face change slightly. But still gritted his teeth and took the lead. Subsequently, the entire camp, thousands of soldiers, all went into action. 22. Miyamoto Rei and Shizuka's Shock Villa area. It used to be a place where rich people lived, but after the apocalypse broke out, it was occupied by gangster forces. Relying on the large number of people and the weapons snatched from the yamen, they suppressed everyone forcefully. There are probably hundreds of people. Now, Marine arrives. The leader is a CP member. There are 10 people in total. There are 2 gangster guards with pistols at the gate of the villa area. After seeing Marine and others, he immediately became vigilant and raised his gun and shouted, Stop, don't get any closer, or I'll shoot you straight away. Heard the words. The leading CP member waved his hand, and everyone stopped. Then, the CP member said indifferently, Don't be nervous, we're here for something important, please inform your boss, we want to meet with him to discuss something. Heard the words. Perhaps because of the uniforms worn by the Marine soldiers behind them, the gangsters did not refuse for a while, but nodded. Okay, I'll go and inform the boss right now, you guys are waiting here, don't get close. After speaking, with the nod of the CP members, a gangster immediately ran towards the villa area. 5 minutes later, dozens of men armed with pistols or submachine guns arrived, led by a burly man with tattoos. The leader is undoubtedly the boss here, control the entire villa area. After hearing reports from his subordinates that someone suspected of coming from the government had arrived, he dared not be careless and brought all his subordinates and fellows here. Seeing the 10 people outside the villa, the boss of the underworld was relieved, but he was not so nervous. Only 10 people. I thought there was an army coming. Lousy was scared to death. He thought to himself, then asked, Hey, who are you? What do you want to come here to find Lousy? The CP member looked at him and said calmly, Talk to you about something. The underworld boss said impatiently, Tell me something, don't waste Lousy's time. The attitude is bad, but everyone is not angry. The CP member said lightly, It's very simple, leave here, join our camp, and become a member of the camp. Huh? What are you kidding? The underworld boss froze in place. Immediately afterwards, he laughed disdainfully, picked up a gun and aimed at the heads of the CP members, and said with a sneer, The apocalypse finally broke out. Lousy is living well here, why join your camp? If it weren't for seeing you in a uniform, Lousy would have killed you with one shot. Go away. So, are you going to refuse? That's right, so what if Lousy refuses? The underworld old god Tyr looked disdainful. Hearing this, the CP members nodded slightly, and had no intention of continuing to talk nonsense, but waved their hands and ordered. According to His Highness Bai Ye's order, all the leaders in the rejected camps will be killed, and the rest will be taken back. Action. The words fell instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another voices disappeared directly in place. Such a scene immediately made everyone in the villa stare wide-eyed. Advertisement, damn it. Where's the person? What the hell? Why did these people just disappear? Old boss, rear. Hearing the younger brother's reminder, the underworld boss subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. I saw that the CP member who had just disappeared appeared here at some unknown time. A bad premonition surfaced in my heart, just wanted to speak. But wait for the words to come out. The CP member stabbed with one finger. Finger pistol. A cold voice spewed out from his mouth. This was the last voice the underworld boss heard. Immediately afterwards, a sharp pain hit. His head exploded directly under the finger pistol. The massacre has begun. Such a scene. Follow the action, happening all over the city. And at this moment, Bai Ye was also walking towards a survivor base. The target, of course, is Takashi Saya's home. The other party's parents and so on are not taken seriously by Bai Ye. But Bai Ye just ate an angel fruit. I want to try my ability. Then came the interest. In addition to Bai Ye and Saya Takashiro, there are also Seiko Busujima, Rei Miyamoto, and Shizuka. Plus Zero and Stussy. As for why Miyamoto, Rei and Shizuka were brought along. It's because of Stussy. He said that he wanted to accept these two women, who had the potential to be cultivated. Bai Ye didn't know the specific reason, and he never cared about it. On the way, there are a lot of zombies. Roar, with the roar of the zombies, almost hundreds of zombies attacked in all directions. But Seiko Busujima begged, Your Highness, can you leave it to me to solve it? Bai Ye asked, Do you want to try your own strength? Seiko Busujima nodded. Yes, then let's go. Bai Ye put his arms around his shoulders and waited and watched. Seiko Busujima pulled out the dagger from her waist, which was given to her last night, and it wasn't very good. Facing the hundreds of zombies, Seiko Busujima did not show panic on her face, on the contrary, she was extremely calm, and there was even a hint of excitement emerging from the depths of her pupils. But behind him, Rei Miyamoto's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief, pulling Saya to ask in a low voice, Is she crazy? Although she knows that Seiko Busujima is very strong. But it can't be so strong, right? With so many zombies, can't they go up to die? There was a flash of displeasure in Saya's eyes, and she pursed her lips. Crazy? You think too much, just watch, she has gained a lot. What's the meaning? Advertisement. Miyamoto Rei looked puzzled. Saya didn't have much explanation, but the next moment, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, as if she saw an unbelievable scene. I saw that as the zombies approached, Seiko Busujima just drew his sword and slashed out. On the blade, a layer of blue chill erupted, and the sword energy suddenly swept away. Wherever you go. Click. Click. Frost condensed directly on the ground. And those zombies were completely frozen. How can this be? Miyamoto Rei was stunned. When did Seiko Busujima have such an ability? Even Shizuka, who was naturally stunned, couldn't believe it, and covered her mouth and exclaimed, Amazing. As I said, she has gained a lot. The exclamation of the two women made Saya even more upset. Altogether. Why'd I have nothing? But Seiko Busujima got such a powerful ability? Really? Not convinced. Heard the words. Miyamoto Rei was stunned. Then I remembered what the woman named Stussy said yesterday when she found her. What Stussy said to Saya, actually also said to her and Shizuka. But the two girls refused without hesitation. Later, they watched Saya Takashiro and Seiko Busujima follow Bai Ye into the Golden Gate. That is another world. In the end, I didn't expect that Seiko Busujima would have such strength when she came back. Is this the treatment that His Royal Highness Bai Ye likes? Miyamoto Rei was a little envious and regretful for a while. Such power. Even girls want it. Especially in the post-apocalyptic world, such power is enough to provide a strong sense of security. Behind him, Stussy noticed the change of expression on Rei Miyamoto's face, the corners of her mouth raised. She brought the two girls with her for this moment. No need to force. She has enough ways to let these people walk in front of His Highness by themselves, and then dedicate themselves. Come to think of it, soon, these two girls will be like Takashi Saya. Presumably His Highness will praise himself, right? Stussy thought in his heart, looking at Bai Ye's back with gentle and blurred eyes. 23. Yuriko Takashiro, Seiko Busujima's sword is very handsome. But it's a pity that there is only this sword. After the sword strike, Seiko Busujima sat on the ground with a pale face. After all, he has just obtained the fruit ability, and his body is weak, so he doesn't have too much physical strength to support him. Stop Ling, who was about to strike, Bai Ye said. Leave it to me. It happened that he was itchy too. Heard the words. Zero stopped, without saying a word, like a log. Then, Bai Ye raised his right hand high. A wave of fiery heat suddenly condensed in the palm of his hand. The golden holy flame suddenly turned into a golden holy spear. Did His Highness eat the devil fruit too? Stussy asked in surprise. The voice just fell. With a snort, the holy lance was projected. Draw a golden trace in the air. Bang! The spear was directly inserted into the zombie group. Like a bomb shattering, there was a sudden shock, and the next moment, endless golden holy flames erupted directly centered on the holy gun, like a tsunami sweeping across. Wherever it passes, it swallows everything directly. But in the blink of an eye, he saw that the ground was scorched black. And the zombies were all wiped out. Not even the crystals were left, they were burned clean. Just one hit. While amazingly powerful, it is also full of luxury and elegance. Like bright fireworks blooming. Gorgeous. But it shocked Rei Miyamoto and Shizuka severely. Gulu. So strong. Too strong. Rei Miyamoto subconsciously looked at Bai Ye. That handsome profile made him blush inexplicably. In my mind, I couldn't help recalling the words that Stussy asked himself to serve the other party. Great power. Supreme status, and he's handsome too. Serving each other, thinking about it now, doesn't seem to be an unacceptable thing. Compared to Rei Miyamoto, who was silent in shock. Shizuka was shocked, as if she had found something interesting. She came to Stussy's side. Miss Stussy, just now, is that a superpower? Can I get this power? Stussy stared at each other. She found out yesterday. Advertisement: this woman who seems to be a teacher is a natural fool. But the figure is really good, better than myself. It is also for this reason that Stussy will choose the other party. If you can please His Highness, it's not impossible. Stussy smiled lightly. Hearing this, Shizuka looked at Bai Ye, not embarrassed at all, but with a serious expression on her face. If that's the case, it's not impossible. It looks like I've made money. After all, His Royal Highness Bai Ye is very handsome and has a high status. Oh, now that I think about it, I regret it a bit. If I had promised yesterday, maybe today I would be as handsome as my teeth. Stussy asked with interest. So, are you going to agree? Of course. Shizuka nodded. I did think about it carefully. This is a very good result. I can handle it with this figure. Strictly speaking, I am a high-ranking man. How can I not agree, as long as I don't get abused enough? Abusive? Stussy sneered. Don't compare your highness with other celestial dragons. As noble celestial dragons, your highness is a real nobleman. As long as you don't violate his highness's bottom line, you will only see a gentle side of your highness in your eyes. However, I suggest that you better exercise more next time, otherwise, even if you dedicate yourself, you will not be able to satisfy his highness. Eh? Hearing this, Shizuka was stunned, does not seem to understand what it means. But soon, she thought of it. His face instantly turned into a red apple. Naturally, no one cared about the whispers between the two women. After killing the zombies, Bai Ye was extremely satisfied with the result of his blow. Alright, let's move on. One order. Everyone set off again. After a while, arrived at the destination. This is the home of Takashi Saya. There are tight guards here, like a military area, and they are patrolling the surroundings with guns in their hands. Whenever you see zombies appear, you will quickly deal with them. Seeing Bai Ye and others, some of them recognized Takashiro Saya, and immediately showed a look of joy. It's Miss Saya, you're finally back. Hurry up and see Madam. Madam is worried about you to death. It's Uncle Yamamoto. I know. Takashiro Saya nodded. Hearing the man's words, Ben immediately wanted to see his mother. But after hesitating for a moment, he still looked at Bai Ye and asked, Your Highness, can you give me 5 minutes? Of course she knew the purpose of Bai Ye's trip. It's just that in Saya's view, his parents should not agree. But if you don't agree, the end will be bad, so she had to persuade her parents in person. Hearing this, seeing that Saya just served her yesterday, Bai Ye nodded. You only have 5 minutes. I see. Saya took a deep breath and hurried towards Yamamoto. Uncle Yamamoto, quick, take me to see my mother. Yes. The man named Yamamoto frowned, looked at Bai Ye suspiciously, and finally left immediately with Saya. 5 minutes. Advertisement: it will be here soon. Takashi Saya did bring her parents to Bai Ye. It's just that behind him, there are still the subordinates of the entire villa. As Takashi Saya's parents, his father, Soichiro Takashiro, is the president of the largest right-wing group in the entire region, the One Heart for the country. And her mother Yuriko Takashiro is a super businessman abroad with amazing wealth. The status can be imagined. This group of men is almost as well trained as soldiers. Obviously, Takashi Saya did not convince her parents, so it seemed that the visitor was not kind. Whether it was Soichiro or Yuriko, under the leadership of Takashi Saya, looked at Bai Ye suspiciously. Just now, Saya told them all about Bai Ye, but the two didn't believe it. Even as a woman, Yuriko felt even more angry when she noticed the strangeness of her daughter Saya for the first time. You are Bai Ye? Yuriko Takashiro spoke directly, staring at Bai Ye with a questioning tone. I have to say that Takashiro Yuriko is a very beautiful woman. She is not young, she looks about 30 years old, with long rose-red hair and a sexy figure. She looks very attractive. But Bai Ye just took a look, then looked away, then looked at Saya and said calmly, It seems that you have not succeeded in persuasion. Saya looked anxious. No, I'm sorry, Your Highness, please forgive my father. Saya, don't talk yet. Soichiro Takashiro frowned nervously, immediately interrupted her with a shout, and then stared at Bai Ye. Being in a high position made him feel the temperament of Bai Ye, which is not something ordinary people can have. Although Saya told him earlier that this group of people came from Otherworld and the like, he didn't believe it either. But what if? So Soichiro took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mr. Bai Ye, right? I am Soichiro Takashiro. I don't care where you are from or what your identity is, but I already know the purpose of your coming. My answer is simple. First of all, thank you for bringing my daughter back. Secondly, I have no intention of joining any other camp. So, please leave, we don't welcome outsiders here. The words fell. Lily said immediately, no, other people can go, but this person named Bai Ye can't go, he must stay, otherwise, you don't have to go. A person who bullied his daughter still wants to leave. Impossible. Even in Yuriko's view, her daughter's loss of body may have been forced. And the person who forced it might be this boy named Bai Ye. But the words fell. Takashi Saya's face paled instantly. Keenly noticed that whether it is Stussy or Zero's eyes, they are quickly full of coldness. 24. God, come. Snapped. In a dull atmosphere, a crisp applause suddenly sounded. Stussy appeared in front of Yuriko at some point and flew her away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In such a sudden scene, Zero and others looked calm, but Soichiro and others suddenly changed their expressions. Just about to speak, then I felt black in front of my eyes. Look up, is Zero. He doesn't know, but subconsciously felt a great pressure. It's like a mountain is pressing on me, making it hard to breathe. Kneel down. Zero exploded, and a terrifying aura was released instantly. Although it wasn't Conqueror's Haki, the aura that belonged to the strong broke out, even though he was in a high position. Soichiro, who was still an ordinary person, couldn't bear it at all. With a plop, he knelt down on the ground directly, his face pale. Not to mention Soichiro Takashiro, even though subordinates behind him knelt down uncontrollably at this moment. Damn, who are you? Why do you make me kneel? Under the arrogance of a young subordinate, his face was flushed and he couldn't help roaring. But the voice just fell. Zero has arrived. Seeing your highness, being disrespectful and disrespectful, damn it. Finished. Zero punched out directly. Boom, the young man was killed by a punch. Blood spattered. The bloody scene, coupled with the powerful power displayed. Everyone was stunned for an instant. Even Takashiro, Soichiro and Yuriko couldn't help but widen their eyes at this moment, swallowing their saliva, and while their faces were pale, there was also a faint trace of fear. Subconsciously, Saya's previous words to persuade them emerged in his mind. Could it be that these people really came from Otherworld? They couldn't believe it at the same time, there was even more regret. Your Highness, are you going to kill them all? Stussy came to Bai Ye and asked in a low voice. His tone was extremely cold. Although Gaochung Saya was regarded as a woman who served Bai Ye, the family members of the ancient emperor's concubine did not dare to threaten the emperor, let alone Gaochung Saya was not strictly Bai Ye's woman. Just a servant. That's right. Just a maid, and Bai Ye's status, in a way, is higher than that of the emperor. Threatening Bai Ye, I really don't know how to live or die. Heard the words. Takashiro Saya's face also turned pale, and she hurriedly knelt in front of Bai Ye and begged. Your Highness, please let my parents go. Looking at that pitiful pre-face, Bai Ye's expression didn't change at all. Angry. Not so. Just two ordinary people, it is the existence of Otherworld again. If he dared to do this in the pirate world knowing his identity, it would be equivalent to provoking the majesty of the celestial dragons, and he would be angry. Now, there is no fluctuation at all. Those who do not know are not guilty. But the majesty of the celestial dragons cannot be offended. After a moment of silence, Bai Ye ordered indifferently. Zero, bring out everyone in here, those who are willing to go with us, let's go together, those who don't want to, solve it on the spot. As for these two people, advertisement he looked at Takashi Saya's parents. After all, he had only served himself before. Although Bai Ye has gradually transformed his thinking towards celestial dragons over the years, it does not mean that he is ruthless. Death penalty is exempt, there is no escape from living. I leave it to you, Stussy. With Stussy's means, these two people will be punished enough. Don't underestimate Stussy, not to mention his origin in the CP organization, and he has also been in charge of underground forces. Compared with some criminal personnel, he must know how to do it, so that people can feel the greatest pain. Hearing this, Stussy's mouth twitched into a sneer. Yes, Your Highness. Takashi Saya said no more. With such a result, it is obvious how difficult it is only after knowing Bai Ye's identity. And Yuriko and Soichiro no longer resisted at this moment. The gap is too big, it's just that I regret it in my heart. I knew that I might as well have listened to Saya. Otherwise, it would not have ended up like this, with an order down. Zero started to act. Whoever wants to leave, come out. The voice fell. Everyone looked at each other, then they all walked out. Without hesitation, fearing that he was slow, he was punched in the head by Zero. In this way, it is much simpler, you can take people away directly. After a while, we arrived at the camp. As soon as he came back, Sengoku immediately found Bai Ye and frowned. His Royal Highness Bai Ye, the current survivors in this city are basically recruited, and some are too far away to pass in a short time. Originally, I planned to start cleaning up the zombies gradually. But just now, some CP members got information after investigating that there seemed to be mini-zombies nearby, gathering here. Oh, hearing this, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "You sure? Zombies approaching this way? This obviously means that there is an existence behind the scenes manipulating the zombies. Could it be an upgraded zombie?" "Yes." Sengoku nodded, with a serious look on his face. "This city is huge. It would take a lot of time to clean up all the zombies, and these zombies move because of the sound, so I want a plan to make a huge noise. Attract all nearby zombies and then kill them all at once. It's just that in this way, I'm afraid there will be no small risk. After all, the number of zombies that will be attracted by then will not be small. It's a great plan, but Bai Ye is here after all. He can't make a decision on any risky things, it takes Bai Ye to make the decision." But Bai Ye nodded without hesitation. "It's a very good plan. Let's implement it like this. The sooner the zombies in this city are eliminated, the faster the army can be dispatched. At that time, we can use this city as a base to conquer the whole world. World conscription is imminent. This time the conscription is all army. The number will not be a few hundreds of thousands. Once it's almost there, these soldiers will be sent to this world. A suitable foothold is necessary, not this camp." "Yes." With Bai Ye's nod, Sengoku immediately stopped hesitating. "Immediately ask people to bring all the stereos, speakers, etc. collected in this world, and place them in various high places in the camp. It then starts looping a loud sound, in the camp. Because of some recruitment, there are many people. There are almost 5 or 6,000 people. Advertisement. There are men and women. There are old and young. Now it's all coming together to help Marine build camp." Suddenly, I heard the sound of horns coming from all directions, and I couldn't help but widen my eyes, showing a shocked expression. "What is this doing? With such a loud voice, aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? Why does it seem that it is specially designed to attract zombies?" Rei Miyamoto covered her ears and said in disbelief, "Are they crazy? With such a loud noise, zombies from all directions will come." "Crazy? Not necessarily." Takashiro Saya shook her head, thinking. "Obviously, His Highness intends to use this method to wipe out all the zombies. Catch them all? Are you kidding me?" Even though Rei Miyamoto had seen the powerful strength of Bai Ye and others, she still didn't want to believe it. After all, there are so many zombies in this city. When people are at their best, millions of zombies. No matter how powerful it is, as long as it is not a god, it is impossible to solve it, right? Not to mention that among these zombies, there will be upgraded zombies. Rei Miyamoto is not alone in thinking this way. This is true of many people in the camp. "Oh my god, do these people want to die? If you want to die, don't take me with you. These guys are so powerful. I thought it was safe here, but I didn't expect it to be a group of lunatics. Damn, can I leave if I want to? Gulu, I saw it, zombies, a lot of zombies." People panicked. Feel panic. The voice was chaotic, causing Bai Ye to frown slightly. Stussy said immediately, "Your Highness, if you feel noisy, I'll go and tell them to shut up." "Need not." Bai Ye let it go, said, "It's just a good time to try out new abilities." New abilities? Stussy wondered, but the next moment, her eyes widened suddenly. Show shock color. A brilliant golden light emanated from Bai Ye's body. The dazzling light immediately attracted everyone's attention. When everyone looked over, like Stussy, they all froze in place. What's more, he slapped himself on the spot, murmuring like a dream. "Am I dreaming? Or so, God has descended. All people, all of them." I saw this moment. Behind Bai Ye, huge white wings slowly extended. With a flick, Bai Ye flew into the air. A little bit of holy light slowly sprinkled down. Under the shroud of holy light, noble, holy, great. The addition of various temperaments. Let a thought pop into everyone's mind. God has descended. 25. Garp. Are you G kidding me? An angel appeared. God has come. In the eyes of many people, angels symbolize gods. In this doomsday crumbling world, many people have experienced despair. And in despair, they yearn for hope even more. Even in the many dark nights when zombies roared, people begged for the blessing of the gods. Now that God has descended, in just a split second, many people knelt down, with excited and pious expressions on their faces, chanting prayers, praying for the eyes of the gods to fall on themselves, and thus get the curtain of the gods. God, it's God. Is there really a God? Wu Hei it appears? God, please bless me to survive in the doomsday. This moment, Bai Ye vaguely noticed that there seemed to be many voices ringing in his ears. Weak, but clear. With sincere prayers. Obviously these sounds are very small, and I can't hear them at all without turning on observation hockey. But now he heard it. This is the power of faith? Bai Ye murmured with twinkling eyes, if nothing else. Yes. This is the power of faith. Bai Ye felt very clearly that when the ordinary people recruited in this city knelt down after revealing his angelic form, the power of faith appeared. Although every ray of faith is very weak, it means that the degree of belief is not high. But also enough. This already shows that his fruit ability has not been wrongly chosen. Since the beliefs are not high, raise those beliefs. Bai Ye murmured in his heart. Lowering his head and looking at the people below, a smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. In people's eyes, it is a smile as warm as sunshine. Next moment, Bai Ye flapped her pure white wings slowly. Clatter, countless holy lights fell down, like stars, and like raindrops falling on everyone. The holy light itself contains the power of healing. At this moment, under the baptism of the holy light, everyone felt the change immediately. My cold seems to be cured. It's so comfortable. I'm obviously very tired, so why am I so full of energy all of a sudden? It's like sleeping comfortably. God, it's God. It must be a gift from God. My child fell down and was injured when he ran away, and was crying all the time because he couldn't find a doctor or medicine. Now he finally stopped crying, and his injuries have recovered. Woo woo woo. God's gift must be God's gift. God, save this world. Now, even Takashiro Saya and Miyamoto Rei couldn't help being shocked when they saw that dazzling figure. Is he really God? Rei Miyamoto murmured, with a faint impulse in her heart, a strong impulse. Holy light is still baptizing, because of the ability of angel fruit. The people who have been baptized immediately felt a sense of kinship with Bai Ye, and at the same time, there seemed to be a voice in their hearts that kept saying, "That's God. It's a real God. Worship him. Trust him. Become his believer. He will bless you." This is a spiritual suggestion, but no one noticed. It's just that the eyes of many people gradually became a little fanatical. Bai Ye could feel the power of faith being absorbed, and it was faster. In response, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. "It looks like my first batch of believers are about to be born." Advertisement, he murmured. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the ear. "Original acquisition reaches 75%. Close black lens bracket. You have received a reward. Close black lens bracket. 1. Some areas of the world are integrated, optional, close black lens bracket. 2. Baptism of faith. Close black lens bracket. This is..." Bai Ye's pupils shrank suddenly. The bottom of my heart was shocked. There are 4 rewards for each world. This is the 3rd time. There is one last time left. Not surprisingly, it should be said that the acquisition rate of the original source reaches 100%. But these are not important for now. What really matters is the rewards obtained this time. It was so terrifying that even Bai Ye couldn't believe it. Baptism of faith, passive ability. People who choose to believe in you will become more and more convinced. Unless they suffer a huge blow, their belief will never change. Close black lens bracket. Check out the introduction. Although it is a passive ability, there is no improvement in its own combat power. But the scary thing about this ability is that it can make ordinary people's belief in Bai Ye remain unchanged forever. Bai Ye itself needs a huge power of faith to open the door to the new world. With this ability now, it is enough to guarantee that Bai Ye will gain a steady stream of faith in the future. Even if the existence of the Revolutionary Army appeared and wanted to overthrow Bai Ye's beliefs, as long as Bai Ye himself did not do things that caused a huge blow to the believers, these believers would not only not listen to the words of the Revolutionary Army, but would think the Revolutionary Army is heresy. It can be said that this ability will bring stability to Bai Ye. That's right, it is stable. Bai Ye is not a real deity though. But I also know that for a god, the stability of believers is absolutely the most important thing. Good ability, I like it. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth rose. Feel it silently. If you use the power of faith to take the unit to calculate. Then just at this moment, he absorbed about 6,000 units of faith. Among them, many people provided belief units of a few tenths. There are about 1 unit that truly become Bai Ye believers, but believers will provide them all the time. The first time he gained faith, Bai Ye felt it silently. Opening the door to the new world requires 100,000 beliefs. Not much, it will be there soon, but it's only the second brother world. When you want to open the 3rd and 4th, you will need more faith. But, Bai Ye narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Zombies are gathering more and more. After being baptized in faith, Bai Ye no longer has any worries in this regard. Next, as long as you keep showing miracles, there will be more and more believers. Now, there is only one thing he wants to do. That is to make all the believers below who start to believe in themselves become fanatics from today. Isn't these zombies a good opportunity to show miracles? Think here. Bai Ye spoke immediately. Whoever believes in me will be blessed by me. Those who believe in me will be protected by me. I will dispel all darkness for my believers. Maybe it's because of the power of faith. Or the possibility of incarnating in the form of an angel. It made Bai Ye's voice at this moment seem to have a hint of divinity. The moment the voice fell, Bai Ye looked down. Sengoku was about to order others to prepare for the attack due to the zombie attack. But at this moment, he felt Bai Ye's gaze. Immediately his expression froze. All of a sudden, he understood the meaning in Bai Ye's eyes, and forcibly held back the words that he was about to give an order. Advertisement, Sengoku, don't you order yet? Garp asked. No, your highness wants to take action. Sengoku shook his head and said in a low voice. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Garp's eyes, quite puzzled. To be honest, I don't understand. What is his highness doing this for? Become a god? Who knows? Kizaru came over, picked his nails and said indifferently after hearing Garp's words. But in any case, it's a good thing for these ordinary people in Otherworld, and even the civilians in our world, isn't it? You must know that from the current situation of the world government, believers are very important, and the above is preparing a plan in this regard. Maybe it has something to do with going to the Otherworld, who knows? Hearing this, Garp nodded, a complex look flashed in his eyes. At this time, Sengoku also spoke, clasped his shoulders and said, "Okay, stop chatting, especially about this His Highness, so as not to make trouble come out of your mouth. In contrast, it's better to look at this His Highness's strength. I heard from Marshal Kong that this His Highness had no strength half a month ago, but his aura now is terrifying. It's not what Marshal Kong said at all." Hearing this, the picture of Bai Ye starting from scratch and filling up the armed colors and observation hockey in an instant appeared in Kizaru's mind. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This Highness may not have the strength at the beginning, but the speed at which His Highness gained strength was terrifying. Roar, 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 the roar of the zombies sounded. Unknowingly, there are more and more zombies, much scary. It was densely packed. Looking around, there were no less than hundreds of thousands, and there were more zombies approaching here. About there. The voice whispered. Bai Ye raised his right hand, not intending to wait any longer. Such an action, since it was seen by Sengoku and others. They were very curious about the strength of His Highness at the moment. I saw white wings waving behind Bai Ye, and then he clapped his hands suddenly. Snapped. Holy gun. Bai Ye let out a low cry in his heart. A golden light burst out from the raised right hand. It turned into a huge golden holy spear almost 100 meters long. Whoosh. The spear was projected towards the crowd of zombies. Wherever it passed, a golden airpath was drawn, and then, accompanied by a bang, the holy gun landed. The heat wave is rolling in. As the sun approaches, the endless golden holy flame erupted in all directions like a sweeping tsunami. Wherever it passes, everything will be swallowed up. Hundreds of thousands of zombies, in this golden holy flame at this moment, are like ants splashed with water by humans. They have no strength to struggle at all. The moment they touch the golden holy flame, they're burned to ashes. This is definitely a shocking scene, very grand scene. That's hundreds of thousands of zombies. It is actually decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many people froze on the spot, shock written all over their faces. But the most shocking ones are Sengoku and Garp. Did you feel the breath just now? Garp. Sengoku gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice in disbelief. Heard the words. Garp opened his mouth. How could he not feel it? Just because I felt it, my heart couldn't help but twitch violently. The moment the holy gun exploded, the aura on Bai Ye's body is admiral level. Undoubtedly admiral class. Is this the key? Not critical. The important thing is that half a month ago, he had no strength. Thinking of this, Rao Garp couldn't help but want to ask. Are you G kidding me? 26. Excited Vegapunk. Half a month has become an admiral level existence from scratch. Garp felt that this was even more outrageous than Roger's resurrection. But the facts were in front of him, and he still had to believe it. Such a powerful blow, even though Bai Ye has just obtained the devil fruit ability not long ago, but with his terrifying physical strength, the blow formed by continuously compressing energy is enough to make Garp afraid of it. After the blow passed, almost all of the hundreds of thousands of zombies died. Only a handful of upgraded zombies survive, ashes all over the floor. Not even the crystals were left. One can imagine what a terrible blow this was. Below, Yuriko swallowed her saliva and looked at Soichiro with regret in her eyes. Offend such a person. I'm afraid they will have a hard time in the future. But it is not impossible. They also have Saya. Just thinking of the words that Saya reminded himself at the beginning, he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled wryly. After one blow, the battle is not over. More zombies are still coming. But Bai Ye has already demonstrated a miracle in the eyes of others, so naturally he will not continue to make shots. So give an order. Kill. The words fell. Sengoku took command immediately. Do it. Finished. Garp and Kizaru next to him both made shots. Just a flash. Garp came to the direction where thousands of zombies were attacking. His face was indifferent, his whole body was wrapped in armament hockey, and he punched out. Rumble. The ground shook. Cracked directly. Countless zombies were crushed into a pulp under the fluctuation of this punch. Kizaru turned into a golden flash and flew into the air, clasping his hands together, with a beating smile on his face. 8-foot Chonguyu. Countless dazzling light bullets immediately burst out and smashed down on the zombies. Advertisement this scene. It once again refreshed the three views of many people. On the other hand, believers who have already believed in Bai Ye are thinking calmly. They must be the guards of the gods, right? It must be because of the belief in the gods that there is such a powerful power. When faith begins, they have already found their own reasons for my god. To strengthen my faith in my god, today, it is destined to be a massacre. No matter how many zombies come, it's not enough to see it all. Even with upgraded zombies, however, due to the large gap in strength, they were all forcibly killed. The corpses were almost piled up into mountains, but it brought a great sense of security to the ordinary people recruited. Bai Ye fell from the sky, lost her angelic form, and returned to normal. Zero came over immediately and whispered in Bai Ye's ear, Your Highness, there is new news from the CP organization. Bring it here. Yes. Zero nodded, and came with a high-level person. CP organizes from 0 to 9, except for Spandine from CP9, the other CP organization leaders are all in this world. The person in front of him was a CP3 officer who was holding a very thick document, handed it to Bai Ye respectfully, and reported it. Your Highness, Lord Five Elders ordered me to wait for the documents to be collected. There are various weapons, food planting, and other news about the crystallization of wisdom in this world. All of them in this city have been collected. Bai Ye took it, casually picked up a copy and read it. A blueprint for a carbine. There are also various energy utilization planning options. In short, they are all technical information. Good. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, raised his head and said, anything else? Come and continue to report. In addition, according to our investigation, in this world, except for the countries that have completely fallen, all other countries have left the land and stepped into the ocean. They should currently exist on some islands not far from the land. We have sent people to sea to look for it, and we will report to you immediately when we have specific news. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded, thought about one thing, and ordered. The planes in this world, your CP organization should have known about them, right? Already understood. Very well, how is the training going? Advertisement. If it's just flying the plane, there's no problem at the moment. Bai Ye ordered. Then prepare a group of people to go to the airport, use the plane to go to countries with nuclear weapons in this world, and then destroy all those nuclear weapons. No, there is no need to destroy them, cut them off from the control of countries. To be honest, nuclear weapons are still somewhat threatening. Even Bai Ye felt afraid. After all, if some heads of state in this world suddenly want to die together, even if Bai Ye is not in danger, he can immediately return to the pirate world through the double passing door. But the people under his hands will also suffer heavy losses. It's just that it's a pity to destroy nuclear weapons. After all, after he takes control of the world, those nuclear weapons will immediately become his own. How good is it to turn it into the whole card of the world government? Therefore, cutting off the connection of control is the best way. Hearing this, Chief CP immediately took orders. Yes. Besides, Bai Ye continued. I don't care what method you use, it doesn't matter whether you try your best or pass some devil fruit abilities. In a word, within a day, I need information about the island where a certain overseas country is stationed. At least find one first. Chief CP nodded again, then left. For this world, except for some CP members who must be kept to maintain operation, the world government dispatched almost all of them into this world. Hundreds of people come in through the double-piercing doors every day. Most of these CP organization members first came in to learn driving skills, and then after successful learning, they traveled to various cities and countries by plane, car, etc. Help the world government investigate and collect information from the entire world. But a world is huge after all. Even so, news delivery was slow. Bai Ye frowned. I remember Menmingguo is in CP9. When I go back, I have to see if it's there. If there is a door fruit, the process of conquering this world will be further accelerated. I am thinking about it. Vegapunk ran over excitedly. Your Highness, the research has progressed, haha. Holding a bottle of potion in his hand, he couldn't wait to introduce it to Bai Ye. Look, Your Highness, this is the virus potion. I extracted it, and after my research, I found that this virus really has the ability to strengthen the human body as I thought. After further research, I have made up for all its deficiencies. 27. Smash this idol. Oh, Bai Ye looked in surprise. The potion is green, like grass. Bai Ye took it, looked at it, and sniffed it. It was colorless and odorless. What effect? Vegapunk replied. The effect is very good, no matter who takes it, it is effective. The enhanced effect is based on the person's physique. The better the physique, the more the increase. If a person's physical attribute is 1, then the maximum enhancement range of this bottle of potion is 5. In this way, the effect is indeed very strong. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, quite surprised. Don't read too much. But for an existence at the top level in the pirate world, such as Garp, it is extremely difficult to make any improvement now. If the 5 can be enhanced, it will definitely be a huge improvement. However, there was also a look of disappointment in Bai Ye's eyes. The effect of the virus should be more than that. In my opinion, the biggest effect of this virus is that it can further allow people to master powerful power. Like a devil fruit, in this regard, Doctor, do you have any research? Vegapunk nodded. Naturally, as Your Highness said, this is indeed the ability of the virus. I also confirmed from the upgraded zombie that the virus is very similar to the blood factor, and will produce a certain degree of upgraded through fusion with human genes. The zombies we captured alive before belong to the power upgraded. This kind of upgraded has certain rules. But to reproduce this upgraded and use it in potions, I need a certain amount of time. Thinking about it, the main material should be on crystals. Bai Ye didn't urge, and after a while of meditation, he asked, does this potion have a name? Not currently, Your Highness, if you are interested, you can get one. Then call it number 1 potion. Bai Ye said directly, can the number 1 drug developed based on the virus be mass-produced? As long as there are enough viruses, then yes, good. This is also huge good news, can be produced in batches. Rely on this potion. There will be a large number of elite fighters under the command of the world government. If you can make it, then make it. Also, how is the research on controlling zombies? Bring this up. Vegapunk had a serious look on his face. Like the upgraded potion, it takes time, but I have an idea. Although the zombies are irrational and seem to be 4 people, in fact, they have a certain amount of spiritual power, which is different from ordinary people. There are zombies. Perhaps, this is the key to controlling the zombies. As soon as possible, the world government needs this potion. I see. Bai Ye said a few more words, and after getting the production line drawings of modern weapons from Vegapunk, he left this world, returned to Mariajoy, and handed over the drawings to 5 elders for them to prepare for construction and production. Period. Advertisement. Bai Ye said to 5 elders. I took the angel fruit. Because of the angel fruit, I gained a group of believers in the otherworld, which can be regarded as a part of the power of faith, but it is far from the opening of the second world. Now unseal some slaves first. The 5 elders looked at each other. He frowned slightly and thought about it. Unblock some of the slaves? Yes, just look at the situation. If something is wrong, we can adjust it in time. Indeed, but the amount of release needs to be well controlled. It's best to free the slaves in the Four Seas region. After all, most of our churches are built in the Four Seas region. It is also necessary for people to publicize it as much as possible and let more people know, which will help gain faith. That's right, most of the CP organizations are currently dispatched into Otherworld. In this regard, I'm afraid other people will need to do it. Do you have a decision? Now the most elite existence of the world government has entered the Otherworld. Although the God-making plan is about to start a tentative start. But you also need to be prepared. Among them, publicity is very important. Marine. World government has propaganda means, but not enough. Non-governmental means of publicity are also needed. The old man with the knife thought for a while and suggested, there is no need for the World News Agency. If Morgong is asked to help, he may take this opportunity to get in touch with the news of Otherworld. In this regard, it is not appropriate to disclose it for the time being. It is most suitable to choose local personnel from all over the world. Bai Ye knocked on the table. Leave North Blue to Doflamingo, ex-Celestial Dragons anyway, it will be easier to use. West Blue to the local gangsters. East Blue and South Blue, send Celestial Dragons to contact the kingdoms there, and let those kingdoms spread the word. Said, Bai Ye said in a cold voice. If there are disobedient ones, they will be destroyed directly. Hearing this, the 5 elders looked at each other and nodded. An old man with a mustache reminds me. It's a good note that Doflamingo needs to pay attention to one thing. This guy used to be Celestial Dragons. Let him live, and he is indeed capable, so he can be developed as an offline, but his real purpose, we all know. Although it's just an ant, it's nothing to worry about, but we can fail in our hands in the God-making plan, but we don't allow failure in the hands of others. So give it a good knock. In the past, we considered that it might be useful, so he was kept alive. If he is disobedient this time, he will be killed directly. Seconded. Short talk. An important matter has been decided. East Blue. South Coral Island. A large island, but there are several villages and several towns on the island, with a combined population of several thousand. At this time, outside a church with people coming and going. There are many believers who come here to pray and then leave. At the door of the church, a man in a black robe, holding a book with a cross on it, greeted every departing believer with a gentle smile. Advertisement, Ms. Kessie, your complexion is much better than before. Yes, thank you, Mr. Bishop. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't get well so quickly. Thank you for the free medical services provided by the church. Not to thank me, but to thank the Lord will bless every believer. Yes, thank the Lord. Mr. Guy, are you done praying so soon? Yes, but I will pray again at home before I rest today. The Lord would be pleased to have a believer like you. God bless me. The bishop remembers the names of every believer. In the eyes of believers, the bishop is a kind old man. Whatever happened in the nearby villages, the bishop was happy to help. For this reason, most of the residents of nearby villages have become believers in this church. When the last believer leaves, the smile on the bishop's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a look of indifference. Suddenly, blue, the voice of the phone bug rang. The bishop immediately returned to the church and closed the door. A number of church clergymen looked over, and their faces were no longer the kindness that entertained the believers before, and they were as calm as the bishop. The bishop took out the calling phone bug from his arms, and after connecting it, he began to listen quietly. From the phone bug, there was only one sentence: take action. The words fell. The bishop immediately put away the phone bug, and then looked into the depths of the church, where there was a stone statue. Is a fictional god. Disdain flashed in his eyes, and the bishop waved his hand. Move out the statue of His Highness. Yes. The 2 subordinates immediately nodded, and carefully moved out a statue covered in black cloth from a room. After opening, a golden statue appeared in everyone's sight. This is not gold plating, it's made of real gold. But the most important thing is that this statue is exactly the same as Bai Ye. At this moment, the bishop sneered, pointing at the statue enshrined in the church. Smash this statue and replace it with His Highness's. Yes, my lord. 28. True believers can bear the baptism of the Holy Gun. When the statue made of gold was put up, the bishops and clergymen in the church became the first group of believers, kneeling before the statue with fanatical eyes and bowing their heads. People who can be used by the world government as religious pawns are basically diehards cultivated by the world government since childhood. This kind of diehard loyalty is not without emotion, but only obeys orders. Instead, when they have their own independent thinking ability, they brainwash them into thinking that world government is supreme. Only those who are brainwashed successfully will be dispatched. Those who fail in brainwashing usually go to major CP organizations and use them again. The next day, when the believers in the village came to the church, they looked for the bishop with doubts. Mr. Bishop, why did the idol change? The bishop said with a moved look on his face. Don't you know? Yesterday, the world government decided to free some of the slaves. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? World government will free slaves? Really or not? Impossible. Aren't those slaves bought by celestial dragons? How could celestial dragons do this? That's right, Bishop, you are not being deceived, are you? The bishop shook his head. I was not deceived. It has been confirmed that the world government released some of the slaves, and it was another celestial dragons named Bai Ye who caused all this. The villagers were surprised again. Those who bought slaves were celestial dragons. How could any celestial dragons choose to free their slaves? The bishop explained. Although there are many celestial dragons who do evil and are angry with both humans and gods, there are also celestial dragons who are compassionate, and this Bai Ye is like that. Because I saw the misery of those slaves, I have been lobbying in the world government, hoping to release all slaves. And he is willing to send all the slaves back to his hometown at his own expense. Under its constant lobbying, the world government decided to free some of the slaves. I heard that he is still working hard to get the world government to release all the slaves. What is the most important thing, do you know? The villagers looked at each other and shook their heads. The bishop pointed in the direction of the sea. Didn't everyone notice that when I woke up today, the number of times the marine warship sailed past was much more than before? As soon as this word came out, the villagers recalled one after another. That's right, if you don't tell me, Bishop, I don't care. In the past, Marine patrolled once a day at a fixed time, and then stopped coming. Early this morning, I actually saw them patrolling at least 3 or 4 times. In the past, this was simply impossible, as this also related to this celestial dragons named Bai Ye. Of course, the bishop nodded affirmatively, still looking moved. His Highness Bai Ye, after hearing that we were often attacked by pirates, took the initiative to go to naval headquarters, hoping that naval headquarters would do his best to protect civilians, and volunteered all his funds as a way for Marine to increase the number of inspections. Cost. Advertisement. Compared to the gods I believed in before, I feel that His Highness Bai Ye is the real god, because he has the world in his heart. He will have our safety in mind. We'll fight for justice for what we have been treated unfairly. So, I decided that the future church will be dedicated to His Highness Bai Ye. After all, His Highness Bai Ye can really hear us, can't he? I also heard that this highness is the incarnation of an angel, an apostle of the gods walking in the world. Heard the words. The villagers were shocked. It seems that no celestial dragons would be willing to do such a thing for them civilians. Immediately afterwards, the priests, like the bishop, seemed to be moved by what Bai Ye did, and their expressions were moved. Under the influence of this atmosphere, some villagers nodded in agreement. Bishop, you are right. His Highness Bai Ye is a really good person. He can think about the common people, which is completely different from other celestial dragons. If it's celestial dragons, no problem. And His Highness Bai Ye is the incarnation of an angel, isn't he just like a god? So I don't think it's a problem to believe in His Highness. The bishop smiled gently. Since everyone has no objections, you can continue to pray. This is a new prayer. Talking. The bishop distributed all the prayers to the villagers. After the villagers walked towards the church, the bishop showed a satisfied smile on his face. Doomsday World. After meeting with 5 elders yesterday, Bai Ye came back. Waking up from Eleanor's tender embrace, Bai Ye yawned. Your Highness, are you awake? Let me help you wash up. Stussy heard the movement, came in and said. Bai Ye nodded, and after being served, he began to enjoy a delicious breakfast after washing up. While enjoying, Stussy is also reporting to Bai Ye. Your Highness, Seiko Busujima, I have arranged for you to be in the CP0 training base, and I am currently receiving training. Gaocheng Saya's parents, I took them back yesterday, and they have already made arrangements. Don't worry, they will definitely thank you. Having said that, Stussy had a meaningful smile on his face. Bai Ye shook his head amusedly. Although I don't know how Stussy arranged it. But you have to thank yourself for being punished by yourself. Alright. Advertisement. He was somewhat interested. But not too much attention, instead let Stussy continue. In addition, the zombies in this city, after cleaning up yesterday, are basically almost the same, and the rest are in the farther area. So Marshal Sengoku decided to establish partitions in the farther area. No accidents under the circumstances. This city will be under our control in the next 2 days. I also asked about CP9. There is indeed a door fruit. It was taken by a member named Bruno. He has been dispatched and is waiting outside the tent. Correct. Stussy suddenly smiled and leaned close to Bai Ye's ear. Your Highness, I have prepared a gift for you. Oh, Bai Ye asked with interest. What gift? Heck, you can see for yourself. Stussy clapped his hands. Footsteps sounded. 2 figures stepped into the tent. Bai Ye looked up, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Shizuka. Miyamoto Rei. Both women have beautiful faces and goddess-like figures. But what surprised Bai Ye was the service on the 2 women at the moment. Rei Miyamoto was okay, she was just wearing maid costumes with long skirts, black high heels and black silk on her legs. Shizuka, on the other hand, is wearing a nun's costume with white silk. What's the meaning? Bai Ye was puzzled. Stussy smiled coquettishly. You have believers now, and these believers need someone to manage them. It just so happens that Shizuka and Ms. Miyamoto Rei are also your believers, and Miss Shizuka is willing to become a nun who believes in you and help you manage the believers. As for Ms. Miyamoto Rei, she envies Seiko Busujima very much. Hearing this, Bai Ye was thoughtful for a moment, and then carefully looked at the two women. Tut tut. Have to say, this outfit matches the two women very well. Perhaps sensing Bai Ye's gaze, the two women blushed slightly. Bai Ye asked, Are you my believers? Yes, it is. The two women nodded. Bai Ye chuckled and patted his thigh. I don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. If you check it, you will know that a true believer can withstand the baptism of the Holy Gun. 29. Attribute, Rebuke to Sengoku. In the tent. A faint fragrance permeates the air. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. You have endured it. It seems that you are indeed my believers. If this is the case, I can let you follow me. Said, Bai Ye grabbed Shizuka's chin, looked at the face that was obviously extremely mature, but had a natural dull face. Bai Ye chuckled lightly. If you just want to live a stable life with peace of mind, I can satisfy you, just help me manage believers in the future. But if you want to gain power. Bai Ye looked at Rei Miyamoto again. That depends on whether you have the ability, so, what's your answer? The former is a vase. The latter is the blade in Bai Ye's hand. Such a choice. After Shizuka and Rei Miyamoto looked at each other, they nodded without hesitation. We are willing to be the blade. Very good. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction and looked at Stussy. Then the two of them will be handed over to you. Yes, Your Highness. Stussy nodded with a smile and agreed to come down. Subsequently, the two women were taken away by Stussy. Bai Ye also met Bluno, a person with door-to-door fruit ability. To be honest, this fruit can be regarded as a concept-based devil fruit. Has the ability to open doors anywhere. Neither flames, ice or air, no matter whether it is tangible or intangible, doors can be opened anywhere, and then teleported through the door. The ability to open doors can also be used on the human body. This can be seen from the battle between the original book and Luffy. And after opening the door, a space will be formed inside the door. This space can allow living people to enter it, and use it to move in space. What does this mean? Describe this ability. Not only has the ability to travel through space. It also has the function of storage. It's a pity that the increase in combat power is not that great, otherwise this is really a powerful fruit. Your Highness. At this time, Bluno did not have as many beards as in the original book. After seeing Bai Ye, he knelt down on one knee, bowed his head, and looked respectful. Bai Ye asked interestingly, Are you the door fruit ability user? Yes. How far has the fruit ability been developed? What do you mean? I need you for ultra-long distance teleportation. Hearing this, Bluno nodded immediately. No problem, with my physical fitness, I can support up to 2 times. Advertisement, twice is enough. Bai Ye immediately showed a satisfied look on his face, and immediately took out a phone bug, dialed a member of the CP organization, and asked him to come and take Bluno away. With Bluno, even the continent on the other side of the ocean can be reached in an instant. Significant. Next. Bai Ye is not busy. Quietly control the overall situation in the tent. By the way, understand your own abilities. If Bai Ye's current ability is displayed in the form of an attribute panel, then it is probably as follows. Open black lens bracket Bai Ye. Close black lens bracket, power. Top, close black lens bracket. Physical. Top notch. Close black lens bracket, speed. Top, close black lens bracket, spirit. Top, close black lens bracket. Fruit ability. Angel fruit, elementary, other abilities. Fast learning, fast memory, overlord physique, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket hockey. Armament hockey, advanced observation hockey, top, conquerors hockey, intermediate, close black lens bracket. Passive ability. Baptism of faith. Close black lens bracket. This is Bai Ye's current ability attribute. Because of the rewards he received at the beginning, Bai Ye's physical attributes have been greatly improved, and he has also obtained a domineering physique comparable to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. In terms of physical fitness, he has jumped to the top level of the pirate world. Then there is Devil Fruit, which has just been taken and has not been developed in the future, so it is elementary. Armament Hockey, because he has not mastered emission and other skills, did not reach the top level. In terms of Conqueror's Hockey, Bai Ye has it himself, and has not developed much, it is only an intermediate level. In fact, Bai Ye awakened Conqueror's Hockey when he was 5 years old. Otherwise it will not be valued. After all, just an extraordinary mind is not enough to take on great responsibilities. In terms of attributes alone, Bai Ye's strength is absolutely terrifying. But there will be more worlds waiting for him in the future, and Bai Ye naturally wants to work hard to become stronger. Relying on his learning ability, next, Bai Ye's strength can be said to improve every day. Any question can be answered from 0. Same, when Bai Ye's strength improved. In this city, Sengoku is also constantly leading his subordinates to attack, slaughter zombies, and complete Bai Ye's orders as soon as possible to clean up the city. First day. Sengoku almost emptied 2/3 of the city's zombies with his men. Observation Hockey under. Advertisement: no zombie can escape the detection of Marine and CP members. Even if he was hiding in the sewer, he was found all at once and killed with one punch. But on the second day, Sengoku came outside Bai Ye's tent. "Your Highness, Marshal Sengoku asks to see you." Oh, in the tent, Bai Ye sat on the soft sofa. The holy light emerged from his palm, constantly changing various shapes, improving his control over it. Hearing what Stussy said, although Bai Ye was surprised, he was still Kaido. "Let him in." The voice fell. Stussy leaves. Then, Sengoku came. "Bow to Bai Ye, and then report." "Your Highness, if there is no accident, the zombies in this city will be completely emptied today and brought under our control. However, there is a problem that needs to be decided by you." Bai Ye frowned. "What's the matter?" "Some survivors in remote areas probably have noticed our existence before, so they joined forces and are willing to disband the camp and join us, but they need to talk to you, otherwise, they would rather resist desperately." "Ah." Bai Ye sneered instantly, looked at Sengoku sullenly, and instinctively shouted angrily. "Sengoku, are you out of your mind? You need to report this kind of thing to me? It's just a group of united survivors. Are they eligible to choose? What's more, you have to remember that they are not joining us. It's surrender. It can only be surrender. Besides, random people want to talk to me. Who do you think they are?" Bai Ye stood up suddenly, his eyes were cold. "I really wonder where your title of the resourceful general came from. Could it be that you put it on yourself? Can't you figure this out? If those people are unwilling to surrender, then they will be destroyed?" "Understand?" Heard the words. Sengoku quickly lowered his head, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and smiled wryly. It was also because this was Otherworld, and considering how much the people above valued this place, he was so out of place. But after hearing Bai Ye's words at this moment, he probably understood what to do, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. After all, they are not ordinary people in their own world. Even as a marine marshal, he can still do it, so, Sengoku said respectfully, "I see, Your Highness." "Roll. Next time you make this kind of mistake again, you don't have to sit in this seat anymore." 30. Angry Garp, 300,000 army. Looking at Sengoku's leaving back, Bai Ye snorted again. Although he understands why Sengoku is like this. But just as angry, fortunately, Sengoku realized it instantly, otherwise he would really have to consider whether to replace Sengoku. Outside the tent, Staff Officer Crane smiled as Sengoku came out. "Have you been scolded? I told you a long time ago that it is good to make your own decision, and you have to come and report to His Highness." Sengoku scratched his head with a wry smile. "Ah, I can't help it. After all, this is Otherworld. It's not that the 5 elders don't know how much they value you. Aren't I afraid of messing things up? What about now? I was scolded, of course I understand." Sengoku shook his head, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Just treat those who are unwilling to surrender as pirates. And as a marine, facing pirates, of course we have to forcefully suppress and kill them." Finished. Sengoku came to a motorcycle, which was a treasure that Sengoku found. Although there are also in the pirate world, but the shape is not as handsome as some in this world. And the speed is not so fast. In the past 2 days, Sengoku specially asked his men to collect more of these things. It is convenient to travel and quickly reach all areas of the city. The noise caused can also attract zombies to appear. Riding on the motorcycle, Sengoku looked at Staff Officer Crane and smiled. "Xiaohei, are you coming?" While speaking, he patted the seat behind him. "Kizaru and the others are waiting over there, we have to hurry over there." Although the words are straightforward, but the eyes are a little erratic. Crane laughed lightly, shook his head amusingly, but still sat behind Sengoku, holding Sengoku's waist with 2 hands. Sengoku straightened up all of a sudden and froze in place. "Don't hurry up. Why are you staring blankly?" he reminded. Sengoku came back to his senses, blushing at an angle that Crane couldn't see. "Ahem, let's go now, let's go now." Stepping on the gas pedal, Sengoku immediately started to drive in one direction. The other side. It's near the edge of the city. Kizaru and Garp put their hands on their shoulders, carrying some marines behind them, and looked at the thousands of people in front of them. They were all soldiers formed after some survivor camps united. He holds a thermal weapon in his hand. Among them, there are 3 leaders, 3 leaders. When Kizaru and Garp were looking at them, they are also looking at Garp et al. Suddenly, one of them asked in a low voice, "Hey, do you think these guys will agree to our terms?" "Don't worry, it will." The person in the middle said firmly, "These guys know it's official by looking at what they are wearing. As long as it is official, they will definitely not care about the life and death of ordinary people. We will hold this point and negotiate with the other party's leaders. We don't ask for more, just let us get some powerful abilities. This is not too much, right? The other party will definitely agree." "Yes, you have also seen how powerful those guys are, right? Don't you want such strength in such a doomsday world?" "Of course I want to, but I always have a bad feeling." "Relax, it's fine," almost whispering to each other. Thinking of the formidable strength shown by the other party when they met for the first time, eager looks appeared in their eyes. Suddenly, the sound of a car sounded. "Coming." The person on the left opened his mouth to remind, and several people turned their heads to look. Advertisement: it's Sengoku coming on a motorcycle. However, compared to these people, when Garp looked over, his expression darkened all of a sudden. He stared at Xiaohei behind Sengoku, and cursed secretly with his teeth clenched. "Damn Sengoku, you sneaked away." Especially when he saw Xiaohei's hands lightly hugging Sengoku's waist, Garp felt sore for no reason. Kizaru didn't notice Garp's expression, but he also saw Staff Crane behind Sengoku, and couldn't help laughing like a tease. Oh, Marshal Sengoku, is this old tree in spring? It's really a happy event. Oh, a faint voice sounded from the side. Garp said gloomily. Kizaru, do you feel happy? Kizaru subconsciously turned his head and looked at Garp's murderous eyes, remembering the speculation in the headquarters about Vice Admiral Garp, Marshal Sengoku, and Staff Officer Suru, silently said bad in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he took 2 steps back quickly and said in embarrassment, well, that, Vice Admiral Garp, ahem, I'm actually very sad, you know? Really, I want to cry now, because I think the appearance of Marshal Sengoku riding a motorcycle is really funny, what do you think? Really, it's truer than pearls, Marshal Sengoku. Not what I want to say. It's really Vice Admiral Garp's fist, I can't bear it. Kizaru nodded like a chicken pecking rice, and silently apologized to Marshal Sengoku in his heart. Seeing this, Garp snorted coldly, let Kizaru go, and then stared at Sengoku again, thinking whether he would find an excuse to fight Sengoku tonight. Keep an eye on Sengoku's face. As long as this face is swollen, Xiaohei shouldn't like Sengoku, right? No one knew what was going on in Garp's mind, with the arrival of Sengoku and Suru's staff. The 3 leaders among the survivors came immediately, and one of them said with a smile on his face, Marshal Sengoku, how about it? I think you should agree. If so, I can disband the camp now and bring everyone to join you. Promise? Sengoku smiled slightly and shook his head. Such a scene. The faces of the 3 of them changed slightly. What do you mean? You don't agree? That's right, congratulations on getting the answer right. Sengoku sneered and said, I will give you one last chance, disband your camp, submit to us, or die. Tell me your choices. Heard the words. The 3 leaders looked at each other with gloomy faces. For a while, he hesitated. Originally, they were sure that the other party would agree. Because they know it, Sengoku et al. Seem to value ordinary people. But now, it seems that there is some conflict with their expectations. Suddenly, the leader in the middle pulled the 2 people beside him and said in a low voice, it's deceitful, these guys may be doing it on purpose. The people next to him suddenly realized, you mean, they just want to take this opportunity to scam us? Betting that we will accept reality? Right. That. Reject him, good, after the discussion. The 3 leaders turned their heads to look at Sengoku, and sneered under Sengoku's gaze. Is that so? That's a pity, we've said it before, if you refuse, we will fight to the death. After speaking, he waved his hand. The survivors behind him immediately raised their weapons and aimed at Sengoku and the others. Next, seeing that they and others are so determined, they should compromise, right? Advertisement, the 3 leaders thought in their hearts. But the next moment, their hearts are cold. Sengoku said with an indifferent look in his eyes, you are stubborn, you don't know how to live or die, if that's the case, then I will fulfill you. Kill. The voice fell. The faces of the 3 leaders changed drastically. What? These guys, seriously, didn't he lie to himself and others at all? Suddenly, fear surfaced in my heart, they immediately wanted to ask for mercy. But before he even had time to speak, he saw a figure appearing in front of him. That's a CP member. Finger pistol. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying speed erupted. The heads of the 3 survivor leaders exploded and were pierced by finger pistol. The one-sided massacre began. The 2 sides are not at the same level at all. There is a gap between heaven and earth, after solving this group of people. In this city, there are only zombies left. As for zombies, in the eyes of Sengoku and others, there is only one option of death. So one day down, there are only a few zombies left in the whole city, and they are all starting to be emptied. This city was completely controlled by Bai Ye, at the same time. Pirate World. The world conscription draws to a close. 5 Elders Conference Room. The old man with the knife glanced at the document in his hand, then put it down. It's almost the end of the conscription. Oh, how many troops have you recruited? 300,000, enough, then next? Sit in. 300,000 soldiers, all of them belong to the army, led by Bai Ye, directly enter the otherworld, and open up the otherworld. Seconded. 31. Momosagi, Your Highness, do my legs look good? The next day, when the world government announced the end of conscription. A total of 300,000 troops are almost ready to go to the world government headquarters from various branches. Such a huge move, it once again shocked countless forces on the sea. Cake Island. Charlotte Linland's home base. Mama. Laughing somberly, Charlotte Linland stared at the newspaper in her hand while munching on the creamy cake. Those 5 old things on world government, what are they planning? World conscription thought that those old things were planning to attack New World, but now all the troops conscripted are actually sent to the Red Line. And form an army. Katakuri, what do you think? As the strongest son of Charlotte Linland, Katakuri shook his head after being silent for a while. I don't know. The only thing that is certain is that the world government must have some kind of plan. Snort. Charlotte Linland snorted coldly, and a flame emerged from her palm, directly burning the newspaper. No matter what the plan is, this new world is dominated by pirates. The world government wants to come in? Impossible. Wano Kuni. Island of Ghosts. Kaido, like Charlotte Linlin, is puzzled by the actions of the world government. Such a huge force. The biggest possibility is to use it to attack New World. After all, whether it is the Four Seas region or the first half of the Grand Line, the world government simply does not need so many troops, and one naval headquarters is enough. Only New World is where the world government and marine have been unable to control the initiative. But these troops were all sent to the Red Line. Could it be that they were going to guard the slaves? Or is it that the world government simply has too much idle money and no place to spend it? Kaido couldn't figure it out. He simply looked at Jin beside him and asked, "Jin, are those other guys doing anything?" "Boss Kaido, no, it's the same as before, shrinking in the territory." "Is that so?" Kaido thought for a while, breathed out, burned the newspaper, and then picked up the wine gourd and drank it. Lousy's head hurts from thinking about it. "I don't want to think about it anymore. Since no one else has moved, what is Lousy afraid of? Anyway, the territory of New World belongs to pirates. World government and marine don't want to come in. Order, all ships that see the world government will be blown up by Lousy." "Yes, Boss Kaido." Asterisk people in New World naturally didn't know that when all these soldiers arrived at the Red Line, they were ordered to step into a huge golden portal. All come to Otherworld. Now, Bai Ye is in the tent, meeting the 3 admirals of the army. Advertisement. Yes. Army Admiral, there are not a few powerful folks. In the original book, there are admiral-level powerhouses like Fujitora. But this time the world conscription is not the time period of the original book. Naturally, it was also impossible to recruit Fujitora for a smile. But there are also unexpected gains. A middle-aged man named Rand, who has the power fruit ability, can attach power to any of his attacks, bursting out with terrifying power, and also has a powerful armament haki. Absolute Admiral level. It comes from a kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line. Is the kingdom admiral. After being informed by the world government, they will be recruited directly on the condition that the country becomes a member of the world government. This is a man who takes his country very seriously. But at the same time, it's easy to control. As for the other 2, it surprised Bai Ye. Plus, Momoshage, alternate admiral in the original book. I didn't expect to become an army admiral directly now. His Royal Highness Bai Ye X3, the 3 of them knelt on one knee facing Bai Ye. Bai Ye waved his hand to get the 3 of them to stand up, and then looked at them one by one, but the main focus was on Momoshage. Compared with the situation in the original book, Momoshage is younger now, with a pair of white and tender long legs exposed outside, which is really eye-catching. Fortunately, Bai Ye has seen long legs no longer rare. There are many who have caught themselves. So he glanced away and looked away, and then said, "Come on, do you all know where this is?" "Yes, Your Highness." All 3 nodded. Even the unrestrained Jiaji had shock on his face at the moment. "I don't know if I don't come. I was shocked at first. Otherworld. Who will believe this? If they hadn't come here down to Earth, I'm afraid they would not be willing to believe that there is a world beyond this world. No wonder the world government has made so many big moves recently." Advertisement. Rand calmed down quickly and asked, "I don't know what orders you have, Your Highness." "Now, the army is controlled by Bai Ye, and they are strictly Bai Ye's subordinates." Bai Ye nodded, and said directly without any nonsense, "Now the army has 300,000 troops, and each of you is in charge of 100,000. My request is very simple. Using this city as a starting point, start from different directions, and take down all the surrounding cities. Survivors, those who submit, accept, and those who do not follow, kill. Zombies, clean them all up, and during the period, collect all useful resources in this world. Do you understand? Maybe zombies are important? But there are too many zombies in this world, and it doesn't hurt to clean up a batch." Heard the words. The 3 nodded respectfully, indicating clearly. Seeing this, Bai Ye gave up and let the 3 of them leave. But not a few steps. But when Rand and Jiaji left the tent, Momoshage suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Bai Ye with a playful smile. "Your Highness, do my legs look good?" Obviously, she just noticed Bai Ye's gaze. Ordinary men may blush when they hear this. But Bai Ye just chuckled before Kaido. "It's beautiful, and I think it will feel good in the hand." "Go." Momoshage snapped angrily and left in a hurry. There is an army coming. Next, the speed of conquest undoubtedly became faster. Just for the first day, there are 3 nearby cities which were simply taken down. The number of survivors captured exceeds 100,000. On the second day, they won another 5 cities. Anyone who resists will be killed with iron blood. Maybe less than a week, you can take the kingdom on this island. On the 3rd day, there was even a surprise, but this surprise did not come from the army, but the CP organization. "Your Highness, because of Bluno, we have found all the nuclear weapons and cut them off. In addition, the location of the country's official overseas stationed islands under our feet has also been determined." 32. "I am here on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor." Oh, hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but his eyes brightened, and he said happily, "Where?" The CP members kneeling in front of him reported immediately, "Please look, Your Highness, it's right here." He took out the map and pointed to a place above. Bai Ye looked over, his eyes flickering, "Not far." After thinking for a moment, Bai Ye waved. "I see, continue to investigate, I want to know the location of all countries." Yes. The CP members took orders immediately and then left. Bai Ye, on the other hand, left this world, returned to Mariajoy and went straight to the 5 elders. When Bai Ye arrived, the 5 elders were dealing with official business. After seeing Bai Ye, they were puzzled. You look in such a hurry, do you think you have something important to do? Yes, there is good news. Bai Ye nodded, and after telling the news, 5 elders had the same expressions as Bai Ye. All of them were surprised. After all, in this way, it means that it can start to win all the power of the country in Otherworld. It's indeed good news. The old man with the knife laughed. Now that we know the location, it's time for us to act. Not bad. The blonde old man beside him nodded, resting his chin with his hands. If you know the location, you can start the fusion. As for the landing point after fusion, let's put it next to the red line, and we will be ready. Actually, it doesn't take much preparation. Bai Ye shook his head and reminded, as long as there is a conqueror's haki, it is enough. After all, the people of Otherworld cannot bear the power of conquerors. After stunning it, it will naturally be controlled by us. Hearing this, the 5 elders nodded one after another. The next step is to determine the specific location of the drop point. Although the choice of landing point is on the side of the red line, but different directions have different specific meanings. Still have to think carefully, so after some discussion, the location was determined. Just in the direction of East Blue, when Bai Ye was discussing with 5 elders. Otherworld. A certain sea area. On an island. The island is huge, with many buildings on it, and the military style is clearly visible at a glance. Airports, runways, ports, etc. are all available. And right now, in a conference room, a majestic man was sitting at the head, listening to the report of Admiral, a subordinate next to him. Your Majesty, this is the latest video, please watch it. After speaking, a video was played. The Emperor looked. The video should be shot in a very distant place, and it can barely be seen clearly by zooming in. Just looking at it, the Emperor couldn't help but his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw it in the video. A group of soldiers flickered. Like a ghost. Show up here from time to time. Occasionally appear on the other side. Surrounded by dense zombies. But these people shuttled among the zombies, slaughtering at will. Next moment. Crush. A voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, I saw in the video, a figure suddenly jumped high into the sky, clenched his fist with his right hand, and there seemed to be a faint halo on his fist, and he smashed down with a cold expression. Pause time. The earth shakes and the mountains shake. The entire earth was actually split open, and the terrifying fluctuation caused by this blow swept all directions. Wherever they passed, countless zombies exploded on the spot and turned into shattered pieces of meat. With just this one blow, at least tens of thousands of zombies died. What a terrifying power. Hiss. Advertisement. The Emperor took a deep breath, showing a shocked expression. When is this video? Yesterday, after our people personally filmed it, it was sent back immediately. Where are the people we sent out? It should be here soon. Very good. Hearing this, the Emperor nodded, with excitement flashing in his eyes. They are the national officials of the land under the feet of Bai Ye and others. For Bai Ye and others, they discovered it long ago and have been observing it. And every observation, there are huge surprises. The first is those soldiers who are comparable to Superman. Then there are those powerful existences whose individuals can be called as mighty as gods. But the most important thing is that the clothes on these people are from the military. Moreover, the actions of this group of people are quite similar to the army. This made the Emperor feel a huge surprise the first time he knew it, thinking that it was a certain army in his own country. It was only by chance that he got a way to obtain powerful power. Therefore, the Emperor immediately sent someone to leave the pirates, go back to the country, contact this group of people and subdue them. He is the Emperor, the supreme ruler of this country. He is confident that any army will surrender after knowing his identity. And when the time comes, he will be able to control an army that looks like a Superman. Thinking of this, the Emperor couldn't help breathing fast. What zombies? What doomsday? At that time, it can be wiped out at your fingertips. There is no fear at all. The most important thing is, maybe you can use this to dominate the world. Every time he thinks about this, the ambition in the Emperor's heart can't stop expanding. And now, it's finally time to get in touch. He seemed to see the heroic picture of himself returning to the country and saving the world, and an excited smile appeared on his face involuntarily. At the same time, in the camp, Bai Ye is back. Discussion with 5 elders is over, and he's ready to act. A move in my heart. Bai Ye is ready to start receiving fusion rewards. But at this moment, footsteps sounded. Stussy came, wearing a white suit, a white skirt and net stockings on the lower body, and high heels, extremely sexy. She covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Your Highness, there's a person with a very interesting identity outside. Oh, Bai Ye stopped his movements and couldn't help being puzzled. Who? Messenger. Messenger? Yes, the official envoy of this country? Bai Ye immediately raised his eyebrows and ordered, bring it in. Yes. Stussy leaves. After a while, a young man in a suit was brought in. The young man looked at Bai Ye for the first time, first bowed and saluted, and then said, Your Excellency, this is our first meeting. I am Hitoshi Takenaka who came to meet and discuss with you on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. Oh, Bai Ye nodded and asked with great interest, what are you doing here? Yes. Ren Zuzong nodded, and then with a slight smile, he commanded Bai Ye condescendingly. I came here on behalf of the Emperor. Although the Emperor is not in this land now, the Emperor already knows what you have done. And said, you did a good job. At the same time, tell me to come here and hand over the military power in your hands. What do you mean? Bai Ye was stunned for a moment. Even Stussy blinked, a little confused. Takenaka-jin frowned. Momentarily unhappy, don't you even understand what that means? Advertisement really. This army is just lucky enough to get away to gain great power. The leader is trash, but that's okay. Next, this army will be under my control. And Hitoshi Takenaka glanced secretly at Stussy next to him, with a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. What a beautiful woman, but soon, it will be mine. Thinking in this way, Ren Zuzong commanded Bai Ye with a hint of disdain that he hadn't concealed. It's very simple. From now on, all the troops under your command will be handed over to me. This is the order of His Majesty the Emperor. I don't think you have any objections? In this country, no one can deny His Majesty the Emperor. Hitoshi Takenaka thought firmly, and himself, about to replace the person in front of him, in charge of a powerful army. Become the strongest admiral under the Emperor. I am also very fast and will have a brilliant future. Think here. The corners of Takenaka Ren's mouth could not stop rising. But soon, he sensed something was wrong, because a sneer appeared on Bai Ye's face at some point. What are you laughing at? Takenaka Ren felt a little annoyed and asked. At the same time, there was a bad premonition in my heart. Bai Ye responded with an unceremonious cold voice. I'm laughing at you as an idiot. Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the confidence of the so-called emperor? I don't know the so-called guy, but he still wants to seize military power? Ridiculous. Say it. Bai Ye waved his hand directly, kill it. Yes. Stussy, already annoyed by his stare, took over immediately. The figure instantly appeared in front of Takenaka Ren. Takenaka Ren finally panicked at this moment, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. No, you can't do this. I am representing the Emperor. Are you doing this to rebel? Damn it, if you dare to kill me, His Majesty the Emperor will not let you go, absolutely. The voice did not fall. Stussy swept out with one kick. Ren Takenaka was directly kicked out of the tent and flew into the air. There was coldness in Stussy's eyes, and he kicked out several consecutive tempest kicks. Boom. Ren Takenaka's body had not yet landed, but his body was scattered into several pieces, and he died immediately. Bai Ye snorted coldly and ordered, Stussy, you go back and tell the 5 elders that the so-called emperor makes me very upset. Unhappy consequences. He believed the 5 elders would figure it out. Stussy nodded. Yes, your highness. Wait until Stussy is gone. Only then did Bai Ye continue to receive the reward. A virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. There was another voice in the ear. Please select the fusion area, close black lens bracket. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye directly chose the island where the emperor was. And after that, he chose the landing point. Everything is done. The voice in the ear continued. Fusion begins, close black lens bracket. 33. 5 Elders Punishment of the Emperor, Pirate World. Red line. With fusion begins. 5 elders and others, who had already prepared for it, suddenly widened their eyes. I saw violent fluctuations suddenly appeared on the sea near East Blue that I chose in front of me. At the same time, in the sky, a ray of light shines straight down. Indistinctly, the outline of a huge island emerged. The blonde old man picked up a phone bug, dialed it directly, and ordered after he got through. Surround the island, and don't let any creature on it go, even an insect. Yes. In the phone bug, a hoarse voice rang, then got hung up. The other side. Akainu put away the phone bug and ordered. Notice, let all the warships come forward, surround the island, and do not allow any creatures on the island to let go. One order. The 20 warships that had already been prepared moved quickly. Soon. The light faded, and when the light disappears, a huge island appeared in front of my eyes. Island. In the conference room. Stop with the vibration. The Emperor looked pale. Damn, what happened? Did the submarine volcano erupt? Why did there suddenly be an earthquake? The moment of integration, they didn't notice anything. The only feeling is that the island is constantly shaking. The general under his command couldn't respond. At this moment, a hurried footstep sounded. A figure rushed in and said in fear. Heaven, His Majesty the Emperor, it's not good. We seem to have come to a new place. Both the Emperor and the general looked puzzled. What's the meaning? Gulu. The soldier explained. The island under our feet is no longer where it was before, but another, strange place, as if it was teleported. How can this be? The Emperor stared wide-eyed, writing in disbelief. But before there are too many words, rumble, a terrifying momentum struck. With this momentum broke out, all the creatures on the island only felt a heavy blow to the head and fell to the ground in a daze. Notify Akainu, it's time to act, build a fortification, imprison the entire island, and capture all the people on it alive. The old man with the knife restrained the conqueror's haki and said in a deep voice, also, send a scientific team over. After all, there is a zombie virus in that world. Just in case of accidents, let's test it. Good. Someone nearby responded. Subsequently, the action begins. The scientific team conducts testing. After the reply came with no virus, the Marines on the warships all began to land on the island. After a while, everyone on the island was captured alive in a daze. Advertisement and the Emperor among them was also brought before the 5 elders by Akainu. The 5 adults, this one, should be the rulers of the island. Saying this, Akainu threw the Emperor in front of the 5 elders. Pain strikes. The Emperor woke up from the dizziness, shook his head, and looked around in confusion. When he saw 5 elders and Akainu, he couldn't help getting up quickly, with a puzzled and vigilant look on his face. "You, who are you?" The 5 elders were about to answer when a voice came from behind. "Wait a minute. Look back, it's Stussy, it's time to catch up." With a smile, Stussy first saluted 5 elders, and then reported Bai Ye's order to 5 elders. The 5 old men nodded upon hearing this. Although they didn't know why Bai Ye was upset, they didn't care about a small matter. "And, Emperor, should it be this guy?" The old man with the knife looked at the Emperor in front of him and sneered. "After all, he is the ruler of this island, so nothing unexpected will happen. Since Bai Ye is upset, he should delay and kill him." How can you relieve your anger if you kill him?" Another old man next to him shook his head and stopped, laughing. "Stussy, this guy is entrusted to you. Take it to CP0 for brainwashing. After the brainwashing is successful, send it to Bai Ye as a servant. In addition, I just got the news that this guy seems to have a good-looking wife and daughter, and they sent them to Bai Ye's castle. Thinking about it, Bai Ye shouldn't be upset, right? For a powerful person, brainwashing will be very difficult. But for an ordinary person, it's easy. Hear this." The other 5 elders all laughed. They used to be celestial dragons too. "Naturally, I have enjoyed a lot. Know what will make a man full of interest. Also know the fastest way for a man to vent his dissatisfaction. It's just that I don't care about those now. They are now focused on world government." Stussy narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. "I see. I think His Highness Bai Ye will be very satisfied with this method." After speaking, Stussy grabbed the Emperor and was about to leave. The Emperor kept struggling, his face pale, "Although I don't know where it is. But he is not deaf. How can he not hear that these people are deciding the fate of himself and his family?" No, I won't go. Let me go. I am the Emperor." "Who are you? Let me go, even if he is the Emperor." "But also a normal person. How could it be possible to break free?" "And no one cares. Its so-called identity doesn't even bother to make 5 elders raise their eyebrows. Emperor? In this world, he is nothing more than an ant after all." Things work out. 5 elders withdrew the topic again to the island. "Okay, let the scientific troops land on the island and accept all the information on the island. Not surprisingly, there should be information on the weapons we want. Especially those warships in the port. Get a thorough understanding as soon as possible and sort out the information." "Yes. Advertisement zombie world. Stussy will be back soon." After telling Bai Ye about the Emperor, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh. Originally, he just asked the 5 elders to get rid of the so-called Emperor. Did not expect such a decision. I have to say, too harsh. But Bai Ye felt that it seemed pretty good, although he may not be interested in pampering. "If your highness still feels uncomfortable, I will help his highness bring suitable people." Stussy smiled and clapped his hands. Rei Miyamoto walked in with a flushed face. The servant on her body is still the same maid outfit. It has to be said that Stussy is indeed a crowd pleaser. At least Bai Ye felt very satisfied at the moment. "Good." He nodded and waved to Rei Miyamoto. Rei Miyamoto stepped forward shyly, squatting down. Stussy narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Your highness shouldn't praise me, but Ms. Rei Miyamoto. She decided to come here on her own initiative." "Oh," Bai Ye was surprised and looked at Rei Miyamoto. Rei Miyamoto whimpered. It was hard to speak because she was holding on to the future, but it could be seen from the increasingly ruddy face that what Stussy said was true. "Ah. Good," Bai Ye said while holding Rei Miyamoto's ponytail and playing with it. "In that case, I will give you a reward." "How about devil fruit?" "Stussy, I leave it to you. Pay attention to the devil fruit that suits her. Whether it's zone, or paramecia, or logia." "Yes, your highness." Stussy made it clear, and then left the tent, not intending to disturb Bai Ye. Miyamoto Rei, on the other hand, showed a look of joy. Work harder. In fact, she herself took the initiative because of her desire to gain stronger power. After all, after having the first time, Rei Miyamoto was already planning to go all out. But I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Can I get devil fruit in this way? Inexplicably, gratitude to Bai Ye rose in my heart. At the same time, outside the tent, far away, a zombie stared in the direction of the tent. Pupils are gray, but there was an unbelievable look on his face. Even at a great distance, but it can still vaguely see a head that seems to be listening to music, shaking in accordance with the rhythm of the music. This head belongs to Rei Miyamoto. Why? The zombie roared and roared, full of anger and confusion. If Rei Miyamoto was here, she would probably be able to recognize this zombie as her childhood sweetheart, Takashi Kimuro. 34. Surprising ability. P.S. I saw some readers say that Vegapunk is a woman. Let me explain. Vegapunk is not a woman. He just created a few artificial human clones for himself. There are 6 clones in total, 1 male, 3 female and 2 robots. Close black lens bracket. Outside the tent, Stussy frowned slightly. Suddenly looking in one direction, a faint sense of peeping appeared. The distance is too far, and her observation Hokage cannot perceive it. But Stussy didn't hesitate and stepped forward. Next moment, her figure disappeared, appearing directly in midair, casting moonwalk and heading in that direction at a terrifying speed. Discovered. Damn it. Takashi Kimura noticed Stussy, and a trace of panic flashed in his gray pupils. It seems that he did not expect to be noticed from such a long distance. Thinking of the scene I saw earlier, although I only saw a head and no body, Takashi Kimura is not a fool. How could he not know what he was doing? A surge of anger and a trace of sourness could not help but arise in my heart. Wait, I will come back. When the time comes, kill all of you. Takashi Kimura growled with hatred. He turned around and ran without hesitation. But his running speed was far behind Stussy's pursuit speed. In just a few minutes, Stussy had already arrived behind Takashi Kimura. There is really someone? And this guy, isn't he dead? Stussy instantly recognized Takashi Kimura and was surprised. She clearly remembered this guy, who died in her hands, but unexpectedly turned into a zombie. Most importantly, she saw wisdom in Takashi Kimura's eyes. This zombie has reason. After discovering this, Stussy couldn't help but be overjoyed. If His Highness is informed of this news, His Highness will be very happy, right? Thinking of this, Stussy speeded up again and kicked out of the air at the same time. A huge tempest kick-slash erupted. Takashi Kimura immediately felt a terrible sense of crisis coming from behind. Roar, it roared and continued running without looking back. Seeing the slash attack. Suddenly, in the building not far away, an upgraded zombie jumped out directly, came behind Takashi Kimura, and sacrificed his life to block the blow for him. Huh. Seeing this scene, Stussy was surprised immediately, speeding up and continuing to chase. As the distance got closer, Takashi Kimura couldn't help roaring again. All of a sudden, there were roars. Figures jumped out from different directions, standing in front of Stussy. Advertisement: if you look closely, they are all zombies. And all of them are upgraded zombies. This guy can actually control zombies? Stussy was completely pleasantly surprised. She knew that Bai Ye had been looking for a way to control the zombies. Unexpectedly, now he has discovered a special zombie that can control zombies. This is definitely a great achievement. So Stussy got downright serious, with a sneer on his face. Want to run? Wishful thinking. The voice fell. With a snort, a tempest kick was thrown out. All the upgraded zombies in front of you were killed with one blow. Subsequently, shave. Stussy disappeared. Exploding at the fastest speed, he came behind Takashi Kimura in an instant. What? Takashi Kimura was shocked. He turned around and was about to punch him out. But the fist was easily blocked by Stussy and then exploded with strength. There was a tear. One of Takashi Kimura's arms was torn off abruptly. In order to prevent you from escaping, it's better to tear off your limbs, Stussy said indifferently. Anyway, you are a zombie now, and you probably won't die after all. Say it. Not caring about the resentment in Kimura's eyes at all, Stussy acted. Under the burst of power, Takashi Kimura had no power to resist at all. But after a while, Stussy grabbed him by the neck and carried him all the way towards the camp. Soon, Stussy is back, but he didn't enter the tent immediately, but waited outside. About 2 hours later, Rei Miyamoto walked out of the tent with somewhat weak legs, and was subconsciously taken aback when she saw Stussy at the door, especially since Stussy was carrying a limbless zombie in his hand. The zombie looked familiar, but Rei Miyamoto didn't recognize it because a lot of it was blocked by Stussy's hand. Miss Stussy, is this? She asked curiously. Stussy said with a half smile. A special zombie needs to be reported to His Highness. Since you have finished serving His Highness, go back and rest first. You need to continue training tomorrow. If you are devil fruit, I will take care of it. Yes, thank you Miss Stussy. A look of joy flashed in Miyamoto Rei's eyes. Advertisement. Stussy let it go. You should thank your highness even more. Yes, I understand. Miyamoto Rei answered seriously. Hearing this, the zombie in Stussy's hand suddenly struggled frantically. Stussy's expression didn't change at all. He just said to Miyamoto Rei, you go back first. Yes. Rei Miyamoto walked away from some zombies in fear, and then walked towards the double door, preparing to return to Mariajoy. But she probably never expected that what Stussy was holding was not only a zombie, but also her childhood sweetheart, Takashi Kimura. With Rei Miyamoto's departure, Stussy also stepped into the tent. You are? Same as Miyamoto Rei. Seeing Stussy carrying the zombie, Bai Ye also showed surprise on his face. But Stussy immediately explained, finished listening. Bai Ye's eyes flickered suddenly. You said he can control zombies? Yes, your highness. Stussy nodded affirmatively. There's absolutely no mistake. When I made several shots, zombies appeared to stop me. This is obviously the reason why I was manipulated by him. Ha ha ha, you did a great job, Stussy. Bai Ye burst out laughing immediately. If that's the case, you really did a great job. After all, this is exactly what I need. There are so many zombies in this world. As Bai Ye said at the beginning, it is a good tool to become a labor force. After all, zombies don't get tired at all. Even the need for food is pitifully low. If you can control zombies, where do you need any slaves? Aren't these zombies better than slaves? Unfortunately, there is currently no way to manipulate zombies. But the appearance of Takashi Kimuro came at a very timely time. Just for a moment, the use of Takashi Kimuro came to Bai Ye's mind. Either brainwashing, causing a huge blow to its spirit, so as to become a puppet that intelligently obeys orders. Either kill it, dissect it, let Vegapunk take this opportunity to study, and see if Takashi Kimuro can get a way to control zombies. Among them, Bai Ye undoubtedly chooses the former. It's just that in this way, Bai Ye suddenly felt that he seemed too much like a villain. After all, not to mention his childhood sweetheart, he has to imprison the other party, let the other party become his puppet, and work for him for a lifetime. Isn't this what a villain is? But soon, Bai Ye didn't care, and even raised the corners of his mouth to laugh. Celestial dragons, aren't they the villains? 35. Doflamingo, evil, devil, you devil, I won't let you go. Bai Ye's laughter. Let Takashi Kimuro growl, his eyes fixed on Bai Ye, full of resentment. Hearing this, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, shrugged at Stussy, and then sat on the sofa by himself. Bang! Stussy kicked it out, sending it flying. Shut your mouth, your highness is also something you can insult? Stussy sneered. Then he asked Bai Ye, your highness, what are your plans? Send Vegapunk over here. Yes. Stussy took the lead. Soon. Vegapunk is here. As soon as he entered the tent, Vegapunk was startled when he saw a zombie, and then he came back to his senses and said in astonishment, your highness, this is a special zombie. Bai Ye explained to Vegapunk and ordered, I can study it for you for 3 days. Under the condition of ensuring that it will not die, after 3 days, no matter whether you have researched anything or not, I will hand over this zombie to the CP organization for brainwashing. Do you understand? Hearing this, Vegapunk's eyes suddenly showed excitement. There was no fear at all in the eyes of Takashi Kimuro. For a true scientist like Vegapunk, this is not a dirty and ugly zombie, this is a beautiful and beautiful gem. It has great research value. Yes, no problem, your highness. Very good, take it down. Bai Ye waved his hand in satisfaction, and asked people to take the zombie away with Vegapunk. Takashi Kimuro kept struggling and roaring, but unfortunately, it didn't work at all. Next, as the army keeps attacking, on the first day, several cities were taken again. All the recruited survivors are now living in this original city. Before I knew it, it exceeded 200,000, this is a huge amount. If all of them are converted into Bai Ye's believers, it will also provide Bai Ye with majestic faith. But Bai Ye didn't move, we'll have to wait for more. Also, don't worry about these for the time being. Bai Ye closed his eyes, and after feeling it silently, a smile appeared on his face. Advertisement on the side of One Piece World, because the world government started to act. His power of faith grew much faster than before. If it was said that it could increase by 5 or 6,000 units a day at the beginning, then it will be about 15,000 units a day now. Huge improvement. But speaking of it, this world has already begun to become boring. Bai Ye sighed, stepped out of the tent, and looked at the tall buildings in the distance. At first, he was quite interested in this modern world. But the longer you stay, the more boring you get. After all, it is an ordinary world, it's a pity that he can't leave now. Or rather, can't leave Mariojoy. After all, he is the only one who can open the double-piercing door at present. If he is not around, sometimes it will be difficult to control if an accident occurs. Therefore, Bai Ye can only stay here. But Bai Ye estimated that this aspect should improve in the future. After all, a cheat can't be impersonal, can it? Besides, there is not much distance from completely controlling the world. With the strength of the army, the country will fall under the control of Bai Ye in no more than 3 days. The most important thing is that the original source is almost obtained. In the end, Bai Ye thinks that it should be Xiaomuro who turned into a zombie. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the protagonist, the son of destiny. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect to turn into a zombie. But after all, the difference in strength is too great. If someone else faces Takashi Kimuro, who can control zombies, he might not really be an opponent, and even the world will fall into his hands in the end. But in the face of a powerful world government, no matter how powerful Kimuro Takashi is, he is still an ant. The next day, Bai Ye returned to Mariojoy. When I woke up, a message came. The kingdom on the sea has been completely occupied by the army. Almost all the zombies have been cleaned up. The number of survivors, about 1 million, is all recruited. The news was reported by Momoshage himself, at this moment in a luxurious castle. Listening to the news reported by Momoshage in front of him, Bai Ye praised with a slight nod. You've done a good job, but don't let up. It's just one country. There are more countries waiting for you. After you go back, let Rand and Jiaji cooperate with you, and prepare to set off to other continents to continue cleaning up zombies, recruiting survivors, and collecting resources. Yes. Momoshage nodded respectfully, then left. Bai Ye sat up on the sofa, and immediately 2 women stepped forward beside him, ready to serve him. These are the emperor's wife and daughter, sent by the 5 elders. At this moment, there was apprehension and restraint on his face. Not to mention, she looks really good and has a good figure. But Bai Ye gave up and dispersed directly. Advertisement. In my mind, I was thinking about some things. This world is, after all, the world of pirates. Pirates, on the other hand, are factors of chaos, which are not conducive to governance and need to be eliminated. But it is impossible to get rid of it in a short time. There are too many bases, however, you can guide it. Change the thinking of some pirates. In the original book, many pirates are said to be pirates, but in fact, to put it bluntly, they are explorers. They just like to explore everywhere and look for treasures, but they have to be called pirates. I really don't understand. Bai Ye curled his lips and sneered. However, this also shows that if it is handled well, most pirates can be considered explorers in the future. If it is used well, there will be more and more explorers and fewer pirates. And, you can set up an explorer alliance, get a set of honor levels, and control these explorers. However, if you really want to make it happen, the explorers alliance must be in your own hands. Think here. Bai Ye rested his chin in both hands, his eyes flickered. Tread. A servant came over nervously and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, Eleanor Palace is here." Bai Ye returned to his senses and frowned. "Let her in." "Yes." The servant leaves. After a while, the crisp sound of high heels sounded. "It's Eleanor." She asked, "Your Highness, the weapon production line has been built and a batch has been produced. Lord Five Elders asked me to inform you." At the same time, Doflamingo got the news of these new weapons from nowhere, and wants to cooperate with the world government. "The 5 adults also asked me to ask you, are you interested in this matter?" "Oh, Doflamingo?" There was a hint of surprise in Bai Ye's tone. "Yes." Eleanor nodded, fearing that Bai Ye would not recognize her. She explained, "You probably don't know it. I used to be a celestial dragon from Don Quixote, but because of his father, he was kicked out of Mariajoy and stripped of his celestial dragon status. Today, a base camp has been established in North Blue, and it is one of North Blue's powerful underground forces." Hearing this, Bai Ye frowned. Logically speaking, this kind of thing is not worthy of my attention at all. 5 elders came to ask themselves this thing, why? Thinking about it, Bai Ye frowned and soon understood. "I see." Shaking his head, he chuckled and said, "In that case, let's meet." Get Bai Ye's answer. Eleanor nodded immediately. 36. Doflamingo's shocked. "Young master, how long are we going to wait here?" Mariajoy, in a conference room. Doflamingo sat quietly. But behind him, Torbol asked with a frown. After all, he's been here with Doflamingo for almost a day now. It was agreed that someone would come to talk to them about related matters, but no one has come yet. What is this? Leave them alone. Foo. Torbol, don't worry, be patient. Doflamingo was not angry, but picked up a wineglass and said with a smile on his face, "We're talking about big things this time. More importantly, I have already received news that the person who is negotiating with us this time may be a big shot. Although it paid a huge price, but it's definitely worth it. So, calm down, the most important thing is not to show any emotions. If it's really that big shot, I can't protect you." Doflamingo said the last sentence very seriously. Hearing this, Torbol was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly and became serious. He knew that Doflamingo's status was somewhat special. Otherwise, it is impossible to contact the world government. But even Doflamingo has to remind him so carefully. It is obvious that the characters he may meet this time are the top existences in the real world government. For such a giant as the world government, Torbol also felt fear in his heart. To put it bluntly, before meeting Doflamingo, he was just the lowest existence. Seeing this, Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction and heaved a sigh of relief. He does treat Torbol as a family member, and therefore does not want these family members to be harmed. But this time, he had to be so cautious. Ever since he noticed the changes in the world government, he kept inquiring about the news, wanting to know the situation. Unfortunately, nothing was found in the end. Only recently has it finally paid off. Know that the world government has a new type of weapon, very powerful, far superior to today's munitions. So Doflamingo came directly after hesitating for a while. Want to cooperate with the world government to win this order, so as to expand the business of the Don Quixote family in North Blue. As long as you can get it. Perhaps this is the root of his existence in the underground world of the Grand Line. Thinking of this, even Doflamingo couldn't help showing excitement. After all, the current him is not the one who started the story of the original novel. The current Don Quixote family just lives in North Blue. However, remembering what the world government member who contacted him at the beginning said to him, Doflamingo still couldn't help but constrict his pupils and his heart shook. "Joker, for the sake of the many Baileys you have contributed to me over the years, don't blame me for not reminding you. This time you may see 5 elders of the world government, but it may also be another adult. If it's another adult, you'd better restrain your character or die in Mariajoy, don't blame me. You know, the status of that adult is very high in the world government. I've only heard about it, but I don't even have the qualifications to meet that person. You'd better be more cautious. As far as I know, that lord is in existence on an equal footing with 5 elders." Advertisement. Every time he thought of these words, Doflamingo couldn't help being shocked. As once celestial dragons, he knew all too well the power the 5 elders represented in the world government. And an existence that can be on an equal footing with the 5 elders. The meaning contained in it is very terrifying. The most important thing is that he is completely unaware of such an existence, completely ignorant of it. This is the scariest thing. After all, he was a former celestial dragons. Even if he is not a real celestial dragons, this identity is destined to make him represent an extraordinary meaning in the world government. It is no exaggeration to say that with this level of identity, the news he can learn in the world government is at the same level as the 4 emperors. However, it is such a level, but I still can't get any news. It can be seen that the identity of this lord is an existence that even the 4 emperors have never known. In a way, this also represents the importance that the world government attaches to that big man. If you don't pay enough attention, you won't hide the news like this. Suddenly, tread, outside the meeting room. Footsteps sounded. Doflamingo subconsciously sat up straight and looked towards the door. There was a crunch. The door was pushed open. Doflamingo's pupils constrict. He even took a deep breath. What came in was a man in white, ordinary, but exuding a terrifying aura, which made Doflamingo feel suffocated instantly. Admiral class, absolute admiral level powerhouse. And Doflamingo naturally recognized the clothes on the other party. CP0. Obviously, this admiral level existence came here as a bodyguard. He looked around and confirmed that there was no danger before stepping aside. What kind of character can let an admiral level powerhouse be his bodyguard? This scene alone made Doflamingo's scalp tingle and he went to ultimate seriously. Although the celestial dragons appear in danger, naval headquarters will immediately dispatch admiral. But it's not a concept at all with a close-fitting admiral level bodyguard. This is a huge gap in status. Tread. With the sound of high heels, Eleanor stepped into the conference room. Behind Eleanor was a figure in a white robe with a handsome face. As a member of the Don Quixote family who once belonged to himself. Before losing his identity as celestial dragons, Doflamingo met Eleanor several times, so he naturally recognized him. Although his status was not as high as Eleanor's at the beginning. Advertisement, but I also know that Eleanor is not the character I want to wait for. Then, no surprise, he was the last man to come in. Just at a glance, Doflamingo felt the faint aura of the superior and the extremely noble temperament emanating from the other party. Doflamingo, I have met your highness. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo stood up and saluted Bai Ye with noble etiquette. Even the unique laughter that is commonly used in daily life is not dared to use. In order to avoid misunderstanding, heard the words. Bai Ye nodded in response and sat across from Doflamingo. Just sit down. Eleanor looked at Torbil with cold eyes and said coldly, bow your head to me, your highness is not something a humble existence like you can see. Terrible killing intent spread. Torbil quickly lowered his head. Bai Ye shook his head with a wry smile and waved his hands. All right, Eleanor. Presumably Torbil's appearance is too ugly, otherwise Eleanor wouldn't be like this. After all, Bai Ye is sacred in Eleanor's heart. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Eleanor nodded. Instead of looking at Torbil, she stood quietly beside Bai Ye, like a maid. Such a scene was seen by Doflamingo, and his heart was shocked, but he remained silent. Doflamingo, I know you, Joker, right? Bai Ye said while looking at him. Hearing this, Doflamingo nodded. Yes. Well, I know the purpose of your visit this time. Actually, if those 5 old guys didn't consider that I might be interested in government affairs, it would be those 5 old guys who came to communicate with you. But it happens that I'm bored too, so I'll chat with you. That's right. Originally, such a small matter was not worth 5 elders to inform Bai Ye of. It is also considering that Bai Ye will ascend the throne of the world government in the future, rule the entire world government, and be interested in this kind of government affairs, so 5 elders chose to have someone notify Bai Ye. If Bai Ye is interested, let's chat, and in the future, things in this area will gradually be handed over to Bai Ye. Doflamingo nodded slightly, but still didn't speak. After all, he knew the 5 old guys Bai Ye was talking about. Who else but the 5 elders? He couldn't speak. You can't tease 5 elders with Bai Ye, can you? He is not qualified for this. Doflamingo may be arrogant, but he is definitely a smart guy. The so-called arrogance usually refers to beings who are inferior to him in terms of strength or status. But in this place Mariajoy, he can't. 37. The layout of the Fishman Island. Seeing the silent Doflamingo, Bai Ye had to admit that he was indeed a smart man. Shaking his head, Bai Ye raised his legs and asked, you want cooperation rights for new weapons? Yes. Bringing up business, Doflamingo nodded. Bai Ye waved his hand at Zero as a gesture. Zero turned and left. Not long after, he came back. With an AK-47 in his hand. That's right, this is the new product produced by the world government. After taking it, under Doflamingo's curious eyes, Bai Ye aimed at the wall on one side and pulled the trigger directly. Bang bang bang. The fire snake spewed. Countless bullets flew out immediately. The so-called recoil naturally does not exist in Bai Ye's hands. But after a while, a magazine was emptied of bullets. There were also numerous bullet holes on the wall. As a modern weapon, compared to some muskets in One Piece world, this thing is definitely a huge enhancement. Doflamingo just watched this scene, enough to determine the great value of this weapon. Anything that appears on the black market, someone will definitely need it. No, it is very much needed by many people, especially those gangster forces in West Blue. It will even be snapped up. Undoubtedly, Doflamingo has seen huge benefits in it, and a look of longing can't help showing in the depths of his eyes. Without thinking too much, Doflamingo said directly, is this the new weapon of the world government? It's really powerful. If His Royal Highness is willing to hand over the cooperation right to me, I'm willing to buy a weapon at a price of 100,000 Baileys. How about it? 100,000. Bai Ye sneered, put down the AK-47, and said calmly, you want to get the right to cooperate, Yes, 500,000 Baileys. 1 bullet for 10,000 Baileys, 100 rounds. Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately frowned. Meditate. This world. An ordinary firewall is only tens of thousands of Baileys. Better ones. That's more than 100,000. But 500,000. No, not even possible. After all, the amount of ammunition consumed is very large. Regardless of strength, hundreds of them are basically worn out a day, and it is not impossible to lose thousands of them in a war. With such a large attrition rate, if the price is too expensive, no one will naturally buy it. It's just an ordinary firearm. This is a new type of weapon, so naturally it cannot be generalized. Even if the price is high, but in terms of the firepower and power of this weapon, even if you haven't personally experienced it, Doflamingo doesn't feel weak. Therefore, there will definitely be many people willing to buy it. Although the price of 500,000 is outrageous, but it is not unacceptable. The point is, this is the price you buy yourself. If Doflamingo wants to make money, he will have to raise the price and sell it. In this way, the risk is very high, but Doflamingo was decisive, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. Hey, if that's the case, then I agree to the price His Highness said. Advertisement. Hearing this, Bai Ye was surprised, but he didn't expect Doflamingo to agree so quickly. But the eyes are more and more appreciative. Knocking on the table, Bai Ye nodded. Okay, someone will talk to you later. It's just a small thing for me, not worth my time. I came to you. There's another thing for you to do. Just think of it as an additional condition for you to get the right to cooperate. This is a temporary fare increase. If it was someone else, Doflamingo would definitely be furious, and then wrench the opponent's head off with his own hands. But opposite is Bai Ye. Doflamingo is not only not angry, but even a little happy. Because he already knew how high Bai Ye's status was. That being the case, how could Doflamingo refuse the opportunity to get closer to the other party? Please tell me, Doflamingo said without hesitation. Such an attitude satisfied Bai Ye. You should enter the Grand Line, right? If that's the case, I don't care what method you use to make the situation on the Fishmen Island even more chaotic. The Fishmen Island? Doflamingo was taken aback. Showing a look of surprise. Nowadays, the situation on the Fishmen Island is already chaotic. Princess Othime is still alive now. I have always longed for the Fishmen Island status to be improved, and to live on an equal footing with humans. Rather than being treated as slaves, but on the other hand, because of the existence of slave catchers. The Fishmen Island has gathered a group of Murlocs who hate humans very much. Attempt to fight against humans. Bai Ye didn't care about these things. But the Fishmen Island is indeed a very important place. Located in the deep sea, its geographical location is superior. There is also the existence of Poseidon. Especially Poseidon is not the same as Pluto and Uranus. Poseidon has the ability to control all sea kings. In this world full of seas, one can imagine how terrifying such an ability is. So the Fishmen Island, Bai Ye, must be in your hands. In any case, in Bai Ye's view, the people of the Fishmen Island need to become their own believers. The current situation is chaotic, but Bai Ye needs to make it even more chaotic. Only in this way, when you make a move yourself, can you take down the Fishmen Island in one fell swoop. Is it confusing? Doflamingo didn't agree immediately, but became thoughtful. After a while, he asked, any level of chaos is fine? Can. Bai Ye nodded, but warned. But you better not further expand the hatred between the Fishmen Island and humans. I see. Hey, if that's the case, I agree to this condition. Doflamingo nodded. He probably knew what to do, since they don't want to further expand the hatred between humans and Murlocs. Then, let the current confrontation between the two factions on the Fishmen Island be further expanded. Princess Othime represents a faction that yearns for peace. And Murloc Street represents the war faction. It's easy to make it more confusing. Advertisement. It just couldn't be done in the past. Because the world government also attaches great importance to the Fishmen Island. Don't allow others to interfere. You don't need to worry about pirates or something. Because pirates will not interfere with its internal situation at all. This time is different. In the past, Doflamingo would not agree. Otherwise, the 5 elders will be held accountable. But now, with the Order of the Highness in front of him, there is no problem in thinking. Just in time, while taking this opportunity to develop a relationship with this Highness, you can capture some Murlocs and give them to this Highness. Maybe this Highness will like it more? Doflamingo thought to himself. There was a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Since this Highness said that any degree of confusion is fine. In that instant, the Empress Odahime from the Fishmen Island and the current king of the Fishmen Island appeared in his mind. Bai Ye is naturally not clear about Doflamingo's thoughts. He just laid out a pawn at random. It works best. No, that's the problem with Doflamingo. When the time comes, it depends on whether the other party has the ability to bear the consequences of his disappointment and anger. After a while, Bai Ye left, in the conference room. That leaves Doflamingo and Eleanor. Watching Doflamingo, Eleanor reminded, although I don't know the purpose of His Highness doing this, I don't want His Highness to be disappointed. Doflamingo, do you understand what I mean? Hey, Eleanor Palace, I know, I won't let His Highness down without your reminder. Doflamingo smiled lightly. After the words fell, he turned to ask, however, can you tell me the identity of this Highness? I am very curious. He was indeed curious. Such existence, there is no news. If you say you are not curious, it must be a lie. Although I know the status is very high, but in fact, this news is no different from not knowing anything. To be specific, you must know how high it is, right? Hearing this, Eleanor's eyes flickered for a moment, and then she snorted coldly. Put your thoughts away, His Highness's identity is not something you can peek at. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. After speaking, Eleanor left, but Doflamingo rubbed his chin in thought. In a word, in fact, a lot has been revealed. It seems that the identity of this highness is really frighteningly high. But Eleanor was right. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. At least, if anything related to that highness is revealed in the future, it is very likely that people will cast suspicious eyes on him. Thinking of this, Doflamingo couldn't help shaking his head. All in all, this time I came to Mariajoy, it was a huge gain, and I deserve it. Hey, Torbull, let's go. Next, I always feel that this sea will become more interesting. But this is also our chance. Yes, young master. 2 decigrams 38, Vegapunk surprises, it's time to end, castle. After 3 days, Bai Ye is going to return to the world of zombies. But at this time, Stussy came to Bai Ye with a CP member. Holding a box in his hand, when opened, there's a blue devil fruit inside. Your Highness, Lord Spandane asked me to send it to you at this time. He said it was what you needed. He found it on Sky Island. He is still looking for the rest of the fruit for you. CP members respected the exchange report. Heard the words. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. So, this is Thunderfruit? Stussy nodded. Yes, Your Highness, it is exactly the same as what I saw in the devil fruit illustration book. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Yes, go back and tell Spandane, I am very satisfied, but the other devil fruit, I hope he can get it as soon as possible, understand? Yes, Your Highness. The members of CP9 immediately nodded and left. Bai Ye picked up the Thunderfruit, looked it over carefully, remembered the smell of devil fruit, and couldn't help frowning slightly. I really don't want to experience that feeling again. But have to experience. After all, what this fruit represents is the power of thunder. Fortunately, this is a momentary taste, and I can accept it. Bai Ye thought in his heart, and then under Stussy's astonished gaze, he peeled off the peel and ate it in one bite. Your Highness, don't, Stussy's worried voice suddenly sounded. She didn't know that Bai Ye could take 2 devil fruits. Therefore, after knowing that Bai Ye had the ability of angel fruit, he took thunder fruit again, and his face turned pale in an instant, showing a terrified look. After all, everyone knows that in this world, only 1 devil fruit can be taken. If there are too many, you will die, but if His Highness dies, then she will definitely die too. And die badly. But the next moment, what's going on? Stussy blinked, and looked at Bai Ye, who suddenly had thunderbolts appearing on his body, but nothing happened, and was stunned at the same place, his face full of doubts. Bai Ye has no idea of explanation. Just feeling the power in his body, and then the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an excited smile. Ha, is this the power of thunder and lightning? Sure enough. While laughing loudly, Bai Ye clenched his right hand tightly, and a sizzling blue thunder suddenly emerged. The moment you eat it, Bai Ye felt that with the help of Thunderfruit, the scope of his observation haki expanded rapidly. It is no exaggeration to say that his observation haki is almost covering the entire red line in this short period of time. This is a very scary range. After all, as the only continent in the pirate world, although its area is not as large as the real continent, it is definitely not small. Advertisement: some islands are not even the size of a corner. This shows how terrifying the scope of red line is. And Bai Ye's observation haki can cover such a level, which also shows the enhancement of Thunderfruit to observation haki. Most importantly, Thunderfruit also has terrifying destructive power and the speed of incarnation of thunder. It can be said that this is a perfect fruit. Your Highness, why are you doing nothing? Stussy couldn't help expressing his doubts again. I'm different from other people. After feeling the strength, Bai Ye heard Stussy's doubts, and hugged Stussy's waist. I am special. Also unique. Maybe Blackbeard can take 2, too. But Bai Ye is immune to even weaknesses, differ greatly. Hearing this, Stussy blinked, and then showed an expression of admiration. As expected of Your Highness, but Your Highness is really bad, and you didn't tell me in advance, which made me worry for nothing. Does Your Highness want to make up for him? Bai Ye asked back. How do you want to compensate? Stussy licked his red lips. What do you say, Your Highness? How could Bai Ye not understand such a scene? But Bai Ye just slapped Stussy's buttocks, and he didn't feel good about it. I'll talk about it later in the evening. Next, I have to go to Otherworld. The problem of Takashi Kimuro should be resolved. Okay, people will wait for His Highness that night. Finished. After Stussy helped Bai Ye organize his clothes, he left the castle and went to the zombie world. After 3 days, come back again. As soon as he passed through the double passage door, the figures of Vegapunk and Sengoku came towards him. After seeing Bai Ye, Sengoku said hastily, Your Highness, you came just in time. A large number of zombies have appeared outside the city, and they are all upgraded zombies. The number is about tens of thousands. Why? Bai Ye looked surprised and suddenly became puzzled. Hasn't all the zombies in this country been eliminated? Where did so many upgraded zombies come from? Come by boat. Bai Ye squinted at Sengoku, suspecting that the other party was joking with him. Feeling the coldness in Bai Ye's gaze, Sengoku smiled wryly. Your Highness, it really came by boat. This is related to the special zombie you gave Dr. Vegapunk to study. Takashi Kimuro. Right. Vegapunk took the topic and said excitedly. Your Highness, these zombies are indeed related to the zombie you gave me. I have to say that this zombie is definitely the king of the zombies and has great potential. In the previous research, perhaps because of desperation, the other party exploded once, and there was a strange fluctuation. After that, those upgraded zombies appeared outside. Presumably, they should come from other countries. I see. Hearing this, Bai Ye suddenly realized. But the surprise is still there. After all, summon zombies from other countries. This distance. It's too far away. Advertisement, it can only be said that he is worthy of being the son of destiny, favored by the luck of the world. So, Doctor, 3 days of research, has your research progressed? Certainly. Vegapunk nodded without hesitation, took out a bottle of medicine, and said frantically, this is because I got inspiration from the zombie you gave me, and I researched this. Your Highness, you can call it the potion of the Corpse King. Taking this bottle of potion can make a zombie become rational and become an existence similar to the Corpse King. It has the same ability as that special zombie, and can control other zombies, although it's not as outrageous as Takashi Kimuro. Enough. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the medicine and said excitedly, this potion is exactly what the world government needs. He didn't expect that Vegapunk was actually researched. Although this thing turned zombies into disappointment. But it's okay, just be sensible. The world government definitely has no shortage of dead men. At that time, let a group of dead men sacrifice their lives and then take the Corpse King potion, and they can take this opportunity to control all the zombies. Maybe even create an army of upgraded zombies. This will also be of great help in conquering other worlds in the future. After thinking about it, Bai Ye suppressed the excitement in his heart, and after thinking for a while, he ordered. Doctor, for the sake of you researching this bottle of potion, Takashi Kimuro can continue to entrust it to you for research. But, he must die. With that said, Bai Ye gave Stussy another order. Stussy, go to the lab and finish him off. Before Bai Ye planned to keep Kimuro Takashi because Kimuro Taka could control zombies. But now with the potion of the Corpse King, Kimuro's filial piety has lost its effect. The most important thing is that Takashi Kimuro still has the original power. Since the final effect is gone, then death is the only result. Not surprisingly, after his death, this world will also be completely under his control. It's almost time to end. Bai Ye murmured. Stussy took the order and walked in the direction of Takashi Kimuro. Vegapunk also hurriedly bid farewell to Bai Ye, and followed excitedly. After all, he wanted to continue researching Takashi Kimuro's body, which was good news for him. Seeing the two leave, Sengoku asked, then your highness, do those zombies outside the city need to be dealt with? Now you have a way to control the zombies. Those zombies might also become a resource. Hearing this, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth rose. Solution, of course it must be resolved. Those upgraded zombies outside the city, it was just in time. Now the number of survivors has increased. It's time for another miracle. When a world ends, a new world must begin. 39. Tiger's plan, reproduce the miracle. Sabaody Archipelago. It's in the middle of the Grand Line, in front of the Red Line. Also a huge commercial island. The various facilities above are extremely complete, and all kinds of characters will come here. Whether it's marine, pirate hunter, or celestial dragons, etc. At this moment, in the 13th area of the Sabaody Archipelago, in a tavern. Shaki took a drag on his cigarette, exhaled the smoke ring, and said to Rayleigh in front of him, it's troublesome. There is no news about Lil Hancock. I'm afraid it's really on Mariojoy. What should I do now? There is no way but to wait. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and said in a low voice, there should be news from Xiao Ba. Zalba? Shaki frowned. Is he a Murloc? Any news? Rayleigh laughed. Fortunately, you are still engaged in intelligence. Xiao Ba was born in Murloc Street, and there is a tiger in Murloc Street. You mean the adventurer? Didn't he disappear? Shaki still knows Tiger very well. After all, Tiger is quite well known in the sea at the moment, but he disappeared for a while and was thought to have died somewhere accidentally. Rayleigh said, appeared again, and disappeared because Mariojoy was caught. Shaki wondered, what does that have to do with rescuing Little Hancock? Rayleigh shook his head, but didn't answer, just not long after. The door of the tavern was pushed open. Xiao Ba walked in. Behind him, followed by a tall red figure, it's Fisher Tiger. The big brother recognized by the Fishmen Island Murloc Street. Uncle Rayleigh, here I come, this is Brother Tiger. With a smile on his face, Zalba walked into the tavern and introduced Rayleigh. Oh, Rayleigh looked at Tiger curiously, then smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Tiger. I didn't expect that the rumored deputy of One Piece, Pluden Rayleigh, is actually in this place. Tiger nodded after feeling the pressure from Pluden Rayleigh seriously. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome, Zalba and I are us, and you are Zalba's big brother, so we are also friends. Hearing this, Tiger nodded and sat down in front of Rayleigh. He is a determined Murloc. So, speaking the same way, cut to the chase. Mr. Rayleigh, I want to ask you something. Please say. I plan to go to Mariojoy to liberate the slaves there, but I can only do this. How do those slaves leave Mariajoy? This requires other people to help. I wonder if you are willing? What? Although there were some speculations at first. But after hearing Tiger's words at this moment, even Rayleigh couldn't help showing a shocked expression on his face. Advertisement: if Tiger is strong and is the top player in the sea, then Rayleigh may not be the same. But you must know that although Tiger's strength is good, he is not considered strong. Doing so is tantamount to saying that you are going to die. The most important thing is the firmness on his face, so that no one can see the slightest fear. That was the headquarters of the world government after all. People have to be shocked. Why? Rayleigh asked. Hearing this, Tiger was silent for a moment, then unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the hooves of the Tenseigan dragon on his chest. A simple imprint, but both Rayleigh and Shaki did. That is the mark of the slave of the celestial dragons. Tiger firmly said, because I've been there and know how miserable those slaves are. So I'm going. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink. You should know that there's the headquarters of the world government, and you will die. Even if you succeed and escape from Mariajoy, you will die as well. But Tiger shook his head indifferently. It's okay, at least I did what I should do, but I still need a respondent for this matter. I wonder if I can ask you for help. Rayleigh pondered. There was no immediate answer. Although he used to be the deputy of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh, he also had endless courage. But after all, after Roger's death, he also lived in seclusion for several years. The strength is still there, but the spirit is not as good as before. This kind of thing, even he, has to think carefully. Maybe he is very powerful, but facing a behemoth like the world government, Rayleigh, who knows some secrets, also feels extremely afraid. But in the end, Rayleigh nodded. After all, he needs to help the one on Hydra, find Hancock. Bai Ye has no idea what's about to happen in the original book. Now, Doomsday World. Gather those ordinary people together, I want them to watch the zombies die in my hands. Bai Ye ordered to Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded and acted immediately. Soon, the people in the city heard the order, gathered together, and looked towards the zombie from a height. That's a lot of zombies, and they are all upgraded zombies. At this moment, they are constantly climbing the tall city walls, eager to rush in and start the massacre. Advertisement: strong ability. Grim face. These zombies all made the ordinary people tremble, and some people yelled in horror. Why are we gathered here? I don't even want to leave. These people, do you want us to feed zombies? I don't want to die, woo woo woo. A bunch of cowards, they're nothing more than zombies, what's there to be afraid of? That is, my god will definitely appear and save us. These zombies don't need my god to take action. That's right. Someone is desperate. Think Marine is using them as food to feed the zombies. But there are also Bai Ye believers who don't care. A middle-aged man who lost his wife and daughter in the apocalypse collapsed and yelled when he heard what a believer said. What god? There is no god in this world. If there is a god, how could my wife die? How could my daughter die? What god? It's impossible. If there were gods, the world wouldn't be what it is now. Heard the words. The middle-aged man found that no one responded to him. Can't help but look at everyone curiously. He noticed that everyone's eyes were staring behind him in a daze. Seeing this, he subconsciously looked back. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and with a plop, he couldn't help kneeling on the ground, his lips trembling. How is it possible? In sight, high in the sky, a great angel exuding holy light stood upright. The holy radiance was as dazzling as the scorching sun, bringing a warm atmosphere to people. And on the back of the angel, on the huge, white wings, there is a terrifying blue thunder force wrapped around it. It seems to symbolize the anger and punishment of the gods. Sacred. Great. In the eyes of all ordinary people, this is a real god. And compared to ordinary people, people like Sengoku and Garp are more shocking. Especially thunder behind Bai Ye, there was disbelief on everyone's face. Sengoku even sent out a question that hit the soul directly. Your Highness, is it the ability of angel fruit? Angel fruit. Does it have the ability of thunder? 40. Faith soars, and all sources are obtained. Have it? Of course not. So what's going on with Bai Ye's situation at this moment? Sengoku's eyes flickered. Needless to say, it is already clear. Even if I was horrified inside, I couldn't believe it. But Bai Ye's identity is there. Perhaps the world government has fancy methods. Or is this why the other party was able to open the door to the other world? All in all, in the eyes of all, Bai Ye is different from others. Just the fact that the other party can let everyone go to Otherworld is enough to be sure. Thunder's ability, I don't know if it is the Eudemon's devil fruit or Logia, Kizaru murmured. But no matter which one it is, it looks particularly terrifying. After all, a powerful Logia can create an admiral-level existence. 2 words. One can imagine. Now, all eyes were on Bai Ye. Sensing the gaze from below, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth rose. It's time to show another miracle. This time, it's almost time to end, Bai Ye murmured. Immediately, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Next moment, Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. Rumble. Terrifying thunder broke out impressively. Like a blue ocean, pouring out from Bai Ye's body, gathering behind Bai Ye. In fact, Bai Ye has only just taken Thunderfruit after all, and the development of Thunderfruit will definitely not reach this level. But Bai Ye's physique is strong enough, physically strong enough. At this moment, he is using his terrifying physical ability to control thunder. Therefore, even after taking thunder fruit just now, the changes caused at this moment are extremely amazing. I saw the sea of thunder that filled the sky, and when Bai Ye slowly raised his right hand, they condensed together and turned into a huge thunder figure, as if the god of thunder came into the world. In the eyes of thunder, it revealed the god's disregard for the world. Disregard for ants. It is also like the law of heaven and earth, which brings a strong sense of oppression to all ordinary people. The most important is, Bai Ye is not just the ability to control a devil fruit. Only to see the next moment, there are also endless holy flames permeating the air. Converged on Thor. The golden holy flame texture emerged on the surface of its body, making Thor even more sacred and extraordinary, as if it were a real god with divinity. Such a grand scene. Advertisement. Many people knelt down trembling and prayed in fear. God, really is a god. No wonder these people are so powerful, they must all be believers of the gods. God, bless me. I am your most loyal believer. I dedicate everything to you, and I only ask for your protection. People who were not believers in the beginning are now believers. People who were believers at the beginning became even more fanatical at the moment. Standing high in the sky, Bai Ye immediately felt a lot of faith pouring into his body, which made his face even more excited. About there. It should be destroyed. His gaze fell on the zombie below. Bai Ye waved his hand. Many CP members who had stopped the zombies suddenly dispersed. Without the obstruction of these people, the zombies climbed up the high wall at once, rushed into the city one after another, and slaughtered the ordinary people. But how can Bai Ye let these zombies get what they want? These upgraded zombies may be quite powerful, but at this moment, their only function is to become a tool for Bai Ye to absorb his faith. Die. A cold word spit out from Bai Ye's mouth. Under the control of Bai Ye, Thunder God raised his huge palm, as if a blow to destroy the world, and the palm carried infinite power and power to shoot down impressively. In the huge palm, thunder is raging, the holy flame is burning. This is the strongest blow that combines the abilities of the two fruits. Its power is also extremely terrifying. Rumble. With this palm falling, the whole city trembled violently as if an earthquake had erupted. The earth split open. Dust covered everything, the original crazy roar of zombies. Under this palm, it also seems to disappear without a trace, giving people the illusion that there have never been zombies. Immediately, the remaining prestige from that palm also swept all directions. If it weren't for Sengoku and others to stop him, some ordinary people who knelt down and prayed to Bai Ye would have died under the aftermath. When the dust clears, high in the sky, Thor is still there. But on the ground, instead, a deep pit with a huge diameter emerged. The charred traces of thunder and burning were revealed in the deep pit. At the same time, the densely packed zombie figures have completely disappeared now. It's as if everything has disappeared. If it weren't for the smell of barbecue in the air, letting people know that all the zombies were burned to ashes, some people might think it was an illusion. Just one hit. Tens of thousands of upgraded zombies were all wiped out. Advertisement for an admiral-level powerhouse like Sengoku, it may be shocking, but it is only an instant effort. But those civilians are going crazy at this moment. This blow is enough to refresh their worldview. Let them change from materialism to idealism in an instant. Gulu. Okay, so scary, is this the mighty power of the gods? Great, with God, our world will surely be restored to its original state, right? I want to believe in God, and I want to become a believer in God. It's too powerful. Are those people believers of God? Did they become so powerful after becoming believers of God? Yes, it must be. I also want to become a believer in God. I am willing to give everything and give everything. People are crazy. Looking at Bai Ye's eyes, piety and fanaticism emerged one after another. More beliefs are also rushing towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye's gaze swept down calmly, and the holy wings behind him waved slowly. The rain formed by the holy light filled the air. Spilled on everyone. A warm feeling surrounds many people's hearts that are icy due to the doomsday. Baptism of faith. Plus spiritual hints. Bai Ye's pupils shrank suddenly, and excitement flashed across his eyes. Belief. Truly majestic faith. 5 units, 10 units. 50 units. 100 units, still skyrocketing. Crucially, it's not all faith, it's a unit that grows every second. In just a split second, Bai Ye's collection of belief units directly exceeded 100,000. At the same time, in the laboratory, Stussy looked at Kamuro Takashi, who was imprisoned tightly, and smiled contemptuously. Under the order of His Highness, I came to kill you, so you deserve to die. Boom. Blast out with a punch. Takashi Kamuro's head exploded on the spot. In Bai Ye's ear, a familiar voice also sounded. Get all the source, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, you will be rewarded. Close black lens bracket 41. Rich rewards, everyone short of breath. You have obtained all the sources. Close black lens bracket, you get the following rewards. Close black lens bracket. 1. World fusion, optional, close black lens bracket. 2. World perception, close black lens bracket. 3. Ability evolution, once, close black lens bracket. 4. The prototype of the Godhead, close black lens bracket. 5. The blessing of the world, 3 times, Close black lens bracket. A lot of information flooded into my mind. Bai Ye's eyes couldn't stop showing excitement, although knowing that the rewards for ruling a world will be extremely generous. But Bai Ye was still shocked. This reward is simply too rich. First up, the first reward, world fusion. It means everything is clear. But this time is different from the previous ones. This time it is also optional, and the direction of choice is different. There are 3 options for the first reward. 1. Direct integration, integrating this world into your own world. Close black lens bracket. 2. Without fusion, opening the normal entry channel is tantamount to turning this world into a cave-like existence. With the entrance and exit, a total of 3 entrances can be opened, and Bai Ye decides where to place them. Close black lens bracket. 3. Partial fusion, the fusion of some areas can be carried out. Close black lens bracket. Bai Ye chose the second one without hesitation, and directly set the entrance to world government. There are 3 entrances in total. 2 more, not surprisingly, it will be set in the army and naval headquarters. However, the army has not yet established its headquarters, so there is no rush for now. 1 on Mariajoy is enough. With this, Bai Ye does not have to stay on the Mariajoy, and can leave at any time to go to various sea areas of the sea. And the second reward, world perception, it is an extremely simple ability. It allows Bai Ye to perceive any situation in any corner of the world at any time. Although average, but it also made Bai Ye instantly aware of the overseas regions of other countries. At that time, you can catch everything and solve it all. Really important. Or the last 3 rewards. Ability evolution. You can choose an ability to evolve it, and its potential increases beyond the limit of the world. Close black lens bracket. The prototype of the Godhead. Use the power of faith to condense the prototype of the Godhead. After having the prototype of the Godhead, you can use the power of faith to make yourself stronger. Close black lens bracket. World blessing. Those who receive blessings can further stimulate their physical potential, which can exceed the limit of the world, but they can only be used on themselves or those who have full affection for themselves. Close black lens bracket. You can see how powerful these 3 rewards are. Among them, ability evolution and world blessing have similarities, but they are actually completely different. After all, one is ability. One is the flesh, however, the ability evolves only once, and can only be used by oneself. And the blessing of the world is 3 chances. In addition to using it yourself, there are 2 opportunities. The so-called full value of favorability is probably equivalent to diehard loyalty. Bai Ye murmured. Who is this ability for? Advertisement. Bai Ye thought subconsciously. A figure quickly appeared in his mind. I am. But I am. Can it work? Bai Ye didn't know, but don't mind trying it out. But there is no rush for now. Now the main thing is to get rewards. Ability to evolve. Bai Ye chose angel fruit without hesitation. After all, angel fruits are of great help in gaining faith. And after collecting faith, you can condense the prototype of Godhead, and use the power of faith to make yourself stronger. Thinking of this, Bai Ye no longer hesitated, and directly made a decision. Evolution angel fruit. The voice in my heart fell. Boom, a terrifying breath erupted. The holy light on Bai Ye's body suddenly became more dazzling. Although angel fruit hasn't been developed yet, but at this moment, under the effect of ability evolution, the upper limit of angel fruit is further raised. And when the upper limit is raised, its basic abilities have brought a substantial improvement. It can be seen that there was only a pair of white wings behind Bai Ye. But the next moment, wow, another pair of wings stretched out. From a 2-winged angel, it suddenly became a 4-winged angel. What's even more frightening is that when the ability of the angel fruit is improved, Bai Ye's physique has also been enhanced, beyond the admiral level. Immediately afterwards, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth rose, and he said in his heart, perform a world blessing. The moment the voice fell, the aura on Bai Ye exploded again. Boom, horror waves swept across the 4 directions, carrying an extremely strong sense of oppression. Needless to say, Bai Ye's physical body had already reached its limit, but at this moment, under the blessing, it directly surpassed the limit of Pirate World. What kind of terrifying promotion is this? Just conquer a world. Let Bai Ye grow from nothing to such a point. Even Sengoku and the others below swallowed their saliva, showing shocked expressions. After all, the aura emanating from Bai Ye at this moment made them all feel a sense of oppression. Doesn't this mean that Bai Ye's strength is stronger than theirs? Hiss. How can this be? While this thought came to mind, several people subconsciously shook their heads to deny it. But the breath is actually here. Even if they don't want to believe it, they have to believe it. Under this breath, some ordinary people suffocated and passed out. A long time has passed. This breath is gone. Bai Ye descended from the sky, exited the angel form, and returned to the original advertisement, but because he had just obtained his strength, he had not fully mastered it, so Bai Ye's aura still hadn't restrained, which was a bit shocking. Gulu, Your Highness, what is this? Sengoku couldn't wait to step forward to ask, feeling deeply curious. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth turned up, revealing a smile. It's just some gains. The origin of this world has basically been obtained by me. Next, I can open a new world. But before that, many things in this world must be dealt with as soon as possible. Like zombies, understand? Heard the words. Sengoku had a look of horror in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it and nodded quickly. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. Just then, Stussy, who finished solving Takashi Kimuro, came. Naturally, he also sensed Bai Ye's breath, and he looked shocked. Your Highness, why have you suddenly become so powerful? Ha ha ha, you came just in time, Stussy. Bai Ye laughed, but didn't bother to explain again, but waved to Stussy with a twinkle in his eyes, letting Stussy come to him. Stussy looked puzzled. Bai Ye said, I am very satisfied with your recent behavior, and I will naturally reward you. Award? Stussy blinked, suddenly expectant. Others also looked over curiously. I don't know what reward this Highness will bestow on Stussy. No nonsense. Bai Ye raised his hand, thinking to himself, give Stussy a chance of blessing. Stussy's favorability towards him is absolutely full. Then naturally it is worthy of blessing. Anyway, 2 chances. Except for needing to leave IM once. For the remaining time, Bai Ye thought about it, and Stussy was the most suitable. Because it is not loyal to the world government, but loyal to yourself. When Bai Ye makes a decision, Stussy's pupils shrank suddenly, and he suddenly felt the change in himself. Like the previous Bai Ye, his physique has been strengthened and improved, and his aura can be controlled, bursting out. This breath once again shocked Sengoku, Garp and others who were about to leave. Garp. This is, the aura of Admiral's peak level? How is this possible? Sengoku couldn't believe it. Stussy is definitely not at this level, is that the reward? That's right. Bai Ye heard Sengoku's words, and didn't deny it, but glanced at everyone, nodded and admitted, and spoke slowly. Work hard for me, our world is still too weak, Admiral may be the limit of your life. But in the future, those who serve me will be able to receive my blessing. At that time, it will be easy to reach a stronger level. Hear this. Everyone looked startled. Afterwards, at the same time, a fiery look appeared in their eyes. Be it Garp, or Sengoku, or even Kizaru, they are all top players in the world. Naturally, I feel more eager for strength. Such a scene, of course, Bai Ye noticed, and couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. Yes, this is the effect he wanted. Bai Ye believes that with the example of Stussy, these people will work harder for him in the future. After all, in the world of pirates, strength symbolizes everything. 42. Germa, there is no need to exist anymore, when the blessing is over. Stussy's strength ushered in a substantial improvement. Such is the horror of the blessings of the world. Not only is the strength improved, but more importantly, Stussy has the potential to improve. In the world of pirates, when other people reach the level of Stussy, it is difficult to improve because the distance is very close to the limit. Unless it is a monstrous figure, or has a lifespan as long as I am, can it really reach the limit. But Stussy is different. Stussy still has the ability to improve. Her physical body has been blessed, which is equivalent to evolution and can be further improved. But to what extent, it needs to reach the limit again to know. And with the end of blessing, Stussy hugged Bai Ye excitedly, and offered his red lips to Bai Ye to express his excitement and gratitude. In this regard, Bai Ye naturally accepted it. Then he came to sit in the tent, dispersed the crowd, and let Stussy serve the future. On the other hand, he closed his eyes and slowly felt it. There are many rewards after conquering the world this time. Among them, the reward for the prototype of the Godhead has not been used yet. Right now, there is just enough time, so Bai Ye used it directly without hesitation. On the surface, nothing has changed in Bai Ye, but in fact, in the body, in its body, or in the spirit and even in the soul. The power of faith materialized, turning into milky white light and slowly gathering. Eventually, a seed is formed. This seed is completely transparent, looming. It also looks more ordinary, but this is the prototype of the Godhead. It can also be said to be the seed of Godhead, although it is stained with the word Godhead. But in fact, it is far from becoming a real Godhead. The most important thing is that Bai Ye can't use it even if he becomes a Godhead. Because of the Godhead, only the gods can carry it. As for Bai Ye, unless his strength reaches ultimate, no matter how difficult it is to progress beyond becoming a god, he must use the Godhead to become a god, then he has a chance to get the Godhead. The current him is far from that level. Moreover, this rudimentary form of Godhead will need to use the power of faith to continue to instruct her in the future. Only after it takes root and sprouts will it be possible to grow into a Godhead. Certainly, it's not bad now. At least you can use it to strengthen yourself with the power of faith. Power of faith. Bai Ye felt it silently, and immediately the corners of his mouth rose with excitement. 200,000 units. To open a new world, you only need 100,000 units. The remaining 100,000 can be used to improve oneself. The most important thing is that because of the miracle, Bai Ye's followers skyrocketed, and the power of faith he gained every day was at least 40,000 to 50,000 units. There will be a steady stream of beliefs in the future. And Bai Ye's strength, under these beliefs, will also be improved every day. Bai Ye let out a deep breath, looking at Stussy who raised his head in front of him. He couldn't help reaching out and touching Stussy's head to show his praise. The intimate action made Stussy narrow his eyes and show a happy expression. The strong woman outside, in front of Bai Ye, is a gentle little woman. Advertisement. Okay, next, it's the last thing in this world. Bai Ye got up and twisted his neck and said. Hearing this, Stussy asked, Your Highness, haven't you already obtained the source? What else is there? Things of other countries, Bai Ye said with a smile. Now that you have the ability to perceive the world, it is natural to make good use of this ability. All kinds of key information, characters and so on, need to be ordered by themselves, so that the people below can get them. Fortunately, it won't waste too much effort, a while is enough. After Bai Ye gave an order, soon, here comes Blueno. As a door fruit ability user, it is best to tell Blueno all this information. After all, the other party can quickly travel around the world and collect these things. Your Highness. Seeing Bai Ye, Blueno knelt on one knee and saluted. Bai Ye gave up, took out the document he had written and handed it over, and ordered. Blueno, some things on this, the next thing is your task. I hope you can get them all as soon as possible, understand? Yes. Blueno immediately took the file and nodded respectfully. Then he got up and left. When things come to this point, things in this world are almost over. For the rest, even if there is something to do, it has nothing to do with Bai Ye, and it can be handled by his subordinates. Okay, let's go back to, Bai Ye said to Stussy. Yes. Stussy nodded obediently. It just so happens that Spandane is back, and I think your highness's other devil fruit has also been found. Oh, hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. That's good news. Bad fruit. Although I don't need it, but anyway, it is also a new demon's type, and it is also a good choice to train subordinates. In the future, I will conquer all worlds. Some characters in 10,000 realms, some Bai Ye will also appreciate, like Kashima Kabako, want to take it into his hands. At that time, these devil fruits will come in handy. The two left the tent and left the zombie world with Zero. Back to Mariajoy. There was no rush to see I.M. Bai Ye came to the castle. The three Hancock sisters may have gotten used to it, and Bai Ye is relatively gentle, and they have not encountered the treatment in the original book, so the faces of the three girls are no longer restrained. After seeing Bai Ye, he and Takashiro Saya greeted him together and massaged Bai Ye's legs skillfully. Where's Spandine? Bai Ye asked. Takashiro Saya adjusted her glasses. Wait outside. Let him in. Yes. Takashiro Saya nodded and ordered to go on. Not long after, Spandine came in with a nervous face. Paled face. In a cold sweat. Advertisement seeing this, Bai Ye frowned suddenly. Spandine, what do I want? Heard the words. Spandane could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, and knelt down in front of Bai Ye with a plop. Your Highness, the fruit was taken away by others. Although I had this guess after seeing Spandane's face. But after hearing Spandine's words, Bai Ye still couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. What did you say? In order to prevent Bai Ye from killing himself in a rage, Spandane quickly explained. Soon. Bai Ye understood the general situation. In the original book, the location of the bat fruit is extremely secretive. Generally speaking, it is simply wishful thinking for people who have no news to find this fruit. But it is probably because Spandine's actions recently attracted the attention of some caring people, and because he helped Bai Ye get the thunderfruit, he got praise from Bai Ye from the CP members, so that Spandine was a little flustered. There is no concealment. I just want to get the fruit quickly, and go back earlier to do business for Bai Ye, so as to get Bai Ye's reward. Because of this, North Blue was taken away by Germa Kingdom. After listening to Spandine's words, Bai Ye couldn't bear it anymore, and kicked Spandine away with a bang. Did not hold back. The powerful force caused Spandane to spurt a mouthful of blood from his mouth, making his face paler and looking extremely miserable. But Bai Ye showed no mercy, but scolded in a cold voice. Trash, you can make mistakes even though I've already told you the location. What use do I need you for? What's more, a Germa Kingdom, why dare to grab what I want? Heard the words. Spandane, who was almost dying, quickly explained. Your Highness, I said that it is what you want, but the Kingdom of Germa doesn't care at all. I really tried my best, Your Highness. God knows how terrified he was after the devil fruit was taken by Germa. Negotiate with Germa immediately. But the other party didn't like Spandane at all, even if Spandane called at the door. If it wasn't for Spandane's identity as the CP9 chief, Spandane might not be able to leave the Germa Kingdom alive. As the existence that once controlled North Blue. The Kingdom of Germa definitely has the confidence to be arrogant. Even though there is no fixed land now, the Kingdom of Germa is still one of the countries joining the world government. Hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes instantly turned cold. What you said is true. If you don't know his identity, forget it. But if it is true his identity, he insists on doing so. It's courting death. Spandane nodded repeatedly. Yes, Your Highness, I said that this is what the celestial dragons want, but they don't care at all. Perhaps the Kingdom of Germa thought they were just normal celestial dragons. With the background of the Germa Kingdom, and ordinary celestial dragons just snatch the other party's things, and they really don't care. But unfortunately, this fruit is what Bai Ye wants. And the result has already been decided. What Bai Ye wanted was robbed. There was a moment of silence. Boom. Bai Ye kicked out again. Spanda spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and was kicked out again, but he didn't dare to resist at all. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye looked at Stussy and said in a deep voice, notify the 5 elders to cancel Germa Kingdom's status as a member country of the world government. Also, tell them that the Germa Kingdom no longer needs to exist. 43. On the throne, North Blue, Kingdom of Germa. This is a sea kingdom formed by the joining of warships, never fixed in one place. As the former ruler of the North Blue, the kingdom of Germa definitely has a deep enough heritage. Especially the masters of Germa. The Vinsmoke family is a scientific family for generations, and their research capabilities are not top-notch, but they are not too weak, so some of their technologies are also very good, bringing Germa not a small combat power. For this reason, even though Germa has no fixed land, it has always been one of the member countries of the world government and can participate in the conference of the member countries of the world government. You must know that there are more than 170 member countries of the world government, but only 50 countries can participate in the World Summit. It can be seen that the status of the Kingdom of Germa in the world. It is also very good in the underground world. Because of this, the Kingdom of Germa is arrogant enough. Maybe there is no strong top combat power, but the grassroots is not weak at all. Even today's Germa Kingdom has the ambition to unify North Blue again. Now, in the kingdom, in the meeting room, Judge looked excitedly at the devil fruit in front of him, with an excited look on his face. I didn't expect it to be this devil fruit. No wonder those guys are so crazy. As the ruler of the Kingdom of Germa, Judge has naturally seen the devil fruit illustrated book. Also recognize this devil fruit, you demons, and it is also one of the more powerful fruits of the phantom beast species. Although Judge is a scientist, his own strength is not weak, and he also has a desire for strength. Especially the devil fruit, Judge also wants one. After all, he knows that Vegapunk, his research partner, is demon fruit power. But it is a pity that although the Germa kingdom does not lack devil fruit, it does not have powerful fruits. Judge's vision is not low, so he naturally knows how precious a powerful fruit is. I also know how powerful a strong person is. He doesn't have the talent to be strong. Then if you want to be strong, you can only long for a powerful devil fruit. As long as you have a powerful devil fruit, you can have a chance to become a strong player. And became a strong man. Then Germa's ambition to unify North Blue again may not be impossible to realize in his hands. Take it even further. Thinking of this, Judge trembled with excitement, and the ambition in his eyes was undisguised. At this time, tread. Footsteps sounded. It was a slender figure with long pink hair wrapped in white silk. It looked immature, but its thoughts were already mature. This is Judge's daughter, Reiju. Although he is young, he was born after being modified by Judge's research on blood factors. While retaining his emotions, he also has a strong body. Naturally, he also has a mind that grows very fast. In addition, he lives in the Kingdom of Germa, this cold place. Reiju, who is not very young, is comparable to an adult in terms of thinking. At this moment, Reiju looked at his excited father with a worried look on his face. Father, this devil fruit is what celestial dragons needs after all. If we do this, will the world government really not pursue it? Rest assured. Hearing this, Judge raised his head and sneered. It's just a celestial dragons. Although the celestial dragons have a high status, my Germa kingdom is not bad. What's more, we just snatched a devil fruit, not against the celestial dragons, let alone in front of the celestial dragons. So what if the world government pursues it? It's fine if you don't know it's from the celestial dragons. Anyway, the devil fruit will have been eaten by then. Is it possible that the world government can kill me, Germa? Reiju said anxiously. Having said that, I'm afraid they are not ordinary celestial dragons. If there are some high-ranking existences, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. As soon as this word came out, Judge also frowned. That's right. All the premise of what he said was based on the fact that the other party was an ordinary celestial dragons. If the opponent is an ordinary celestial dragons, then it is impossible for the world government to pursue the Germa kingdom for this. After all, the heritage of the Germa kingdom still exists. Not worth it, but when it comes to the celestial dragons in high places, everything is different. Although Judge felt a little uneasy, he already got the devil fruit, so how could he give it away? This fruit, but it is related to the future of Germa kingdom. How could he give up? Thinking of this, Judge gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, don't worry about it, so what if it's the celestial dragons who are really in high positions? At worst, I can trade the technology of my Vinsmoke family. After all, the world government is not greedy for these things for a day or two. I think they will not refuse. This is true. Reiju nodded secretly. The world government is indeed eager for the technology of the Vinsmoke family. If it can be obtained, it will not be a star to improve the strength of the world government. It's just that the Vinsmoke family has been reluctant. But it's worth it for this devil fruit. Think here. Reiju looked at devil fruit. Then father, are you going to eat this devil fruit yourself? Certainly. Judge nodded, picked up the devil fruit, and hesitated for a while. Advertisement it seems to be worried that after eating this fruit, there will be no way out with the world government. But soon, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Then swallow the devil fruit in one gulp. Suddenly, a force appeared in his body. Same world. World government. Conference hall. Listening to Stussie's report in front of him, 5 elders showed surprise in his eyes. But then came outrage. Damn it indeed. Even robbing Bai Ye's things, what does he think world government is? During these years, Germa has indeed been too arrogant. Since Germa wants to die, let him be fulfilled. There was coldness in the eyes of the 5 elders. They had already placed Bai Ye's status above the king of the world government. So, the Vinsmoke family isn't up for grabs from a high-ranking celestial dragons. Instead, they are robbing the king of world government. What is this equivalent to? It is equivalent to slapping the world government in the face. And worse than killing celestial dragons, such behavior should be exterminated. Of course, I don't know. After ordering Stussy, Bai Ye left the castle and went straight to the flowers. As for Spandine, there is no need for too much attention from Bai Ye. Naturally, someone under his command would punish him for his mistakes in this mission. Not surprisingly, Spandane will be demoted. This punishment is already very serious. After all, Spandane's position is not low, and it is difficult to climb up, but it is even more difficult to climb up after falling. Compared with such trivial matters as Spandane, Im's side is undoubtedly more important to Bai Ye. Come among the flowers. The familiar flower garden came into view. Im, as always, knelt down among the flowers and let the butterflies fly by. The veil on the face adds a touch of haze to it. Immediately knew of Bai Ye's arrival. I am not surprised, just asked. How is the matter over there in the other world handled? It's almost there. Bai Ye nodded, came to sit beside Im, and said, next, there are only a few zombies that need to be dealt with, and the method to control the zombies has also been obtained. Im nodded and looked at Bai Ye. So, are you here for something else? Yes. In the zombie world, I got all the sources and got some rewards. Oh. A gleam of light flashed in Im's eyes, and it could be heard that Bai Ye came here this time for this matter. But she did not answer, but continued to listen. Bai Ye continued. Among the rewards, there is a world blessing that allows those who receive the blessing to evolve and have the potential to exceed the limit of this world. Im was taken aback, and his expression became serious. Bai Ye smiled slightly. This world has a limit, so no one's strength can exceed this limit. But after receiving the blessing of the world, I no longer have such worries. But the blessings of the world have limitations. Im asked quickly. What restriction? Her breathing became rapid. Eager. She felt the emotion of longing again, and it's extremely hot and intense. Her strength has stagnated for too long, although it has remained at its peak. But there has been no growth for hundreds of years. No growth at all. M has already given up. To say that as the king of the world government, Im has no desire for strength is absolutely false. Even compared to others, she is more eager, because she knows what it means to be powerful better than everyone else. Especially this world of pirates. Strong strength symbolizes everything. If she can become stronger, she is absolutely unwilling to give up any chance. Bai Ye could also see his ancestor's excitement. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a big emotional fluctuation, so he didn't hide it, and told the truth. You need to have a good opinion of me to reach the full value. Only in this way can we bless success, otherwise it will fail. Heard the words. Advertisement Im fell silent, watching Bai Ye quietly, as if thinking. But in the end, she pulled Bai Ye in front of her, lifted the veil, revealing a breathtaking face, and under Bai Ye's stunned gaze, she lowered her head and kissed Bai Ye's forehead lightly. Even Bai Ye has seen many great worlds, but at this moment, he had never seen it before. Never expected. My heart couldn't help trembling. Ancestor, what are you? Im raised his head, and there was a trace of tenderness in his previously numb and decayed eyes. From now on, just call my name. After finishing speaking, she stood up and stretched out her hand to Bai Ye. Bai Ye was stunned. Subconsciously stretched out his hand to be caught by Im. Immediately afterwards, Im pulled Bai Ye into the depths among the flowers. Through flower beds. Step into a dark passage, along the way. Pass by the giant straw hat, come to the deepest. Here, there is a dark space, ahead is a straight staircase. At the top of the stairs, there is a throne. Under the throne, there is a pair of weapons crossed and inserted together. Im holding Bai Ye's hand like this, stepping up the stairs step by step, walking towards the throne. Such a scene. Bai Ye probably expected something in his heart, even if he was like him, he couldn't help being shocked at this moment. His eyes widened. Even breathing became a little short of breath. I am aware of it, patted the back of Bai Ye's hand lightly, and said slowly. A king should not express his emotions on the surface. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded, took a deep breath, and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then follow Im and continue to go up the stairs, step by step. Gradually, Im took Bai Ye to the front of the top throne. The throne is not as brilliant and extraordinary as imagined. In fact, it's just an ordinary stone seat, it's just carved with some exquisite patterns. But at this moment, in Bai Ye's eyes, there was a very different brilliance. Im's soft voice sounded in his ear, and said, sit on it. Bai Ye tried his best to keep his inner calm, but after hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but look at Im, showing a look of disbelief. Im said nothing, just nodded slightly. Call. Bai Ye understood. No longer hesitate. A look of determination flashed in his eyes, he looked at the throne, turned around to face Im, and then sat down slowly. The moment Bai Ye sat down, Im also facing Bai Ye, bent down, knelt down on one knee, held Bai Ye's hand, kissed the back of his hand lightly again, and said, from now on, you will be the king of the world government. It will be my king too, the king of the world government. Just 6 words. But it made Bai Ye's heart surge, and he could only feel a wave of energy slowly forming in his body, and then pouring out mightily. Rumble. A terrifying aura erupted from Bai Ye's body. This is Conqueror's Hokage. Wherever the momentum passed, dense cracks suddenly appeared under the entire throne. Not intermediate Conqueror's Hokage, but advanced. Through the years, Bai Ye finally took this seat. The throne of the world government, and this world, perhaps new world, is occupied by pirates. But to be honest, the world government is the biggest force ruling the world, bar none. Therefore, when Bai Ye sat on the throne, his courage grew instantly at this moment. As a manifestation of boldness, Conqueror's Hokage has also been promoted. This is Hokage from the King of the World. 44. Kneeling of the Five Elders. Is I am satisfied with Bai Ye's favorability? Favorable value has? But definitely not at full value. It is also impossible to reach full value. After all, to put it bluntly, I am his king. And Bai Ye is the future king, but he is not a king after all. The difference in status makes it impossible for I am to reach the full mark of Bai Ye's favorability. But I am longed to become stronger, so I am used his own method to make his favorability for Bai Ye reach the full value. That is to give way. Let Bai Ye be the new king. I am may not have a high opinion of Bai Ye, but his loyalty to the world government is definitely enough. This is not for a certain person, but for the power of world government itself. And once Bai Ye became the new king and Yim stepped down, the gap in their identities could be reversed. Most importantly, Yim's own loyalty to the world government will also partly fall on Bai Ye. When the two are added together, the favorability value will naturally go up. I am has lived for hundreds of years, so naturally he won't be ashamed of anything, and he has already understood it. After feeling this Conqueror's Hokage, I am showed a stiff smile on his face, which probably didn't work for a long time. King. Don't. As soon as I am opened his mouth to say a word, he was interrupted by Bai Ye in embarrassment. Ancestor, although I have become the new king, you should still call me by my name, as it is my order. How about it? When others call him king, Bai Ye can accept it, but I am, he really couldn't accept it. A little embarrassing. Hearing this, I am hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Bai Ye, now, I think I should be able to accept your blessing. Bai Ye nodded. I am personally holding his hand and leading him to the throne, isn't it just for this moment? Certainly, it is also because Bai Ye himself is the next king. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ye no longer hesitated, his heart moved. Give the last chance of blessing to I am. Thoughts fell. I am instantly felt the change in himself. In the past, it was almost difficult to increase the strength of a penny. At the moment, is growing rapidly. This growth. A happy smile appeared on I am's face. Happy. Excited. All kinds of emotions surfaced in the bottom of my heart. Subsequently, boom, a terrifying breath erupted directly from I am's body. That is the aura emanating from the strength of the most extreme level in this world. And this aura is climbing crazily, breath of the world beyond. At this moment, even Bai Ye felt a little oppressed. It can be seen that I am's strength is very strong. It can be said that it is terrifyingly strong. It is indeed worthy of being the Dinghai Shenzhen of the world government. This strength alone is enough to ensure that the world government remains invincible in this world. Unless someone's strength can reach the same level as I am. But now that I am's strength has become stronger again, and there is a possibility of becoming stronger, then the position of I am's sea god needle will become more and more stable in the future. Bai Ye couldn't help showing excitement in his eyes. I am, in his eyes, is the whole card. The stronger I am is, the stronger his cards are. And be blessed. On the other hand, it means that it is impossible for I am to betray him. Will be as loyal to him as Stussy. With such a powerful subordinate, how could Bai Ye not be excited? This momentum, more and more terrible, even through the flowers, overwhelmed the entire Mariajoy. Under this momentum, many celestial dragons on Mariajoy fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. And in the conference room, 5 elders, who was talking about something, stood up suddenly, showing a shocked expression. This breath. It's Lord I am. What happened? Why did Lord Im's aura explode? And this aura is stronger than ever. It's even more terrifying than before. The most important thing is, it's still improving? Could it be related to Bai Ye? The 5 elders murmured, looked at each other, then nodded, and walked towards the flowers without hesitation. They have to figure out what happened, all in all, because of this momentum. The entire Mariajoy was instantly shaken. Some hidden guards all appeared one after another and gathered outside Huajin. In case of accidents, these people are white and black, wearing masks. Each exudes a powerful breath. The weakest level is also the vice admiral level of the headquarters. These are the strongest heritage of world government. They are all absolute loyalists under world government. For the world government, it may be difficult to cultivate admiral level existence. But there is really no difficulty in cultivating the vice admiral level. Advertisement people at the vice admiral level alone gathered more than 100 people in a short period of time. Standing quietly one by one, as long as an order is given, they will turn into killing machines without hesitation. It wasn't until the arrival of the 5 elders that these people were dispersed, and they returned to the shadows, peeking at every corner of the world government, or protecting some existence that needed protection. 5 elders enter among the flowers, when it was found that there was no sign of I am. They all raised their eyebrows, then it quickly walked deeper. Now, at the throne, gradually, the aura on I am's body began to subside. Subconsciously lowering his head, looking at his hands, I am clenched his fist and waved lightly. The air seemed to be ripping. A smile from the bottom of her heart slowly rose on her face. The strength has improved. Originally, after her strength reached the limit, she felt as if she was under a membrane. As long as you pass through that layer of membrane, your own strength can be greatly improved. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get what she wanted. Now, she has finally passed through the film, as she thought. The strength ushered in a huge increase. This increase is even more terrifying than Stussy. Because I am said that his strength has not improved for hundreds of years. But those results are all backlogged in the body, just because the limit is here, so it has been unable to function, which is equivalent to being in a deep sleep. And as I am exceeded the limit, these backlogs of achievements were awakened in an instant, allowing I am's strength to rapidly increase, soaring by a third. It's very scary. One must know that I am's strength itself is terrifying. Then increase by 1/3 on the original basis. One can imagine. Even if Rox is alive, I'm afraid he was easily suppressed by I am. This smile made Bai Ye stunned. It's amazing, it's amazing. Have to say. As the king of the world government and a woman, I am can definitely be regarded as a goddess-level existence. It's just that unlike ordinary women, I am has a Kagaya-like beauty in the world of Hokage ninja. After appreciating for a moment, Bai Ye came back to his senses and asked with a smile, first. The voice did not fall. I am raised his hand, pressed his index finger on Bai Ye's lips, and quickly broke it off. Call me by name. I am said seriously. Now, you are the king. The identity of the king is above everything else. Heard the words. Facing the serious eyes of the ancestor, Bai Ye nodded helplessly. I see, M. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Im's face, and then he felt the strength and listened quietly. How do you feel? Bai Ye asked. M nodded. It's a wonderful feeling. I felt a sense of direction again. Once upon a time, there was a dead end ahead. And now, it's a wide avenue. This shows that the upper limit of Im's strength improvement is very large. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Probably because she was in a happy mood, the smiles on Im's face grew more and more. After fully feeling the improved strength, she looked at Bai Ye gently and lowered her head slightly. Then, my lord, is there anything you want me to do? Not at all. Bai Ye smiled wryly and shook his head. At least for now, there is nothing worth bothering you about. But, M looked curiously. Bai Ye got up and said, I can invite you to come with me to New World to have a look. New World? Yes, New World. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. The zombie world is over, and naturally a new world needs to be opened. Hearing this, Im's eyes flashed with surprise. She naturally knows that more new worlds can be opened. It's just that I thought I would have to wait for a while, but I didn't expect it to be done now. Just got stronger strength. I am in a good mood, nodded his head and said, Your order, I shall obey. After speaking, she got up together and waited quietly. Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. The golden gate emerged from under the throne. Exudes a dazzling light. Just like before, the door is filled with colorful brilliance. Originally, it led to the world of zombies. But at this moment, under Bai Ye's thoughts, 100,000 units of the power of faith were poured into it crazily. Suddenly there seemed to be a booming sound inside the golden gate. On the doorframe, a word, 1, appeared vaguely. The light began to shine brighter. The gate seems to be undergoing some changes. Subsequently, the 1 on the doorframe gradually added a bar and became a 2. Because the new otherworld opens, the double piercing doors have also made a difference. 1 represents the first world, 2nd, it is the second world. Switching at any time can also facilitate Bai Ye to travel to different worlds. Advertisement when 2 appears, it means that the second world has been opened successfully. Bai Ye smiled at I am. Let's go. Yes, M smiled and nodded. Although not so long ago she was king. But obviously, after giving up the throne, I am changed his identity very quickly. Quickly recognized the identity of his subordinates. But this change is only for Bai Ye. Facing the 5 elders, it's a different attitude. Even if not on the throne, Im's own contribution to the world government, as well as his own strength, make his status still above the 5 elders. After all, for 800 years, there has only been one I am. With a hint of curiosity, the two stepped into the golden gate. The familiar trance came over. It was dark. I don't know how long it has been. In the line of sight, the light finally recovered. Gradually, the fresh air hits. Bai Ye and I am opened their eyes one after another. What came into view was the lush forest. The trees are tall and the grass is taller than people. The primitive environment made it impossible for Bai Ye to know what kind of world this was in the first place. But he was in no hurry. Instead, he looked around leisurely. There was a snap. He snapped his fingers. The double door disappears. Bai Ye invited. M, walk around with me. Good. I am didn't refuse, and agreed. It's been a long time since I took such a walk in the forest, but I am never resisted and felt comfortable. But this comfort was soon interrupted. A roar sounded. Accompanied by a faint smell of blood, the ground trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, in the lush forest, a huge monster smashed down huge ancient trees and appeared in front of the two of them. This is a ferocious monster, somewhat similar to Tyrannosaurus rex, but larger in size and more robust in body. There was blood on the mouth full of fangs. He should have just finished eating, but he was not full. He also smelled Bai Ye and Im's breath, so he came suddenly and regarded them as food. It looks familiar. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. I just feel as if I have seen this kind of monster somewhere, but I can't remember it. Roar, the monster roared again, and a strong wind with a stench came towards him. Then the monster opened its bloody mouth and bit it, intending to swallow the two of them in one gulp. Noisy. Im's expression turned cold, and he uttered two cold words. The rare comfort was disturbed, which made her angry. At this moment the voice fell. A majestic aura erupted and charged towards the monster. This breath is extremely terrifying. Bai Ye didn't feel anything. But in the eyes of this monster, there was an expression of panic in an instant, as if it had encountered a deadly natural enemy. It turned around and wanted to escape. However, it was as if a mountain was pressing on him, and it was difficult to escape, so he could only stand where he was, enduring the pain that seemed to come from within his body. Then boom. The monster's entire body exploded. It exploded like blood mist, falling apart. This is the ability of Conqueror's Hokage, reached a higher level than Shank's Hokage. Really hit the limit. However, because of this monster, I lost interest, and the expression on his face returned to its previous appearance. Bai Ye also shook his head and said, in this environment, it may take a lot of time to figure out what kind of time it is. Let's go back first and send other people to investigate later. It was just to open a world first and come in and take a look. I thought it would be the same as the zombie world, and I could determine the type at a glance. Now it seems that I am simply thinking too much. Good. Nodded. The two turned their heads and stepped through the double-pass door back to Mariajoy. Waved. Double through the door to disperse. Bai Ye sat back on the throne. Just at this time, the sound of treading footsteps sounded. Here comes the five elders. They looked up at the seat of the throne. In the past, there must have been sitting there. But at this moment, stood beside the throne, and on the throne sat Bai Ye. At such a scene, the five elders froze in place, with shocked expressions in their eyes. But they were the five elders after all, and they came to their senses quickly and understood everything at the same time. Without any hesitation, they turned to Bai Ye's direction, knelt down on one knee under the steps of the throne, and said respectfully in unison, Master Bai Ye. 45. The true descendants of God, although I don't know what happened between Bai Ye and before. But what is in front of five elders at the moment is clear at a glance. The throne has always been Im's seat. Now that Bai Ye is sitting on it, it proves that the new king has ascended the throne. Therefore, the five elders expressed their submission to the king to Bai Ye without hesitation. See here. Although he was well prepared, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling excited when he saw the five elders kneeling at the bottom of the steps. But fortunately, he calmed down quickly, so let it go. Five elders got up now, then they looked at with puzzled eyes. The enthronement of the new king is obviously an extremely important event for the world government, but why didn't they even get any news? Knew five elders' doubts and told them one by one. After getting an explanation, only then did five elders suddenly realize. Immediately, they looked at each other, each with a fiery color in their eyes. The old man with the knife asked without hesitation, Your Highness, I don't know this blessing, can I? Bai Ye shook his head and laughed, not surprised by this question. Five elders are all capable. Don't think that five elders is a clerk who handles government affairs every day. After all, this is a world where power comes first. The five elders aren't even weak, it's just that as a ruler, you can't use it on weekdays. But their desire for strength does not require others to be weak. What's more, there may be more and more worlds in the future. At that time, maybe when they have to make a move, they will naturally want to become stronger. To this, Bai Ye nodded. You naturally have a chance, but you need to conquer one world after another. Talking. Bai Ye got up and took the throne for the first time, but he had already gotten used to being a king, looked down at five elders, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Be loyal to me with all your heart, and the world government in the future will become stronger. And we celestial dragons claim to be the descendants of the gods, maybe we will also have the opportunity to become the real descendants of the gods. The voice fell. Both five elders and were taken aback. Then his eyes suddenly brightened. Even Im's breath became short of breath. No one here is a fool. How can you not understand the meaning of Bai Ye's words? Celestial dragons do claim to be descendants of gods. But anyone who holds a high position in 07 knows that this is nothing more than self-praise for the foolish people. Apart from elevating the status of celestial dragons in the hearts of the world, it is also for better governance. However, at this time, there was meaning in Bai Ye's words. It expresses the descendants of the gods, and it may come true. What does this mean? Does it mean that Bai Ye may become a real god in the future? Hiss. After this point came to mind, even the five elders had to take a deep breath before looking excited. As you imagined. Bai Ye knew what five elders and were thinking, and instead of denying it, he said solemnly. But the premise of this coming true is that we conquer one world after another. There is no room for error in this matter, understand? Heard the words. Five elders nodded instantly, they all felt hot. If it is said that they were eager to conquer one world after another for the more brilliant future of the world government. Well now, they're even more motivated, and it is to become the true blood of God. What's more, Bai Ye, as the master of the world government, is one with the world government. Once Bai Ye becomes a god, then the future world government will exist forever, and there is no need to worry about the slightest possibility of being overthrown. Joey Boy's prophecy? Just a joke. Next, Bai Ye told 5 elders about New World. Hearing this, the 5 elders looked at each other and spoke one after another. The old man with the knife said first, Your Highness, do you think that in the New World, there will be a way to make admiral-level existences stronger? It's possible, it's just a guess. Bai Ye nodded slightly, sat back on the throne, crossed his legs and said, But even if there is no way to make admiral stronger, but thinking about it, the New World will definitely give us more rewards than the First World. After all, the First World is just a zombie apocalypse world. Although there is a crystal nucleus, there are supernatural powers. But it is still under research, and judging from the strength of the upgraded zombies. This kind of improvement is for Admiral, no, it is for Commodore and above, and it may not be very effective. It can only increase the strength of the grassroots in batches. Can't say it's useless. But in contrast, if the top combat power can also be improved in batches. That is undoubtedly more gratifying, and the New World makes Bai Ye feel this way. Nothing else. A Tyrannosaurus Rex-like monster that I met with is enough to prove that the people in this world absolutely possess great power. Or it's powerful technology, otherwise it would be impossible to survive in an environment with such a powerful beast. And whether it's technology, still power, definitely stronger than the First World. Hearing this, the blonde old man immediately said in a deep voice, Since this is the case, then part of the CP organization needs to be transferred back. After all, the CP organization should not be used in the zombie world now. The old man with a mustache nodded in agreement. Let the CP organization go to New World to investigate, and only after understanding can we make plans. Advertisement. The old man with white curly hair mentioned the army. We still need to continue to recruit troops in the future. The number of the army is still too small. Of course, it is not necessary to recruit troops from our world, other worlds are also fine. Conquering a world may be easy these days, maybe just collecting the source will do. But the area of a world is so large, even if the source is obtained, it is only a preliminary conquest. There are still many things to do in the follow-up, all of which require a large number of troops. The army's 300,000 is far from enough, and Marine cannot move. There is no way to use part of the Marine in the First World. Because at that time the conscription had not yet begun. But next, the Marine must not move, because the sea still needs Marine to continue to suppress. Otherwise, if you use too much, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary troubles. So conscription needs to continue. Hearing this, the bearded old man stroked his beard and said in surprise, You want to recruit soldiers from the zombie world? Good. The curly-haired old man sneered and nodded. Otherwise, keep them to grow food in Otherworld? Maybe this is a good choice, but it's too good to be true, isn't it? With such a large number of survivors, it would be a waste if they were not recruited for combat? The most important thing is that there will be one world after another in the future. It is impossible to recruit troops at sea all the time. Otherwise, it may not be possible to recruit people from the whole world. Since this is the case, why not recruit soldiers in Otherworld, conquer a world, and recruit soldiers once? Also, don't forget that most of the survivors in Otherworld today are His Highness's believers. If that's the case, why not take this opportunity to recruit troops and create an army exclusively for His Highness, recruiting only His Highness's believers? Have to say, the plan is good. Even Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The old man with the knife also nodded in agreement. That's right, this army is the Divine Guard. The blonde old man next to him frowned. What about the army? The army continues to exist, but in the future, the army's elite will need to be transferred to the Divine Guard. At that time, the Divine Guard will be mainly responsible for the campaign when the New World opens, and the army will be responsible for the aftermath of the conquest. This is not bad. I agree. Seconded. Some discussion. The God's Guard plan is activated. However, the details still need to be discussed with 5 elders. Nothing to do with Bai Ye. He is the ruler above the 5 elders. Coupled with the fact that he has a double piercing door, he can open one world after another, and become a god, which is the biggest reward for these subordinates. Soon. The 5 elders are gone. Bai Ye also bid farewell to I.M. But before leaving, Bai Ye invited I.M. After the first world is over, I don't need to stay in Mariajoy anymore. The door to the next world can be opened at any time, and I want to go to the sea to see it. After all, I have never been out before, so I want to go out together. Because after conquering the zombie world, Bai Ye is actually equivalent to being able to open 2 double pass doors. It's just that one door is fixed, and it belongs to the reward of the first world. It can only go to the zombie world, which is equivalent to a secondary door. One is the main door, you can go to the zombie world or to the new world. Don't look at just 2 doors, but it works a lot. Because Bai Ye has already placed the secondary gate in Mariajoy. In this way, in the future, when he leaves Mariajoy and goes to other places, he can also enter the zombie world by opening the main gate, and then go to Mariajoy through the secondary gate of the zombie world. It is equivalent to saying that this is a teleportation array. And there are 3 secondary gates, but there are still 2 that have not yet been placed. At that time, it means that Bai Ye can go through the main gate at any time, go to 3 places, and go back and forth at will. No matter where you are, I.M. subconsciously wanted to reject Bai Ye's words. Probably because I stayed too long between the flowers. Make I.M. a little nerdy, I don't really want to go out. But Bai Ye saw it and said ahead of time, "Now that I'm the king, there's no need for you to stay here anymore, right? It's time to go out for a stroll." Didn't refuse this time. Instead, he thought deeply. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. "Good." Bai Ye suddenly smiled and then left. Next, he does intend to leave Mariajoy. "After coming to this world for so many years, I have left once. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't curious, just right. The Germa family should be destroyed. You can also drop by North Blue for a walk." Thinking of the Vinsmoke family, day and night couldn't help but a coldness flashed across his eyes. This is also the first time he has been robbed, inevitably still a little uncomfortable. Next, Bai Ye continued to deal with some key matters. Such as a partially fused region. There are also 2 opportunities for partially fused regions. Bai Ye already knew the overseas locations of some countries in the zombie world, so naturally he would not miss them. With a group of people, they merged again in the area near East Blue on the Red Line, which was the previous fusion location. This time, 2 new huge islands appeared, same as last time. Just merge. Bai Ye swept over with a Conqueror's Haki, stunned everyone above. Advertisement immediately afterwards, let people catch all the people on the island and once you accept the island, it's all set. After doing this, everything related to the zombie world will really be resolved and dealt with. Night gradually fell. Bai Ye returned to the castle. After enjoying a delicious dinner, Takashiro Saya came to Bai Ye with a nervous expression on his face. After struggling for a moment, he still mustered up the courage to speak. "Your Highness, that. If you want to ask anything, just ask." Takashiro Saya bit her lip. "I want to ask my parents." Bai Ye shook his head and waved towards Stussy. Takashiro Saya's parents have always been handled by Stussy, he really doesn't know. Stussy came over and said with a smile, "Your parents' lives are not in danger, but if you think about it, they will be in a bad mood, but this is punishment for offending His Highness, you must to suffer." Heard the words, Takashiro Saya breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is no danger, but then, I became worried again. Not feeling well mentally. Because of what? She wanted to ask, but couldn't open her mouth. Fortunately, Bai Ye spoke for her. "Why, Stussy Kaido? Because I sent them to impel down." Hiss. Bai Ye was surprised. It has to be said that Stussy is indeed a person who came from the CP organization. Sure enough, he knows how to torture people. Any place like impelled down can be imagined. What floor? Level 1. Tut, all right. Even if it's just the first floor, it's scary enough. Impel down the first floor, hell. Even for some pirates in this world, it is hell. Not to mention 2 ordinary people from an ordinary world? That's probably not like hell, but real hell. In Crimson Hell, the prisoner 337 will run back and forth because of the poisonous spider in the jailer, and finally will be cut by the leaves and grass, and the blood will flow, and he will suffer endlessly. However, since Stussy said that his life was not in danger, he thought it was a secret. But again, as Stussy said, enough torture, especially for Takashi Saya's parents, might cause great mental damage. But that has nothing to do with Bai Ye. Stussy was right. If you offend yourself, you will naturally be punished. Compared with Bai Ye's admiration for Stussy, Takashi Saya looked blank. Obviously don't know anything about impel down, so out of curiosity, I asked Stussy. After Stussy informed without concealment, Takashiro Saya suddenly turned pale. In that kind of place, mom and dad will definitely die, right? Even if they don't die, they will go crazy, right? She was terrified and filled with worry. Can't help but look at Bai Ye helplessly, wanting to ask Bai Ye's forgiveness for his parents. Seeing this, Bai Ye realized with a glance, got up and looked at Stussy angrily. How could it not be seen that Stussy did it on purpose? Stussy blinked, playful in response. Bai Ye shook his head helplessly, then looked at Saya Gao Cheng. "You want me to forgive your parents? That depends on your performance." After finishing speaking, Bai Ye walked towards the room. Gao Cheng Saya was stunned for a moment, and then understood what Bai Ye meant. His pale face turned red again, biting his lip and following. Next to them, the 3 Hancock sisters seemed to have thought of something. Their faces were as red as if they were about to bleed, full of the shyness of a young girl. The nightlife has begun. At the same time, exit the Red Line. Several ships approached quietly. Tiger took a deep breath and looked at the younger brothers beside him. "Are you sure you want to be with me? I should have said, you will die, and you still have a chance to give up." Originally, he planned to go to Mariajoy alone, but after getting the news from some close brothers in Murloc Street, several people suddenly wanted to be with Tiger firmly. Among them, there is Jinbei. Perhaps this is the change caused by the arrival of Bai Ye. Jinbei said firmly, "Brother Tiger, needless to say, since we have come here with you, we will not give up." "Yes, Brother Tiger. Since we have already decided, how can we give up halfway? That is. See here." While Tiger was moved, he smiled bitterly. "He is going to die, and I don't want these to die like my little brother." After hesitating, he still said, "You should have heard that the world government released some slaves. We went up, and we probably returned empty-handed. We couldn't do anything. I still hope you will think about it." But after the words fell, a Murloc sneered. "Brother Tiger, you think too much. How can you free the slaves with the style of the world government? It's just to deceive others." That is. The others nodded, and so did Jinbei. 46. Operation Emancipation. Pluton is gone, you don't have to live. No one would believe it at all. In fact, Tiger didn't believe it at all. After all, he has seen the cruelty of slaves treated by the world government. I don't think the world government would be so kind. I don't even believe celestial dragons would be so kind. But after all, he couldn't bear the younger brothers to die with him. However, after seeing the firmness in the eyes of his younger brothers, he sighed helplessly after all, and then nodded. In that case, let's go together. After speaking, everyone raised their heads, looked at the red line towering into the clouds, and took action one after another. The night was dark. The Mariajoy also quickly fell silent. But in an unguarded place, there was a snap. A figure climbed up, gasping for breath. Then he turned his head and looked behind him, bent down and pulled another figure up, followed by one after another. About 10 figures. After all came up, the leader said in a low voice, "Remember the position I said at the beginning, and move quietly to avoid being discovered. Now this time is just right, it is the rest time for the patrolling soldiers, and we only have 1 hour. By the way, remember to take the key, it's at the place I mentioned, and there is no one at this time." "Understood, Boss Tiger. Do not worry, then we split up now?" "Okay, no matter what, we will meet in half an hour." All the Murlocs nodded one after another and immediately took action. This matter, no one knows. About half an hour later. Everyone gathers. Both the Murlocs and Tiger showed astonishment on their faces. "Boss Tiger, I went to the place you mentioned and there are no slaves." "Me too, there are no slaves. How can it be?" Tiger looked shocked, with an unbelievable expression on his face. "Because he has stayed here, he knows where slaves exist. Therefore, before coming here, I made a special plan, specially selected places with many slaves, and planned to liberate them all at once. After the results start to act, not to mention other Murlocs. Even if Tiger went to the place where he was imprisoned, he didn't see a single slave. How is this possible? Obviously the slaves have always been held in that position. Is it really liberated?" One Murloc couldn't help but whispered. Hearing this, the other Murlocs were all stunned. The same is true for Tiger. For a while, I couldn't help but doubt it. Could it be that the world government really showed kindness and released all those slaves? But why? How does this benefit the world government? Tiger couldn't figure it out, and don't want to believe it at all. How can the world government have such kindness? But if it wasn't for the world government to free the slaves, why couldn't a single slave be found? Etc. Tiger suddenly frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Jinbei? Did you get the key back?" "I got the key, but it seems like Jinbei hasn't messed around yet? It should have gone to a farther place. Wait a minute." Is talking. Coming quickly from a distance, it was Jinbei, he said with a joyful look on his face. "Brother Tiger, you are slaves. There are many of them, and they are all gathered together." "What?" Hearing this, several Murlocs were startled, and then ecstatic expressions appeared on their faces. "Really? Just know that the world government has no good intentions. How could the slaves be released?" Unexpectedly, the place was changed. Tiger asked quickly, "Jinbei, where is it?" "It's over there, Boss Tiger, there are many slaves." Jinbei pointed in one direction and whispered. "I took a sneak peek and they were all locked up and unattended." "Walk over." Tiger did not hesitate to let Jinbei lead the way. But at this moment, there was a click, everyone looked back. A figure climbed up, she has long silver hair and glasses. "It's Rayleigh," Tiger wondered. "Rayleigh, why are you here?" "Why else?" Rayleigh smiled wryly. "I'm afraid there will be accidents for you. After all, this is the headquarters of the world government. There are many strong people, not to mention that I also have people I want to save. How about it? Have you found it?" "Well, the position of the slave has been found, and we are about to act, so why don't you keep it here?" Tiger said. "Rayleigh is strong, after all, but this is the headquarters of the world government after all. Once it gets too big, even Rayleigh has to run, so it's better to let Rayleigh stay here to support. At that time, even if there is an accident, Rayleigh can quickly escape with the slaves." Rayleigh thought for a moment and nodded, watching Tiger and others leave. Soon, under the leadership of Jinbei, Tiger arrived at the destination. It's just that there is a strange look in his eyes. In the past, these slaves were kept in cages, but at this moment, these slaves in front of them are sleeping in the open field one by one, with quilts under their bodies, etc. They look like hardworking workers, not slaves. If it weren't for the slave collars around their necks, Tiger would doubt the identities of these people for a while. But time is running out. Advertisement. Tiger couldn't care less. Immediately took the key and began to undo the slave collar while calling these slaves in a low voice. In a daze, some slaves were woken up in a coma, and a Murloc face told them that they were coming to save them, and told them to get ready to run. Some of the slaves looked dazed, but then, they all became excited. Although during this time, in order to create momentum for Bai Ye, the living environment of these slaves has changed. But after all, he couldn't get rid of his status as a slave. Even when they were told that a great celestial dragon was working to free them from their slavery, they were skeptical. And now, a chance to escape looms, instead of waiting for that elusive opportunity. Might as well take this opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, some slaves showed fiery looks in their eyes, and immediately got up without hesitation, and followed behind Tiger with a grateful expression. These slaves are so insensitive, When hope comes, hold on to that glimmer of hope. The Murlocs moved quickly. In a short while, these slaves were liberated, and then they were ready to leave with the slaves. But just during the departure, there are soldiers coming. Who are you? The soldier noticed so many people at a glance, and immediately yelled. Tiger's face changed slightly, and he said without hesitation, set fire. Yes, Boss Tiger. A Murloc took out a lighter he had prepared long ago, lit it and quickly threw it in one direction. It was a house, and the surrounding area had just been watered with oil by the Murlocs. At this time, the lighter was dropped, and it caught fire at one point. The fire surged up. Such a scene. The soldiers froze in place for a moment. Shocked. It seems unbelievable that someone would dare to set fire to the world government. But it was just this stupid effort. Tiger seized the opportunity to hit him to the ground, and then continued to run wildly with the slaves. At the same time, in the castle, boom, boom, there was a knock on the door. Bai Ye opened his eyes from deep sleep, let go of Gao Chung saw his hand, and said in a deep voice, come in. The door was pushed open. It's Stussy, with a cold face. What's going on? Bai Ye asked. Stussy reports immediately. Your Highness, a group of mice has touched Mariajoy. Mouse? Bai Ye was stunned, and then observation hockey broke out directly. With the addition of Thunderfruit, Bai Ye noticed what happened on Mariajoy instantly, and his eyes flickered. It turned out to be this matter. Tiger, he recognized it. I also know the matter related to Tiger in the original book. But it was probably because the time traveled was so long that Bai Ye had forgotten it, and it was only when he saw Tiger's red skin that he suddenly recalled it. Actually, this happened. As far as Bai Ye, who was newly ascended to the throne and in charge of the world government, should be outraged. After all, this is a slap in the face of the world government. But Bai Ye was not too angry. One is that there is still time to deal with it. The second is that these freed slaves gave birth to a plan in Bai Ye's mind. If it's feasible, maybe you can really control the Fishmen Island through this. Thinking of the plan in his mind, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth rose, and he immediately got up to get dressed under Stussy's service, and then sneered. Go and see the excitement. Some guys on the world government are really vegetarians. I don't even know that some mice have come in, trash. He cannot be angry because of some Murlocs, because these Murlocs can be destroyed easily. Can't make waves, but these guards on Mariajoy are all damned. You don't even know a mouse has come in, just some Murlocs this time? Next time? Although there are many strong people in the world government. But at the same time, there are many people to protect. Basically, as long as an accident occurs, those in the dark will not deal with it. Because their first task is to protect important people. Such as Bai Ye. Even if the enemy burned the houses on Mariajoy in front of them, those people would not care. Protecting Bai Ye is the most important task. They will only act when the superior orders them to do so. Otherwise, those dark powerhouses will not be called the strongest shields. It's a job question, but the guards are completely different. Bai Ye looked cold, walked out of the castle, with a respectful expression on his face. Your Highness. What happened? It's a group of Murlocs, Zero responded. At the moment when the fire burned, he felt it, but he won't make a move. Unless there is an order from Bai Ye. Otherwise, he would just stay by Bai Ye's side and focus on protecting Bai Ye. Go. Stop them, don't let one go. Bai Ye frowned and ordered directly. Hearing this, Ling nodded respectfully and then stepped out, and the figure disappeared in place in an instant. Bai Ye observation hockey spread out, and after locking the location, he walked slowly towards that side, not in a hurry. Along the way, advertisement several figures of celestial dragons appeared under the protection of bodyguards. Obviously all were alarmed. Suddenly, celestial dragons, yes celestial dragons, die to me, you bloody bastards. A slave appeared and saw the figure of the celestial dragons, obviously holding the celestial dragons. At this moment, he roared without hesitation, waved his weapon and killed the celestial dragons. At the same time, with the appearance of this slave, more slaves discovered the location of celestial dragons, and ran over with resentment in their eyes, wanting to kill celestial dragons for revenge. There was even a slave who rushed towards Bai Ye. Court death. Bai Ye snorted coldly, but frowned, and the next moment a thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly enveloping the slave and killing him alive. Then, Bai Ye moved on. After a while, Bai Ye has arrived at his destination. Caught the eye. It is a burning street. The flame exudes a fiery temperature. The slaves ran wildly in it. But there are also some superiors who have issued orders, and the existence of the shield has begun to act, arresting slaves everywhere. While the Murlocs fought hard, they fled in one direction with some slaves. Backquote, quick, go, don't linger. After Jinbei knocked a guard away with a punch, Yin roared. The voice just fell. Wheeze. There was a crackling sound from behind. Zero appeared out of thin air, and punched out. The terrifying speed did not give Jinbei a chance to react. He hit Jinbei's back directly, blasted him flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Zero's eyes were indifferent, without any change, he just turned around suddenly. A Murloc attacked from behind. Zero finger pistol burst. Kill it directly. Then he continued to look in Jinbei's direction and rushed over, wanting to kill the weeds. But at this moment, swish, a slash burst out and came directly. Forcibly stopped Zero. Zero stopped in his tracks. Squinting his eyes, the coldness in Bai Ye's eyes became even worse. It seems that the prestige of the world government is really getting lower and lower, no one dares to come up. Pluton, Rayleigh, with long flowing silver hair, Bai Ye immediately recognized him. It's just that he didn't expect that the other party, as the deputy of the former One Piece, would dare to appear here. What is this? Don't take world government seriously. Or do you feel that the world government really can't do anything to him? No words. Bai Ye just watched calmly, without even thinking of making a move. I saw Ling stepped out, burst out at full speed, and rushed towards Rayleigh at a speed that even the afterimage could not be seen. At the same time, behind Bai Ye, a figure walked over with an embarrassing expression. Your Highness Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked back and saw an old face. Null, Commander-in-Chief of the Army. 18. Boom. Bai Ye turned back and kicked Kong mercilessly. The powerful force, without any reservation, directly made Kong's face turn pale, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. But Kong lowered his head. Si Liang dared not speak. Bai Ye said with a cold expression. Kong, Zhao, can you tell me, it's fine if a group of unknown murlocs come up, why can Pluton Rayleigh come up? You, the Commander-in-Chief of the whole army, are you a waste? Or do you think your wings are hardened, and plan to overthrow the world government with the deputy of the former One Piece? Cold sweat was dripping on Kong's forehead, and he quickly explained. Your Highness Bai Ye, this is my mistake, but what you said, I absolutely dare not. Don't you dare, Bai Ye sneered. Today, the deputy of One Piece dared to come in, but will the four emperors come up tomorrow? Kong remained silent, but trembling, as the Commander-in-Chief of the army. He is indeed a high-level man, but at this moment, the mistake he made was too great. Because he is responsible for the security issues on Mariajoy. It's just that these murlocs are fine today, but when Rayleigh comes up, the nature is completely different. 1. There is no threat to celestial dragons, 1 is a deadly threat. There is a huge difference between the two. It is equivalent to saying that the servant is responsible for protecting the master, but the killer came to his face, and you, the servant, have not noticed yet. Could it be that you have to wait for the master to die before you react? This is the reason for Bai Ye's fury. It was also the reason why Kong didn't dare to speak back at all. At this moment, such a big problem has arisen, and the airline cannot absolve itself of the blame. Bai Ye snorted coldly, stopped talking nonsense, but pointed to Pluton Rayleigh who was fighting with Zero, and said coldly. You only have one chance, if Pluton doesn't die today, then you don't have to. Alive, understand? Heard the words vibrate in the hollow. He could tell that Bai Ye wasn't joking. It was also because of this that Kong nodded without hesitation to accept the order, and then rushed towards Rayleigh with an angry expression. His killing intent burst out undisguised. To be honest, Kong was also unlucky. Obviously he didn't expect that there would be people who dared to come to the world government to make trouble. Kaido is not so reckless. It has always been like this in the past, so Kong didn't care. As a result, there was a problem today. 47. Pluton Rayleigh, die the same. Even if Rayleigh is dealt with, he still has to be punished. So at this moment, Kong's heart is really angry with Rayleigh. UTM a Pluton Rayleigh, you live in seclusion, you have to go to Mariajoy if you are a good person, can you find death? Boom. The speed exploded, and he did not dare to hold back his hand, and he came to Rayleigh in an instant, punched out, and exploded with all his strength, and his mouth exploded at the same time. Rayleigh, die to me. Feeling a sense of crisis, Rayleigh turned around suddenly, facing Kong's all-out attack. The pressure also emerged in his heart, and he burst out of strength quickly, knocking back Zero, and then slashed out with 10 knives to meet him. The two collide. Terrible airwaves erupted, evenly matched. But Rayleigh's face was hard to see. Trouble, things are getting bigger. Kong said in a deep voice. Rayleigh, you forgot your identity. If you dare to come, be prepared to die. After finishing speaking, Kong blasted away again. Zero is also a quick shot. Fierce fighting broke out again. Stussy just glanced at it, and didn't intend to participate, but focused on protecting Bai Ye, standing quietly beside Bai Ye. Subsequently, swish. A figure appeared beside Bai Ye. An old man with a knife, one of the 5 elders. He glanced at Rayleigh coldly. As 5 elders, Rayleigh may be Pluton, but he is not qualified to let him make a move, so he just watched from the sidelines, but asked Bai Ye, Your Highness, those slaves? These slaves were originally planned to be released, but the time did not come. But even so, the world government has served delicious food and drink recently. But I didn't expect that at this time, the slaves would all choose to defect. Bai Ye was silent for a while, then spit out the cold words. Don't talk, choose a dead end, then kill them all. Finished. Bai Ye reminded again. Keep the murlocs, don't kill them all. The old man with the knife nodded. I see, finished. The old man with the knife stepped out, and his figure disappeared. Bai Ye put his hands on his shoulders and watched the battle. Rayleigh is also an admiral-level existence, and his strength is not weak, especially now that it is not the period of the original book. Rayleigh's combat power has not declined at all, and is still at its peak. Knowing the existence of the admiral class, it is extremely difficult to tell the winner. Just look at Aokiji and Akainu. They fought for 10 days and nights before the battle ended. Even if there are 2 admiral-level existences attacking Rayleigh at the same time, it is impossible to win in a short time. Think about it. Bai Ye ordered. Stussy, you go too. Yes, your highness. Stussy nodded respectfully, shaving, and the figure disappeared in place. Now. Boom. Boom. The sound of bang sounded. 857. Rayleigh held the knife in one hand, and the knife and Zero hit each other, and they were evenly matched and separated from each other. And Kong seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Rayleigh suddenly turned his head and slashed out, although he still blocked it. But Zero, who has the ability of Speedy Fruit, struck quickly. The terrifying speed did not give Rayleigh a chance to resist. He punched out and hit Rayleigh's back, making his face stiff, and a mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, before being blown away. Go out. But that's not all. Stussy has arrived. After catching up with Rayleigh, who was flying upside down in midair, with a cold smile on his face, he raised his legs and swept across. Rayleigh gritted his teeth to block it, but was blown out again because of his powerful force, smashing into a ruin. Ahem. It's really troublesome. Rayleigh got up in embarrassment, coughed up blood, and looked at the three figures in front of him, with deep fear in his eyes, but also a bitter smile. Although I knew it was dangerous as the headquarters of the world government, I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't come up. Unless he can escape now, he will die here today. But it is easy to come, but how difficult is it to escape? Can only slowly look for opportunities. Thinking of this, Rayleigh's expression became solemn, and with the sound of breaking through the air, the battle continued. But it is a pity that Lee was bombarded almost one-sidedly. After all, it is impossible for one person to resist three beings of the same level. But it is also because of the strength of the Admiral class, so even if Rayleigh is constantly attacked, he is still some distance away from death. As long as the physical strength is not exhausted, it is very difficult to kill the opponent. Unless there is no resistance at all. When Bai Ye pays attention to the battle. Tiger is also watching the fight, with an anxious look on his face. Rayleigh can't die, a firm thought came to his mind. In his opinion, he was the one who implicated Rayleigh, and he meant that he was the one who wanted to come to Mariojoy. And Rayleigh came to help himself, so Tiger subconsciously thought of a way. Soon. His eyes locked on Bai Ye's body. Noble temperament, even if he doesn't wear a bubble hood like other celestial dragons, Tiger can still recognize that this is a celestial dragon's. As long as you catch this celestial dragons, these guys will definitely throw a mouse, and then there will be a chance to escape. This idea came to Tiger's mind. Immediately, without any hesitation, he acted immediately and ran towards Bai Ye frantically. Oh, are you following me? Advertisement. Bai Ye naturally also noticed Tiger, sensed what the other person was thinking, and a sneer could not help but rise from the corner of his mouth. I really don't know how to live or die, kill him. Bai Ye gave an order. Although Zero and Stussy beside Bai Ye are all fighting Rayleigh now. But don't think that there is no one to protect Bai Ye. At this moment, it fell with the voice. In the shadows, three figures rushed out impressively, exuding a powerful aura. This scene made Tiger look shocked. I wanted to leave immediately. But it's all here. How can these people who have received Bai Ye's order give each other a chance? In a blink of an eye, it was close to Tiger. A finger pistol broke out. Tiger quickly dodges. But another person attacked, kicked Tiger in the abdomen, and sent him flying. Then the third person caught up and knocked Tiger down from midair, smashing a big hole in the ground. Immediately afterwards, Tiger was not given a chance to stand up at all. The three figures rushed towards the pit at the same time, unleashing the strongest blows one after another. Boom! The vibration sounded, and the dust shrouded it. When the dust clears, the three figures returned to Bai Ye's side, fell into the shadows, and continued to secretly protect Bai Ye. And in that pit, Tiger's eyes widened, and he couldn't breathe. There was a big hole in the chest, dripping with blood. Brother Tiger. Oh, damn it, I'm going to kill you. Tiger's death made some murlocs around go crazy, but unfortunately, they couldn't even get close to Bai Ye. Can only be forcibly captured alive by some shields. If it weren't for Bai Ye's order, these murlocs would have died long ago, including Ping. At the same time, Rayleigh naturally also noticed Tiger's death, and a look of sadness flashed in his eyes, which was then replaced by firmness. Although only a short period of time has passed at this moment, Rayleigh is already covered in wounds and blood, and if it continues, there is almost really no way out. The red line is easy to go up, but hard to go down. To come up is to climb up, it can only go on like this. But it is impossible for others to give you this opportunity. And at this height, even if he is as strong as Rayleigh, he would not dare to jump hard. After all, he does not have the physique of Kaido, so he can only choose other methods. I have to say that Tiger provided him with an idea. If you can catch a celestial dragons, you may not be able to escape safely. And his gaze secretly peeped at Bai Ye. After all, there is only one celestial dragons in Bai Ye around here. Although there are guards secretly protecting it, as long as you find an opportunity, you may not miss it. Think here. Rayleigh gritted his teeth tightly, swung the long knife in his hand, and slashed out with all his strength. The soaring slash swept out until Bai Ye. Court death. Stussy was furious, but quickly dodged in front of Bai Ye, directly blocking the slash. At the same time, Zero and Space rushed to Rayleigh and launched an attack. But Rayleigh seized the opportunity, dodged at the critical moment, and then went straight to Bai Ye. Even though there was Stussy blocking the way, because Stussy had just blocked Rayleigh's full strength attack, and was unable to react, he was blasted by Rayleigh. But in the blink of an eye, Rayleigh came to Bai Ye, stretched out his left hand, and grabbed Bai Ye's neck without hesitation. But the next moment, Bai Ye turned his head and dodged easily. This scene shocked Rayleigh. How can it be? Although I just grabbed it casually, how could a celestial dragon's escape? Inexplicably, a bad premonition emerged in Rayleigh's heart. Who gave you courage? Bai Ye's cold voice also sounded at this time. He didn't, know what Rayleigh was thinking, nor did he care. After dodging Rayleigh's grabbing hand, Bai Ye stretched out his backhand, grabbed Rayleigh's neck suddenly, and slammed towards the ground under Rayleigh's stunned gaze. Bang! Rayleigh spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of pain. Bai Ye's eyes were cold, and with a slight movement in his heart, violent thunder raged, rushing into Rayleigh's body crazily. Ah! A painful sound broke out from Rayleigh's mouth involuntarily. Since you dared to come to Mariojoy, you are courting death. If you want to court death, I will help you. Bai Ye spoke indifferently, raised his left hand high, and the long spear intertwined with thunder and holy flame condensed, not giving Rayleigh a chance to react, and stabbing without hesitation. There was a snort. It pierced Rayleigh's chest abruptly, piercing his chest from behind. Blood spurted out. Rayleigh lost a lot of vitality in an instant. The shot, along with Rayleigh's heart, also pierced. Just one hit. Let Rayleigh have been powerless revolving heaven. I can only lie on the ground, no matter how difficult it is to struggle. Bang! Bai Ye kicked Rayleigh flying and smashed into the distance. Advertisement. Perhaps Rayleigh never imagined that Bai Ye is not an ordinary celestial dragons. It never occurred to him that Bai Ye's strength was not weaker than him. Looking for an opportunity to shoot Bai Ye, in Rayleigh's view, is a way of life, but in fact, it is a way of death. Looking at Rayleigh, who was lying on the ground and began to die, Sora looked complicated. At any rate, he was once the vice captain on the ship of One Piece Roger, definitely considered the top existence in the sea, but he didn't expect to die here at this moment. It can only be said that the other party is courting death. Not a good place to go, have to come to Mariojoy. As Rayleigh lost the ability to struggle, life began to gradually drain away. Stussy and Zero also began to return to Bai Ye's side. Your Highness, are you okay? Right? Stussy asked, although Bai Ye didn't seem to be injured, but as Bai Ye's loyal subordinate, he couldn't help feeling worried. Bai Ye shook his head and looked towards Kong. Kong's face changed slightly, and he quickly lowered his head. Bai Ye ordered. Kong, you made a big mistake today. I will let you go, but it's best not to have a next time because of your barely timely remedy today and the merits of the past. Yes, absolutely not, Your Highness, please rest assured. Sora nodded quickly. There was also a shock of Bai Ye's strength in his heart. Too late to think about it. Bai Ye's voice came again. And all the guards on duty tonight, all executed. I didn't even notice that the mice came in, so what's the difference between them and the rice buckets? Hearing this, Kong's expression stiffened. After all, many of those guards were descendants of some marine generals who died in battle. It's just that today he really made a big mistake, even he almost died, let alone those ordinary soldiers. Kong couldn't say anything, he could only nod. Immediately, Bai Ye looked at where Rayleigh was. Life is exhausted. Rayleigh is dead, that's right. This statue is a strong man in the sea in the original book, the vice captain on the ship of One Piece Roger, and even the master of the protagonist Luffy. He died at the hands of Bai Ye today, pierced through the heart by Bai Ye. But after death, it still has its use value. After pondering for a while, Bai Ye continued to speak. Report Rayleigh's body, and let the dregs in the sea have a look. Some places, not everyone can come. I don't want a second time. Z with a cold snort, Bai Ye turned and left. This mattered today. Although not like the original, even the slaves ran away. But it's definitely a big deal. Tomorrow will sweep the world in the form of news. But that's fine too. Rayleigh's death, enough to make everyone on the sea recall the power of the world government again. But I don't need to continue to sleep. Bai Ye couldn't sleep either. So I took Stussy and Zero and walked towards the meeting room of 5 elders. Now, 5 elders sat here one after another, looking different. Like Bai Ye, they were also furious before, but now that the matter has been resolved, they have to deal with the follow-up matters. With the arrival of Bai Ye, 5 elders said respectfully one after another, Your Highness. Bai Ye gave up, sitting in front of 5 elders and asked, How's the discussion going? The blonde old man nodded with his chin dragging. It's almost done. The matter will be published in the newspaper tomorrow, but there is no need to hide what happened today. You can report everything truthfully. After all, as Rayleigh, he died on the Mariojoy, which can greatly deter the pirates in various sea areas, and even the Alliance countries. Bai Ye nodded without any objection, but looked at the old man with the knife. Mer people, how are you? Some were killed in battle, some were captured alive, and one of them was quite strong. Good strength? Jinbei? Bai Ye rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In fact, he wanted to capture the Murloc alive. I have a plan for the layout of the Fishman Island in my heart. Relying on the ability of his angel fruit now, as well as psychological hints. Jinbei is hard to say. But for other Murlocs, as long as CP0 brainwashes them, almost to the point of blurring, then they can perform a belief suction by themselves to turn them into their own beliefs. And once they become their own believers, these Murlocs can be returned to the Fishman Island, allowing them to gain more beliefs for themselves on the Fishman Island. Don't underestimate the Murlocs. These few Murlocs were enough to make Odahime, who was eager to improve the status of the Fisherman Island, feel good about her. And Odahime has a good feeling in his heart, so the Murlocs who are in the peace faction like Odahime will do the same. In this way, if it is done again in the future, it is no exaggeration to say that it will be extremely easy for Bai Ye to pick the fruit of the Fisherman Island. No effort is required. Plus the layout on the Doflamingo side. Maybe all of this will be done soon. Thinking of this, Bai Ye put a smile on his face again. But at the same time, Sabadi Archipelago, in a tavern. Shaki looked at Rayleigh's life card burning at a terrifying speed in his hand, and the cigarette at the corner of his mouth fell to the ground involuntarily. Standing there in a daze, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared in his eyes. 48. Nan Lisham, New World Information, the next day. Needless to say, the whole sea shook, as seagulls fly to the world with newspapers. Whether it is ordinary people, pirates, pirate hunters, businessmen, noble marines, etc., when they buy a newspaper and see the headlines, they all show a shocked expression. North Blue. On an island. A young man had just finished buying a newspaper. When he saw the headlines, he couldn't help exclaiming, Pluton Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the One Piece Roger, has died? As soon as these words came out, countless people were shocked, and the whole street became lively in an instant. What? Real or fake? Is today's news so important? Quick, show me. A group of people surrounded the young man, wanting to read the contents of the newspaper. At this time, there are still more than 10 years before the plot of the original work begins. People still have an impression of the existence of Roger the One Piece. It is also for this reason that Pluton Rayleigh is still famous. For many, this is the top of the sea, now dead. How important is this? Everyone wants specific news, and not far from the corner. A figure stood upright, holding a bottle of rum in his hand and drinking. The moment he heard the young man's words, there was a click, and the rum bottle shattered. He stepped out of the shadows, exuding a domineering aura like a lion. Go away. The momentum exploded, directly dispersed all the people blocking the way in front of him. Long golden hair. Domineering atmosphere. A head like a coxcomb head. Golden lion. Maybe some people don't know, but when they felt the oppressive feeling coming from the golden lion, no one dared to block the way, and they all swallowed their saliva to get out of the way. Golden lion came all the way to the young man, grabbed the newspaper and read it carefully, his pupils constricted, and his expression became more and more shocked. In today's period, Golden Lion has gone through the period of jailbreak, and his legs are thrown in the impel down, replaced by the original two swords. Therefore, get up in a hurry. I came here today to purchase a batch of supplies, but I didn't expect to hear the news of Rayleigh's death. We must know that while he and Roger are sympathetic, he is no stranger to Futura. Even Rayleigh is recognized. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh is also dead now. After reading the newspaper, Golden Lion just smiled. Rayleigh, you guys, you're not bad at all. He had been wondering why Rayleigh had died, but after reading the contents of the newspaper, it became clear. Board the Mariajoy. Good guy. Have to say, Golden Lion was also taken aback. Even he is not so aggressive. Even if you go to Mariajoy, at least call more people. If you can't win, you can escape easily, right? In the end, you went straight up by yourself. You thought that was Naval Headquarters? Naval Headquarters swayed and only got caught impel down. Lost on Mariajoy. Where's the chance for you to throw impel down? On the news. There are many photos. It includes footage of Rayleigh fighting the trio. To this, Golden Lion sneered. It's unlucky that the old guy Sora is still alive, but the three opponents at the same level are worthy of the world government. Rayleigh was killed anyway. From Golden Lion's point of view, death is not a loss. At least it's better than dying in an unknown corner of the sea. Although there was inevitably a feeling of sadness in his heart, he finally shook his head, dropped the newspaper and left. The Rayleigh incident, for the Golden Lion, is good news. At least for now, because of Rayleigh, he got a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of world government. In this battle alone, 3 combat powers of the same level appeared. Is this the whole story of world government? No. Absolutely more than that, Golden Lion murmured in his heart. He's going to keep lurking. But one day, he, Golden Lion Shiki, will return again, and at that time, the whole world will be turned upside down because of him. East Blue. Boy. West Blue. Grand Line. Even New World. Countless people were shocked by the news today, especially New World. Red Hair Pirates. What? Deputy Captain Rayleigh is dead. Seeing the news in the newspaper, the red-haired face was in disbelief. But when he saw the content, he couldn't help but fell silent. Mariajoy. Die in that place. It's not surprising. The captain has gone. Unexpectedly, the deputy captain has also gone now. The redhead murmured, feeling sad in his heart, but then, his eyes sharpened and a breath surged. Same with Golden Lion. Keenly took this opportunity to glimpse the tip of the iceberg of world government. Advertisement from this, I saw the horror of the world government. The most important thing is a picture in the newspaper. This image, obviously, was not taken by the world government. It's from the president of the News of the World, Ergens. One of the kings of the underground world. Among the photos it took, there was one, a battle scene between Zero and Rayleigh. There is also a picture of Stussy, Kong, standing with Zero. This photo is actually not eye-catching, but Shanks saw it. In this photo, Kong Na bowed his head to Bai Ye, and the deference on Stussie's face. And all of this is obviously because of the noble boy in the middle. The vice captain's death may have something to do with him. The red-haired murmured, and his intuition told him that the identity of this young man was unusual. Either is empty, still Stussie, or Zero fighting Rayleigh. They are all absolute admiral-level powerhouses, and these powerhouses need to bow their heads in the face of Bai Ye. This has proven many things. Inexplicably, the red hair couldn't help but think of some big actions of the world government before. Maybe it has something to do with this person? Except the redhead here, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, etc. Some powerful existences in the sea were the first to know the information. Shocked to learn of Rayleigh's death, knowing that Rayleigh died on Mariojoy, he sighed in silence. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper, was silent for a while, shook his head and sighed. In this world, the world government is a colossus after all, unshakable. Father, why do you think Mr. Rayleigh went to Mariojoy? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that place is very dangerous, right? Marco asked puzzled. Hearing this, Whitebeard shook his head. Who knows, no matter what, he died there after all. It doesn't matter what the reason is. There are many things in this world, and the result is the most important thing. The result now is that Rayleigh is dead, on Mariojoy. Because of this, the world government published it in the newspaper, and took this opportunity to blow the arrogance of many people, thus making them fear the world government again. However, this has nothing to do with us. Whitebeard put down the newspaper, looked in the direction of the red line, and sneered. Red line, we can't go there, but New World is also not the territory of the world government. If the world government rules the world, there is one place that is the absolute exception. It's New World. This is the territory of our pirates. The weak fear. The strong don't care, in this variety. Bai Ye naturally didn't know. Wake up. Takashiro Saya only felt weak all over, especially her legs. It was really difficult to walk. There was even a hint of fear in my heart. If I come here a few more times, I'm sure I'll die, right? Takashiro Saya thought in despair. After serving Bai Ye to get dressed, Takashiro Saya struggled to get up alone. Just walked out of the room. Stussie's figure came into view. With a glance, Stussie knew the situation of Takashi Saya, and smiled lightly. Your physical fitness is not good. I will spare some time to train with me in the future, understand? Yes. Takashiro Saya nodded without refusing. Seeing this, Stussie smiled, threw it away, and handed over a notebook. Take it, and look at it more in the future. Although you can't practice now, you can accumulate and learn experience first. After your physical fitness improves, you will naturally master it. Takashiro Saya took it subconsciously, opened it curiously. It is about learning methods, notes, etc. of some Marine 6 styles. And Haki, Taijutsu is handy. There is no doubt that these are Stussie's personal notes. Takashiro Saya looked at Stussie suspiciously. This kind of thing is very precious no matter how you look at it, right? Why would you give it to yourself? Stussie explained. It's all about cultivating you. You are different from Seiko Busujima and those in Miyamoto. You don't have outstanding fighting talent, but you're definitely fit for a civilian job. It's just that the civil service also requires a certain amount of strength. Besides, you are someone close to His Highness. My notes are precious to outsiders, but you are not counted. Heard the words. Only then did Takashiro Saya suddenly understand. Clerical, it seems that it is really suitable for me. It's a good idea to go this way. The most important thing is that, like Stussy, he can always be by His Highness's side. Thinking of this, Saya Takashiro made a decision in her heart. After breakfast, Bai Ye never left the castle, because Sengoku came and reported something to him. Your Highness, in the current zombie world, most of the zombies have begun to be controlled due to the medicine of the Corpse King. Next, there will be some left. With Sengoku's report, Bai Ye also got a general understanding of the situation. In the zombie world, there is basically no danger at present. Even zombies are gradually being controlled. Under such circumstances, Sengoku should also bid farewell to Bai Ye and prepare to return to naval headquarters. After all, he is a marine marshal, so it is impossible for him to be away from the headquarters all the time, right? Heard the words. Bai Ye nodded and agreed to come down. Okay, after you return to naval headquarters, choose an area, and I will place a world gate there, allowing you to go to the zombie world at any time. Hearing this, Sengoku's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. Thank you quickly. Advertisement, that's a huge boon for naval headquarters. Don't say anything else. There are double doors in Marine, so you can go to the zombie world at any time. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 in the zombie world is no longer in danger. With such a large area, it is not too much for me to plant some land and get some food, right? At that time, use these grains to develop some sideline business, wouldn't it be? Can easily make a lot of money from Marine? Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't stop smiling. Seeing this, Bai Ye tapped the assistant on the sofa with his index finger and said softly, Sengoku, I'm going to visit North Blue next. North Blue? Sengoku changed his expression, quietly waiting for the next words. Bai Ye nodded slightly and continued. Get ready for Buster Call, just in time, I also want to see the power of Buster Call. Sengoku's expression changed slightly, reminds me of the Vinsmoke family. The destruction of Germa Kingdom will naturally be handled by Marine. Of course Sengoku knew too. It's just that this matter will not start until Bai Ye arrives. The destruction of the Germa kingdom was like a splendid fireworks. And this fireworks is for Bai Ye. Then Bai Ye, the host, will naturally be there to watch. The key is that the bad fruit cannot be let go. Although it may be eaten, there is always a way to get it back, right? Otherwise, why do you think so many pirates were imprisoned and impelled down? Keep wasting food? Sengoku nodded silently, then left. Bai Ye turned to look at Stussy and asked, "How is the dispatch from the CP organization?" Stussy said quickly, "It's all in progress. Under the orders of 5 elders, some of them have entered New World and are under investigation." "Where's the army?" "Army led by Momosagi Admiral has started to move in and is setting up front camps." Bai Ye nodded slightly. "The zombie world is almost over. Some units should also be transferred into New World. By the way, Your Highness, haven't you merged several islands recently? I found some good guys on those islands, and I picked some new maids for you. Do you want to take a look?" Stussy asked with a smile. Heard the words. Bai Ye shook his head amusedly, said, "Since you have selected them all, let's take a look." The words fell. Stussy clapped his hands instantly. Footsteps sounded. A few unaccustomed figures walked in, wearing brand new made uniforms and walking awkwardly. Bai Ye took a look, his eyes fell on one of the figures, and he raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a hint of surprise. This is a sexy woman with purple hair and wheat skin. Bai Ye recognized it. Nan Lisheng. She is Shizuka's best friend. In the zombie world, he belongs to the identity of a soldier captain, good at sniping. No wonder I haven't seen it in the Doomsday world before. I didn't expect to come to this world because of fusion. It was also spotted by Stussy. As for the other women, although they were beautiful, they couldn't catch Bai Ye's eyes. Several women walked up to Bai Ye. Their expressions were slightly fearful and respectful, and under the signal of Stussy, they bowed to Bai Ye, and called, "Your Highness," in soft voices. Stussy sat in Bai Ye's arms and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, what do you think? If there is someone I like, I will stay. If not, I will send it to the CP base." In addition to being suitable for being maids, these few were also very suitable for training. Bai Ye rubbed Stussy's head, leaned back on the soft sofa, said nothing, just gestured to Nan Lisheng. Stussy suddenly realized, got up slowly, and said, "What's your name?" Nan Lisheng. "Okay, you stay, the others go down. I think you should have learned all the content that I let you read in the book before, so now, use those content on His Highness, and serve His Highness with all your heart and soul." "Is it white?" "Ming, I understand." Nan Lisheng bit her lip. Conflict in the heart. But before coming here, after having seen those powerful Superman-like powers, he still surrendered and knelt down in front of Bai Ye, raising his head and showing a delicate face. The next day, Bai Ye left Mariajoy, as celestial dragons, and the king of the world government. Bai Ye's travel is naturally extraordinary, not to mention a huge luxury ship. Next to it are 2 warship escorts. This warship is a warship brought from the zombie world, with various weapons mounted on it. After being learned by the CP organization, the world government directly used it. In addition to a large number of maids, there are also a large number of security personnel on the 2 warships. All in all, Bai Ye's travel specifications are extraordinary. But just stepped onto a luxury cruise ship. A member of the CP organization immediately came over, holding a document in his hand and handing it over respectfully. "Your Highness, 5 elders asked me to send this." "Oh." Bai Ye took it and opened it to take a look, and his expression suddenly became surprise. "This is information from Otherworld, didn't expect to get it so soon." It's just that when Bai Ye saw the 2 familiar words, his eyes widened involuntarily, and a shock flashed by. A long time. Bai Ye returned to his senses with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "So that's the case, is it actually this world?" Dangerous species. Tegu, he already understood. 49. The value of munch fruit, Germa the big sheep. / the Crimson Eyes. It is also commonly known as the world of beheading sisters. It's a somewhat familiar world. This world is pretty much the same as I guessed. Relying on Tegu, as long as you conquer the world and build strong ones in batches, there will be no problem. 17. Bai Ye murmured. This world is completely different from the zombie world. After all, this world has powerful advanced combat power. Not to mention anything else, let's just talk about some ordinary people, such as the original protagonist Tatsumi, who can easily hunt and kill monsters with a well-trained ability before entering the Imperial capital, and this is still the case without Tegu. And some Tegu envoys with Tegu are even more extraordinary in strength. What is the most important thing? The most important thing is that things like Tegu are weapons, which are made of various materials. Although only those Tegu appear in the original work, it does not mean that there are only those Tegu. As long as you conquer the world, you can collect materials by yourself, and then create more and stronger Tegu. Every Tegu is equivalent to a devil fruit, which can give a person a powerful ability. And if Tegu and devil fruit are used together, the increase can be imagined. Especially some powerful Tegu, the ability can be called heaven-defying. As far as the ability of a seeds is concerned, in the hands of a seeds, it has been developed to the point where it can freeze time. How terrifying is this? In the world of pirates, apart from those abilities related to time, who can develop abilities to this extent? Although this time in New World, in terms of overall combat power and top combat power, it is still not as good as Pirate World. But it is undeniable that the abilities of this world have very high limits. The strongest in the world, as far as Bai Ye is concerned, is Aestus. And the strength of Aestus, 150, is not weak in One Piece world. To judge it more accurately, Aestus's physique is definitely not comparable to the top powerhouses in the Pirate World. But the instantaneous explosive combat power in terms of ability is definitely comparable to the Admiral level. To be honest, Oroseed's Moko Potmo is too outrageous. Without this ability, Aestus is naturally far inferior to Admiral. But this ability directly raised it to the Admiral level. After pondering for a moment, Bai Ye ordered, "Send a message to 5 elders, continue to investigate, I will go and have a look later." "Yes, Your Highness." The CP members nodded respectfully. Then turned and left. Into the cruise ship. As soon as he arrived on the deck, a figure appeared in front of Bai Ye out of thin air with a bang. Both Stussy and Zero kept their heads down and said nothing. Bai Ye glanced at IM, and then ordered, "Let's go." "Yes, Your Highness." One order. The cruise ship started moving. Under the protection of 2 warships, head towards North Blue. At the same time, a news release. The world government decided today, cancel the qualification of the North Blue Germa Kingdom as a member country of the world government, close black lens bracket. For many people on the sea, some people pay attention to this piece of news, while others don't care after a glance. For some of the top powerhouses in the New World, the Germa Kingdom is an impressive family force, and there are some names in the underground world, but that's all, I won't continue to pay attention. But for many people in the first half of the Grand Line, their eyes lit up when they saw the news for the first time. Germa was actually disqualified from joining the world government. Ha 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 ha, although I don't know what happened, this is good news. Order, let the people below act immediately, I want all of Germa's underground power channels in the Grand Line, hurry up. With a cigar in his mouth, Field laughed loudly. He is one of the kings of the underground world in the original book, The King. But now, it has not reached that level, but it still cannot be underestimated. Hearing this, the subordinate next to him frowned. "Boss, wouldn't it be a little bad to shoot so directly?" "What's wrong?" Field immediately sneered, disdainful. "We can't get in the North Blue's forces, but the Grand Lines, without the protection of the World Government Agency, what kind of thing is Germa? Just wait and see, not only us, but other forces will also take action. If we take action late, we will not get any benefits. So hurry up and act." "Yes, boss." Advertisement. The men nodded and immediately turned and left. Same world. In the underground world, the eyes of many big figures shine. Ha ha ha. What stupid thing did Germa do, to make the world government so angry? No matter what happens, it has nothing to do with Lousy. Regardless of Germa's underground influence in New World, Lousy just accepts it with a smile. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, then Lousy wants West Blue, isn't it too much? Get out, you'd better save a part of Lousy, or don't blame Lousy for being rude. Ha ha ha, what a gluttonous feast, how can such a feast be missed? Many people laughed and shot without hesitation. Undercurrents are surging in the underground world. They shot at all the forces in the Germa Kingdom in the underground world, and their mouths were full of oil on Germa's body. North Blue. Doflamingo was planning an order for His Highness on Mariajoy. This is an order from Bai Ye. He naturally didn't dare to neglect, and even wanted to complete it perfectly. Doflamingo knew that only in this way could he gain the attention of that highness. Maybe he has a great hatred for celestial dragons, but even he can't deny that celestial dragon status in this world is too high. Especially when some of the celestial dragons are in high positions in the world government, it is even more terrifying. He needs to be valued by such a big man. Only in this way can the Don Quixote family grow rapidly, and it is not a bad idea to even extend their hands into the new world. Suddenly, the sound of treading footsteps sounded. Soon, Torbull came in, holding a newspaper in his hand, and said excitedly, "Young master, good news, great news." Doflamingo frowned and asked doubtfully, "Torbull, what good news is worth your excitement?" He, young master, the first batch of ordnance from the world government has just arrived, a total of 50,000 pieces, with 3 million rounds of bullets. Oh, hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes lit up immediately, and a smile appeared on his face. Whoa, that's really good news. But next, it's time for us to be busy. After all, it is not that simple to deal with this batch of ordnance. We need to find a suitable trading partner. Torbull shook his head and handed over the newspaper in his hand. "Young master, I haven't finished my words yet. There's a second piece of good news. You can read it yourself." "Second good news?" Surprised, Doflamingo immediately took the newspaper and read it. Doflamingo's eyes widened almost instantly when he saw the words, "The Kingdom of Germa has been disqualified as a member country of the world government." Immediately afterwards, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, and he let out a loud laugh. Hey, this is really great news, Torbull, you were right. I really don't know what that guy from Germa did to make the world government punish him like this, but it has nothing to do with us. Without the status of being a member of the world government, Germa is just a fat sheep gone. We don't care about Germa's influence in North Blue for the time being, but in the Four Seas region, we must have our share. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo ordered directly. Torbull, Go contact the gangsters in West Blue and tell them to cooperate with me to eat up West Blue's Germa underground forces, and just take this opportunity to sell this batch of ordnance to the doctor. Good. Torbull nodded respectfully, then leave. Germa, who lives in North Blue with the Don Quixote family, also got the news at this time. Reiju handed the newspaper to his father with a gloomy face, and said solemnly, "Father, it looks like we guessed right. The identity of that celestial dragons is indeed extraordinary." "No problem." Although Judge was equally heavy, he gritted his teeth. "It's just that the identity of the franchise country is gone, but it's worth it for this fruit." However, apart from the North Blue area, the underground forces in our other areas have already begun to be targeted by other forces. Not surprisingly, they will soon fall into the hands of others. Hearing this, Judge's eyes suddenly had a flash of anger, but he gritted his teeth and said, "It's okay, give me time, and my strength will improve soon. At that time, those damn guys will have to pay the price." In Judge's view, losing the status of a member country is the entire punishment of Germa by the world government. For that alone, he can accept it. Since taking devil fruit, he has been training crazily every day, and every day, he can feel the improvement of his strength. This feeling made G ecstatic. He is confident that it won't take long for him to become the top powerhouse in the sea. At that time, relying on one's own strength, even the world government will have to turn around and give oneself the identity of the franchise country again. And those damned guys who take advantage of the fire will have to pay a serious price at that time. Looking at the confident look on his father's face, Reiju frowned slightly. For some reason, she always had a strong uneasiness in her heart. Advertisement and this uneasiness, but I don't know where it came from. All in all, because of this level of identity, the kingdom of Germa suffered heavy losses. What's more, naval headquarters, a ship belonging to Buster Call, is about to sail towards North Blue. On a luxury cruise ship, by the huge swimming pool, under the scorching sun, Bai Ye was wearing swimming trunks, lying under a parasol, letting Saya Takashiro and Stussy beside him smear shower gel on himself, feeling the enjoyment brought by that ultimate figure. At the same time, he squinted his eyes and looked at a figure in a white dress reading a book on the balcony on the second floor, with a look of appreciation in his eyes. Compared with other women, I.M. really has a different kind of beauty. Such a woman naturally needs a lot of appreciation. Soon, after enjoying the service of the two women, Bai Ye turned over, lay down on the chair, picked up a glass of cold beer and drank it, making a refreshing sound. For nothing else. For the first time in so many years, I left Mariajoy and came to the sea. For Bai Ye, it is a different kind of experience. Unable to speak, but inexplicably looking forward to and refreshing. On the huge chair, Bai Ye just put down his wineglass, and his silky body fell into his arms. Holding Stussy in his arms, Bai Ye asked, "Which places will I pass by when I go to North Blue this time?" C. Tuxie stuck to Bai Ye's body and thought about it seriously, and said while twisting his body, "Your Highness, we will first pass through the calm belt, then pass through the Eni's lobby in the land of the seven waters, and then pass some islands near Upside Down Mountain, but we'll go through the calm belt into the four seas instead of Upside Down Mountain. If there is no accident, I will probably pass by Eni's lobby, capital of seven waters, Little Garden, Alabasta." Considering that Bai Ye might be interested, Stussy mentioned all the islands that he might pass by during the period. Among them, an island made Bai Ye's eyes twinkle. Drum Island? Yes, during the period, we will pass by a magnetic drum island. The magnetic drum kingdom on the island is a famous medical kingdom. Stussy introduced. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth turned up immediately. Who is the king of Magnetic Drum Island? Is there any information? I don't have any information, but I know it. After kissing Bai Ye, Stussy introduced. The king of Magnetic Drum Island is named Wapple, a munch fruit capable. The king, however, is very useless. He only knows how to enjoy pleasure and cruelty. Really, after receiving the confirmed answer, Bai Ye ordered immediately. Let's go to Magnetic Drum Island. Since you have seen the ability of munch fruit, you can't waste it. Unless Stussy mentioned it, Bai Ye really ignores and forgets. At this moment, Bai Ye suddenly remembered the great role of munch fruit. This fruit is already very powerful in the pirate world. Because of the fruit's ability, it can absorb the swallowed things into its own body, become a part of the body, or synthesize them. It can be said that even if a person with fruit ability is swallowed, it may be used by him with the help of his power. But to be honest, in Bai Ye's opinion, this is the crudest way to use this fruit. Why? 3.9 Because this fruit is simply a material synthesis machine. For any big force, it is of great help. In the original book, after Wapple was defeated by Luffy, he went to the boy again, relying on the fruit ability, synthesized Wapple alloy, and relied on this metal to rebuild the kingdom, becoming the king of the country. Not to mention, Wong has been recognized by the nobles of the world, and has become a member of the franchise country of the world government, and has the qualifications to participate in the World Summit. All this is because of the special metal Wapple Gold. And this kind of metal was synthesized by Wapple, a waste fruit capable person, after spending some time. If it is given to a suitable ability user, more metals can be developed and more powerful weapons can be made. The point is, this is secondary. The really important thing is it possible to eat the zombie virus after eating the munch fruit, and then use the zombie virus to synthesize a more powerful virus? Or in the world of the Crimson Pupil, devour the materials used to make Tegu, synthesize them into stronger ones, and then create even more terrifying Tegu? The odds are great. Therefore, in Bai Ye's eyes, this fruit is more valuable than some Logia, Eudemons and the like. Of course, in addition to this, Bai Ye also has his eyes on the fruit of everyone on Magnetic Drum Island. Don't look at this fruit in general, but it also depends on who eats it. If it was eaten by a powerful monster, it would be extraordinary. In the world of pirates, there are not many such monsters. But other worlds exist, like the tail beast in Hokage or something. This fruit can be obtained in advance, and there may be a chance to throw it to a suitable creature in the future. 50. The shock of Vegapunk, the attack of barbarians? Basking in the sun, Bai Ye got up and snapped his fingers. A double door appears. It is the door to the zombie world. Bai Ye looked at IM and asked, "Would you like to see it?" IM shook his head. "No need, I'll just take a look at the scenery here." Also, Bai Ye nodded and directly led Stussy into it. Then there was a trance and a sense of dizziness. Familiar feeling, but quickly recovered. What is in front of you is the brand new base that has been established in the zombie world. Various farmlands have been reclaimed to facilitate future farming. Some factory equipment is also being transferred here to facilitate direct production and mass production of Lotus. With the arrival of Bai Ye, some believers immediately knelt down, shouting words like, "My God," in his mouth, expressing his devout belief. Bai Ye nodded with a smile, and then waved his hand. The holy light fell on some believers, the power of faith was surging, and Bai Ye easily gained another group of fanatics. Originally coming to Zombie World, Bai Ye planned to make a transfer back to Mariajoy through the double passage gate here, and then went to New World to have a look. But not 2 steps. A scientific researcher came to Bai Ye with an excited face and said in surprise, "Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be here, I was just looking for you." Bai Ye asked, "What happened?" The researcher said quickly, "Dr. Vegapunk's research has made progress. We have extracted viruses and crystal nuclei from some upgraded zombies for research, and successfully developed a new drug. After taking this potion, it can help people awaken their abilities. All kinds of abilities are just like devil fruit." The researcher's tone was full of fanaticism. Think about it too. As a scientific researcher, researching such an epic-making item is simply a dream. It is no exaggeration to say that this one item alone makes many scientific researchers feel as if they have fulfilled their dreams. Oh, Bai Ye was surprised, and immediately revealed a happy expression, and immediately said, "Take me there to have a look." "Yes, please follow me." The researchers immediately led the way. Not long after, to a laboratory. Vegapunk is holding a bottle of potion and handing it to a CP member who volunteered to do the O7 experiment. This bottle of potion Bai Ye recognized. It is the #1 potion. It can increase physical fitness. After the CP members took it, the aura on their bodies immediately became much stronger. At the same time, the body is greatly enhanced. It should have reached the limit brought by this bottle of potion. Then, Vegapunk took out another potion and handed it over. Obviously, it is a newly researched supernatural potion. After the CP member drank it, under Vegapunk's excited gaze, he let out a low growl of, "Ah," with a hint of pain. But the next moment, buzz, a wave of volatility erupted. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the CP members swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the CP members had slender bodies before taking the potion, then at this moment they have become muscular men at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, the awakening of this ability is actually random. What you awaken should be a power ability. How does it feel? Vegapunk asked while recording. The CP members waved their hands with clenched fists, felt it, and answered truthfully, "Twice the strength." "Double? Very nice." Vegapunk nodded in satisfaction and murmured excitedly. According to the research, the power brought by the supernatural potion should have 3 levels. It is currently considered as the first stage, and there will be 2 and 3 stages in the future. In each stage, the strength of the supernatural power will increase. Stage 3 is the limit. But unlike devil fruit needs to be developed, but abilities can be directly improved by taking potions. And there's no weakness, not afraid of seawater. This is simply the perfect genetic item. On the face under Vegapunk's huge head, there is no concealment of fanaticism. But the next moment, the CP members noticed Bai Ye and quickly lowered their heads. "Your Highness." Hear voices. Only then did Vegapunk discover Bai Ye's arrival, and quickly pulled Bai Ye and said excitedly, "Your Highness, you came just in time. The research on the new type of potion has been successful. Although it is only for the first stage, I already have an idea of the advanced potion for the next stage 2 and 3. I believe it will be researched soon. The most important thing is that this drug has no side effects. No, although there are no side effects, it also has disadvantages." As he spoke, Vegapunk frowned, showing distress. Bai Ye was puzzled. What shortcoming? Not everyone can awaken this potion, but it is random. If the awakening fails after taking it, it will only enhance some physical strength. And this potion is the same as devil fruit. Each person can only take it once. However, the probability of a successful awakening is quite high. But it was obviously a perfect creation before. At this moment, a shortcoming was suddenly discovered. Let Vegapunk not be as happy as before for a while. Bai Ye patted Vegapunk on the shoulder and said in admiration, "It's already strong enough. Doctor, your research has brought me a pleasant surprise. Although there are shortcomings, it's normal, isn't it? Perfect creation is not so easy." "You said so." Vegapunk nodded, approvingly. Immediately, he took out another bottle of potion and handed it to Bai Ye, asking, "Do you need it?" Bai Ye didn't speak. Asked Stussy, "How about security?" Vegapunk immediately confirmed, "Absolutely safe." "Of course it does." Bai Ye took the potion, and after observing it, there was a glimmer of expectation in his heart. "After all, I don't know what abilities I can awaken." Advertisement thinking like this, Bai Ye opened the potion and drank it without hesitation. As the medicine poured into the body, a trace of pain emerged. Soon, Bai Ye felt it, a force emerged out of thin air in his body. Bai Ye raised his hand, his eyes sparkled, and he subconsciously felt it. Vegapunk asked curiously, "Your Highness, have you successfully awakened?" "Yes. I wonder what ability you have awakened." Bai Ye grinned and didn't answer, just a slight movement in his heart, urging this newly awakened ability. Immediately, swish, Bai Ye's figure disappeared in place. In the next breath, it appeared on the other side of Vegapunk out of thin air. Vegapunk's pupils shrank suddenly, as if he had guessed something. His expression was horrified. "This is it?" "As you imagined," Bai Ye said with excitement, with the corners of his mouth raised. "It's the power of space, strictly speaking, the ability to teleport." "That's right." Bai Ye felt and tried once. It is indeed the ability to teleport. It's just not strong. Can only teleport within a distance of meters. The ability has 3 stages. Thinking about it, after reaching the 3rd stage, the range of teleportation is not very large. But also scary enough. You must know that the upper limit of abilities in this world is already low, and abilities that can awaken space attributes are enough to further increase the value of abilities. What's more, this supernatural ability is also very strong. After upgrading to the 3rd stage, as long as it is used well, it will be outrageous compared to some powerful Logia fruits. "Your Highness, can you tell me the specific ability and effect of this ability?" Vegapunk asked curiously, took out a pen and paper and planned to record it, and he would record all the abilities he awakened in the future, create a book similar to the Devil Fruit illustrated book. In this regard, Bai Ye did not hide it, and directly informed the other party. Then, Bai Ye had a curious idea in his mind. "I don't know if the power of faith can be used to improve this ability?" "Do whatever comes to mind." Bai Ye thought slightly. A milky white light emerged from the body surface. This is the light after the power of faith is manifested. Soft and holy. Such a scene made Vegapunk and others show doubts. "Your Highness, this is it." Stussy shook his head, but he didn't find that Bai Ye was in danger, so he put his arms around his shoulders and waited with peace of mind. And then, surprised expressions suddenly appeared on the faces of several people. Bai Ye's figure disappeared again, its teleportation. But this time, Bai Ye's teleportation distance directly exceeded 10 meters, and appeared in another place. What happened? Vegapunk was surprised. No answer. The milky glow is still there. Bai Ye teleported again, and this time, Bai Ye's figure disappeared directly into the laboratory. About a second later, another swish sound appeared next to everyone. Gulu. Even Vegapunk was shocked by Bai Ye's sudden change, swallowing his saliva. For a long time, he came back to his senses and asked in horror, "Your Highness, could it be that your ability is a breakthrough?" "Good." Bai Ye smiled and nodded, carefully feeling the changes in teleportation ability after it was upgraded to the 3rd stage. "I am very satisfied. Phase 1, the park. The 2nd stage is 10 meters. In the 3rd stage, it is 100 meters. Although the range of 100 meters is not far, it is not cool. If you have enough stamina, you can teleport crazily. In terms of speed, sparkling fruit may not be comparable. It can be seen the horror of this ability, and when fighting the enemy, a distance of 100 meters is enough." Hiss. Hearing Bai Ye's words, everyone in the laboratory took a deep breath, and their expressions were extremely shocked. Is the ability to break through, judging from the range of only 1 meter in the 1st stage? This is a direct breakthrough to the 3rd stage, right? The key is that the medicines of the 2nd and 3rd stages have not been developed yet. The medicine has not been developed, so it skips a stage and reaches the final stage. How outrageous is this? Seeing the deep curiosity in Vegapunk's eyes, Bai Ye chuckled and asked with a smile instead of explaining. "Vegapunk, can this potion be produced in batches?" "Yes, Your Highness, as long as you want, you can start anytime." "Okay, let's start mass production immediately. I believe that whether it is the world government, the army or the marine, they will all be very interested in this potion." Bai Ye ordered, the corners of his mouth raised, "With this potion." Advertisement not surprisingly. Next, the Grand Line doesn't say anything. At least in the 4 seas, there is absolutely no pirate who can make waves. It is no exaggeration to say that the improvement of combat power brought by this medicine to the people at the lowest level is exactly the same as that of Devil Fruit. After getting the confirmation answer from Vegapunk, Bai Ye asked for another potion and threw it to Stussy. After taking Stussy, he awakened the power of mind. Also a nice ability, and Stussy is happy with it. Subsequently, Bai Ye left. Go back through the double doors to Mariajoy. After passing through the double piercing gate again, I came to the world of slashing the Crimson Eye. One came into this world. In front of him was a fiery scene. In the old forest, the army directly established a frontline camp here. Looking around, some basic facilities have already been built. Breathing is because of the demon fruit power. There are still 4 walls standing, and many soldiers are standing on the walls, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Your Highness. The arrival of Bai Ye made Momoshage in the camp aware of it for the first time and came to salute. Bai Ye gave up, glanced at Momoshage's long white and tender legs, showing admiration, and then asked, "How does the world of Momoshage know?" Momoshage shook her head. "Your Highness, how can it be so easy? Our place seems to be a bit remote. We haven't found any cities yet, they are all small villages. In these villages, most of them only have a few old people left. Not much is known. If you want to know more information, I'm afraid you have to wait for a while." "Yeah?" Bai Ye nodded at 307, but he was not in a hurry. He has plenty of time. Next, Bai Ye traveled back and forth between the 3 worlds. After all, sailing on the sea is always boring, as time flows. First day. Potions for the zombie world continue to be produced. Drug number 1 produces about 5,000 bottles a day. As for the number 2 potion, that is, the supernatural potion, the daily output is only enough for 1,000 bottles. Fortunately, number 1 potion has been in production before, and there are about 100,000 bottles in stock at present. Of the 100,000 bottles, 10,000 were given to CP members. 20,000 bottles were delivered to Marine. The rest, under the order of Bai Ye, were all handed over to the army. As for supernatural potions, the army occupies 60%, the Marine 30%, and the CP organization 10%. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed in a flash. This day, / the world of red pupils. Bai Ye and I am hanging out in the forest outside the camp. Suddenly, the ground shook. Immediately afterwards, a member of the CP organization came up to the 2 of them, knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Your Highness, my lord, the enemy attacks." Bai Ye frowned. "Who?" The CP members thought about it. "Ramp. It should be the barbarians of this world." The voice just fell. Dust billowed in the distance. Immediately afterwards, "A large army is coming. At a cursory glance, the number of Yin troops is almost 5,000. The leader is a strong and burly young man who seems to be the leader of the barbarians." When the distance from the camp was less than 100 meters, the army stopped. The young man glanced at Bai Ye, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then it landed on Im's body. Greed flashed across him, and he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. I wanted to sneak attack the front line of the Empire from here, but I didn't expect that there was another. In the camp, I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful woman. I want this beauty." He spoke domineeringly, there is no doubt. Then he raised the weapon in his hand, pointed at Bai Ye, and Lu Jun and others who walked out of the camp behind him, and said indifferently, "This king is merciful. I will give you a chance to live. Kneel down and ask. I worship, offer your loyalty, I join my army, become a slave. Otherwise, die." The voice fell. The atmosphere suddenly froze. But the next moment, Im raised his right hand with a cold expression, and finger pistol erupted. Even if separated by hundreds of meters, but at this moment, under Im's finger, there was a bang. The barbarian leader's head exploded on the spot, like blood mist. All the barbarians froze in place for an instant. He seemed to be looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. At the same time, Bai Ye opened his mouth with the same cold expression, spit out cold words. "Leave a few alive to learn the news, and kill the rest." Perhaps because of the previous leader of the barbarians, he is now full of disgust for the rest of the barbarians. 51. Plan, Murloc Street idiot. Bai Ye gave an order. Others will naturally not hesitate. Suddenly it was shot. Momoshage drew his sword and slashed. A terrifying slash suddenly rose from the ground and swept across. The ground was split open, and the barbarians were divided into 2 wherever it passed. Hundreds of barbarians died with just one blow. Such a scene made the barbarians widen their eyes one by one. The original anger came and went like a shooting star in an instant, but the fear continued to grow. But no one on the battlefield will give them time to be stupefied. More soldiers attacked. Even ordinary soldiers were firing wildly with Gatling machine guns. Fire snakes splashed down. A barbarian was beaten into a sieve on the spot. The crushing of the strong, grassroots slaughter instantly broke through the defenses of all the barbarians. This is simply not something they can resist. It is more terrifying than those dangerous beasts that are always coming to attack the tribe. Demons, these people must be demons. Gulu, how could we be opponents of the devil? Forgive me, please forgive me. I don't want to die, let me go. I can be a slave. Some barbarians dropped their weapons and begged for mercy. With the first, there's the second and the third. For a time, many people threw away their weapons and begged for their lives. Momoshage and others looked at Bai Ye, waiting for Bai Ye's order. Seeing this, Bai Ye's tone was indifferent. Leave a few alive, and solve all the others on the spot. Yes. Stussy took the lead and stepped forward. His figure was like a ghost moving through the crowd. Every time he got close to a person, a barbarian's head would explode on the spot. This is a way of using mind power. Stussy is using mind power to crush the heads of a barbarian. Although it is only a one-stage ability, due to Stussy's terrifying physical ability, he has shown an extraordinary ability to crush the weak. Barbarians come fast and die fast, no more than 10 minutes. This battle is over. Bai Ye and I are waiting for the torture of intelligence. Soon. Stussy returned to Bai Ye's side, whispered reports. Your Highness, the information torture is almost done. According to the description of these people, they plan to take a detour from here to raid the front line of an empire. Shen did not expect to meet us. As for the location of the empire, we already know it. In addition, there are some strong men in this empire. There are 2 generals, one named Seeds and the other named Bud. I heard that they both hold powerful Tegu, and their strength is terrifying. From what I know so far, the empire is the strongest force. Besides the empire, there is another kingdom nearby, but it is much weaker than the empire. Hearing this, Bai Ye frowned. Needless to say, he also knows this information. What he wants to know at this moment is whether the plot will start. In addition, whether the acquisition of the source is still the same as the zombie world, mainly based on characters or items. After all, this world is different from the zombie world. Some Tegu in this world may also have origins, but after thinking about it, he shook his head day and night. Forget it, it doesn't matter whether the plot starts or not. This world is different from the zombie world. There are a lot of zombies in the zombie world. Because of the risk of infection, it needs to be advanced slowly. After almost, just one step to go, but in this world, there is no risk from viruses. Then, there is no need to be as restrained as in the early days of the zombie world. Thinking of this, Bai Ye said in a deep voice, I know, let Momoshage prepare to lead people to march to the nearby kingdom and take this country. Hearing this, Stussy nodded, and immediately went to Momoshage to convey Bai Ye's order. Afterwards, Bai Ye looked around this world again and then left, returning to the world of pirates. On a luxury cruise ship. Feeling the slow speed of the cruise ship, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel helpless. In the future, we must build more airports. Otherwise, if you want to go to a place at this speed, you will have to waste a month at every turn. This is one of the bad things about the sea, wherever you go. Advertisement because of the slow sailing speed, it will take a few days. Although the current world government has absorbed the technology of the zombie world, after all, it still needs time to turn it into its own use. Not to mention the establishment of the airport in the future, the attack of pirates, the choice of location, etc. need to be considered. Fortunately, Bai Ye can be considered a patient person. Since I have nothing to do, I read books to learn some knowledge, or occasionally let I am accompany me in combat training to improve my combat experience. This day, in the Fishman Island in the deep sea. The news of Tiger's death finally reached here. After all, seagulls can't bring newspapers. Therefore, other people can only bring newspapers, and by taking this opportunity, the Fishman Island can learn some news on the sea. When the Murlocs on the Fishman Island knew of Tiger's death, there was no doubt that the entire Fishman Island was in shock. Especially Murloc Street. The Murlocs here can be said to be basically Tiger's fans nowadays. For Tiger's incomparable longing, it is also because of this that Tiger's death made these Murlocs even crazier. Human beings again, these human beings really deserve to die. The evil dragon roared, crushing the newspaper in his hand, exuding a tyrannical aura from all over his body, and his heart was full of anger. Beside, many Murlocs were even more angry with red eyes. In the past, it was okay to capture us Murlocs as slaves, but now even Big Brother Tiger died in the hands of celestial dragons. These humans are obviously just a crippled race, so why do they treat us Murlocs like this? Boss Dragon, what shall we do now? Don't we do nothing when Boss Tiger is dead? A Murloc roared angrily. The dragon was silent, his mind was spinning rapidly. He also wants to do something, but don't know how to do it. At this moment, among the Murlocs nearby, a Murloc covered in bandages said in a low voice, Boss Dragon, isn't the most important thing now are those guys over at the Dragon Palace? Obviously Boss Tiger died in the hands of celestial dragons, but our princess is still thinking about cooperating with celestial dragons and trying to improve us. What about the status of the Fishman Island? Bring this up. The dragon's eyes turned red immediately. She's just daydreaming. It's all up to now, why Odahime still doesn't understand that what she wants is impossible to happen. Does she have to accept the reality if all Murlocs are captured and taken as slaves? The other Murlocs nodded one after another. In his heart, he was full of anger. The Murlocs in Murloc Street are all orphans themselves, and they don't have the slightest awe and love for the Dragon Palace. At the same time, it is full of hatred for human beings. And because of Empress Odahime, the entire Dragon Palace is tantamount to standing on the side of the peace faction. Forget it in the past. But now, Tiger is dead. The Murlocs in the entire Murloc Street are almost on the verge of exploding, like a dynamite barrel that will explode at any time. It's okay not to mention it. Mentioning it made all the Murlocs angry. Especially the next moment. The bandaged Murloc roared angrily. She is the princess of our Fishman Island, but so far, has she considered for our Fishman Island? Not once. Whether our Murlocs were captured as slaves or died outside, she probably doesn't care. Instead, she is devoted to dealing with the so-called world government countries, dealing with the world government, and saving those dying humans every day. Waste the resources of our Fishman Island. Being ruled by people on the Fishman Island, can Murlocs have a future? It would be great if the dragon boss ruled. It seemed to be just words of anger. However, a flash of ambition suddenly flashed in the eyes of the evil dragon. Especially at this moment because of Tiger's death, he was full of anger. Didn't think about it in depth at all, but just one thought. Yes, if I were to rule the Fishman Island, the Fishman Island would definitely become better under my leadership, right? He kept murmuring in his heart. Gradually, the light of ambition in the eyes became more and more dazzling. Subsequently, the evil dragon raised its head and looked at the cartilage murloc Crobio beside him. Crobio, if I remember correctly, Our Majesty Neptune will hold the event in person tomorrow, right? Yes. Advertisement? Ho ho ho. Good, I see. The evil dragon grinned, with a ferocious look in his eyes. His ambition completely exploded, with hatred for humanity. With dissatisfaction with Dragon Palace, in his heart, he began to have a decision. Since those guys in the Dragon Palace are useless, and they can't even protect their compatriots, then let me die. This country should be ruled by me. Under my rule, those damn humans will absolutely submit to the power of the Murlocs. The evil dragon roared in his heart, if Jinbei is still there. The dragon might think about it, because Jinbei is very powerful. Unfortunately, Jinbei is still being held on Mariajoy at this moment. In the eyes of the evil dragon, he is the strongest existence. On the Fishman Island, no one is his opponent, and no one can stand in the way of ruling the Fishman Island. When the time comes, the Fishman Island will be brilliant under his leadership. The more he thought about it, the more excited the evil dragon became. He stood up and waved his hand, and glanced at the bandaged murloc appreciatively. You're nice, what's your name? Boss Dragon, my name is Macaw. Macaw? The evil dragon felt that this murloc was a little strange, as if it was the first time he had met him, but it was not important, because of what the other party said. At the moment the evil dragon felt that the murloc looked very pleasing to the eye, so he invited him. Would you like to join me? Hearing this, Macaw suddenly said excitedly, of course, I am very willing. Seeing this, the evil dragon laughed with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, very good, don't worry, follow me. I will never let human beings oppressing compatriots happen again. Go, find a place, there are some things I want to discuss with you. Okay, Dragon Boss. Between words, the evil dragon led his men towards the depths of Murloc Street. The night was getting dark. The bandaged murloc left the dragon, came to a room in a dark corner, and immediately took out a phone bug to make a call. Soon. The phone is dialed. Gladius, alas, you call me at this time, and you want to bring me a good news? Heard the words. Stretch, the murloc said as he untied his bandages, washed off the camouflage on his body, and revealed his human face. Young master, just as you said, these murlocs are really idiots. He is Doflamingo's subordinate, just joined for a year. But also relying on his fairly good strength, and his loyalty to Doflamingo, he has become Doflamingo's, Mono's, family. And this mission was given to him by Doflamingo himself. Let the Fishman Island civil unrest. Let those idiots in Murloc Street start a war with Dragon Palace. So you succeeded? In the phone bug, Doflamingo's voice came. Gladius nodded. It's about the same, but the one called the Evil Dragon seems to be a little hesitant, a little lacking in courage, and seems to have a little affection for the Dragon Palace. Hey, what are you going to do? Young master, I need a group of people to help me. It is just a little hesitant, but once Neptune is dead, I don't think it will hesitate. Cha-cha-cha, do you want to further stimulate the other party's ambition? It's a good plan, I know, yes, I will send a group of people to help you, but Neptune can die, but G can't die, you know what I mean, I know, Gladius nodded respectfully. Then he said some more words. The phone hangs up. Gladius took a deep breath, looked through the gap in the window at the Murlocs with hatred on their faces in the distance, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Especially thinking of some Murloc-related concepts that the dragon instilled in him after he and the dragon left. The perfect race. Crippled human, how ridiculous. Although this is Gladius' first contact with Murlocs. But not long after the first contact, Gladius has already confirmed one thing. The Murlocs in Murloc Street are all idiots. It's an honor for these idiots to contribute to the young master's plan. 52. A country a day, surrender or death. Let's not mention the Fishman Island. This side of the world of slashing the Crimson Eyes. Because of Bai Ye's order, Momoshage immediately began to mobilize the army, ready to launch a war against the nearby countries. Because most of the troops are in the zombie world and have not been dispatched yet, the number of troops on the front line this time is only 10,000. This is extremely rare, after all, the target is a country. But Momoshage isn't feeling the slightest bit of pressure. He just pulled the adjutant, looked at the map provided by the barbarians, and said in a deep voice, "Do you have any plans?" The adjutant thought for a while, pointed to the capital of the kingdom on the map, and said directly, "There is no plan. My only suggestion is to go straight. From this road, there are 2 gates, 3 cities, and then to the capital, which is the closest distance to us. I think with our strength, the opponent is not the strongest empire in the world, so we can take it quickly and complete His Highness's task." Heard the words. Momoshage rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, since that's the case, you go and gather 5,000 people to set off with me, and the rest stay in the camp. Schwanzaiman can't have accidents." "Yes, Momoshage Admiral." The adjutant took orders immediately. But immediately, she squinted at her boss and asked with a smile, "Admiral, I remember you used to look down on celestial dragons, don't you? How do you treat His Highness Bai Ye in a completely different attitude?" She has a great relationship with Momoshage. It is a subordinate relationship for many years. They are also women, and they are friends during the rest of the time except for business, so they can make fun of the boss's situation like this. Hearing this, Momoshagi folded her hands on her shoulders and said with a sneer, "Is that highness the same as the other celestial dragons? There is a world of difference between the two." "That's right." The adjutant nodded in agreement, looking at the double door outside the tent, with a trace of exclamation. "After all, it's unbelievable that this highness can even open the gate of the other world." "Yeah, unbelievable." Momoshagi smiled and murmured. "With the opening of worlds one by one, I don't know what it will look like in the future. However, it is better than the endless sea. It is full of more unknowns, which makes people feel interesting." After saying that, Momoshagi shook his head and stepped out of the tent. Soon, 5,000 troops gathered. They are all elite. Even if they are not as good at some 6 styles as the CP members, they still belong to the top-level physical existence among ordinary people. And this refers to ordinary people in the pirate world. If it is in this world of 250, it is no exaggeration to say that each of them is the same as Tenseigan, the protagonist at the beginning of the plot. Basically, every soldier holds an AK-47 in his arms, and at the same time, has a grenade hanging around his waist. Neat in uniform. Absolute elite. Momoshagi came to the front, glanced at his army, nodded with satisfaction, and then gave an order, set off. Yes. The kingdom favored by Bai Ye, under the leadership of Momoshagi, at the marching speed of these soldiers. In 3 hours, we arrived at our destination. Looking up, it is just a checkpoint and city wall that can only stop ordinary people, and there are probably thousands of soldiers patrolling it. There are also a lot of soldiers who want to come to the city. By the looks of it, it seems solid and unbreakable. As Momoshagi arrives with an army. City wall. Some soldiers also found Momoshagi and others, especially the large army, which made the soldiers here feel numb and yelled hastily. "Hurry up, send someone to the capital immediately, there is a large army coming," and everyone else takes up arms and prepares to fight. The officer's voice fell. Hundreds of soldiers sprang into action immediately. Looking tremblingly at the army below, they swallowed their saliva one by one, showing a look of fear. This world. There are many kingdoms, but the strongest, there is only one empire. Even if the empire is decaying, it can be said that the empire is invincible because of the existence of a seeds and bud. In contrast, other kingdoms are weak in national strength. The kingdom targeted by Bai Ye is called Gudal Kingdom, original, because I really don't know which kingdoms are in it, and I can't even find out what it is called. Compared with the imperial capital, the kingdom of Gudal is pitifully weak. Even the invasion of foreign races is sometimes irresistible. In this case, let alone fend off the army led by Momoshagi. Not even Momoshagi can stop him, but relying on the tall city walls, the soldiers were not too scared. The officer's eyes fell on the leader Momoshagi, and he immediately lost his courage and pointed his gun at Momoshagi, warning. "It doesn't matter which kingdom or tribe you come from, but the frontier is the territory of the Gudal Kingdom. Hurry up and get out of the way, or you will die when the capital army arrives." Finished. He pulls the trigger. Bang! A bullet landed directly on the soil at Momoshagi's feet, as if in warning. But Momoshagi frowned instantly, showing coldness. "Is it time to die? In my opinion, it's more like you are about to die." The words fell. Advertisement Momoshagi instantly pulled out the gold veil from his waist. Cut. The golden slash suddenly rose from the ground, exuding dazzling light and sharp aura, like a huge wave. There was a bang. The ground cracked. With one slash, the entire city wall was forcibly split open. Gulu. How is it possible? This scene made the officers on the city wall swallow their saliva in fear and murmur with trembling gums. They couldn't believe that this was a terrible attack that could be caused by manpower. However, the facts are in front of us, only this sword. He was already terrified, and his trouser legs were already wet. Not to mention him. Even the other soldiers were so frightened by the sword that they knelt down on the ground limply. But Momoshagi didn't care about the reaction of these soldiers. He sneered and stepped forward. "Go forward, and kill anyone who resists." Unlike those stodgy marines who care about the lives of all ordinary people. From Momosagi's point of view, not the life of a world. No matter how many deaths, she doesn't care, so just a moonwalk, Momoshagi jumps on the wall. Whenever you see a soldier who dares to attack you, you will kill him mercilessly. A checkpoint with thousands of people, he didn't even have the ability to stop Momoshagi for 10 minutes. No, don't say 10 minutes, not even 5 minutes. The army has already entered the city. "No, don't kill me, please don't kill me." The chief of the city knelt in front of Momoshagi, begging with fear on his face. Seeing this, Momoshagi smiled contemptuously, curled her lips in disdain, did not reply, looked directly at her adjutant, and ordered. "Use the phone bug to inform the camp that someone will take over the people here, and leave 100 people to guard the place. Anyone who dares to resist can be killed directly without any hesitation. Others, continue to set off with me." As she said that, Momoshagi raised the corners of her mouth, twisted her neck, and showed an expectant smile. "Maybe, we can take care of this country in one day. Report to that highness at that time, with this point of rewards, there is no problem, right? It shouldn't be a problem, his highness definitely doesn't lack the money." "Stupid, who wants money?" Momoshagi said with an angry look at his adjutant. "Of course, the share of the genetic medicine from the zombie world, and those technological weapons, the more the better." Hearing this, The adjutant was stunned, stuck out his pink tongue, and showed an embarrassed smile. Okay, let's go on. Yes, Momoshage maintains absolute speed. No rest at all. After several hours passed, a new checkpoint was reached. Compared with the first checkpoint, the soldiers in this checkpoint may have gotten the news in advance, and they were already ready to fight. When they saw Momoshage appearing in the field of vision with an army, they waved their hands. The soldiers immediately pulled the trigger, and the Dahuang bullets sprayed out. See here. No need for Momoshage. A figure flew out from the soldiers behind him, followed by a low growl, frantically urging his abilities. The soil on the ground rose up, and quickly turned into a huge wall to intercept all the bullets. This is a fruit-capable person, Paramecia, the fruit of the wall. Similar to barrier fruit. Boom. 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 Let the bullets hit like crazy. The walls are still solid. It wasn't until a moment later that the bullets stopped. Next moment. The walls dissipate. Momoshage seized the opportunity, drew his sword and cut. With a snort, the soaring blade burst out. The entire city wall of the checkpoint was split open with one blow. Kill. Momoshage ordered coldly, and rushed out first, cast shave and moonwalk, and came to the city wall in a breath. With another blow, dozens of soldiers were chopped off in half. Then, came the attack of the army behind him, same as the first level. This checkpoint was completely defeated within a few minutes. Next, only 3 cities remained. After crossing 3 cities, you will arrive at the capital of the country. At the same time, within the realm of this kingdom. Advertisement: the king of the Gudal kingdom enjoys himself every day, and this world is basically decayed, just like the imperial capital. The nobles are gentle and kind on the surface, and they are friendly to others. In fact, all outsiders are secretly kept in captivity, and even citizens are secretly arrested, taking pleasure in torture until they die, and then re-arrested. The whole world, whether it is the imperial capital or other countries, is the same. When Momoshage set out, the soldiers who had been ordered by the chief of the checkpoint to deliver the letter finally arrived here after galloping all the way on horseback. They entered the palace anxiously and saw the palace hall. His Majesty the fat and greasy king who held a beauty in his arms and drank and ate meat with his officials. See your Majesty. The soldier swallowed his saliva and saluted immediately. The king snorted slightly and asked, "You came from the border checkpoint, what's the matter?" Your Majesty, a large army is launching an attack on the border defense. The chief will notify me as soon as possible to convey the message, hoping to ask for support. The voice fell. The officials were startled. Immediately they all laughed. Enemy? Could it be a foreign race? At this time, it can only be the alien race. Although the imperial capital is fierce, it is currently attacking the alien race in the north. It doesn't care about our side at all. If it is a foreign race, there is no need to worry at all. Relying on the strength of our kingdom of Gudal, the alien race can be easily destroyed. Ha ha ha, that's true, but support is still needed, otherwise the border checkpoint will be lost, and then it will cost a lot of money to get it back. Good. The words of the soldiers did not arouse everyone's worries. Even the king of this country, maybe they are sometimes not opponents when facing aliens. But the country can still be fine now, so naturally they have their confidence. After discussing with the ministers, the king immediately sent 10,000 troops to support, and after giving the order, he laughed. The so-called alien race is not worth mentioning, but everyone, in order to celebrate the destruction of the army of the alien race, let's have a drink together. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Ha ha ha, it's time to celebrate. Ha ha, beauty, come here, would you like to have a cup of wine with me? In the hall, the monarchs and ministers once again had fun. The Great Hall, which symbolizes the majesty of a country, has now turned into a place of seeking flowers and willows. However, 3 hours later, a bloody soldier came again, and said in horror under the stunned eyes of the monarch and his ministers. Your Majesty, it's not good, the enemy is too strong, when we meet the enemy. The general was killed by one blow, everyone died and surrendered, and when we met the enemy, the city of Cuba had already been occupied. If there is no accident, the enemy must be heading towards the city of Geisa at this time. Your Majesty, please call the army again for support. Hear this. In the originally lively hall, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Especially looking at the soldiers who were covered in blood and their armor was broken, no one doubted the authenticity of these words. Until a long time later. Bang bang. The king stood up in fright, his face paled, and he overturned some food and drink, but he didn't care at all, but said in a trembling voice, how is this possible? How can a mere foreign race have such strength? Could it be that the imperial capital made a move? No, it's impossible. Gudal is a vassal state of the imperial capital, they won't do this. No matter what, the country cannot be destroyed. As he said that, he looked at the ministers. Do you have a solution? If so, please come quickly. The officials were silent, after looking at each other. A mighty and strong middle-aged man snorted coldly, got up and said disdainfully after taking a sip of wine. It's just a group of alien races. Why did you scare everyone like this? Your Majesty, please let me go. I will definitely suppress those damned alien races. General Wayne. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the king suddenly showed excitement. Okay, you are worthy of being the general of the country in Gudal country. With the strength of General Wayne and the emissary of Tigu, he will definitely be able to kill all those damned alien races. This time, the important task is entrusted to you. When I come back, this king will definitely clean up the dust for the general. Ha ha ha, your majesty, rest assured, I will go and kill those alien races right away. The man laughed, with arrogance, glanced at the other ministers with disdain, then turned and left. Looking at the general's back, the king felt a sense of security for a moment. Finally, he exhaled and sat down slowly, but the next moment. When General Wayne just walked out of the hall, a scream suddenly sounded. Vaguely, it seemed to hear a snort. Everyone, including the king, shivered subconsciously. Then, there was the sound of stomping footsteps. I saw a beautiful figure walking slowly, holding a knife in his right hand and a bloody head in his left hand. Looking around at everyone in front of him, Momoshage threw Wayne's head to the ground with a bang. Contemptuously. This is the strongest person in your country, and he is really weak and pitiful. 7. Say it. Momoshage looked down at everyone in the hall calmly. This country, starting today, no longer belongs to you. Now, you only have two paths, surrender, or death. One country a day. Apparently, Momoshage walks the talk. 53. Hydra and Buster call. So, is this the Tegu you got? On a cruise ship. Seeing the knife Momoshage handed over, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. He didn't expect Momoshage to win a kingdom in one day. Even if the strength of that kingdom is very weak. Even Momoshage has the ability to crush, but that's a little too curly, right? Of course, as a boss, Bai Ye was so happy with his subordinates, it was just a little unexpected. Yes. Momoshage nodded and said in surprise. This is the first time I have come into contact with Tegu. I didn't expect it to be so miraculous. A knife has such an ability. I won't say what the name of this knife is, but the ability is very simple, and it is very suitable for Jian Hao. Its effect is to sharpen the attack from the knife, that is to say, to add a sharp characteristic to the attack. This characteristic is very strong, especially for Jian Hao. With this sword, even if the swordsman face the armament hockey master, it is equivalent to a layer of armor-breaking effect, which can greatly improve the combat power. The most important thing is that the quality of this knife is also very good, comparable to a big fast knife. So Momoshage looks forward to it. Your Highness, how can this knife be regarded as a trophy I captured? Should it be handed over to me? She likes this knife very much, and she wants to use it to bless it with armament hockey and turn it into her own black knife. Bai Ye could tell, but smiled. It is logically true, but you have to know that this is an item from Otherworld, and Tegu is similar to devil fruit. The key point is that this is the first Tegu obtained by the world government, and it must be kept for research. When the time comes, how about using a devil fruit to compensate you? What do I want devil fruit for? Momoshage pouted and refused without hesitation. However, seeing that the expression on Bai Ye's face did not change, it seemed that he was serious. Momoshage couldn't help showing a bitter look on his face. Hey, your Highness, don't you want to play like this? A power as big as the world government, even my little admiral spoils want to be greedy? You're no little admiral. Bai Ye shook his head angrily. Your position is already considered high level. What's more, as I said, this thing does have research value, you should understand this. But it's hard to get it, and I'm always a bit reluctant. Of course Momoshage understood. But a weapon so important to a swordsman, who is willing to put it in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Momoshage rolled his eyes and smiled. Your Highness, if I suffer little, you can return this weapon to me. The corners of his mouth raised, and he asked with interest, what's the meaning? Momoshage raised his right leg and placed it directly in front of Bai Ye. White? Very white. White and long. It is no exaggeration to say that Momoshage's legs are still top-notch in the pirate world. Bai Ye naturally wouldn't deny it. Momoshage said coquettishly, how about touching it for you and returning the weapon to me? Hear this. Bai Ye reached out his hand unceremoniously, touched it directly, and then praised, it feels good. He is so good that he is also an admiral-level strongman, and he can still maintain his figure under regular exercise. This makes these long legs feel very silky. That weapon. Hearing Bai Ye's praise, Momoshage's eyes lit up and he looked forward to it again. Bai Ye is still those two words. Reject. Rejecting you and still touching so much? Momoshage immediately slapped Bai Ye's hand off angrily. That is to say, she knows that Bai Ye is easy to talk, so she will be like this. If it were other celestial dragons, she would not dare to be so presumptuous. Advertisement after all, Momoshage has had several contacts with the Highness in front of him, and knows about his deeds. It is clear that as long as the bottom line of this Highness is not violated, this Highness is still very gentle. At least, she doesn't hate it. Otherwise, she wouldn't put her white and tender long legs in front of Bai Ye and let Bai Ye do it. Bai Ye laughed. You put your legs in front of me, how can I refuse? But don't worry, this weapon is only used for research, and it will not be damaged. After the research, it will naturally be returned to you. Huh? Really? Momoshage said in surprise. Nature? Bai Ye leaned back against the sofa, feeling out of breath. You think I'm going to lie to you? Your Highness will naturally not, I believe your Highness. Momoshage smiled happily, feeling better all of a sudden, and stretched her legs in front of Bai Ye again. To express my apology, how about giving your Highness a touch? Bai Ye is not polite. The average man would be embarrassed, even shy and embarrassed. But Bai Ye started directly. He even grabbed Momosagi's leg and pulled it towards him suddenly, making Momosagi unsteady, and fell into Bai Ye's arms in astonishment. The key is that the pose between her and Bai Ye at this moment is a bit imaginative because of the raising of her legs before. Being admiral, Momosagi is actually a boudoir waiting to be married. Maybe I have seen a lot of things between men and women, and I know a lot, but this is the first time it happened to me. After being dazed for a long time, Momosagi came back to his senses. Feeling the masculine breath coming from Bai Ye, his face suddenly turned red, looking a little pure and cute. Momosagi was shy and wanted to get up quickly. But Bai Ye wrapped his right hand around his waist and imprisoned him, while his left hand grabbed Momosagi's chin and smiled lightly. This time is a lesson for you. In the future, you must remember not to tease the opposite S*X for nothing. You will get burned. I am different from other men you meet. Finished. Bai Ye looked at Momosagi's fat lips and lowered his head. Woo, for a moment, Momosagi's eyes widened and his pupils shrank suddenly. It seems that Bai Ye did not expect to be so bold. It's been a long time. Bai Ye just let go. Momosagi jumped out of Bai Ye's arms and wiped his mouth to make his airway. Your Highness, this is too much, this is my first time. I'm quite happy to hear you say that, Bai Ye shrugged. Of course you are happy, and it is not you who suffer. Momosagi felt resentful. Say angry, maybe not. It's not enough to be angry, I am shy, happy too. Weird. It was also the first time that Momosagi realized that she would have such emotions, and she didn't dare to think about it deeply, so she could only hum and put her hands on her shoulders. Anyway, Your Highness, don't forget what you said before, I will order this weapon. Don't worry, what I said absolutely counts. Snort. Momosagi nodded, said no more, turned around and stepped into the double passage door with blushing cheeks. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, she would be pulled over and nod again. When most people do this, she would have twisted the opponent's head off. But the opponent is Bai Ye. This Highness did this, she really has no ability to resist. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 regardless of status. Advertisement. Still strength. The key heart seems to be a little happy. This made Momosagi even more depressed. Wait until Momosagi's back disappears. It was Stussy on the side who spoke with a smile. Your Highness, how do you feel? The taste is very good. Bai Ye licked his lips, handed the weapon to Stussy, and ordered. You go, give this weapon to Vegapunk, let him explore it, and see if he can figure out what material it is made of. If he can figure out a forging formula, it may be mass-produced in the future. Yes, Your Highness. Stussy took the weapon, nodded and left. At this moment, it was Hancock who finally mustered up the courage to come forward. There was also a slight blushing on his face. I don't know if it was because he was shy when he saw the picture of Bai Ye and Momosagi just now or what. In short, it reveals the youthfulness and sweetness of a girl, which is fascinating. Your Highness, she spoke softly, some nervous. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, took a deep look at Hancock, and then picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Seeing this, Hancock became even more nervous, holding his clothes and standing there, not knowing what to say for a while. 0. Call. After Bai Ye took a sip of tea and put down the cup, he turned his head to look over and asked, You want to go back? He saw it. Hancock probably wants to go back to his daughter's country. After all, that is the hometown of the other party. But now, she is Bai Ye's maid. Moreover, Bai Ye does not want to continue to exist on an island like Nine Snake Island that does not obey the rule of the world government. Hearing this, Hancock nodded quickly and explained. My sisters and I want to go back and have a look. After all, it's been a long time since I came out, and there has been no news back. My mother-in-law and the others must be very worried about us. Bai Ye nodded. No consent. Instead, he rubbed his chin in thought. Eyes flicker. The island of Hydra exists in the Calm Belt, which is its natural barrier. Bai Ye doesn't like this kind of country, because these countries always like to escape their own control. But if these countries are under their own rule, it is another matter. And the combat power of Nine Snake Island, let alone, is quite strong. If it can be subdued, it is also a happy event. Daughter country is a perfect place to recruit soldiers. And the soldiers among them can all be classified as the Lord of the Divine Guard. Thinking like this, Bai Ye's thinking suddenly became active. Then, he looked at Hancock and waved. Hancock approached immediately. Bai Ye pulled it over, hugged it in his arms, grabbed Hancock's delicate chin and said softly, You want to go back, I can agree, but don't forget your identity, understand? Yes, I know. Hancock shyly twisted his body and bowed his head in response. Bai Ye laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know, but you should know the consequences of not coming back. Besides, since you want to go back, then tell the mother-in-law you were talking about, and give me a sentence. In Hancock's puzzled eyes, Bai Ye said calmly, Tell her, I hope that the daughter country in the future will be under the rule of the world government, and I can make it one of the member countries of the world. It's good for Hydra, and I don't want her to refuse. If you refuse, then the only thing waiting for Nine Snake Island is Buster Call. 54. Arrive at Drum Island, Chopper. Buster Call? Hancock paled. Immediately nodded quickly. She naturally knew what Buster Call was, so there was a flash of fear in her eyes. Bai Ye stroked Hancock's head and said in relief, Actually, you don't have to worry too much, because this is a good thing for Nine Snake Island. After all, the citizens of Nine Snake Island will have difficulties in life if you want to come. Once you become a member of the world government, there will be no problems, concerns in this regard. It is entirely possible to establish business through the channels of the world government. I think you Nine Snake Island should also have some special products, enough to take this opportunity to make money. Hearing this, Hancock nodded subconsciously, and then asked, but don't the franchise countries all provide heavenly gold? I'm afraid Nine Snake Island doesn't have that much money. Bai Ye shook his head and smiled. For the sake of you being my servant, no need. Besides, I have other arrangements for Nine Snake Island. In short, it is definitely a good thing for Nine Snake Island. Heavenly gold is indeed a huge fortune, but is Celestial Dragons really short on cash? Naturally impossible. Not to mention anything else, even if there is no heavenly gold, all Celestial Dragons can be easily supported by the size of the world government. The real reason for the heavenly gold is to take this opportunity to control some powerful kingdoms at the very beginning, and to curb the development of these kingdoms by continuously absorbing the heavenly gold, making them dependent on the world government. 557. Just over time has become a channel for some kingdoms to curry favor with Celestial Dragons. Generally speaking, to become a member country, it is necessary to provide heavenly gold. After all, those who are eligible to become a member country usually have their own uniqueness. But Nine Snake Island, in fact, there is no need for that. As his maid, Bai Ye will send Hancock to the throne of Hydra Island. Even if there is a difference from the original, he will lift it up with one hand. Once Hancock became the king of Nine Snake Island, then Nine Snake Island was no different from Bai Ye's own kingdom. Naturally, there is no need to curb its development. In addition, Bai Ye will have eternal life. With the consumption of time, Nine Snake Island will become a subordinate institution of the world government sooner or later. And Bai Ye did not deceive Hancock, he did have other arrangements for Nine Snakes Island. In Bai Ye's eyes, daughter country is definitely a country where all the people are soldiers. Just look at the information on Nine Snake Island. Every soldier, all are hockey, the strength is not bad. For this alone, there are not many countries in the entire sea that can be compared with it. It can be seen here that the education in Jew Snake Island is extraordinary. Although the calm belt is a natural barrier for Nine Snake Island, it actually limits the development of Nine Snake Island and makes it lose its upper limit. If it weren't for calm belt, Hydra Island might be even stronger. The topic is off topic. In short, in Bai Ye's view, Judao is a good military training base. Specialize yourself in elite seeds. Even if it lacks a lot now, it can be changed slowly in the later stage. Just succeed. Then Nine Snake Island in the future will continuously provide the world government with a large number of potential powerhouses. Certainly, Bai Ye still appreciates the uniqueness of Nine Snake Island. That is the country of daughters, at this point. Bai Ye felt the need to keep it up. As a man, Bai Ye will not hide his true nature. Able. Powerful. Why bother to hide it? Because he did not have the experience in the original book, and Bai Ye was gentle with others. Under Bai Ye's words, Hancock quickly dissipated his fear, and a smile appeared on his face again. He also seemed tempted by Bai Ye's proposal. In the original book, Hancock loathes celestial dragons. But now, she might still hate celestial dragons. After all, it was because of celestial dragons that Mariajoy was captured. But Bai Ye is an exception in his eyes. After agreeing to Hancock's matter, next, Bai Ye arranged for someone to escort the Hancock sisters away. Although he said that he was interested in daughter country, he was not in a hurry for the time being, and naturally he had no idea of going with him. About 2 days later, on the edge of an island, Sister Hancock left under the escort of several CP members. Advertisement subsequently, Bai Ye also continued to set off. Another day passed. The first destination has arrived. Drum Island. This is a winter island, heavy snow and wind, very cold. Looking at the island in front of him, Bai Ye twisted his neck, stepped out with one step, and his figure appeared on the shore instantly. Immediately afterwards, the head moved slightly, observation hockey erupted impressively, directly sweeping across the entire island. The information in all areas is under the control of Bai Ye at once. At the same time, on the island, in a castle, Dr. Correa, who was drinking and reading a book, seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes widened suddenly. This level of observation hockey. An unusual guest has come to the island, hopefully it won't cause trouble. Whispering, she shook her head, she's just an old woman. I didn't want to get angry, so I thought about it, and didn't want to find the source of this observation hockey, so I continued drinking and reading. Huh? Bai Ye's sighed. After observation hockey covered the entire magnetic drum island, Bai Ye let out a cry of surprise. Immediately afterwards, the corners of his mouth rose, and he murmured, didn't you think that the fruit of everyone has already been eaten? His observation hockey peeped in. A reindeer that walks like a human. Without a doubt, this is Chopper. The human fruit has been eaten. But think about it too. Chopper seems to have eaten devil fruit a long time ago, and he didn't meet Shirulik until 8 years before the beginning of the original story. At this moment, Chopper looks a bit miserable because he has not met Hilaluk. Lying somewhere in the snow with injuries all over his body covered in blood. There were also some bullet wounds. After all, a walking reindeer is, to many people, a monster. Once encountered, killing is the first thought. This is also Drum Island. If it is elsewhere, it will be even more miserable. After all, once those people saw them, they didn't want to kill them, but captured them as slaves. Forget it, since you've already eaten it, let's take it away. Bai Ye thought for a while, and waved at Zero, swish. Zero came to Bai Ye and knelt down on one knee, Your Highness. In this place, there is a reindeer that ate the fruit of everyone. I still need a pet. Go and bring it back, Bai Ye ordered. Hearing this, Ling nodded respectfully, and the Susuo fruit exploded, causing it to disappear in place like a gust of wind. Afterwards, Bai Ye touched his chin with a smile on his face. Speaking of which, I have completely destroyed the original book, right? Rayleigh died by his own hands. This is Luffy's master. Especially without Rayleigh. Luffy has no one to help him learn hockey. And Chopper. Definitely a great companion for Luffy. After all, this is a doctor. Without Chopper, Luffy and others in the original book would have died countless times. Think carefully. One of my actions has already begun to change the main plot of the world. But Bai Ye didn't care at all. Change is change. Advertisement, why should I care? From the moment he came into this world, Luffy has been unable to make any waves. It's okay to make no mistakes now. Go to sea as a pirate just like the original book. That is the real death date of the other party. As for why not do it now and kill the danger in the bud? Very simple. Luffy anyway, the identity is there. As Garp's grandson, Garp has a high prestige in Marine. Killing Luffy without making a mistake would undoubtedly cause huge trouble. For Bai Ye, he is not afraid of these troubles, but to be honest, it's really not worth it for Luffy at this stage. After all, he now rules the entire world government, unless it is something that touches his bottom line. Bai Ye still focuses on profit in most matters. Like those pirates from New World. In fact, with the current size of the world government, even if Whitebeard is still in its peak period, it can still push horizontally. But the loss of the world government is not small. It can be said that the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. The most important thing is, without pirates, who will cause trouble to those kingdoms? No trouble. And how can those kingdoms beg for the blessings of the world government year after year by offering large sums of money? Moreover, even though Luffy may be the one who overthrew the world government in the original book, in Bai Ye's eyes, he is still just an ant that can be wiped out easily. There are still more than 10 years before the plot begins. Really wait for the time when the original Luffy goes to sea. The 4 emperors may not exist anymore. What can a Luffy do then? What a mistake. Garp couldn't keep him either. That's why. Bai Ye never paid any attention to some of the main characters in the original novel. No need. Not to say they didn't grow up. When it grows up, it can be solved at any time. When Bai Ye was thinking, Stussy came over, holding a white fur coat in his hand, and put it on for Bai Ye, saying softly, Your Highness, be careful not to get sick. How can you get sick with your own body? But in the end it was Stussy's concern. Bai Ye nodded, then hugged Stussy 0.2 into his arms, and said softly, This country is a medical kingdom. Come to think of it, there are many medical skills. You can order it later and let this kingdom print a copy of all the medical skills. Yes, but what do you need medical skills for, Your Highness? Stussy nodded and asked doubtfully, Just finished. Swish. Zero is back, holding a shrunken humanoid reindeer in his hands. That is, Chopper. Don't say it, it is indeed kind of cute. No, it's for my pets, Bai Ye said with a smile. It can be seen from the original book that Chopper is still very talented in medicine. With all the training, maybe it will bring surprises to myself. Anyway, keep it as a pet. Seeing this, Stussy nodded blatantly. Send this little reindeer back to the boat for treatment. Bai Ye gave an order to Zero, and then waved again. 10 CP members in black came and knelt on one knee. Bai Ye yawned and commanded, Go and bring the king of this country. Everyone took orders, nodded respectfully, then quickly turned and left. 55. The excitement of Vegapunk, finished ordering. Bai Ye naturally returned to the cruise ship with Stussy in his arms, and walked towards the room. Passing by Nan Lixiang, Bai Ye stopped suddenly. Your Highness, do you have any orders? Nan Lixiang asked respectfully. Bai Ye nodded and snapped his fingers. A double door appears. Then he commanded, Go and call Shizuka over. Nan Lixiang blushed, understood Bai Ye's meaning, and hurriedly nodded and stepped into the double-wearing door. Then Bai Ye also stepped into the room, not long. Through the double door, Shang and Shizuka came out. Shizuka's face was covered with sweat. She trained at CP0's base before, strengthening her strength. This makes her recent figure more compact and extremely sexy. But at this moment, because he knew the purpose of coming here, he was also shy. Nan Lixiang poked Shizuka, pointed at the door and smiled. Go, Your Highness is waiting for you inside. I know, but you have to go with me too. Shizuka took Nan Lixiang's hand and said. Heard the words. Nan Lixiang was taken aback, then struggled quickly. Hey, Your Highness just let you go and didn't let me go. What are you pulling me for? Nan Lixiang, who was born as a soldier, has good physical fitness when facing ordinary people. But against Bai Ye with an admiral-level physique. Apparently still not working. It has even left a shadow in my heart. Thinking about it now makes me feel scared. Seeing this, Shizuka couldn't help saying, Of course I'm going to pull you. You sure don't want to be a maid for the rest of your life, right? A maid is a vase, and she may be abandoned at any time, so you have to work harder. After 07th, you can ask His Highness to let you go to training with me, and then you will have a chance to become stronger. Moreover, the stronger the strength, the more useful it is. At that time, His Highness will definitely like you more. We are girlfriends, no matter what we do, we must be together. Nan Lixiang stared at Shizuka with a shocked expression. I'm not going. Come on. Looking at his girlfriend's arrogant appearance, he pulled her towards the room without any effort. 4 hours later, Bai Ye walked out of the room refreshed. Stussy followed behind, holding a tissue and wiping off the sweat from training on Bai Ye's body. Of course, so is Stussy. After letting Stussy wipe it off, Bai Ye said, "Let's go to the living room, they should be back too." Stussy nodded, looking at Bai Ye with tenderness in his eyes. As for Shizuka and Nan Lixiang, it was naturally because of their physical fitness that they were so tired that they fell asleep directly. In the living room, as Bai Ye said, when Bai Ye came. The CP members are back. In front of them was a man in a white fur coat with an iron jaw. This person, of course, is Wapol, Munch fruit ability user. He is also the king of the Drum Island. While struggling constantly at the moment, it is also roaring non-stop. Damn it. Who are you guys? Why did you kidnap me? Do you know who I am? Let go of me, a-hole? Cursing and cursing, Bai Ye and Stussy came. Advertisement. Looking at the noble Bai Ye, Wapol frowned immediately, and then asked questions. Hey, I don't care who you are, but you'd better let me go. I'm the king of the kingdom of Daxia Railcom, a member of the world government. You dare to kidnap me. The consequences are not something you can bear. Let me go now, and I can forgive you, otherwise. Listen to the babble of Wapol. Bai Ye sat on the sofa with his arms around Stussy, and waved his hands. Doubt flashed in Wapol's eyes, just wanted to keep talking. Snapped. A CP member came up behind him, slapped Wapol to the ground, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, this slap also stunned Wapol, as the king of Tetong Kingdom. When have you ever been treated like this? Wapol's mood was like an erupting volcano, and he became furious instantly. But just about to speak, snapped, another slap came directly. Immediately afterwards, it was accompanied by the cold words of the CP members. Be quiet, don't disturb His Highness, understand? Wapol's mouth was full of blood, and his face was full of fury, staring at the CP members. The screams sounded impressively. I saw a dagger appeared in the hands of the CP member at some point, and when Wapol was about to continue speaking, it was directly inserted into Wapol's leg, and blood gushed out. The sad thing is that just as Wapol was screaming in pain, the CP member directly covered his mouth and couldn't even make a complete scream. It seems that you still didn't understand what I said. The voices of CP members are cold. Like a puppet, a pair of pupils are emotionless. Seeing this look, Wapol felt chills in his heart. After that, Lucia showed a frightened expression in his eyes. The CP member actually raised his dagger again and stabbed it at Wapol's thigh. Again and again, he stabbed several times in a row. Hit it down and pull it out. Stab it down, because it comes out. Keep looping. And every time, it seems to be a wound. Blood spattered. Wapol's face was extremely pale, with cold sweat all over his face, and he wanted to cry out in pain, but he couldn't make any sound. There was a snort. It wasn't until the CP member clicked again that he opened his mouth slowly. Now, have you learned to be smart? Woo woo woo. Wapol nodded quickly, tears streaming down his face. The CP member let go of his hand covering his mouth. With the lessons learned from before, even though the pain in his thigh kept coming and made Wapol suck in air conditioning, he still endured it stubbornly, not daring to make too much noise. My heart was filled with fear. See here, Bai Ye said with a calm expression. Next, I ask, you answer, do you understand? I know. Very good. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction and asked, are you a Munch fruit ability user? Yes, it is. To what extent has the fruit ability been developed? Bai Ye originally planned to kill Wapol directly and let its fruit regenerate. But after thinking about it, Day and Night decided to look at the development level of Wapol first. After all, the ability of Devil Fruit generally depends on the development. Although Munch fruit is very good, if it is taken by another person, it will take a lot of time to get it when it can be used. Bai Ye didn't bother to wait. Advertisement heard the words. Wapol hesitated. Truthfully, Kaido. Some ordinary things can be eaten and synthesized. Where's the metal? What about rare materials? Bai Ye asked continuously. Only, as long as it's not too rare, it's fine. Oh, hearing this, Bai Ye was surprised. That's enough. Good. With a smile on Bai Ye's face, he ordered immediately. Since that's the case, start today, give up your throne, and stay in Mariajoy from now on. Your ability is very good, you should work for the world government, not waste it. Of course, you can also refuse, but if you refuse, I will kill you and regenerate your fruit ability, understand? Grunt. Wapol's eyes widened, and while he looked terrified, he also felt puzzled in his heart. Give up the throne. Staying at Mariajoy? Isn't Mariajoy the headquarters of the world government? No matter how bad Wapol's mind is, he can feel that Bai Ye's identity is not ordinary. After hesitating for a while, he asked hesitantly, no, I don't know who you are. What do you think? Bai Ye's smile was half a smile. I am the king of the allied countries. How can he be an ordinary person in the world government to be able to let the king of a member country give up his throne so plainly and go to Mariojoy to work for the world government? 180. So it can only be celestial dragons? Think here. Wapol looked surprised. Immediately afterwards, he nodded with a feeling of wanting to cry. I see, your highness, I will give up the throne. This is clearly persecution, but he has no way, in case of celestial dragons. His so-called status as the king of the countries that joined the world government is not worth mentioning at all. Most importantly, he had no choice at all, or live. Or die. Does this need to be chosen? Moreover, starting today, I am not a king anymore. Thinking of this, Wapol felt even more uncomfortable. It's a pity that Bai Ye didn't care about the other party's mood, but opened the double-passing door and brought Vegapunk over. Your highness, what did you bring me here for? Vegapunk was doing research, and was pulled here by Bai Ye with a puzzled look on his face. Bai Ye pointed at Wapol and told Vegapunk about each other's abilities. Heard the words. Vegapunk's eyes lit up immediately. Hiss, there is such an ability? This is simply the most suitable ability to help us in our research. You know, a lot of research is limited by materials. If you have this ability, wouldn't it be easy to synthesize suitable materials? Your highness, I wonder if this person can be handed over to my scientific research team? With his words, I believe that all my future research will progress rapidly. Even some black technology is not impossible. Vegapunk's eyes glowed. The more I talk, the more excited I get. Wapol's heart grew colder the more he listened. Vegapunk's big name, he'd still heard of it. If the Vegapunk in front of you is real, then even Vegapunk has to call each other His Highness. It obviously represents the identity of the other party, which may be higher than what I guessed. Being targeted by such a big man, Wapol already feels his future is dark. 56. Shaking naval headquarters, eventually, Wapol was taken away. Bai Ye's cruise ship is heading towards North Blue again. Arrived at Drum Island, it means that North Blue is not far away. At the same time, naval headquarters, in the conference room. Sengoku looked at the marine elites gathered in front of him, nodded, and sat on the main seat. Garp next to him snapped his nose and asked directly, Sengoku, why did you call us here? The old man finally has a vacation, and he is planning to go to the world government for a stroll. What are you going to do in world government? Staff Officer Crane said angrily. Haven't you always kept the world government at arm's length? Hey, that was in the past, isn't it different now? Garp scratched his head and smiled. Then he glared at Sengoku angrily. See here, Sengoku coughed awkwardly. Since the last time he rode a motorcycle with Xiaohei, Garp started to stare at him. From time to time, find yourself to learn from each other. In this regard, Sengoku inexplicably felt wronged, and kept avoiding it. After all, this can be regarded as sneaking away. But there is no way, for my happiness, Garp, I have wronged you. Sengoku thought to himself, then put down the document in his hand, and started to talk about business. Cough cough. This time I'm notifying you to come, of course there is something important. A total of 2. First, the research and development of the world government has produced results. There are 2 kinds of medicines, number 1 and number 2. Among them, number 1 potion can help people strengthen their physique. Pharmaceutical number 2 is for people to obtain the ability similar to devil fruit, but it is random and not 100% successful, but even if it fails, it can still get physical enhancement. 11. And neither of these 2 medicines have any side effects. Even if the number 2 potion is taken by a person with the fruit ability, there is no conflict at all. Sengoku said solemnly, I think everyone should know what this means, right? The words fell. Everyone looked at each other, then there was a look of shock in their eyes. Hiss. Marshal Sengoku, did I hear you right? How could there be such a potion? Is the scientific research team at Mariojoy so powerful now? Kazaru is better, but both Akainu and Aokiji looked moved. As Admiral, it is too clear what these 2 potions represent. The number 1 potion alone is enough to make Marine's strength even stronger. Not to mention the number 2 potion. Advertisement. The most important thing is that this drug does not have any side effects. This is the most outrageous, but soon, the eyes of the 2 flickered. This potion probably came from there, Aokiji murmured. Because of the duties, the headquarters must have an admiral in charge, so Aokiji did not go to Otherworld, but at his level, he can still get news easily. In addition, after the return of Sengoku, Garp and others, no one has further understood the situation of Otherworld. How powerful it is to know some technologies of Otherworld. Don't say anything else. Some modern weapons are gradually becoming popular in the headquarters. It is said that many of them are used for arms trading, but more of them are supplied to the world government itself and the power it wields. And only Act 4 is sold, but sniper rifles, tanks, etc. are not for sale. At present, there are bombers and so on, which are under construction. After it is built, it will be transported to Marine for service as soon as possible. In the future, there may be an Air Force or something. Just these weapons alone make naval headquarters a huge change at the moment. As a result, Aokiji quickly accepted the new potion even though he was surprised. And Akainu, let alone. Shock is shock. As long as it allows Marine to kill pirates better, that's enough. Don't care too much. Compared to the admirals, they calmed down quickly. Some vice admirals were excited. Sengoku Admiral, don't you know how many these potions are? How to get them? That's right, the number 2 potion can actually awaken the same ability as devil fruit, so I have to get a bottle anyway. Yes, I didn't want to take devil fruit in the past, it's hard for me to find good abilities. The key is that I'm afraid of seawater, so I never want to eat it. But now there is such a good thing, I can't miss it. Pharmaceutical number 1 is quite effective. I want to get some potion number 1 and give it to my son when I go back. Hey, I want to get some for the recruits below. Bang bang bang. Sengoku knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, as for potions, we still need to wait a few more days. At that time, we will come up with a special redemption contribution plan. At present, the potions are scarce and can only be exchanged with military merits, so please forgive me. Of course, as Admiral, you must be direct and special. Finished. Sengoku took out the potion he had prepared earlier from the drawer. 3 admirals. Crane staff officer. Garp. Each of the 2 medicines is 1 serving. Regarding this, some vice admirals saw it and didn't say anything. After all, these people are eligible for direct access. Looking at the potion in his hand, Kizaru asked curiously, is this what Dr. Vegapunk developed? Tisk tisk, I don't know how much it can be improved. Advertisement finished. Kizaru drank the number 1 potion in 1 gulp. Pause time. The feeling of enhanced physique clearly emerged. Kizaru sensed it instantly, his eyes widened involuntarily, his expression shocked. It has been enhanced so much, strictly speaking. Not counting doubling, but the effect of this bottle of medicine has also been exerted to the limit. Whether it is physical fitness, strength, endurance, etc., all aspects have been improved by about 4 or 5 people. And for Kizaru, this is already very scary. At least at his current level, it is impossible to improve so much without working hard for 2 or 3 years. Not to mention Kizaru, even Akainu and Aokiji have shock written all over their faces at the moment. Akainu spoke concisely and directly expressed his feelings. Good. Indeed, very good. Aokiji quite agrees, talking. The 2 wanted to pick up another number 2 potion. Seeing this, Sengoku patted the table angrily. Hey, if you want to drink the potion, you have to wait until the meeting is over. There is one more thing. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses and remembered that there were 2 things in this meeting. Compared to the first thing. For the second matter, Sengoku looked more solemn. The second thing has to do with the Buster Call. 2. Buster Call? Those 3 words made the complexions of many people present change suddenly. Without him, Dejao, as soon as the word Buster Call comes out, it usually means that an island will be destroyed. No matter how many ordinary people there are on this island. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku's words made many people's hearts tremble even more. This Buster Call mission will be handed over to Akainu Admiral, His Highness will continue to pay attention. And the target is the Kingdom of Germa. Sengoku exhorted in a deep voice, Akainu, don't disappoint that Highness. Heard the words. Akainu nodded, signaling clearly. Those who knew who Sengoku was talking about had their eyes flickering, and at the same time secretly rejoiced that this time the task was given to Akainu. And only Akainu can do it perfectly. If it is handed over to them, I am afraid they will be soft-hearted because of their own concept of justice. At that time, if you offend that Highness, even Vice Admiral will be beaten to the end. But the opposite. Some generals who were eager for power suddenly thought that this was an opportunity to meet that Highness. The eyes could not help but reveal the color of longing. 57. The competitiveness of the Divine Guard, the ambition in Akainu's eyes. I see. Akainu nodded. Take orders to leave. Compared with the other 2 admirals, Akainu is a decisive person. He took action immediately when he had a mission. After the Buster Call was fully configured, he started driving directly to North Blue. World number 2. As Momosagi occupied the kingdom, the darkness of the whole kingdom surprised Momosagi, who thought he was used to it. Actually, the behavior of the celestial dragons is bad enough. But what the nobles of this world have done can be said to be even worse. You must know that although the celestial dragons did it for fun, they treated most of the slaves directly because they angered themselves. And the nobles in this world really take pleasure in torture and people tortured to death. It can only be said that there is no worst, only worse. For this reason, Momosagi, out of anger, wiped out all the nobles in the entire kingdom at one stroke, and then began to send CP members to the surrounding areas to check for more news. Because Momosagi conquered the kingdom too quickly, the news that the entire kingdom was wiped out was not communicated, and the nearby empires never knew about it. Early morning, after Bai Ye woke up, he sent Imko to Mariajoy. After staying at home for a long time, and staying outside for a few days, IM misses his own flowers. After Bai Ye sent it back, he came to the second world by the way. In the palace hall, Bai 990 Ye sat on the throne made of gold, listening to Momosagi's report, and quickly understood the current situation of the world. It should be in the time period when the plot has not yet begun. But it's almost time for the story to start. After all, at this time, the night raids had already begun to become active. At the same time, Asides led the army to suppress the alien race. Based on the current situation, with the strength of Asides, it is easy to suppress the alien race. However, because he wants to have some fun with the alien race, he is not in a hurry to push. Once he wants to push, got it, a breeze. Judging from the intelligence, Aestus has already felt bored, so he will start cross-tracking soon. In the original book, after Asides returned to the imperial capital, the plot has been started for some time. From this point of view, the plot begins in the next period of time. Therefore, I have to start acting quickly. Think here. Bai Ye's expression restrained. Momoshage noticed, and immediately showed a respectful expression. Advertisement then, Bai Ye said in a deep voice. During this period of time, continue to investigate, and after the formation of the Divine Guard in the zombie world, I will dispatch you into the Divine Guard, which is at the same level as now. At the same time, there will be a large army stationed at that time. At this stage, you have to continue to figure out all the existences that can pose a threat to the world government, so that when the army enters in the future, you can kill all threats in one fell swoop. Heard the words. Momoshage nodded. I see, Your Highness, but who is the guard? For the Janissaries, Momoshage, as Army Admiral, naturally understands. But I don't understand clearly enough. Bai Ye thought about it and explained. Momoshage suddenly realized and said excitedly. So that's the case, then I really have to go to the Holy Guard. The army will become a logistics army in the future. I'm not interested in staying here. Then you'd better practice more to become stronger in the future. Bai Ye stood up and smiled lightly. Otherwise, if you don't have enough strength, you will be kicked from Admiral's position. After all, the competition in this army will be very fierce in the future. The conscription world it faces is all the worlds that will be opened in the future, including our world. That's all. It can prove how terrifying the God Guards will be in the future. After all, even Momoshage is strong right now, but in the future, who can guarantee that there will be no monsters in the Divine Guard? There are some evildoers. It's okay if you don't give him a chance. Once the opponent is given a chance, the opponent will quickly become stronger like a rocket, and with 1 or 2 years of hard work, it will be lower than the seawater of others in nearly 10 years. Don't say anything else. Say Zoro, Kuina from One Piece world. Kuina will not talk about it for now, but Zoro, definitely a genius. The more you fight, the stronger you become. The potential is extremely high. And other worlds. 0, ahead. Let's talk about Seiko Busujima in the zombie world. Although I haven't seen him for a while, Bai Ye has heard from Stussy that the opponent's strength has improved rapidly, and even the chief of the CP0 base appreciates it very much. Even letting go of her rhetoric, Seiko Busujima will become a strong man in the sea within a year. This strong person refers to the admiral level. One can imagine how terrifying it was. Even if Kashima Kiba ate the devil fruit, he was still a phantom beast. Advertisement, but don't forget, Seiko Busujima, who was born in the zombie world, is inherently weaker than the people in the pirate world, and it will take a lot of time to make up for this. In this way, Seiko Kunishima may become an admiral-level existence in 1 year. You can see its potential, and in the heavens and the worlds. There are not a few people with the potential of Seiko Busujima. When these monster-looking people gather together, the intensity of the competition can be imagined. There is no need for Bai Ye to explain too much. Momoshage could already imagine it. A firm look flashed across his face, and he gritted his teeth. Your Highness, you can rest assured that the position of Admiral, Gion, is not something that was blown up. Maybe someone is talented and someone works hard. But I'm definitely not bad. As she spoke, she believed in herself. I don't know anything else, but there must be one of the Admiral positions in the Divine Guard, and there will always be one. I'll wait and see. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. The subordinates are motivated, and the old man is naturally happy. But after chatting with Momoshage for a while, Bai Ye left. Through the double pass-through doors, Bai Ye returned to the world of One Piece. On a luxury cruise ship. As soon as Bai Ye came back, Stussy's long legs wrapped in black silk came slowly and reported in a low voice. Your Highness, we are about to arrive at North Blue, and the buster call on the marine side has also been prepared, led by Akainu. Akainu? Bai Ye nodded, eyes flickering. Compared with other admirals, day and night are more appreciated by Akainu. Coming to the deck, riding the wind, a moment later, the cruise ship crosses the calm belt and enters the area of North Blue. At the same time, a warship also appeared in the field of vision. After getting close, Akainu, who was dressed in a red suit and a marine windbreaker, walked over immediately. His eyes fell on Bai Ye. Even as admiral, he bowed his head respectfully at this moment. I have seen His Highness. Bai Ye turned his head and looked over. Sakazuki. Yes. Akainu looked up, waiting for Bai Ye's order, and took this opportunity to look at Bai Ye. Exchange a glance with Akainu. Even though Akainu quickly lowered his head again, Bai Ye smiled softly. I see ambition in your eyes. 58. The ecstasy of Doflamingo, the arrival of Buster Call. Yes. Akainu's vision is full of ambition. In response, Akainu also nodded unabashedly. His Highness's eyes are like torches. Bai Ye asked with a smile. Can you tell me what your ambition refers to? Akainu's eyes were burning. Different world, really. Even Akainu can't resist the attraction of Otherworld? But think about it too. In this world, whoever knows the existence of the Otherworld, who would not desire to go there? There are too many things represented by Otherworld. Wealth, strength, etc. variety. However, I remember you didn't want to clean up all the debris in the sea. Bai Ye asked. Akainu shook his head. The powerful power gained in the Otherworld can speed up this process even more. Although Akainu has not entered the Otherworld, but he also clearly felt how much an Otherworld has improved marine. Not to mention those potions. Those weapons alone are terrifying. And Akainu himself has also taken the potion, and his strength has been promoted. As Admiral, regarding strength, there is no doubt that he desires to obtain stronger strength. And gaining strong strength can also speed up the process and get rid of those residues in the sea, especially the so-called big pirates in New World. If this is one of Akainu's ambitions, well, other than that. As Admiral, Akainu has good vision. He knows that after the world government acquires the ability to open world gates one after another, the world government may use this to form 10 terrorist forces across the world. Such power. Even just imagining, Akainu can imagine how terrifying it is. And in this case, Marine may be important now, but in the future, it will inevitably be gradually shifted away from the focus of the world government. Because the pirates in this world in the future will definitely be cleaned up. Once there are no more pirates, Marine lost the biggest advantage. Akainu naturally wants to see power for the future. Not to mention myself, in Akainu's view, both Sengoku and Sora have already considered what he has considered, otherwise he would not have worked so hard. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded thoughtfully. You are very good, it is okay to have ambition, but at the same time, you must also have the ability to realize your ambition. Currently, the world government is forming the Divine Guard. This army will focus on conquering the otherworld in the future, and it will be the only army to conquer the otherworld. I can transfer you into this army, but you must also let me see your loyalty and ability. Understand? Hearing this, Akainu's eyes lit up. God's Guard. Just because of the role of this army, he knew that this army would replace the Marine in the future and become the most important army in the world government, bar none. It is even much higher than the status of Marine today. Then this army must enter. But I wonder what your highness wants me to do, Akainu asked. Bai Ye looked into the distance. The kingdom of Germa can be destroyed, but Judge cannot die. He has what I want in him. I see. Akainu nodded immediately. Bai Ye then asked. I heard that the Germa kingdom has no fixed territory, so it's difficult to locate its location? Akainu grinned, showing an icy smile. Please rest assured, your highness, the kingdom of Germa cannot escape, and I will destroy it before your eyes in a week at the latest. There was also a smile on Bai Ye's face. I am looking forward. Subsequently, Akainu turned and left, under the escort of the king's warship. The entire Buster Call fleet was heading in one direction at once. Obviously, Akainu has long been paying attention to the location of Germa Kingdom. Back to the pool. Advertisement: the sun is just right today. Bai Ye sat under the umbrella and took the drink Nan Lixiang handed over. Bai Ye's eyes flickered and he was thinking. This sea must continue to be stable, preferably as original. Smooth transition to the beginning of the plot. At that time, the world government might have conquered more than 10 worlds, and the nutrients they absorbed were enough to give the world government the ability to level up the entire new world in one fell swoop, without any effort. Think here. Bai Ye had a rough outline of the plan in mind. New world can be chaotic. The first half of the Grand Line is no match for 4 seas. Even on this basis, it is necessary to strengthen the dominance of other sea areas except New World, and blockade all pirates forcibly locked in New World, and it will be convenient to carry it out in one pot at that time. Certainly, all of this must have a premise. Don't provoke Bai Ye. Otherwise, everything will be off, when Bai Ye was thinking. The Don Quixote family. As a major force in North Blue's underground world, Doflamingo is enjoying a rare leisure time by the pool of his villa, hugging 2 women in bikinis. There is an evil smile on his face, and he looks proud. Don't blame him for this. Taking advantage of the recent decline of the Germa kingdom, Doflamingo directly contacted West Blue's largest gangster, and worked together to gnaw away a piece of fat from the remaining power of the Germa kingdom. West Blue, not to mention the general fire, sold out. West Blue was particularly chaotic. Compared with North Blue, it is even worse. There are many gang forces, and they often fight. And after Doflamingo's arms were sold to a gang force, the force relied on this part of the arms to directly swallow up an originally evenly matched force. Therefore, the arms in Doflamingo's hands were directly famous in West Blue. And spread towards other sea areas. As a result, Doflamingo has expanded its channels a lot. In just a few days of hard work, he has earned almost 1 billion Baileys. With these Baileys, Don Quixote can also go to the Grand Line. If there is no Bai Ye, Doflamingo in this life may enter the first half of the Grand Line a few years later, and use the identity of Shichibukai to enter the new world. And now, this year the Don Quixote family will be able to set sail on the Grand Line. But at this moment, here comes Torbol. His brows were furrowed. Holding a phone bug in his hand, Doflamingo naturally noticed it and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Torbol, what happened? Young master, it's about that highness. Oh? Doflamingo subconsciously sat up straight, pushed away the 2 bikini beauties beside him, and asked solemnly, what happened? Torbol said immediately. Our cadres found that his highness in the area near the Red Line in North Blue, and there is a warship next to the other party's cruise ship, which looks like a Buster Call level warship. Buster Call? Doflamingo's eyes widened, and shock flashed in his eyes. Buster Call is rare. The most recent, too, was O'Hara. But every time it appears, basically someone or certain forces have touched the reverse scale of the world government. Who is this time, and how could Tumo attract the attention of that temple? After all, with the level of his highness, except for some top-level figures in the sea, other people or forces are probably like ants in his eyes. North Blue has no such forces or people. Therefore, generally speaking, his royal highness would naturally not pay attention to Buster Call. You must know that no matter how terrible the Buster Call is, it also serves the world government. Unless it is the target of the Buster Call this time, which is related to that highness. To be more precise, someone provoked that highness. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. Faintly seems to catch something, but I can't remember it. He asked hastily, Toribal, has anything big happened to North Blue lately? Big things. Toribal frowned and thought about it, and said in his mouth, to talk about the big thing, apart from the expansion of our Don Quixote family, the Kingdom of Germa was revoked as a member country. At the same time, the King of Germa gained power because he ate some powerful fruit. It wiped out some forces that were about to move, and dispelled some people's coveting of the Germa kingdom. Speaking of it, that ability seems a bit like a phantom beast. Germa? Advertisement? By the way, it's Germa. After Toribal's reminder, Doflamingo's face showed a look of surprise. Then he laughed. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, let me tell you why Germa was suddenly revoked of his status as a member country of the world government. I didn't expect to offend that highness. 0. Ask for flowers, and the reason for offending me is probably because the fruit was requested by His Royal Highness. Maybe it was snatched by Germa halfway? Some time ago, there was also news from the world government. The chief of CP9, that Spanda, was demoted because of some mistakes. Not surprisingly, the fruit was snatched from him by Germa. Bar. Lee, Vinsmoke Judge, what an idiot. With undisguised excitement in Doflamingo's eyes, he suddenly stood up and laughed. Toribal, order to go down immediately, this time is the best time for us to take off. Young master, what do you mean? Toribal was momentarily puzzled. Doflamingo grinned and explained. Offended that highness, do you think it is possible for the Kingdom of Germa to exist? Toribal shook his head without thinking. Naturally impossible. That's right. Doflamingo nodded. That's right, since it's impossible for Germa to be alive. The faction belonging to Germa in North Blue is a huge piece of cake. And we are the only ones who know about it right now. Hey, other people don't have these news channels. Since we have seized the opportunity, how can we miss it? Once Germa is swallowed, let alone the Grand Line, even the New World, we can squeeze in and open the channel. 0 saying that, even Doflamingo couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. This is simply a huge benefit delivered to your door. It's like dropping money from the sky, it came so unexpectedly that it was unbelievable. But it's a real fact, it can only be said that the King of Germa is really an idiot, a real stack of goods. Some things are simply not something ordinary people can peek at. But the other party insisted on taking it away, and this also brought disaster to the other side. The disaster of destroying the country, and in the face of this disaster, the entire Germa is just a grasshopper being suppressed under the palm, with no way out but waiting to die. Heard the young master, only then did Toribal suddenly realize that he had the same excited smile as Doflamingo on his face. After nodding repeatedly, he turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Doflamingo spoke and stopped the other party. Correct. Young master, do you have any other orders? Do we know the location of Germa Kingdom? Certainly. Toribal sneered. Before we and the gang forces in West Blue gnawed down some of their forces in West Blue. Not long ago, those guys wanted to come to us. Settle the score, but was beaten away. No accident, the current location of Germa Kingdom should be near Sauron Island. Very good. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction, and smiled. Shishishi, this is a good opportunity that King Judge gave me to win over that highness, so I can't let it go to waste. Indeed. Toribal's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. Then, a phone bug was held by Doflamingo and dialed. At the same time, on a cruise ship, Bai Ye put down the phone bug in his hand, and said to Stussy beside him, Go and inform Akainu that the Germa Kingdom is now near the Isle of Sauron. It was news from Doflamingo, but conveyed to him by Eleanor. After all, Doflamingo doesn't qualify for the phone bugs that contact him. Yes. Stussy immediately took orders to leave. Akainu speeded up after getting the news. 2 days later, the destination has arrived. The huge Germa Kingdom finally appeared in sight. Standing on the deck of the cruise ship, Bai Ye gazed at the island-like sea kingdom in the distance, and said calmly, Next, it should be a very beautiful fireworks. Certainly. Stussy nodded beside him and agreed. This is also the only value that Germa can contribute to your highness at present. Bai Ye raised his mouth and waved his hand. Order to go down and not allow anyone in Germa Kingdom to escape. Stussy relayed this to Akainu. Akainu's response was simple. Please rest assured, your highness, not a single fly can fly out of the Kingdom of Germa. 59. Golden Lion, old stuff from the last era, Kingdom of Germa. In the hall, Reiju was reporting to his father about the loss of the Vinsmoke family in various seas. These losses are almost irreversible. It hurts. But at this moment, Judge didn't care about it and let it go, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, as I said, there is no need to continue to report these things. If those guys want it, let them grab it. Just wait for Lousy to grow up, and those guys will regret what they did today. Talking. Judge raised his hands and spread them out. Threads of blood pooled from the palm. At the same time, there are shadows manifesting behind. This is Eudemon's devil fruit. Judge murmured in his heart and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's no wonder that so many people yearn for a phantom beast. It's really powerful and fascinating. It took so long to eat this fruit. Judge felt that his strength had doubled. Addictive. Hear what my father said. Reiju nodded silently, put away the file and said nothing more. It's just that the feeling of uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, tread, anxious footsteps sounded. A soldier hurried in, panting palely. Your Majesty, it's not good. Calm down. Judge frowned and shouted, what's wrong? Although seeing the flustered appearance of the soldiers, it seemed that something big had happened, but Judge was very calm. Because of North Blue, nothing threatens Germa. Not even the Don Quixote family dared reign on Germa in North Blue. This is the essence of Germa. Hearing Judge's words and seeing the calmness on Judge's face, the soldiers also calmed down, took a deep breath and then reported. Your Majesty, many warships have appeared outside and surrounded us. It's just some warships, why worry? Judge said disdainfully. Germa is not afraid of Marine. After all, Irma is not a pirate. But the soldier's words continued. But on the warship, 510, Akainu, one of the current 3 admirals in Marine, was found. More importantly, according to our discovery, the warships surrounding us seem to be of the Buster Call level. What? Judge widened his eyes, and suddenly stood up and stared at the soldier. You mean Buster Call? Even if Admiral appeared, Judge was only a little puzzled. But not worried, because Marine has no reason to shoot Germa. But as soon as the words Buster Call came out, Judge's heart trembled and he felt fear. After all, he knows the horrors of Buster Call. The most important thing is that once the Buster Call is executed, it means that the world government has already marked the people or things in the area to death. Even if they escape the Buster Call, they will still be hunted down. Judge has confidence in himself. I even feel a little swollen because of the increase in strength in recent days. But no matter how inflated he is, he also knows that he can't be the opponent of world government. Harder to resist Buster Call. The configuration of Buster Call has always been 5 headquarters vice admiral and 10 warships. Not to mention there is admiral leading this time. It made Judge sweat instantly and was full of panic. Why did the world government launch a Buster Call to Germa Kingdom? He couldn't figure it out, but without any hesitation, he got up and followed the soldiers to leave the hall and go outside. Look around. Really, the kingdom of Germa has been surrounded by warships. He caught sight of Vice Admiral and Akainu on some warships. Then feel the scalp tingling. Vice Admiral top 10. 20 warships. Several of them are equipped with seemingly powerful weapons. This configuration is even more terrifying than Buster Call. Why? Judge couldn't figure it out. He looked in the direction of Akainu, and a pair of bat wings appeared behind him, flying up into the air to meet Akainu's eyes. Akainu, tell me, why did the world government issue to Germa Kingdom? I, the kingdom of Germa, did not study the so-called blank 100 years of history. The news of Ohara's demise is vivid in my memory. Judge didn't want Germa to experience it, heard the words. Akainu raised his eyes, glanced at the wings behind Judge, and said in a cold voice, Germac is not entitled to this powerful and rare devil fruit, don't you understand? What? Hearing this, Judge was taken aback. Immediately afterwards, his eyes widened in disbelief. Just for one devil fruit, the world government will kill them all? No, the world government doesn't care about the so-called Germa. Akainu shook his head and said indifferently under Judge's astonished gaze, but a certain highness cares. Heard the words. Judge suddenly understood. Immediately afterwards, a wordless fear emerged from the bottom of my heart. But don't wait for him to speak. Akainu had given the order, fire. No, do not want. Judge hastily regained his senses and opened his mouth to stop him. But no one cared about his voice at all, with Akainu's order. A total of 20 warships, at this moment, they opened fire. 2 of them are Bai Ye's frigates, and the naval guns on them are extremely powerful. Under some bombardment, the entire Germa kingdom was directly wiped out by artillery fire. Advertisement: a large number of shells covered every corner of Germa kingdom. The rumbling sound kept ringing, violent explosions and flames enveloped the kingdom. Under this cannon fire, countless soldiers were instantly shattered. There is no resistance at all, and after the artillery fire from the 2 modern warships hit, the entire Germa kingdom trembled crazily, and was directly split apart by the blunt bang. Among them, 2 figures were hit by the warship's guns. It was a figure with red and blue hair, is Judge's son. However, under the bombardment of the warship's guns, they didn't even have the ability to resist, and they were torn apart on the spot, and they were killed alive. This scene made Judge's eyes split with anger, and at the same time he was terrified and roared angrily. Akainu, do you really want to fight to the death? Fish dead and net broken? Germa has this qualification? Akainu sneered, with unabashed disdain, for the existence below Admiral. Germa is indeed extraordinary, but the existences above Admiral are all powerhouses standing at the top of the sea. In the eyes of these people, Germa is just a bigger ant. How come the fish die and the net is broken, not even qualified to be a threat? Hearing this, Judge roared angrily on the spot. Damn it, since you want to die, let's all die together. Without any hesitation, Judge directly ordered a counterattack. In the kingdom, there was a big Emperor's cannon fire to fight back. But compared with 20 warships full of cannons, it seems vulnerable. The cannon fire washed the ground almost without a stop. Round after round, almost half of the Germa kingdom was turned into ruins in a blink of an eye, with corpses everywhere. Looking at the dead bodies of his own sons, the anger in Judge's heart was completely burned, and even the fear was replaced. With a roar, he flew towards a warship, wanting to let all the creatures on this warship be buried with his sons. He may not have any feelings for his sons, but after all, these are the descendants he cultivated through painstaking research, and they are the bloodlines that strengthen the foundation of the Germa kingdom, but they all died here at this moment. How can he not be angry? How not to hate? Die to me! Judge roared, and after getting close to the warship, he punched out with a fist, and the explosion exploded. But the next moment, clang! A vice admiral, who was biting a cigar, easily blocked the blow with a knife, and then curled his lips. I often hear people say that in devil fruit, phantom beasts are particularly powerful, even if ordinary people eat. It can also obtain a strong physique and natural ability in an instant. Ordinary people can become strong by taking it, and the strong can become stronger by taking it. But now it seems that it's nothing more than that, or is it that your excellency is too useless? You want to die. Such insults made the already angry judge even more furious, and another punch came out while roaring. But the next moment, another vice admiral stepped on Moonwalk by his side, swept his foot like a whip, and blasted it flying, spurting out a mouthful of blood. The vice admiral laughed. I thought there was a strong enemy, but now it seems useless, but only in existence like you would do such an idiotic thing. Vice admiral, who came here to perform the buster call, naturally knows the cause of the buster call. So feel ridiculous. Vice admiral is already considered a high-level figure. Therefore, it is natural to know what things in this world cannot be touched. Celestial dragons dared to grab everything. If it's an ordinary devil fruit, it's fine. But this powerful and precious devil fruit, anyone with a brain knows it's not easy. If it's the emperors of the new world, that's all. They have the strength to defend their actions, but Germa? Where does a North Blue Force have such courage? There's no bottom line strength. Is courting death? Another taunt made Judge furious. Good, very good. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, and then looking back at the tragic situation in the kingdom behind him, Judge wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. His voice was extremely cold. Just wait, I will come back soon, and when the time comes, I will deal with you one by one. The kingdom of Germa will not be destroyed in vain, you will become funeral objects. He has been known to be powerless revolving heaven. The gap in strength is also extremely huge, the so-called rage. But after being blown away by a kick, he returned to God. Stay here. The only thing waiting for me is death. But he can fly. This is my biggest advantage. In this boundless sea, it is impossible for these guys to catch themselves. As long as he runs away, today's account will be settled by himself sooner or later. Think here. Judge turned around, wanting to flee without hesitation. But just turned around. A figure approached without knowing when. You want to go? Is it possible? Akainu said coldly. Although it can't fly, but Marine Admiral, how can it not be sixth style? Cast Moonwalk, enough for a short air battle. Looking at Akainu who suddenly appeared behind him, Judge's face suddenly turned pale, and he shot instantly without any hesitation. But that full blow was easily blocked by Akainu raising his hand. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his fist with his right hand and punched out. No ability to use lava fruit. Advertisement, but even so, this punch made Judge spit out a mouthful of blood, and the blood fainted. There was a snort. Akainu grabbed Judge's neck with his backhand and said, Road. You should be thankful that His Highness wants to capture you alive, which allows you to live a little longer. Finished. Akainu turned and walked towards the cruise ship Bai Ye was on. After a while, Akainu brought Judge to the deck of the cruise ship. The bombardment is still going on and has never stopped. After taking the sea stone handcuffs from the soldier beside him and imprisoning Judge's hands, Akainu brought Judge to Bai Ye and bowed his head respectfully. Your Highness, this guy has been broken. Bai Ye nodded slightly, sat on the sofa, and looked at Sanji's father in the original book with interest. Speaking of which, after Bai Ye observation Hokage scanned before, Sanji was not found on the Germa kingdom. Presumably, he had already been exiled by the other party. But Bai Ye didn't care about this, following Bai Ye's sizing up. Judge resisted the powerlessness caused by the sea stone handcuffs, and gritted his teeth. Who are you? Bai Ye smiled. Your devil fruit was originally what I saw and people looked for, what do you think? Heard the words. Judge looked startled, only then did he feel the noble temperament of Bai Ye. And never wore a hood. Let Judge instantly feel the difficulty of the other party's identity. At this point, Judge didn't want to die, even though he was angry in his heart, he couldn't help but said in a deep voice. This fruit has been eaten by me, let me go, I can work for you if... What? I have enough value, and the Germa kingdom has a lot of technology, which is what the world government has always wanted, isn't it? Yes, you do have value. Bai Ye smiled and nodded, but then his eyes turned cold. But if you are alive, aren't you telling others that my things can be snatched at will? Say it. Bai Ye waved directly. Take it down and let the fruit regenerate. Inside the world government, nature has mastered the method of fruit rebirth. Although the probability is not 100%, but it is enough. Stussy nodded immediately, and Judge, already frightened. No, don't, let me go, I have value, I have enough value. While talking, he struggled crazily, but no one cares at all. He was directly grabbed by Stussy and dragged in one direction. At this moment, in the sky, A figure also came straight towards Judge at a terrifying speed. The sudden figure is hardly noticeable at all. Fortunately, there is a figure that is faster than it. Is Zero. After the fruit of speed exploded, it appeared in front of the figure in an instant and punched out. A powerful force erupts. The figure was forcibly blown away and stayed in midair. Take a closer look. Long golden hair mopping the floor, like a lion's folded fur. It's Golden Lion. Gia ha 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 ha. Is it the fruit of speed? It's really terrible speed. Golden Lion grinned loudly, and after the secret shot failed, he was not ashamed or had the idea of leaving, but stared at Bai Ye and pointed at Judge. Boy, this guy is 1.6. I need it very much, how about giving him to me? He doesn't know who Bai Ye is, but it can be seen that Bai Ye is the leader here. With this noble temperament, he could also guess that Bai Ye came from the place of Mariajoy. But these are not important, he is not interested in Bai Ye's identity. He just wanted to take Judge away. In fact, he had been peeping behind the clouds for a long time, and only just now did he find an opportunity to make a move. But I didn't expect that there are still people with the ability of the fruit of speed on this cruise ship. Heard the words. Bai Ye was silent for a moment. Immediately the corners of his mouth rose, and he also laughed. But it was a sneer. If you want it, I will give it to you. Who do you think you are? Heard the words. Golden Lion's expression darkened immediately. Boy, do you want to die? The voice just fell. Swish. With terrifying speed, Zero suddenly appeared behind the Golden Lion, punching out with killing intent. The Golden Lion felt it, but maybe it was because the rudder on his head affected his nerves, so he couldn't react at all. He was hit by a punch and flew into the air. At the same time, Stussy seized the opportunity and kicked out a tempest kick, which was no less than a slash from a great swordsman. But Golden Lion had already stabilized his body, gritted his teeth and kicked out, and also issued a slashing blow, knocking him out overnight. This time, the expression on his face became much more serious. 2 admirals. Plus a Kainu. That's 3, what a horrible configuration. Standing high in the sky, using lion fruit, Golden Lion kept an absolutely safe position before looking at Bai Ye and asking in a deep voice, who are you? Heard the words. Bai Ye didn't answer, just crossed his legs and watched the other party calmly. Old stuff from the previous era, if it's out of the scene, it's time to get out. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to leave later. Lion fruit doesn't mean you can act recklessly in front of me. 60. Golden Lion looking for death. The appearance of the Golden Lion was purely accidental. Bai Ye doesn't mind keeping the other party if he is prepared. After all, lion fruit's strategy means a lot, but it is a pity that it is too difficult to capture the Golden Lion alive without preparation. Unless the opponent is fighting to the death, it's the same as rushing to naval headquarters after hearing the news of Roger's arrest. Otherwise, the opponent is determined to run, even if Bai Ye has 3 admirals on his side, plus Bai Ye himself, they can't stop the opponent. After all, in the end, only Bai Ye can chase after him. Although Bai Ye has great confidence in himself, the one-on-one admiral level, unless the opponent's physical energy is exhausted, or the strength reaches the crushing level, the time it takes is at least more than a week. Of course. In fact, Bai Ye can also use his power of faith to greatly improve his strength. Just for a Golden Lion, is it necessary? When you are fully prepared, it is the same as catching the other party when the time comes. Why bother with the present? Heard the words. Golden Lion's expression darkened immediately. Although the lineup in front of him makes him afraid, but he is the Golden Lion who is as bold as a lion swallowing the world. Bai Ye's words are not only a provocation to him, if he leaves because of Bai Ye's words, it will be a real insult to him. So the Golden Lion's eyes showed a cold color, showing a cold smile. Boy, you are very courageous. Although I don't know your identity, I think you must be very honorable, right? Otherwise, how could there be so many strong people protecting you? It's just that no one told you that the protection of others doesn't mean absolute safety? Talking. Golden Lion suddenly launched an attack. Legs waving. 2 consecutive slashes swept towards Bai Ye. Seeing this, Stussy sneered. Your Highness told you to leave, you should leave, why stay here looking for death? Between words. She stood in front of Bai Ye, punched out, and shattered the slash. The moment the slash was smashed, a figure appeared behind the Golden Lion out of thin air. It was Zero, and he punched Golden Lion's heart from behind, mercilessly. The terrifying speed made it difficult for Golden Lion to dodge even if he had been prepared for a long time. He just turned around and tried to block the blow, but he was almost hit in the abdomen, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and flew backwards on the spot. At the same time, Akainu attacked with a cold face, and seized the opportunity to activate his ability. The magma covered his fist and hit the Golden Lion's abdomen. The huge force and the hotness of the magma caused the Golden Lion to spurt blood again and fly into the air. Then quickly stabilized his body and wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of damn guys, don't be too arrogant, lousy is a Golden Lion. With a roar, Golden Lion grabbed it with both hands. Pause time. A huge island in the sky slammed down like a meteor. That is one of the islands controlled by the Golden Lion. Its size alone brings a feeling of despair, but below this, there are 3 admiral-level existences. Face the falling island. The 3 of Akainu leapt into the air without hesitation, sending out the strongest blows one after another. Cut. Great eruption. Advertisement: the 3 admiral level existences, as well as the vice admirals, all broke out their attacks at this moment, blasting towards the fallen island. Slashed one after another. A series of shockwaves. There was a bang. A white light flashed, then the island fell apart. It turned into pieces and fell. Golden Lion was waiting for this moment, and burst out laughing. Gia ha ha ha, go to hell. Lion Majesty, earth coiling. The voice fell. With a wave of his right hand, the fragments of the island were controlled and turned into lions, sweeping towards Bai Ye's cruise ship in all directions from high altitude. With such a large-scale attack, even Akainu and others cannot feel it immediately. Even if it is zero, it will take some time to rely on moonwalk to come to Bai Ye in midair. Seeing this, Bai Ye's eyes gradually flashed with impatience. It's really annoying. Bai Ye murmured. Obviously, as a dirty pirate on the sea, he is always jumping around in front of him. Given the chance to get out, he was unwilling to leave. Instead, he wanted to attack himself. Could it be that he looks so easy to bully? Or is it that the world government has no power for these big pirates? Bai Ye didn't even know. But he only knows one thing: this proud living lion in the sea today has to become a dead lion. Under such thoughts, a terrifying breath erupted from Bai Ye. Thunder, holy light, 2 kinds of energies emerged in full. Suddenly, behind Bai Ye, he transformed into a true god of thunder, holding spears in both hands. While roaring, thunder shook. The double spears waved. All the lions were crushed under the sharp Thor's spear. This scene, it made Akainu's eyes widen, showing shock. At the same time, Golden Lion's expression was also shaken, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. This guy actually has such strength, he couldn't believe it. I thought that Bai Ye's status was noble, but his strength was not strong. After all, there are many such things in the world government. In addition, Bai Ye didn't have the slightest fluctuation in strength before. This is what convinced Golden Lion even more. Advertisement. But he never thought that this world nobleman who was suspected to be on Mariajoy had such terrifying strength. Not much better than myself. More importantly, the opponent's ability, like his own, can fight in the air. If the other party drags himself alone, plus the existence of the other 3 admiral levels. Rao is no matter how confident the Golden Lion is, he doesn't think he can survive in such a situation. Don't say it's him. Whitebeard must die if he comes. Think about it. Golden Lion already has the intention to quit. Next moment, he swung his right hand again. The crushed clods and dust quickly condensed and turned into a roaring lion. At the same time as 447, the Golden Lion laughed. Gia ha ha ha, boy, I didn't expect you to hide such a deep strength, but it doesn't matter. The old man remembers you. Let's do this today. I will find you when I am not old. When the time comes, it will be your time of death. Finished. Golden Lion snorted coldly and kept flying high into the sky. But, want to go? Wishful thinking. Bai Ye's voice was cold. The power of faith in the body is constantly being consumed. The proficiency of Thunderfruit's abilities increased crazily almost at this moment. At the same time, due to the increase in proficiency, Bai Ye's development level of Thunderfruit has also reached a higher level. With a single thought, the entire sky above his head began to turn into a thundercloud. Like a big net, imprisoning the Golden Lion under the sky. Boundless thunder burst out from Bai Ye's body, a killing intent spread out. Locked on the Golden Lion, you can't leave today. This is your burial ground. Wings emerged behind Bai Ye, stepping into the air with one step, looking directly at the Golden Lion. Heard the words. Golden Lion frowned, looked up at the sky covered with thunderclouds, felt a little apprehensive, but still dismissed it. You can't kill me. The voice fell. On a cruise ship, in a lobby with double piercing doors. A figure came out slowly and came to the deck. She looked up to the top of her head. It's I am, 61. Scary I am, Reiju, in the sky. Bai Ye is opposite the Golden Lion. Next moment, there were no signs of it. Golden Lion kicked out with both legs. Slash wave. Continuous slashing attacks erupted like arrow rain. Bai Ye's expression didn't change at all. He waved his hand, and the golden holy flame turned into a barrier, blocking all the slashing attacks. Immediately afterwards, just as Bai Ye was about to make a move, his face changed slightly, revealing a look of surprise. At the same time, Golden Lion's complexion also changed. It's just different from Bai Ye. Golden Lion's face turned pale, and he even looked back abruptly with disbelief. A figure unexpectedly appeared there like a ghost. It's I am, not even a chance to resist. I am made a blade with his right hand and stabbed straight. It's just an unremarkable blow, but it has the ultimate speed and force range. There was a snort. Blood overflowed from the corner of Golden Lion's mouth. Im's hand actually pierced directly into the Golden Lion's heart, and then withdrew. Blood spattered and spilled into the sea. In Im's hand, there was an extra heart. Without a doubt, this is the heart of the Golden Lion. Under Im's indifferent expression, his palm slightly exerted force. Bang! This heart was crushed abruptly. Im lifted his leg, and there was a bang. The Golden Lion was directly blasted and landed on the deck of the cruise ship. Such a scene made everyone else startled and showed shocking expressions. It seems that they didn't expect the famous Golden Lion to be solved so easily. At the same time, it is even more doubtful about the identity of the person who suddenly appeared. But Zero and Stussy glanced at it, then suddenly lowered their heads with sweat profusely, their faces pale. Such an appearance, Akainu naturally noticed, and immediately had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to look at it, and lowered his head like Stussy and the other two. Swish. Im appeared next to Bai Ye again. Seeing this, Bai Ye stretched out his hand to wrap his arms around Im's waist, flapped his wings and landed with Im, and asked doubtfully, "How did you come?" A waiter handed over a hand towel, and Im said softly after taking the bloodline that had wiped off his palm, "On a whim, let's go shopping." Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded, and immediately looked at the dying golden lion, showing a look of pity. "It's really pitiful. Just happened to meet Im. The strength of golden lion is undoubtedly admiral level. Certainly, because of the rudder, it has too much influence on golden lion. If we say that without a rudder, the strength of the golden lion is the pinnacle of the admiral class, at the top of the world. Then with the rudder, the strength of the golden lion suddenly fell to the bottom of the admiral class. Because the rudder affected its nerve response, this not only caused golden lion's physical condition to deteriorate, but more importantly, it affected Hokage, especially the color of knowledge. That is to say, relying on the development of the fruit, it can still maintain the admiral level. Otherwise, even the admiral level will drop, certainly. When meeting Luffy in the future, there is no doubt that golden lion's strength is definitely not at the admiral level. The golden lion at that time was far less powerful than it is now. But no matter what, the strength of golden lion is here now, coupled with the development level of devil fruit. It will take 10 points of effort to solve it with Bai Ye and others. But sadly this time Im came. Im's strength originally belonged to the ultimate of this world. Notice. Advertisement its ultimate, rather than top. Ultimate, beyond the top. In terms of strength, in this world, except for rocks back then, no one can survive a one-on-one fight. And after receiving the blessings of the world, Im's strength surpassed the ultimate of this world and stepped into a new level. In this case, Im's strength is equivalent to that of the admiral class. The gap between levels is huge. It's like admiral versus vice admiral. If the two fight, admiral will crush vice admiral. And the level above admiral, fighting with admiral, is the same. Not to mention that golden lion has fallen to the bottom of admiral. Meeting Bai Ye is sad enough. Also met Im. With Im's strength, golden lion has no possibility of escape. Death is the only end. Waving his hand, Bai Ye ordered without any hesitation. "Take it down, and see if you can regenerate the fruit while it's still alive." "Yes, your highness." The two CP members immediately took orders and left with golden lion. At the same time, here comes Stussy, Zero and Akainu. The three of them came to Bai Ye's body and immediately lowered their heads. "Meet the two highnesses." Stussy and Zero spoke respectfully. Calling him like this made Akainu instantly understand the identity of Im. At least at the same level as Bai Ye, even if not, it is equivalent to close. Therefore, he bowed his head to Im without any hesitation. But the next moment, "Waste," Im's icy voice sounded, and then kicked 3 times in a row. All 3 of them were blown away, and blood spurted from their mouths. It could be seen that Im didn't hold back anything. But even so, the 3 of them still quickly got up and knelt on one knee, without any resistance on their pale faces, and they didn't even dare to wipe the bloodline at the corner of their mouths. Because when Im appeared, both Stussy and Zero had anticipated this scene. Walking up to the 3 of them step by step, Im looked indifferent. 3 trash, even the enemy can't be dealt with, and the master who raises you needs to do it himself. In this case, what's the use of raising you trash? Accompanied by words, the terrifying momentum crushed down. That is the oppressive force formed by Conqueror's Hokage and even the aura brought by its own strength. Under this pressure, Akainu felt terrified. His strength is already at the top of the sea, but he never imagined that there is such a terrifying existence in this world. And in the world government, there is an existence of this level, and he, as admiral, has no news at all. Just like Bai Ye at the beginning, this made Akainu more sure of the dignity of Im's identity. I can't help but whisper in my heart, is this the essence of world government? Deep and scary. Looking at the speechless 3 people, Im snorted coldly and kicked out again. Boom. 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 Blood spilled on the ground. Im said calmly, "It's better not to have a next time, otherwise, you don't need to live." There is no doubting the truth in its words. The next time, I am afraid it will be the moment when they end their lives. And Im was so furious, all because Bai Ye was the superior. Is the ruler of the world government. As a ruler, you don't need to do everything yourself. One is that the opponent is not qualified. Advertisement. Second, it is easy to cause danger to oneself. With Bai Ye's current status, how important is safety? Once Bai Ye had an accident, it can be said that the future glory of the world government, the ambition of the blood of God, all will disappear. This is an absolutely intolerable loss for the world government. Not to mention a golden lion, even if it is famous all over the world, so what? In front of the ruler of the world government, his identity is just a pirate. To put it mildly, it is a bigger ant, however, such ants. But Bai Ye was forced to do it himself. Doesn't this also show that the subordinates are not doing their job well? This kind of waste is because they are working for Bai Ye, and their strength is good, and they have the qualifications for further training. If they are others, Im will kill them directly. Heard the words. The 3 nodded quickly, expressing their understanding. In this regard, Bai Ye shook his head and did not stop him. This is a fact. Besides, if anyone in this world is most protective of their own efforts, then it must be 5 elders and I am. It's just that Bai Ye looked at Akainu with some pity, because Akainu's wave was purely an unwarranted disaster. The safety of Bai Ye is in the hands of Stussy and Zero. This is their job. Akainu is another duty. Strictly speaking, it is impossible to blame the other party. But this time he happened to be there and was seen by IM, so he was naturally involved. But now it seems that Akainu is not a fool. Bai Ye's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. If it was Aokiji, maybe he would refute. But at that time, with IM's indifference to others except Bai Ye, I'm afraid he will kill Aokiji on the spot. This is no joke. From IM's point of view, it's fine if a subordinate he raises is a waste, and if he tries to resist, then he has no use value. Kong has a whole body of strength, and it will also cause trouble. It's better to just solve it. Now it seems that Akainu is also a smart guy. Of course, it is also possible that he felt the killing intent and strength of IM. Alright. Looking at Stussy and Ling, who had already begun to tremble, leaving aside Ling, good money. Stussy had a lingering relationship with him after all, so Bai Ye let it go. Hearing this, IM turned around and came to the side of the future. See here. The three were relieved, then he got up quickly and came back to Bai Ye. Bai Ye ordered. Stussy, go and see the fruit rebirth of those two people. Akainu, look at the wreckage of Germa, see if there are any survivors. As for Ling, he stood silently behind Bai Ye, acting as a guardian. After receiving the order, the two immediately nodded and left. But for a moment, Akainu walked over with a figure. Your Highness, there is indeed a survivor, Judge's daughter, who barely survived by hiding in the depths of the sea under the ruins. The words fell. Bai Ye looked over, his eyes flickered, and he recognized the opponent at a glance. Reiju. Judge's daughter, Sanji's older sister. Although it is not as sexy as it will be in the future, it is also the first glimpse of the style. But even though he escaped Buster Call's bombardment, the other party's condition is not very good, with serious injuries and a pale face. Being held in Akainu's hand, Reiju forcefully opened his eyes, looked at Bai Ye, begged with difficulty due to his serious injuries. No, don't kill me. I know all the technologies of the Vinsmoke family. I can work for you. Just let me go. I will tell you all about these technologies. 11. Please spare me. I have value to use. 3 decigrams 62. The king of the underground world, Morgans. Oh, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, immediately found it interesting. This girl doesn't seem to have the slightest affection for Judge. Bai Ye could not see the slightest hatred in Reiju's vision, but more of a desire to survive. But if you think about what Judge did, you can understand it. And what he said made Bai Ye rub his chin in thought. Strictly speaking, Germa's technological level is very high. Lineage factor, transformation of people, copy soldiers, and battle suits and more. These are the core technologies belonging to Germa. Among them, the bloodline factor is not bad, because Vegapunk has a deeper research than Judge. As for transforming people, technically speaking, it is not completely mature, and it may make people lose their feelings. Of course, for the high-ranking person, as long as it is useful, some minor flaws can be ignored. However, Bai Ye doesn't really value these technologies, which are not conducive to his future rule of faith. But other aspects of technology are very good. The first is the battlesuit. Then there are some high-tech weapons, such as a high-tech spear of electric discharge. High-tech jet boots these. In the modern world, that is pure black technology. Maybe in this world, it doesn't have much effect. After all, the increase in combat power is not obvious to the real strong. But the research of science and technology is mainly about ideas and inspiration. A good idea may bring a flash of inspiration. With a flash of inspiration, it may bring inspiration. With inspiration, the process of research will be rapidly improved. And it can also help improve grassroots strength. But the most important thing is that it can be used as a cultural conquest in the future. Bai Ye has not tried this way of conquest, but he can prepare it in advance. After thinking about it, Judge is dead. Germa was completely destroyed. A Reiju can't make waves. So Bai Ye nodded after thinking about it. In that case, let you live. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye waved his hand and asked people to take Stussy down for treatment. Seeing his miserable appearance, don't wait for Huichuan to really die. At this moment, IM suddenly looked up to the top of his head, frowning slightly. Immediately afterwards, there was a swish. IM's figure disappeared in place. Bai Ye's eyes flickered, and the mist of knowledge had just moved. Next moment, IM came back, holding a figure in his hand and slammed it in front of Bai Ye with a bang. This is a birdman. Yes, a birdman indeed. 770, but this is not about angels. Looking at the birdman in front of him, Bai Ye was startled and immediately sneered. Morgans. Gulu. Morgan swallowed his saliva, carefully put down the camera in his hand, then smiled awkwardly, and knelt in front of Bai Ye without hesitation. This, Your Highness, please spare your life. One of the emperors of the underground world, president of the World Economic News Agency. Morgans. Bird fruit albatross form fruitability, but cannot fly. Although Morgans is the president of the news agency, he is also a journalist himself, often appearing in various places to find news. He himself is very interested in big news, always thinking about how to make the big news in front of him public to the world. He was even willing to risk his life to shoot material for the news. But sometimes he will exaggerate the facts according to his own subjective wishes or for Boruto's attention, and even make up news. And I don't like others to control my own reports. The content of newspapers must be decided by myself. Since Morgans appeared here, it means that the other party has already filmed the battle scene just now. Glancing at the camera, Bai Ye didn't pick it up, but asked calmly, "You know me?" "Some guesses." Morgans scratched his head, and it was not difficult to see a trace of paleness on the albatross-shaped face at the moment. No injuries. Purely terrified, just as Bai Ye guessed. When he was looking for news all over the world, he happened to pass by here, and when he discovered the situation here, he started to shoot secretly in excitement, but he didn't expect to be discovered by IM, who didn't even have a chance to escape, so he was caught. When I took the sneak shot earlier, I was excited because of the lineup protecting Bai Ye. Now, it's utter fear. Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu. Stussy, who used to be in charge of Happy Street, was born in CP0. When Stussy was in Happy Street, he actually knew the real identity of the other party. At that time, Stussy was not as powerful as he is now. He didn't recognize Zero, but he could still feel the terrifying aura. Certainly, the most important thing is Bai Ye and IM. Bai Ye, needless to say. In fact, because Mariajoy was on Tiger back then, Morgans had paid some attention to Bai Ye, but Bai Ye had a noble status, and he couldn't find out if he wanted to investigate the collective information. IM, even more so. The scary thing is that these two, AHAE, people still have great strength. Advertisement, and he himself was caught. Like a weak poor creature, surrounded by a group of evil dragons. Facing such a group of terrifying existence, it's good that he wasn't caught. Once he was caught, Morgans felt his whole body was cold, and even his voice couldn't stop trembling. Even the Golden Lion died at the hands of these people just now. He doesn't say fear, it's false, even if he is still the king of the dark world. Is that so? Bai Ye nodded and waved his hand. Stussy picked up the camera and handed it to Bai Ye. After receiving it, Bai Ye took a few glances. There are a lot of photos in it. There is Akainu's, there are Stussy's, there are Zero. There are also Golden Lion and Im's, but most of them are their own. After watching, Bai Ye casually threw the camera aside and asked, "Are there backups for these photos?" Heard the words. Morgans shook his head hastily. No, absolutely not. I was arrested before I had time to back up." "Yeah?" Bai Ye sneered, not believing it. The voice fell. No need for Bai Ye to order. Stepping out one step at a time, he arrived in front of Morgans. Under Morgans's fearful gaze, before he even had time to speak, Zero had already stepped out. There was a click. One of Morgans's feet was trampled off abruptly. Severe pain swept through his body. "Ah!" A shrill scream came out of Morgans's mouth, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Bai Ye asked calmly, "What now?" Morgans gritted his teeth and shook his head. "See here." Bai Ye couldn't help feeling bored. "Forget it, kill it." It was like asking someone to kill a chicken, without the slightest fluctuation in tone. Hearing this, Wai raised her hand without any hesitation. "See here." Morgan's fear completely spread throughout his heart, and he said hastily, "Wait, don't kill me, I said, there are backups. At this moment, Zero stopped. Morgans breathed a sigh of relief, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He could see that day and night were really not joking. But whoever speaks slowly, I am afraid that he will die tragically here. I thought that this time would be the same as the previous ones. If the selling point was bad, these people would let themselves go. Then I turned around and sent all the backed up photos with news, and sent them to all regions of the world. If it really doesn't work, you can try a few more times yourself, and finally use the backup photos to put forward some conditions and talk about a cooperation." Unexpectedly, Bai Ye didn't follow the routine at all. Ask once and start killing. This made Morgans tremble in his heart, and his heart was terrified. Bai Ye sneered when he heard Morgan's words. "Toast but not to drink, where's the backup photo?" Morgans hesitated for a moment, then spoke truthfully, "It has been sent back to the headquarters." Heard the words. Bai Ye frowned slightly. These photos were taken by Morgans, and they were naturally intended to be used as news pictures and sent out. In fact, Bai Ye doesn't care much about his photos. But I am not. I am is now the whole card. It is best to hide behind the scenes. What's more, I am is still somewhat similar to a protector. Take it out at the critical moment for the greatest effect. If it is exposed now, maybe the pirates on the New World side will become anxious when they see that the world government has such a powerful presence. Although the world government is not afraid of failing to unite at that time, it will be troublesome after all. Thinking of this, Bai Ye frowned even more, and said in a deep voice, "A news organization like the World Economic News Agency should not exist outside of the world government." Gulu. Morgan swallowed. What do you mean?" Bai Ye glanced at the past, without explaining, just pointing to IM and ordered, "Contact World Economic News and ask them to delete the photo, especially about her. Otherwise, you don't have to leave today, just bury it under this sea." Heard the words. Morgans hesitated subconsciously. Without him. Morgans was indeed a journalist. For some big news, I want to let everyone in the world see the truth. In particular, he himself doesn't like others criticizing him in terms of news. And this time I captured the news, definitely big news. Whether it's Buster Call, still Bai Ye's identity guess, or the death of the Golden Lion, advertisement or the appearance of I Am. Every single thing released alone can cause shocks in the whole world. Let alone so many things coming together. Morgans could have predicted that if the news was released this time, countless people would be shocked. Even those terrifying monsters of the New World do. But it was also because of this brief hesitation. Bang! Zero lifts his foot and steps down. Click. It was another leg that was directly trampled off by Guo. A miserable voice sounded. Because of the pain, Morgan's face was bulging with blue veins, and even his whole body twitched. Bai Ye said coldly, "You have only 10 seconds to consider, accept, or die." Feel the murderous intent enveloping him. Morgans recovered from the pain, and secretly regretted why he had developed this habit and suffered for nothing. At the same time, he nodded quickly. I promise, I will fight now." While talking, Morgans took out a phone bug from his pocket and dialed without hesitation. Go. Soon, the phone was dialed. Morgans said immediately, "Delete all the photos I sent back earlier." Boss, are you sure? This is big news." "Shut up, delete it immediately." Morgans roared. "If I find out that there is a backup, you will die, and your family will die." Now that his own life is in the hands of others, Morgans dare not do anything to cause the other party's dissatisfaction, and he is also afraid that his little brother will not know what to do and cause him to die here. Inside. Fortunately, Morgans is the king of the underground world after all, and there are still some ruthless ones. Under some threats. The other end of the phone immediately expressed understanding and began to destroy the photos. After a while, it means it's done. After listening, Morgans hung up the phone and looked at Bai Ye with a flattering smile. "Well, your highness, what do you see now?" Bai Ye couldn't help laughing at the appearance of a king of the underground world in front of him. Then he took a look at the camera again, deleted the picture of I Am in it, and said, "As I said before, an organization like the World Economic News Agency should not exist in the world government. Outside of the Dominion, do you understand what I mean?" Morgan's face changed slightly. How could he not understand? The world government has also revealed this meaning in the past. But he refused without hesitation. After all, this is my own painstaking effort, how can Morgans give it to others? What's more, he is no longer a threat to the world government. To put it bluntly, he also has cards that can threaten the world government. I reject. Isn't your highness afraid that I will report the news about the explosive rock? Morgans gritted his teeth. Kaido. Hearing this, Bai Ye showed a mocking expression on his face. You can see if the world government will be destroyed along with the world because of the explosive rock. Explosive rocks are indeed a good threat to the world government. Once the report goes out, there will definitely be many crazy people in the whole world who want to detonate it and then die with the whole world. In the past, Morgans used this to threaten the world government. But at this moment, is day and night peaceful? Not give a damn about. It's a big deal. The whole world government is moved to another world and then come back after avoiding this period of time. The destruction of the world does not mean that the world is really gone. Although it is a pity, but never let this thing become a knife that threatens the world government. Really, after hearing Bai Ye's words, Morgans's complexion changed. In the past, this threat allowed him to face the coercion of the world government without any disadvantage. Even the 5 elders can only compromise, but now, not anymore. Aren't you afraid of superficial camouflage? Morgans didn't know. But dare not bet, he didn't really want to die, he hasn't lived enough yet. But for some reason, he felt that the highness in front of him was really not afraid. Even the faces of the other admiral-level powerhouses around them didn't have the slightest fluctuation due to the explosive rock, which made Morgans feel that the world government should have some capabilities. The whole card against the explosive rock. This made Morgans more entangled. Is it really necessary to socialize the world economic news? He was very reluctant, but Bai Ye has already started to get impatient. A birdman, it's not worth his wasting so much time. My patience is running out, you better choose surrender or death now. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to choose. Bai Ye said coldly. The breath of chill spread impressively. 63. The departure of Morgans. Gulu. Although Morgans has seen the big world, he has never seen this kind of thing. After hearing Bai Ye's words, especially the killing intent that wrapped around his body, he decided to speak from his heart. I would. Very good. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. It would be a very smart choice. I also hope that. Morgans murmured inside, he had a faint look of anticipation. In fact, his wave is more of an investment, otherwise he would not have surrendered so quickly. As a newsman, Morgans is more likely to notice some inconspicuous changes in the sea than ordinary pirates. A precursor to the once rocks falling apart, the era of great pirates is coming. These Morgans have all experienced and have felt those unusual changes for the first time. Therefore, Morgans could become one of the emperors of the underground world step by step. Because of being able to detect those unusual changes, Morgans was able to choose the right path step by step, and this time it was the same. When other pirates were puzzled by some actions of the world government, Morgans already had a premonition of a new era. From the first time the world government summoned all the elite forces, Morgans noticed that it was not easy. After that, nothing seemed to happen, except for Morgans to confirm it. After all, sometimes the surface is the same as before, but the dark tide is surging in the dark. If that's all. The point is, in the next step, the world government carried out the world conscription. And Morgans had calculated clearly. This time the world conscription, the world government recruited a full 300,000 troops. But the 300,000 troops were all transported to the Red Line, and then there was no movement. Disappeared. Impossible, but there are no soldiers on the Red Line. On this point, for a qualified journalist, it should not be too simple to make sure. If there is no Red Line, then generally these troops must be sent to naval headquarters. But Morgans also knew it for himself. Marine also does not have the presence of these large troops. But what really shocked Morgans was that no matter in any part of the world, in the southeast, north, west, or even the front and rear half of the Grand Line, he did not find any news about these armies. Are these armies gone? Possible. That being the case, it can only mean that these large troops were sent to a mysterious place by the world government. Advertisement. I don't know where this place is, but there are certainly places like this. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 300,000 troops to be eaten by the world government, right? And think of some actions of the world government. As well as what was discovered today, some high-ranking and powerful beings of the world government are often dispatched in front of the world. All kinds of phenomena. It all proves that the world government has been moving continuously in the recent period. It's just that no one notices on the surface. Therefore, Morgans believes that the next era of the Great Pirate Era may be related to world government. That's why he surrendered so quickly. Day and night naturally don't know what Morgans thinks. Throwing back the camera in his hand, Bai Ye ordered. Other news can be reported, but nothing related to her is allowed to be disclosed. You should know the consequences. She was referring to I am. Morgans intuitively felt that Im's identity was not simple. But he didn't dare to ask more questions at all, and nodded quickly. Excited look. Even without I am. But these things today are definitely huge news. It can shake the whole world. He loves to report the big news. Not daring to be quick, Morgans came back to his senses and asked, "Well, Your Highness, may I take the liberty to ask one thing?" "What's up?" "Ahem, it's about the previous world government conscription." Morgans rubbed his belly, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Even he didn't know where those troops went, but how could Bai Ye tell him, sneered, and said directly, "You shouldn't ask, but don't ask too much." Talking. Bai Ye let it go. Stussy took out a phone bug and handed it over. This is the phone bug that can contact Bai Ye directly. So far, among these people outside, Morgans has got one. Morgans quickly took it and put it in his arms. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye waved his hand. "Go away, and even if you leave, I think you'd better know what can be reported and what can't be reported." 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Otherwise, even if you are in any corner of the sea, you will not be able to escape the sleep of the world government. The cold words made Morgans nod quickly. No need for Bai Ye to say. He also knows the horror of the world government. Naturally dare not return. It's fine if you don't agree. If you dare to return after agreeing, you are really looking for death. After seeing Bai Ye nodding, Morgans whistled. The two seagulls flew down from the sky immediately, and Morgans grabbed the feet of the two seagulls lightly, and was taken off by the seagulls, heading for the distance. Bai Ye laughed, but he didn't expect Morgans to move in this way. Wait until Morgans is gone. Akainu came and reported. "Your Highness, the Germa Kingdom has been destroyed by Buster Call, and I need to go back and report back." "Good." Bai Ye nodded, looked at Akainu's expectant gaze, and ordered. "I will tell Sengoku to transfer you to the Holy Guard, and you can go to Mariajoy in advance in the next few days to get ready." "Yes, thank you Your Highness." Akainu nodded excitedly, and then left with the soldiers. Next, Bai Ye also looked at Stussy and ordered. "Keep hanging around North Blue, then East Blue. Since he came out for a trip, it is naturally impossible to go back just because the North Blue matter is resolved. Naturally, you should visit other places more. Anyway, with the double door, Bai Ye can return to Mariajoy at any time. At that time, just ask the servants to drive the cruise ship back." After receiving the order, the cruise ship continued to sail in the North Blue. Bai Ye, on the other hand, came to the living room with IM to sit down and discuss matters related to New World. "I've heard from the 5 elders that the Janissaries are recruiting. Over there in New World, how do you plan to do it?" "How to do it?" Bai Ye shrugged. "Naturally, it was pushed all the way. We have this strength. Besides, pushing this world across as soon as possible can continue to open the next world. And the opening of the next world requires 500,000 units of faith. More and more. Maybe when the world is getting more and more, it will take a while to absorb the faith." 64. The background of the world government is gradually deepening. Zombie world. As the world is developed deeper and deeper. In the original base city, most of the buildings here have basically been completely pushed to rebuild. The houses are arranged neatly, and there is a huge square in the middle. Schools and other facilities have all been restored. Because the people here are basically Bai Ye believers, the treatment for these believers can be described as very good. Of course, being a believer of Bai Ye doesn't mean that you don't have to work, and you are still the same as before the end, but with a little less pressure. And at this time, in the square, hundreds of thousands of people gather here. Line up neatly. Numerous armies are maintaining law and order. No doubt, this is conscription. God's guard. As a believer of Bai Ye, there is almost no need for publicity. When they heard that becoming a member of the Divine Guard would fight for Bai Ye, These believers were looking forward to and excited to become a member of the Divine Guard. It is because of my God's protection that this world is safe, and I should also fight for my God to save more worlds. Haha, since it is an army fighting for God, of course I have to join. Joining the God Guards means that I am getting closer to God, right? At that time, I will definitely be blessed by my God and get the 753 strength, become stronger. For sure, as long as we join the Divine Guard, we will definitely become stronger. After all, we are fighting for my God. How can we do it without strength? Thinking about those adults before, they must have been so powerful because they fought for my God. I'm not interested in strength, I'm interested in the technology department in the Shenwei army. I want to go to acting. I'm going to the guard department. I heard that the guard department is dedicated to protecting my God and can follow my God day and night. There is also the waiter department. These waiters are dedicated to serve the gods. If it weren't for my not being pretty enough, I would go to the waiter department. The Divine Guard is not just soldiers, as an army formed entirely of Bai Ye's followers. Under the meticulous planning of 5 elders, the Divine Guard is roughly divided into many departments. Each department has a different function, cultivate different talents. For example, the soldier department is a legion that specializes in launching wars against various worlds and rushing to the front line. The technology department is a scientific research force, absorbing knowledge from various worlds and researching more powerful technologies. There is also the scholar department, the same scientific research force, but instead of researching technology, it studies the capabilities of various worlds. All in all, under such careful planning, there are also various God-tier guard academies being established. It can be seen that in the future, as the Divine Guard gradually grows stronger, this army will ban all the mainstream forces commanded by the world government and become the only, or even the real body of the world government. Because in the future, the talents cultivated by the Divine Guard will be the talents of the world government. Everyone in the world government may have been born in the Divine Guard. With the passage of time, perhaps in the future, everyone in the world government will be proud of their origins in the Divine Guard. Of course, these people, even if they join the Divine Guard now, cannot provide any combat power. After all, they are ordinary people, but for this, the world government has made great efforts. Once the Divine Guard Academy is established, the world government will specially select a large number of personnel who are good at training and training for training, including various training halls organized by CP and Zephyr from Naval Headquarters and more. In addition, some medicines and medicinal soups that improve training efficiency will continue to be provided. Certainly, on the army side, changes are also taking place. Many of them will be directly transferred to the Divine Guard. The rest are uneven, and they will continue to stay in the army. On the other hand, adjustments are also being made within Marine. What everyone expected was that there would be no more pirates on the sea in the future. World government has terrifying potential. When the time comes, pirates will be wiped out in one fell swoop. At that time, Marine will lose its real role and only maintain the safety of civilians in some sea areas and the security of some countries. But these functions are insignificant in terms of the size of Marine today. Therefore, the core executives within Marine have already begun to consider taking up positions in the Divine Guard. It's just that even if they are in high positions in the Marine now, it doesn't mean that they can enter the Divine Guard if they want to. Unless you become a believer of Bai Ye, you can enter unconditionally. Perhaps after Bai Ye nods. Otherwise, you need to go through layers of screening and assessment. Even Admiral needs to face competition, because there are not many Admiral positions in the Guards. Currently, there are only 7, Momosagi, Rand, Sakazuki, after occupying 3 positions. There are only 4 left. As for extras, without Bai Ye's nod, it is impossible to directly serve Admiral. Regardless of the remaining Admiral positions, it seems perfectly adequate. After all, after Kizaru and Aokiji are occupied, there are still 2 left. But that's not how it counts. Garp always wants one, right? What about Sengoku? You must know that there is no Marshal in the Divine Guard. At least not now, in the absence of the Marshal. Sengoku can't take over as Vice Admiral, can he? Then Sengoku also needs an Admiral position. In this way, it is basically full. However, this is only now. Currently Marine still needs to exist. There was no way for them to leave to join the Holy Guard. When Marine no longer needs to exist, it is conceivable that by that time, the world government must have conquered many worlds. At that time, the members of the Divine Guard recruited from various worlds will definitely grow up. In terms of ability, it may not be much weaker than Admiral in One Piece world. When the time comes, the competition will begin, but this has nothing to do with a superior like Bai Ye. As a high-ranking person, the only thing that matters is ability. The conscription of the Divine Guard continued. Bai Ye and I came here to have a look. Hundreds of thousands of people are densely packed, and their heads are surging. With such a huge amount, I frowned slightly. It may take a long time for these people to grow stronger and enter the battlefield to kill the enemy. After all, as an ordinary person, strength is an issue. Dare to kill is still a problem. Bai Ye naturally knew what I was referring to, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Don't worry. With that said, he beckoned. A figure came. It's Rand. Your Highness. Rand didn't know but he knew that his status was noble, and he could judge it by his temperament, so he saluted together. Let me introduce the next plan, Bai Ye ordered. Hearing this, Rand nodded respectfully and said immediately, "Yes, Your Highness." After speaking, Rand pointed in one direction. "Your Highness, look over there. There is a newly selected area. Next, it will be transformed and a high wall will be built to completely enclose an area of more than 10,000 square meters to form a cage. In this cage, we will roughly divide it into several areas. Among them, there is the criminal area transported by Impel Down, the area where upgraded zombies gather, and the area where wild beasts gather. Many of the remaining areas will be replaced by other worlds in the future. Bring some dangerous and powerful creatures into it. The only function of these areas is to hone the recruits of the Divine Guard. The tempering of life and death. Through this kind of training, the recruits of the Divine Guard can quickly master combat experience, and learn not to fear death and learn to kill. There will be the Academy area, and another area will be expanded next to it for the construction of the training ground. Currently, 1/3 of the Academy has been built, and the world government is currently collecting more people with fruit abilities to speed up the process. If there is no accident, when the college is completed, it can accommodate millions of students. Yes, that's millions of people, it's just a teacher problem. Let 5 elders decide to draw out a large number of co-personnel to serve as teachers of the combat class. From this, we can see the courage and ambition of the world government. It's not interesting to build a school with hundreds of people and thousands of people. If you want to build it, just build a big one, then one step at a time. Get it all done. Once done, then in the end, the soldiers of the Divine Guard will be like an assembly line, and after systematic guidance, they will gain the ability to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Moreover, when the time comes, it will not take too long to train a recruit to become a qualified soldier. The longest is no more than 1 year, and the shortest, maybe 1 month is enough. If there is a war to test, it is enough to go back to the first week. It can be imagined 3.5, as one world after another is conquered. Then recruit countless believers. Among the countless believers, many people choose to join the Divine Guard. This is a circular pipeline. Just build. World government will be under this assembly line, and its foundation will become deeper and deeper. Heard the words. I am nodded, but she didn't know about this aspect with 5 elders. But it can also be heard that this plan is very important. There are huge benefits to the world government. With a smile on his face, he nodded. Nice plan. With a shallow smile, Bai Ye's eyes brightened. Smile more in the future, I am. You look pretty when you smile. If you want to see it, I'll try to. I am nodded, touching his face, a little stiff. But if it is for Bai Ye, she is willing to try to get used to smiling. Bai Ye laughed. Of course I like to watch it, beauty. How seductive. What's more, it's I am, how could he not want to? Hearing this, I am understood, and nodded to show that he knew. Afterwards, Bai Ye and I am continued to look around, then left and came to the second world. 65. In this country, God is enough, Kingdom Palace. The previous time, Bai Ye transferred the double passage door directly to this side. As soon as he came at this moment, he directly entered the king's palace. Momoshage is taking care of things. Now that the kingdom is occupied, Momoshage can't ignore the affairs of the kingdom, and Momoshage can only deal with it part-time before professional people arrive. After all, you can't throw it away. After seeing Bai Ye coming, Momoshage first saluted Bai Ye and I am, and then complained helplessly. Your Highness, you really should hurry up and let some professional personnel handle the matter here. It gives me a headache just looking at it. Especially some nobles in this world, they are simply not human, no, not even human. Besides, there are government affairs, military, people's livelihood, etc. in all aspects of the entire kingdom, which are more troublesome than my cultivation. Bai Ye shook his head amusedly and said, Okay, 5 elders is already making arrangements, you can work part-time for a while. I came this time not to listen to your complaints, but another matter, you should be clear. Heard the words. Momoshage restrained his expression and nodded. Yes, it's ready. As you said, because of some nobles in this world, there are not a few ordinary people in the entire kingdom who have been seriously injured, at least thousands of people. It's still alive, more is dead. These people, during this period of time, I have had people treat them, but they have not been completely cured. Just waiting for you to perform a miracle. Besides, you still need to wait for a while. I need to notify the people in the capital of the entire kingdom to gather. Okay, let's go. Bai Ye nodded. This is what he told Momoshage to do before. It's a new world after all. There is a proper way of assimilating believers, which naturally has to be done. Those people who have been numb due to the abuse of the nobles are desperate. This time is a good time to gain their faith with hope. It is easy to turn them into their own believers as long as they show the miracle of 07. Take this opportunity to let those ordinary people pay their respects. About half an hour later, Momoshage is back. Your Highness, everything is ready. PLZ follow me. After speaking, Momoshage led the way. At this time, outside the palace, in the huge square, gathered tens of thousands of people. In the middle is a group of ordinary people covered in scars. They were told to come here, don't know what to do. But not worried, because the people here are ordinary people. They knew the kingdom had changed the day Momoshage took over the kingdom. Originally in the mood of worry and fear. But as all the nobles were executed the next day, the army treated ordinary people kindly, and there were various preferential treatment. All of these things made people know that the army that captured their own country was different from those nobles. Those aristocrats are amiable on the surface, but their true faces make people feel chilling. And these people are really treating them kindly from the bottom of their hearts. In contrast, they had long forgotten the previous kings and nobles, and instead longed to be ruled by this group of people. At least their lives will be better than before. Even in the past few days, they have felt the feeling called happiness for a long time. Therefore, even if they gather here without knowing the reason, they don't worry that the soldiers will hurt themselves. Just wondering what happened. Is there going to be a new king on the throne? Someone whispered. After all, the king's seat has remained unoccupied since the Momoshage conquest. The civilians were also puzzled. There was no response. Heard the words. Others nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Very likely, after all, how can a country not have a king? Maybe a new king is about to appear. Then you have to kneel down for a while. After all, these people are much better than those hateful guys before. Yeah, especially my son. I thought he was missing, but he was taken away by the Kraber family as a slave. Their manor is not far from my home, but I never knew about it. At the beginning, Baron Kraber said he would send someone to help me find my son, and I was very moved, but now I feel that I was an idiot. If I had known earlier, my son would not have died. Me too. If General Momoshage hadn't let us visit those noble manors with our own eyes, I couldn't believe that those damn guys would be nobles of this country. It would be best if General Momoshage is king. General Momoshage loves his people like a son and will treat us well. Yeah. The civilians kept discussing, and at the same time. Secretly, a figure was mixed in the crowd, looking around with shock in the depths of his eyes, and his heart shook. I didn't expect that the kingdom of Gudal was captured by other forces unknowingly, and after listening to the discussion of these guys, it was still taken by the political shop within a day. Even though the kingdom of Gudal is far less powerful than the imperial capital, it is not so weak, right? And there is no news about it. Advertisement. If I hadn't come here this time to help the leader absorb believers, I'm afraid I really don't know what happened here. This is a big event. We must find an opportunity to go back and tell the leader what happened here. He is a peace Taoist, from imperial capital, at this time. Suddenly, there were clear footsteps. Everyone looked up. It was the balcony on the third floor of the palace. A figure came out. It's Momoshage. His eyes swept over all the civilians below. Momoshage looked calm and dignified. Without any words, just that pair of calm eyes made tens of thousands of people gradually quiet down. Seeing this, Momoshage nodded slightly and spoke slowly. Everyone, you should all know me. I am Momoshage. Not long ago, I led the army to capture this country. Because we know that there are a lot of suffering people here. The people here need to be liberated. There's a lot of boors out there. Whether it's those nobles or the original king of this country. Bring this up. In the eyes of all civilians, there's a look of hatred. Yes. Moth. Those guys are all damn moths. Everyone agrees immensely. At the same time, the gaze towards Momoshage was full of gratitude. But none of them spoke, but continued to listen. Fortunately, we succeeded, killing all the moths and liberating all of you. However, there are many suffering people in this world. Apart from the kingdom of Gudal, there are also a lot of moths in other countries, and many people will need to be liberated. Yes. That's right. After hearing Momoshage's words, the believers from Anning Road nodded in agreement. Thinking of those dirty and ugly guys in the imperial capital, they couldn't help showing disgust. Those guys, damn it, in this world, all nobles deserve to die. He thought so in his heart. Momoshage's words continued. And there are so many people who need to be liberated. Why did we choose the kingdom of Gudal first? Why? People wonder. Momoshage raised her voice and said calmly, because our God has felt your pain, so we have come. The voice fell. Pause time. Tens of thousands of people in the entire square stared wide-eyed, showing a blank look. But before they could have more ideas, Momoshage continued. And now, God will shower blessings on you. This is your moment of honor. Because of you, you can admire the greatness of God. Hear this. People looked up one after another, showing astonished expressions. God. For the first time, someone believed it. This is for those who are willing to believe that there are gods in the world. But more, it is unsuspecting. How can there be a God in this world? Perhaps once they would have believed it. But when countless prayers were unanswered, I stopped believing. Even the believers from Anning Road are the same. On Ning Road is a religious organization, but as a believer in a Ning Dao, he would rather believe in the leader than those so-called gods. Because we all know the lies, and the leader is true. The hierarch will heal them when they are wounded. It will also soothe their numb hearts, but at this moment, a brilliant ray of holy light slowly scattered. Immediately afterwards, countless people looked up at the sky above their heads. Under the original blue sky, at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. Advertisement. It's like a scorching sun, it's extremely dazzling, and the light it emits is extremely soft, making people subconsciously feel comfortable. Immediately afterwards, many people stared wide-eyed. Lu Kui looked shocked. He even rubbed his eyes, as if hallucinating, showing an expression of disbelief. Gulu. Then, what is that? God? God? In this world, is there really a God? Yes, there must be, otherwise what is it? It is definitely a great God. God, really is God, must be God, just like General Momoshage said, it is the great God who heard our inner prayer and sent believers to rescue us. They were staring at the sky. That dazzling golden light. Under the watchful eyes of the people, a change has taken place. Show off the white wings, and a holy, noble figure with an incomparably noble temperament. Angel. In many worlds, angels symbolize gods. Even this world is no exception. When the angel completely appeared in everyone's eyes, almost 90% of the tens of thousands of people thought it was a god, and they knelt down excitedly, kowtowing and praying to the gods. This angel, of course, is Bai Ye. Feel the devout eyes below. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth rose. Just showing his figure, he felt the convergence of many beliefs. Sure enough, choosing angel fruit back then was indeed a correct choice. If it weren't for the angel fruit, how could it be so easy to absorb it with faith? 487. The next step is the miracle. Bai Ye murmured in his heart. No words. Just a thought. The pure white wings fluttered slowly, and suddenly, the golden light spots. It turned into rain. Everyone subconsciously stretched out their hands to catch these golden raindrops. But when it comes in contact with raindrops, it melts directly into the body. The feeling of warmth spread out in the body at once. It's like soaking in a hot spring. There are expressions of comfort on people's faces. Many more are excited. Like the wounded. When the raindrops condensed by the holy light fell, they were pleasantly surprised to find that their seriously injured bodies were healed in the blink of an eye. My leg is healed. Woo woo woo. I thought I would spend my whole life disabled in my next life, but I didn't expect it to be really healed now. God, thank God. Me too, my injuries are all healed, because it's healed. Great Spirit, thank you. 21. This is God's blessing. Great God, I am grateful for your gift, and I am willing to dedicate everything to become your believer. In that voice of prayer, thousands of people directly became believers of Bai Ye. Countless powers of faith poured into Bai Ye's body. Feeling the power of these beliefs, Bai Ye's eyes flickered. Next, maybe we have to prepare to establish a sect. Existence of sects. In order to better unite believers. And efficiently govern believers. I was not in a hurry before. It is because there is no need. But now, the number of believers has increased, and the establishment of sects has to be put on the agenda. Fortunately, in this regard, with the ability of the world government, it can be easily handled. Just go back and say it. Think here. Bai Ye didn't waste any more time, flapped his wings, and slowly flew high into the sky, disappearing from people's sight. Bai Ye's trip is only to show miracles, leave the rest to Bai Ye. Judging from the situation at the scene, the miracle this time was very successful, just like the previous one. With Bai Ye's departure, just like the disappearance of hope, many people who became believers felt melancholy all of a sudden. That was the sudden feeling after the god of faith left. Fortunately, the next moment, Momosagi's voice sounded. God has come to shower blessings on you. Believing in God is the best reward for God. Before that, I thought you were all curious why the fields were always empty after we conquered this country. Momosagi pointed to the sky and said in a deep voice, that's because this country doesn't need a king, it's enough to have a great god. 66. Dimensional Square, Shangri-La. Yes, this country is blessed by gods. What more king? Momosagi's words made everyone suddenly realize. The previous kings would just keep exploiting them. But the gods will save them because they sprinkle the blessings of the gods. How great is this? In this country, as long as the gods are enough. They are believers of the gods, and the gods will definitely not harm the believers. Thinking of this, people raised their heads one after another, looking at the direction where the angel disappeared. This country doesn't need a king. Yes, it is enough to have great gods. As long as we have a devout faith, the gods will surely make our lives happy. Even the believers of Anning Dao are kneeling on the ground at this moment, praying devoutly. Such a scene. Bai Ye naturally also felt it with observation hockey, and he couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face. I didn't expect Dao Fang to handle this kind of thing well. We can consider giving her more similar tasks in the future. Talking. I am came and asked, how? Very nice. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. A wave of faith has been absorbed, although there are not many, but as long as there are these believers, the faith will continue to flow. That's good. I am nods. In this way, we can also start to act in our world. After all, the zombies are basically under control, and we can start to replace what the original slaves did. Not bad. Bai Ye instructed. However, we still have to wait for the mass production of the anti-zombie virus medicine. If there is not enough immune medicine, if an accident occurs, even if it can be remedied, it will cause huge losses. This kind of unnecessary loss can be prevented if it can be prevented. Finished. I am nods. In this regard, she just discussed with Bai Ye. The rest will naturally be handled by 5 elders. At this time, Momosagi is back too, spreading his hands to Bai Ye. Your Highness, the matter has been resolved, then I will continue to work on it. Bai Ye nodded and smiled. Go. Then, Momosagi left. Here comes Stussy. Report to Bai Yehui. Your Highness, the cruise ship has arrived at the nearest island. Do you want to go shopping? The cruise ship also sails on North Blue, but North Blue currently has no one Bai Ye is interested in. At most, it is to go to some kingdoms to enjoy through the identity. Advertisement, but those Bai Ye were not interested, so after thinking for a while, he shook his head and ordered. Forget it, I won't go. Continue to set off after replenishing supplies, and prepare to go to East Blue. Yes, Your Highness. Stussy took the lead and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the three of them turned their heads to look towards the entrance of the palace at the same time. A figure came slowly. His eyes fell directly on Bai Ye's body. He looked at him unabashedly, and then he grinned. Sure enough, here, I said, how can there be so-called gods in this world, but they are just pretending to be gods and ghosts of some Tegu envoys. Between words, his greedy eyes swept over Stussy and I am again, licked his lips, and his smile became more excited. I didn't expect there to be two pretty beauties here, ha ha ha, it looks like I'm lucky today. Heard the words. Bai Ye looked calm, but the faces of I am and Stussy turned cold in an instant. Act recklessly. Stussy said coldly, this is what she hates about Otherworld. Because there are always people who don't know His Highness's noble status, come to His Highness to die. It's really arrogant. I like the expression on your face now. I hope you will still be like this after I catch you later. The corner of Sheila's mouth raised, and she looked at Bai Ye again. And you, Taigu in angel form, I've never heard of it, no matter where you got it from, but it's not important anymore, hand over Taigu, I can spare you. His tone was confident and unquestionable. But he does have the confidence. After all, his status is extraordinary. He is the son of the minister of the imperial capital. Even at a young age, he is still traveling. Vice Admiral learns from the strengths and weaknesses of martial arts from various countries and cultivates martial arts with extraordinary strength. He was also appraised by the Bud Admiral Army of the imperial capital as a young but accomplished master. Sheila herself also likes to collect Taigu very much. When traveling, she recruited famous criminals and experts from all over the world. At the same time, she collected Taigu scattered outside the empire. She led the establishment of the secret police force, Wild Hound. The imperial capital brutally and unscrupulously killed ordinary citizens. Bai Ye naturally recognized the other party's identity. But I wasn't surprised at all, I just found it a little funny. Walk around me and not die. Right, Sheila nodded. What I say always counts. Yeah, Bai Ye sneered, shook his head, and said slowly under Sheila's suspicious gaze. How about this, you hand over the Taigu in your hand, and kneel down to beg for mercy, I can spare you from dying, how about it? You are courting death. For Sheila, such words were undoubtedly provocative, and she immediately became angry, her face became ferocious, and her muscles tensed. I wanted to spare you from death, but since you are looking for death, then I will grant you. Kill you, Taigu is mine as well. Angel Taigu. Never heard of or seen. Just get it. With this piece of Taigu, it is absolutely possible to absorb believers and stabilize the rule just like these guys did just now. It might even be possible to completely control the imperial capital. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sheila couldn't help but see a fiery look in her eyes. She took a step forward, and her terrifying strength exploded. With killing intent, she rushed to Bai Ye in an instant, and punched. I will blow Bai Ye's head off. However, he didn't know that his movements, in the eyes of the three of them, were extremely slow, even childish. Bai Ye watched with a calm expression. There was no movement at all. But the moment Sheila approached, Stussy appeared in front of Bai Ye out of thin air, facing Sheila, and easily caught Sheila's punch. In Stussy's view, the terrifying power that erupted without mercy was extremely weak. How can it be? Sheila's expression was shocked, revealing an expression of disbelief. Weak and ignorant, Stussy said in disgust. I really don't know who gave you the courage. As soon as the words fell, the killing intent of Japanese stocks broke out. Stussy burst into a burst of strength. There was a tear. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Sheila's right arm was forcibly torn off. Blood splashed on the ground impressively. A look of pain appeared on Sheila's face, and she backed away again and again. My arm. Damn you. Scarlet eyes stared at Stussy, and Sheila was completely enraged. In the face of death, you dare to be so arrogant, you really don't know how to live or die. Stussy sneered, stepped out and struck quickly. Sheila's face changed slightly, and then she took out an object from her bosom with her left arm. Do you think you're going to kill me? Wishful thinking, Li Liao Zhao, I remember you. Damn woman, when we meet next time, I will catch you and play with you hard. After speaking, he will directly activate the object in his hand. However, at this moment, there was a sizzle, accompanied by a flash of blue thunder. Sheila's face was dull. He watched an arm fly past his eyes and fell to the ground. That's my own arm. A long spear formed by thunder came from a distance and cut off his arm. Pain swept through his body. Sheila screamed again in pain. Thunder flashes. Bai Ye came to the side of the broken arm, picked up the object, and said calmly. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La, is this your confidence? You, how do you know? Sheila's complexion changed suddenly, and she gritted her teeth and roared. Bai Ye shook his head, not thinking of answering, but just looked at the dimensional square Shangri-La, and waved his hand casually. Kill it. Heard the words. Stussy nodded. A look of fear suddenly appeared on Sheila's face. 67. Conquer the choice, come to the imperial capital. You can't kill me. Minister Hornus is my father. Sheila growled, terrified, because he really felt the killing intent coming from Stussy. It's a pity that these words may be threatening to others, but they can't even make Bai Ye look away. Stussy walked indifferently, his thoughts moved slightly, and his thoughts exploded. Sheila's head was quickly squeezed and she died on the spot. And Bai Ye is still looking at the taigu in his hand, his eyes flickering. For Sheila, at the first glance, Bai Ye already recognized the other party. Considering that the other party has been traveling and has a taiju such as Shangri-La, it is not too surprising to appear in the kingdom of Gudal. But this taigu came at the right time. After all, Shangri-La is a spatial taigu. There is no increase in combat power itself. But it has the ability to mark places, and then send Tegashi to the marked places. It can be said that this is a very functional piece of equipment. It's just that for Bai Ye, this taigu is somewhat useless. After all, Bai Ye itself has the ability to teleport, and Shangri-La overlaps with his ability. But getting this taigu made Bai Ye confirm one thing. That is the origin of this world, and there are actually two ways to obtain it. You have obtained enough taigu. Close black lens bracket. Due to the uniqueness of this world, you will open a new way to obtain the source. Close black lens bracket. 1. Taigu. Close black lens bracket. 2. Characters. Close black lens bracket. Please make a selection. Close black lens bracket. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Close black lens bracket. That's right. This is the prompt sound in Bai Ye's ear after he got this Shangri-La. Surprised Bai Ye, because there are many original characters and original items in this world, is there this selective way to obtain the original? Bai Ye murmured, immediately shaking his head, he chose the second one without hesitation, which is the character. Why? Naturally, it is relatively simple to obtain because of the origin of the characters. Although Taigu knew a lot himself, and clearly knew where the location was. But more, is still unknown. The first emperor of the world's imperial capital ordered 48 Taigu to be built, but Bai Ye only knew about half of them, most of the rest are unknown. Relying on Taigu to obtain the origin, the ghost knows when to wait. By contrast, the characters are relatively simple. Attack everyone at night. Main character. Accedes. Minister. Little Emperor. As long as these are resolved, it is basically equivalent to obtaining all the original sources. After making a choice, Bai Ye looked at Stussy and IM and asked. This is a piece of taigu, the ability is very good, do you need it? Taigu. IM puzzled. Bai Ye explained. Then IM knew the role of taigu and asked. Since you can't say it, you think you are very capable. Well, the space-type taigu can mark the location and send the user to the marked location. There was a look of excitement in Stussy's eyes. But he didn't speak. But waiting for IM's choice. IM pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Because the combat power has not improved, I don't need it. 2. After stepping down from the throne, IM pursued strength. Besides, as the strongest player in the world government, Bai Ye's whole card, even if IM needs taigu, is similar to Acedus's ability to directly enhance combat power. Then I will give it to you. Bai Ye said, handing over Shangri-La to Stussy. Stussy took it immediately, his face covered with joy. Thank you, Your Highness. Let's try it first. Bai Ye gave up and ordered. The former guy, as the owner of this taigu, wanted to use this taigu to mark a lot of places, to see if those marked hells still exist, and whether they can pass. Can you bring someone along to teleport? Yes. Stussy nodded, and immediately tried it with taigu. The use of taigu is not difficult. In just a short while, Stussy almost figured out all the functions of this taigu, and immediately his eyes lit up, and he said happily. Your Highness, the place marked by taigu still exists, and it can also be used to teleport people, but it will consume a lot of energy to teleport people. I guess no one in this world has such physical strength. It's normal. Advertisement. After all, people in this world are physically good. But compared to One Piece world, it is still much worse. Bai Ye asked with a little interest. The marked place, do you know where it is? Stussy felt it, and pointed in a direction. It should be in this direction. Bai Ye looked over, eyes flicker. That is the direction of the imperial capital. Suddenly, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth turned upward. Could it be in the imperial capital? In this way, it's interesting. Stussy noticed Bai Ye's expression and asked. Your Highness, do you need me to take you to teleport? Not in a hurry. Bai Ye gave up, stroked his chin and began to think. Although this is the kingdom next door to the imperial capital. But it is far away from the imperial capital. Therefore, Bai Ye had no idea of going to the imperial capital before. But now, with Shangri-La, he can choose to go to the imperial capital. Only in this way, the planning for this world needs to be reconsidered. What do you think? Bai Ye expressed his thoughts, and then asked IM. IM didn't answer, but asked. Do you want to directly eliminate some key figures in the imperial capital? Well, there is this consideration. Bai Ye nodded. If he could go directly to the imperial capital, then he could bring some powerful people there, and he could completely give the ministers, generals and even the small kings of the imperial capital to 10 pots. With the high-end combat power under his hands, there is no doubt that it can be done. But IM shook his head and asked. You told me about part of the situation in this world before. In this world, the strongest empire is only that one, right? Good. It seems that everything in the imperial capital is controlled by the little king, but in fact, the real controller is Minister Ernest that the guy who wanted to die just said. Yes. Bai Ye nodded, and in order to let I am know more about the information of this world, he introduced with his arms crossed. This Minister Hornus is average in strength, but he has a good brain, means and ability. As the lord of a country, the previous emperor had many successors, and the current little emperor can stand out from many successors, and he also has a lot of abilities. The ministers help. However, the reason why this minister is willing to help the little emperor is to control him as a puppet. It now appears that Minister Ernest's plan is very successful, at least the little emperor is very dependent on the minister. After listening to Bai Ye's words, I am nodded and said directly. In that case, why kill these guys? She said calmly. Use your ability to turn the little emperor into your disciple. Bai Ye blinked, and was suddenly taken aback. Continued. In this world, there are many countries and a huge map. Even if we conquer this world, we will not be able to spare so many people to manage it. In this case, why not directly control some people and let them continue to manage for us? Some of the guys in the imperial capital are pretty good, aren't they? As the lord of the empire, the little emperor can control even the ministers, and it would be easy for us to control him. You only need to clean up a group of nobles who are likely to affect your future beliefs, and this empire can be preserved, making it a member of our world government in other worlds. As for this Ernest, since he has the ability, he can keep it. If you have the ability, it means you have value. AHBJ, if you have no value, then just replace it with someone who is capable. Heard the words. After thinking for a moment, Bai Ye nodded slightly. I have to say that IM's plan is good. After all, the world map is really big. It is much bigger than world number 1. It may be because of the higher level of combat power in this world. Such a huge world. It is simply impossible to be the same as the first world, where everything is led and controlled by people sent by the world government. After all, as the world becomes more and more in the future, world government certainly doesn't have so many people coming. Although the Divine Guard can be transferred in the future, but in such a big world, there are too few people and it is useless. There are too many, and the Divine Guard cannot be dispatched. That being the case, it is better to let the superiors of this world continue to control the world. Just clean up part of it, and let the rest choose to surrender. At that time, maybe it is enough to send 1 or 2 loyalists to watch. Wait until the development of world number 1 is almost the same, and then we can spare manpower to develop this world. Once the development is completed, the whole world will be completely under the control of the world government, so there is no need to worry. In this way, another advantage is that in the future, the world government will have familiar means to deal with one new world after another, like an assembly line, slowly eating away these worlds. To put it more simply, that is to control the big aspects first. Then go deeper from the big aspect and take full control. This is a very appropriate plan given the current shortage of manpower in the world government. So Bai Ye only agreed after thinking for a moment. After giving instructions to Stussy, Bai Ye and IM waited in the palace. After a while, Stussy returns. A group of people followed behind. There are CP members. There are also zeros. Advertisement. Your Highness, everyone has arrived. Stussy reported. Well, let's start then. Bai Ye nodded and gave orders. Stussy immediately urged Tegu. The transfer begins. Everyone was shrouded in light. Soon, after the light disappears, the surrounding environment has changed. It's in a dark basement. There are many cages. In those cages, some numb people are imprisoned. Many of them have become corpses, covered in scars, apparently tortured to death. Seeing this, Bai Ye frowned suddenly. Not waiting to speak. Footsteps sounded, accompanied by doubtful questions. Who are you? Where is Lord Sheila? Look up. It's a figure wearing a clown mask. Bai Ye recognized it. Champ, one of Sheila's wild hounds, a pervert clown who loves children, calls them angels and kills them all because he doesn't want them to grow into dirty adults. Also, Taigu envoy. Taigu is quick throw mess, the Taigu of 6 balls. Each of the 6 balls has different attributes and needs to be thrown to activate, and will fly back after being thrown. The 6 balls are Storm Jade, Explosion Jade, Flame Jade, Ice Jade, Thunder Jade, and Corrosion Jade. When Bai Ye looked at him, Champ is also looking at Bai Ye and others. After noticing the Shangri-La in Stussy's hand, Champ's face under the mask changed slightly, and he immediately smiled sinisterly. So that's the case, has Master Sheila been killed by you? Quote. Ho ho ho, but you guys are really bold. It's enough to kill Lord Sheila, but you dare to use Lord Sheila's Taigu to come back here. If I kill all of you, will it be regarded as revenge for Sir Sheila? At that time, the minister should be very happy, right? Talking. A round ball appeared in Champ's hand at some unknown time. Just about to make a move. Swish. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Like a ghost. Varied. Champ's face changed suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yi grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Just as he was about to throw the ball in his hand, Ling made a fist with his left hand and smashed his arm. Your Highness. Zero turned to look at Bai Ye, waiting for Bai Ye's order. See here. Bai Ye frowned and waved his hand in disgust. Speed kills. Yes. 17. Zero leads. Then there was a click. Champ's neck was literally broken. Lost life. In the eyes of ordinary people, Champ is considered powerful and invincible. However, in front of Bai Ye and others, they are as weak as ants. Then, Bai Ye looked at the group of numb people locked up in the basement, and waved his hand. The holy flame and the holy light emerged at the same time. Dead bodies were burned. The living are healed. This is. Feel the body that suddenly warms up. A ray of light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the numb people, blankly looking at the recovered body full of scars. And finally, look to where Bai Ye is. The holy breath exudes. Angel form manifests. God, an angel. Is it a god? God, you finally came to save me. No words needed. These people showed moved expressions one after another, knelt down in front of Bai Ye with tears streaming down their faces, and turned into Bai Ye's believers with devotion. 68. Kill in one hit, frightened wild hound. There are not many believers here. They were all ordinary people caught and played by Sheila. Naturally, Bai Ye would not stay too long, but handed them over to Stussy, who asked a CP member to let these people go. On the other hand, he led everyone out of the basement and went outside. This should be a base established by Sheila for her Wild Hounds organization, in the imperial capital. Looks like a huge estate. And when Bai Ye came out, he is juggling 6 balls in his hand. This is Champ's Taigu. 6 balls, 6 elements. Seems powerful, but there is also a gap between Taigu. Not to say that all Taigu are awesome. At least the potential of the Taigu in Bai Ye's hands is clearly visible. It is very ordinary, and it is not as powerful as imagined for the enhancement of strength. Not as convenient as some Taigu. So after playing with it for a while, Bai Ye threw it to one of his subordinates, shaking his head. Taigu is good and bad. In the future, some powerful Taigu can be kept for rewards. As for these weak Taigu, they will be handed over to the scientific research team when they go back, and let the scientific research team dismantle them for research. If it is mass-produced by the research office, it can also be used as a new type of weapon to equip troops. Stussy remembered Bai Ye's words in his mind and nodded. Yes, I'll tell Dr. Vegapunk when I get back. As he said that, Stussy laughed a little bit. Dr. Vegapunk may have gotten inspiration from zombies recently, and wants to build a few artificial human clones of himself, focusing on his own emotions and desires. Oh, hearing this, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows, but he was not too surprised. In the original book, Vegapunk has also made several androids. Many of them are women. However, Vegapunk in the original work expected that the world government would eventually kill him, so he stayed behind just in case. Naturally, there is no such worry now, as one world after another opens. Researchers like Vegapunk can be said to be particularly important. Not to mention Baby. How could he be willing to kill? As long as the conquest of the world government has not stopped. Vegapunk will always be very important. Even if the conquest stops, Bai Ye will not make a move on Vegapunk because of years of hard work by the world government. What's more, with his intellect, coupled with the ability of brain fruit, after absorbing the knowledge of several worlds, even if he studies it himself, he may be able to develop powerful black technology. Nowadays, researching artificial human clones is probably also to help oneself research technology. Regarding this, Bai Ye was only surprised for a moment and didn't pay attention. Instead, he raised his eyes and looked forward. In the huge manor. It is extremely luxurious and luxurious, although it is far inferior to Bai Ye's castle, it is still extraordinary. In bright sunlight, however, several dark beings came quickly and stopped in front of Bai Ye and the others, their eyes emitting a dangerous light. 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men are Yi Zhang and Yan Xin. Among them, Yi Zhang is powerful and is second to none among the wild hounds. He is a swordsman who likes to sacrifice blood to his own knife. Yan Xin is the Taigu envoy, who masters Taigu, Moonlight Dance, a scimitar-shaped Taigu, which can emit a vacuum blade. Its characteristic is that its performance will change according to the age of the moon, and it can be at its strongest when the moon is full. As for the 2 girls, they are delicate and cute, wearing maid clothes, they are Datya and Cosmia. They are all Taigu envoys. On the surface, they look like beautiful girls, but in fact, one likes to play with men, and the other is an alchemist whose body has undergone countless transformations. And both of them are Emperor Gu envoys. The moment I saw Bai Ye and others wearing glasses and wearing black silk, Cosmia couldn't help but lick her lips, staring fixedly at Bai Ye's handsome face, showing greed. What a sinking face. But being able to appear here, it seems that La died in your hands. I have to say, you guys are really bold, handsome boy, beg me for mercy, I can ask that minister to let you go, how about that? Apparently, she had her eye on Bai Ye. But the voice just fell. Swish. A slash struck suddenly. There was a snort. Unable to even dodge, Cosmia's whole body was split from the middle, divided into 2, and turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Advertisement. Such a sudden scene instantly made the scalps of the other 3 tingle, and they subconsciously took 2 steps back to distance themselves. Cosmia's strength is not strong, but it is definitely not weak. At least as a Taigu envoy. Absolutely extraordinary. But it was such an existence that was killed in an instant. And they can't even see when the enemy is attacking. Kneel down. Stussy stepped forward and spoke indifferently. Under the eruption of a terrifying aura, it was just a breath. The faces of the remaining 3 people turned pale, and if they felt a mountain pressing down on their bodies, they were dripping with cold sweat. Bang! Unable to bear the terrifying momentum from the strong man at all, they knelt down in front of Bai Ye one after another. Who are you? Yizang gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, his eyes full of horror. Such a terrifying strength. Just relying on his breath, he made himself unable to move. What kind of power is this? I'm afraid it's the strongest general in the empire, and he's not an opponent, right? Shunan couldn't help thinking in his heart. And the most important thing is that he has never heard of such a strong man. Yan Xin on the side kept swallowing her saliva, only fear remained in her eyes. Bai Ye didn't answer, just waved his hand. Zero figure disappeared. As if in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Bai Ye again, holding a microphone in his hand and handing it to Bai Ye. Bai Ye took it and looked it over carefully. But Yizang and the three of them stared wide-eyed, beyond shock. They naturally recognized that it was Cosmia's Taigu. But what shocked them was Shuan's terrifying speed. They can't even see the afterimage. In other words, if this person wants to kill them, I'm afraid they may be dead without even responding. Think here. Even the alchemist Datya, who has undergone countless transformations, has an emotion called fear. Such an enemy. There is no hope of victory at all. Bai Ye didn't care about the thoughts in these people's hearts, but just looked at the Taigu in his hand. Compared with what I got from Champ before, this one is not bad. The earth trembled. Microphone-type Taigu. The sound it emits can be turned into supersonic waves, which can smash the bones of the enemy. Unfortunately, it is still useless to Bai Ye. So after thinking about it, Bai Ye threw it to his subordinates, and then looked at the three of them. Feel Bai Ye's gaze. The three quickly lowered their heads, not daring to face the wind. No matter how blind they were, they could tell that Bai Ye was the leader of this group of people. Both a woman and a man have the strength to instantly kill them. But these two powerful men with terrifying strength are both Bai Ye's subordinates. They already knew the horror of Bai Ye's identity and status. It is also clear that Cosmia died tragically because of what she should not have said, so of course she dare not show the slightest disrespect. As for the three people who were interested, Bai Ye casually let go, looked at Stussy and asked. After all, it's the first time to come to the imperial capital. There are some things that need to be investigated. I'll leave it to you. Is there any problem? No problem. Please rest assured, Your Highness, you will get the information Your Highness wants soon. Stussy respectfully accepted the order. Immediately waved. A group of CP members behind immediately moved the sofa and coffee table and placed it behind Bai Ye. After Bai Ye and IM sat down, they started making tea again. If it wasn't for a split corpse and blood all over the ground, those who didn't know would think they were on vacation. Call. Picking up the teacup, Bai Ye took a sip. Stussy came before the three of them. Head up. A cold voice sounded. Advertisement. The three Yizang raised their heads immediately without any hesitation. Now, I ask, you answer, otherwise, die. Understand? Between words, Stussy dissipated his momentum. While the three breathed a sigh of relief, they also nodded quickly. Yan Xin swallowed her saliva and said in horror. This, my lord, don't worry, you will answer all your questions. Although he used to be respectful to Sheila, it was because of Sheila's strong background and strength, but that didn't mean he was willing to die for Sheila. 0. Seeking flowers. Heard the words. Stussy nodded in satisfaction. But he hasn't spoken yet. Then I heard Yi Zhang couldn't help asking. My lord, you will answer all your questions, but I would like to ask one thing. Stussy frowned. Said hotly with hidden eyes. I don't know if I can join my subordinates and work for that highness. Oh, Stussy didn't expect Yizang to talk about this, so he couldn't help but look at the man with great interest, and then sneered. Want to join? Yes, but you are not qualified now. I don't know how to qualify. Yizang asked, although fear. But the strength that Stussy and Zero showed just now also made him feel eager. When you feel that you can contribute to his highness, it means you are qualified. Stussy said casually. Then he waved his hand and asked directly. Okay, I don't want to talk nonsense, tell me now, where is this imperial capital? And all the information about the imperial capital. Yes. In order to prevent himself from being killed by hiding, Datya took the lead and told the truth everything he knew. Soon, Stussy got a satisfactory answer, and truthfully came to Bai Ye's side, and said respectfully. Your Highness, I have made it clear that this is the outskirts of the imperial capital. At present, everything in the imperial capital is controlled by the minister just like the information we got before. At the same time, there is also a general named Bude sitting in the imperial capital. Another named Asides fought against alien races in the north, but it was said to be a battle, and it was more for those alien races to provide fun for themselves. When they feel bored, maybe when will the war end and return to the imperial capital? Besides, there is also a killer organization called Night Raid in the imperial capital. This organization has killed many nobles in the imperial capital recently, causing some people to panic. There are rumors that this organization is probably a secret operation force formed by the Revolutionary Army. As for the Revolutionary Army, it is an organization that intends to overthrow the corrupt rule of the empire. Bai Ye let it go, for these letters that he already knew. Not interested, but asked. Do you know the position of the minister? No. Stussy nodded respectfully. According to the intelligence of these three guys, ministers are generally not in their mansions, but in the palace. And today, I should meet with the other courtiers in the palace with the little emperor to discuss the matter against Night Raid. As that's so. Bai Ye nodded slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he looked at Yizang and the other three. The CP organization is short of some suitable manpower recently, so let's keep those 3 people. Sudden mention of this made Stussy surprised, but Stussy still nodded respectfully. Bai Ye suddenly laughed. Be more careful, that girl's ability is still useful. Stussy frowned and looked at Datya, a little puzzled. Bai Ye said flatly, strictly speaking, an alchemist can also be regarded as a scientist. If you see it, naturally you can't waste it. Yes, I understand. Stussy came to a sudden. Bai Ye stopped talking nonsense, got up and looked at IM and asked. Since the minister is in the palace, let's go and see, what do you think? M nodded. I heard that the little emperor of this kingdom holds the most powerful taigu in the world. To be honest, I want to see it. The strongest is the strongest, but it also depends on the user. How much power can a young little emperor exert? What's more, how can even the strongest tegu, who has fully exerted his full ability, pose a threat to you? Taigu is strong, but Im's full strength broke out. No matter how strong Taigu is in this world, it will be destroyed directly. Bai Ye has no doubts about this. But when you say that, I'm looking forward to it. If you want to take advantage of the trend to control the high level of this country, if you think about it, you will inevitably be deterred by strength. If you have the opportunity, it is not impossible to see this so-called strongest Taigu. 69. Datya's guess, the palace. One order. Bai Ye asked Yizang to lead the way and headed for the palace. On the way, Yizang and Yangsan walked in the front, and occasionally turned their heads to look behind them, and showed a flattering smile in the direction of Bai Ye, with a little flattery. After turning around, they couldn't help discussing in a low voice. Yan Xin couldn't help asking. Yizang, which country do you think these people come from? Are you an idiot? Yizang immediately lost his temper. What country do you think can have such a powerful existence? What do you mean? Don't these people come from other countries? Then they can't be those barbarians from the north. Yan Xin said dissatisfied. Hearing this, Yizang didn't speak, and Datya beside him couldn't help but sneered. If you say you are an idiot, you are really an idiot. What kind of soil can cultivate what kind of people? A place like the north may be able to produce a strong man, but 637 will definitely not give birth to such a terrifying strong man. Not to mention other people, the strength shown by that lady and gentleman just now is not weaker than General Acids, or even stronger. And in today's world, the strongest is the empire. Since this group of people is not from the empire, it is only possible that they come from a hidden force stronger than the empire. Stronger than the empire? Are you kidding me? Yan Xin said in astonishment. You said yourself that the empire is the strongest kingdom now, how can there be a country stronger than the empire? Shut up, I haven't finished my sentence yet. Datya glared at Yan Xin and said in a low voice. Actually, I have some guesses. I don't know if you have noticed before. When Cosmia died, Taigu was glanced at by the Highness and then casually threw it to his subordinates. And I also observed a person holding Champ's Taigu in his hand. You all know how powerful Tegu is. But in the eyes of that Highness, seeing Tegu didn't show too much surprise. Strictly speaking, it seemed more interested, but not very interested. Yizang frowned. What do you want to say? Dortia's eyes flickered. I think that His Highness and the people around that Highness don't look like people from this world. As soon as this word came out, both Yizang and Yan Xin stared with shock. Immediately afterwards, Yan Xin couldn't help but speak. Are you kidding? Or are you crazy? How could you not be from this world? Shut up, Datya said in a low voice. Although it's unbelievable, this possibility is very high. After all, we have never heard of that Highness. It would be fine if only one strong man appeared suddenly, but 2 or more suddenly appeared. This incident itself represents abnormality. You know, as Tegu envoys, they understand the world better than ordinary people. At least among the strong human beings, only Acids and Bud in the imperial capital are considered the strongest. Advertisement. Out of the imperial capital, there is no such thing as a strong man. At least not in the whole world. Maybe the world is big. But except for the northern barbarians, the imperial capital and some surrounding kingdoms, the others are all territories of dangerous species. It is not an environment for human beings to live at all. Therefore, any force is basically the same. And one is completely unknown. And the strength is also extremely terrifying. Out of nowhere. Impossible. Such a powerful existence will always leave traces. Since there is not even a trace of it, that can only mean that it is from another world. Coupled with the previous observation of Bai Ye's sizing of Taigu, Datya came to this conclusion. Compared to Yan Xin's disbelief, Yizang nodded seriously and said excitedly. I think what you said is quite right. Maybe all of this is true. If it is true, then it makes sense for them to be so powerful. Because it is a powerful world, and the strong are like clouds. Damn it, are you all crazy? This kind of thing doesn't exist at all. There is no such thing as other worlds. Yan Xin still didn't believe it, and couldn't help cursing secretly. To this, Datya and Yizang just glanced at it, then looked away and ignored this guy. Instead, concentrate on leading the way. However, their conversations poured into the ears of Bai Ye and others. After all, with the strength of Bai Ye and the others, how could they not hear it? Looking at Datya's back, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckled. He's a pretty smart guy. Hearing this, I nodded. So, you have a new idea? Bai Ye nodded without hiding anything. Some of the new world's own forces, now it seems, may consider directly taking over, and then integrating into the world government and becoming a part of the world government. In this way, the strength of the world government can be improved faster. Advertisement. I am reminded. Having said that, it may lead to chaos within the world government. Regarding this point, Bai Ye certainly knows that if people from different worlds gather together, if they don't surrender from the heart, they will definitely make some fools. But Bai Ye just said with a sneer. If you are obedient, you should be rewarded, and if you are disobedient, just kill them. There is always someone who knows what to do. Besides, just becoming a part of the world government does not give them the right to high status. It's a good plan. Nodded in agreement. Go all the way. Soon, under the leadership of the three of them, they came outside the palace. A high wall blocked the way. Datya came to Bai Ye, lowered his head with fiery eyes and said, Your Highness, this is outside the royal palace, but with our status, we cannot enter it, do you see? She is not interested in Bai Ye's body. After all, there is an example of Cosmia, a lesson learned from the past. She doesn't want to die yet. The reason for this is because she believes from the bottom of her heart that Bai Ye and others are from another world. And since it's from another world, then there is the unknown. All kinds of unknowns. All these make Datya eager to become a member of Bai Ye's 4.9, to understand the unknown. This enthusiasm also stems from wanting to work for Bai Ye. Heard the words. Bai Ye frowned slightly, and looked up at the high wall in front of him. Can't get in. That's not okay. It's already here, wouldn't it be a pity not to go in and have a look? Whispering, Bai Ye waved to Ling. Nodding his head to accept the order, he understood His Highness's meaning without further words, and immediately looked at the huge palace in front of him, his whole body tensed up, and a terrifying aura burst out impressively. In the eyes of Yizeng and others, Ling at this moment is like a terrifying wild beast, exuding the ultimate dangerous aura. Next moment, their pupils constricted suddenly, as if seeing an unbelievable scene, they opened their mouths wide. 70. Suicide. Ridiculous. I saw Zero clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched the tall city wall in front of him. There was a bang. A terrifying force erupted. The tall city wall was punched open a gap of more than 10 meters. What kind of terrible power is this? The three of Yizeng couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and couldn't help thinking that if this punch hit him, he might be able to blow him up with a punch. The awe of Bai Ye grew deeper. At the same time, because of the movement of this punch, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of soldiers, and they all gathered towards this side. Bai Ye raised his feet and walked towards the city with while giving orders. Speed it up. Yes, Your Highness. Stussy nodded and gave orders to several people behind him. No need to get hands-on with Zero and Stussy. Several CP members are enough. Originally, the three Yizeng wanted to seize this opportunity to show themselves in front of Bai Ye. But without waiting for them to make a move, the CP members shave one after another, bursting out at a terrifying speed, even they can only see an afterimage. Those CP members, like ghosts, shuttled among hundreds of soldiers without stopping, and it was difficult to see their figures clearly. But the heads of these soldiers exploded one by one as if they were hit by bullets. In just a few breaths, the soldiers were all eliminated. Hiss. The three of Yizeng took another deep breath and were shocked. Gulu. Now I'm starting to believe you said that they are people from other worlds. Yan Xin swallowed her saliva and said. In his opinion, not to mention Stussy and Zero, even these CP members, he might not be an opponent. That terrible speed, and strong physical fitness. If you encounter it yourself, you will undoubtedly die. But among this group of people, these CP members are just the bottommost existence. What is this concept? At his level, in the imperial capital, not to mention how powerful he is, but at least he can be reused. After all, he is also a Taigu envoy, but under Bai Ye's hands, he is not even as good as the bottom. This alone shows the huge gap between the two sides. If it didn't come from other worlds, Shin 07 wouldn't believe it now. Hearing this, Yizeng sneered and did not reply, but looked at those people with fiery eyes. Great power. See, like Datya, he has a firm desire to become the subordinate of the other party and serve the other party. I just don't know if there is such a chance. Bai Ye naturally didn't know what these people thought. At this time, Bai Ye has already stepped into the palace. As the controller of the world government, how honorable is Bai Ye's status? Since it is impossible to enter the palace head-on, it can only be entered. It's okay to be sneaky though. Whether it is Bai Ye's own teleportation ability or Stussy's newly acquired Taigu, it can be easily achieved. But Bai Ye's identity, an imperial palace, is it worthy of Bai Ye's status? Naturally it is impossible. The death of hundreds of soldiers filled the area with a strong smell of blood. Outside the palace, this huge movement also attracted many civilians. But these, Bai Ye didn't care. Just look up and look ahead. Perhaps it was also due to the movement of breaking the wall. The main characters of the palace appeared. A young emperor in a yellow robe. A tall, middle-aged man. Behind the two, a group of civil servants and generals followed. When he saw the corpses all over the floor, as well as Bai Ye and others, the minister's eyes showed doubts. He was obviously unfamiliar with Bai Ye and the others, but at the same time he shouted without hesitation. Who are you? How dare you destroy the palace buildings and kill the palace guards? You deserve death. Come and live with them. As he spoke, the minister looked at the little emperor beside him and asked. Your Majesty, what do you think of this? The little emperor had great trust in the minister and nodded. You can deal with it just by looking at it. Hearing this, the minister showed a satisfied look on his face. Immediately afterwards, several figures rushed out from behind, attacking Bai Ye without hesitation. Those are ministers. As the head of the civil servants of this country, and even the person who personally put the little emperor on the throne and controlled him, the minister naturally has his own power under his command. They are the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa. 4 masters who come from the Wangquan temple in the imperial capital. 2 men and 2 women. At this moment, the 3 figures that attacked were all members of the Raksha 4 ghosts. Powerful. Even if Tegu is not used, it still has the ability to fight Tegashi. But just made a move. A cold voice rang in his ears. Arrogance. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 figures who had just rushed towards Bai Ye spurted blood from their mouths, and were suddenly blown away, smashed heavily in the distance, and looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. Advertisement. Zero didn't know when it appeared there. They didn't even feel the scene of Zero shots, and they felt a terrible attack. Just one blow caused them to fall to the ground, making it difficult to get up, groaning in pain, and losing their ability to fight. What? This scene shocked the minister. Subconsciously pulled the little emperor back a step. As the leader of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, he naturally knows the strength of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Even if they are not top-notch in the imperial capital, they are not considered weak. How could they be defeated by others? How can this be? But this fact was right in front of him, which immediately made him feel uneasy. Zero's icy eyes passed by, and he said calmly, when you see His Highness, you should kneel down and salute to show respect. Heard the words. The little emperor suddenly became angry. You want me to kneel? I am the emperor of this country. If you want to kneel, you must kneel to me. The words fell. Stussy and Zero looked at the same time. The cold gaze made the little emperor shudder. There was a cold smile on the corner of Stussy's mouth. He raised his hand slightly, and shook it suddenly. Boom. The little emperor subconsciously looked in the direction of the source of the voice. It was 3 of the Raksha 4 ghosts who had just been blown away. At this moment, their heads exploded one after another, and red and white things splashed everywhere, making the little emperor's face even paler. Even in the heart, there is fear emerging. You are the Taigu envoy. Don't you know that Taigu is made by the empire? Minister, hurry up, kill her, kill them. The little emperor shouted while tugging at the minister's sleeve. Heard the words. The minister looked calm and comforted. Your Majesty, don't worry, although you don't know who these people are, since you have disturbed your Majesty, you will definitely be punished accordingly. After finishing speaking, the minister raised his head, suppressed the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, and said with a mocking smile on his face. You guys should be the revolutionary army, right? Although I don't know where you got the confidence to break into the palace, but since you are here, you must be prepared to die. What's more, using Taigu to deal with me, I really don't know whether to say you have no brains, or are you really brave. Don't you know that what I carry here is Ireston the jewel head? As he spoke, the minister laughed loudly. No matter what Taigu you used to obtain such powerful power, it should be over. The voice fell. The minister directly urged his Taigu. Gem Tiara Ireston. There is a jewel on this Taigu. This is an anti-Taigu. As long as the Taigu envoy enters the range of this gem, he can destroy the Taigu through the ability to destroy this gem. Gems, on the other hand, can regenerate after a week. As minister, he naturally has the means to deal with Tegashi. It's just that Taigu has just been urged. The minister's expression changed instantly. Gem headgear, gemstone on Ireston, not destroyed. This means that there is no Taigu in the range at all. But, how is this possible? Are these people not Tegashi? But if it wasn't Tegashi, how could it be possible to have such a powerful strength? The 4 Rakshasa ghosts can basically be regarded as the ultimate level of human beings other than Tegashi. Only Tegashi has the ability to deal with them so easily. But the facts are in front of us. The people in front of him really didn't seem to be the emperor's mausoleum. Inexplicably, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked up, and suddenly saw the playful smiles in the eyes of Stussy and others. Have you had enough of your jokes? Stussy spoke, raising his hand slowly. If you have had enough trouble, surrender. Otherwise, Stussy clasped his palm. Psychic ability explodes. The head of a civil servant shattered. Such a scene. It made the minister's face pale. But soon, he grinned sarcastically. Don't be too arrogant. The imperial capital is not a place for you revolutionary troops to show off. General Bude, at this time, you should also take action. The words fell. Footsteps sounded. Behind everyone, a tall figure in armor walked slowly. Bude, the head of the imperial generals. The supreme commander of the imperial army trusted by the emperor, the other, strongest, person besides Acides, commanded the palace guards. At the same time, it is also a powerful Taigu envoy, mastering the same elemental type Taigu as Acides, Thor's Wrath Admiral. Can manipulate lightning to carry out heavy pressure attacks, air strikes, and more. He arrived with a large number of imperial guards and directly surrounded Bai Ye and others. After glancing at Bai Ye and the others, he turned his eyes away, didn't pay attention, but walked up to the little emperor step by step, bent down and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I have surprised you. Next, let me deal with these people." Heard the words. The little emperor nodded quickly and roared, "General Bud, I believe in you, catch these people immediately and kill them." Yes. Quote. Bude nodded respectfully, then looked back at Bai Ye, thinking that Bai Ye was the leader of this group, and said calmly, "This is the palace, not a place where you can come and make trouble. But since you're here, I think you've made up your mind. Advertisement. Juice yourself." He had no idea of making a move. But in the tone, it reveals Ultimate's confidence. However, the voice just fell. Whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air resounded impressively. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bude's face suddenly changed drastically, he didn't even notice anything, and saw the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Just as he was about to make a move, a hand slammed into the back of his head. Bang. Zero pressed Bud's head and slammed it to the ground. There was a bang. The ground shook. It sank directly, creating a tionking. How can it be? This scene let everyone stare wide-eyed, looking shocked. That's Bud Admiral Army. It can be called the strongest person in the Imperial capital. At this moment, in front of the enemy, he looked very weak. People can't believe it at all. Immediately afterwards, Zero grabbed Bud's head again, lifted it into the air, and came to Bai Ye step by step. "Your Highness." From Bai Ye's point of view, Bude was not dead, and Shaw should have kept her hand. After all, without Bai Ye's order, Ling would not kill this kind of person at will. It's just that even if he didn't die, he obviously didn't feel well. His head was almost smashed to pieces. At this moment, his head was covered with blood, and it was difficult to open his eyes. "Is this your confidence?" Bai Ye said calmly. "Look, it seems a little ridiculous." Heard the words. Bu30 opened his eyes suddenly, and a raging thunder appeared on his body. "You guys, court death." He growled. At this moment, I stimulated my Taigu. The blue thunder that symbolizes the sky instantly wrapped around his body, turning into a layer of armor to surround it. But, zzz. The raging thunder kept bombarding Zero's arm, but the armed color covered it at some point. The power of thunder. It doesn't hurt at all. No, impossible. This scene made Bud feel unbelievable. As a Tegu envoy, he is most aware of his own Tegu abilities. Just the energy of this thunder. In the past, anyone who touches it will be paralyzed. But at this moment, where does the person who catches him look paralyzed? Heard the words. Zero looked calm, didn't care at all, but still waited for Bai Ye's order. "I'm very interested in his Taigu." Bai Ye was silent for a while, and finally spoke. "Kill it." An old guy. It's foolish loyalty again. No potential. It's useless to keep it. The voice fell. Zero power erupted impressively. There was a click. Bude Admiral Army. One of the strongest in this empire. His neck was twisted abruptly and he died on the spot. Gulu. The ministers, the little emperor, and even the civil servants and military generals behind him couldn't help swallowing their saliva, showing a look of fear. Even the voice trembled. "Boo, how could Bude just die like this?" "Illusion, it must be an illusion. That's Bud Admiral's army." "Minister, what should we do now?" The little emperor tugged at the minister with a look of panic. The corner of the minister's mouth twitched, and he was also at a loss because of Bude's instant death. But thinking of the whole card in the empire, he calmed down again and said in a deep voice. "I admit that you are so strong that even Bude was easily killed by you, but don't think that defeating Bude will overthrow the rule of the empire. The empire, which controls the great power of the gods, surrenders now and serves the empire. I can assure you on behalf of your majesty, and I can give you money, rights and even everything you want. Otherwise, what greets you is a dead end. Hear this." Bai Ye subconsciously sneered, raised his head to look at the minister, and used observation haki to investigate some civilians who began to gather outside the palace. After making some calculations, he spoke slowly. "I'll give you 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, go and show me the so-called mighty power of the gods in your mouth. I'm curious and looking forward to it." Condescending, Bai Ye overlooked the crowd. "If the power of this so-called god satisfies me, I can consider saving your lives for other uses." Point 71. One shot through the machine god. Looking at the back of the minister and the little emperor leaving in a hurry. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth rose. "I am said. The civilians are beginning to gather." "I know." Bai Ye nodded. 3 minutes is enough. He knows the world well. It is not an exaggeration to say that the strongest Taigu in the empire has power comparable to that of a god. At least in this world, for people in this world, the ultimate Taigu is indeed like a god, making it difficult for people to arouse resistance. But that's exactly what Bai Ye needs. As an angel, destroy the strongest Taigu. Only in this way is it shocking enough. I didn't have this idea at first. But plans can't keep up with changes. Now that we are here. And considering that the civilians were starting to arrive, he didn't mind doing it. In this way, the progress of conquering this world is completely accelerated in advance. And in this way, with the control of the empire. As for the minister and others. To be honest, originally Bai Ye thought it was usable. At least before the arrival of the Divine Guard, it would be no problem to help the world government continue to manage the empire. After all, the minister does have means. Think it over. Bai Ye gave up on this idea. Habits cannot be changed. All nobles in this empire should be purged. Otherwise, even if you have the ability to stay, but because you are used to mistreating civilians, you will not be able to change after all. At that time, it is easy to affect one's own acquisition of faith. Therefore, all need to be resolved. So in this short period of time, the only one Bai Ye can be sure of worth staying is the little emperor. For this empire, the little emperor himself knew that the tyranny of the empire was not acceptable, and it was only because of too much trust in the ministers that it led to all this. It was a failed emperor in itself. But the strongest Taigu in the empire needs the emperor's blood to activate it. Just this bloodline, there is a need to stay. The so-called final Taigu still needs to be used for research. At that time, the emperor's blood will also be used for research. Heard the words. M nodded. Then later, I won't make a move. Ha ha ha. Don't underestimate me. During this period of time, my strength has grown tremendously. Bai Ye laughed loudly. While speaking, Bai Ye raised his hand, blue thunder raging in his palm. Although he doesn't fight much. But what is certain is that his strength is no weaker than that of Garp. Even stronger. After all, in the previous battle with the Golden Lion, Bai Ye's Thunder Fruit almost directly reached the level of awakening because he used the power of faith to improve his Thunder Fruit. It can be said that as long as Bai Ye wants to, he can reach the level of awakening. That is the top level of Devil Fruit development. And that's just Thunder Fruit. And Angel Fruit. Although the Angel Fruit did not use the power of faith to enhance the development proficiency. But as long as Bai Ye wants to, he can go up at any time. It can be said that Bai Ye rarely fights. But with a combat power, it definitely belongs to the top of the pirate world. That is, lack of combat experience. But in this regard, Bai Ye has already figured it out. As a superior, what do you need so much combat experience for? It is enough to have a strong enough strength to ensure absolute safety. It is natural to continue to do things like fighting. Otherwise, what would you do with so many people? Advertisement. Conversation room. Suddenly. Rumble. The ground trembled. Immediately afterwards. In the palace. Suddenly, a huge mecha appeared slowly. It was a gigantic giant. Has a terrifying body shape. Just this huge body is enough to make people daunting. It has to be said that in such a world, there is such a manipulative mecha Taigu, which really makes people feel weird. With this kind of technology, how can it be considered a technological world? The result is that in this world, there is no so-called technology at all. Or maybe the technology tree of this world is crooked, and all points are lost on the Taigu route. But the key is that Taigu's construction method is still lost. It is equivalent to saying that the road to the technology tree is broken. Also outrageous. Looking at the huge mecha, the ground trembled between actions. This scene undoubtedly caused everyone except Bai Ye and others to stare wide-eyed, revealing expressions of shock and horror. What is this? Are the rumors all true? In the inheritance of the empire, the strongest Taigu. Yes, it must be. This is the strongest Taigu in the empire, and it is also the foundation of the empire, the god of protector, supreme throne. It's outrageous. Is this actually Taigu? No wonder the empire has always been the most powerful existence. With such a Taigu, how could it be possible to overthrow the rule of the empire? Someone whispered, obviously knowing the existence of this huge Taigu. But more people, it is panic. Especially the civilians outside the palace. Even from a long distance, they could clearly see the huge fuselage that appeared in the palace. They, who had never seen such an existence, couldn't help panicking and regarded it as a god. Gulu. What is that? A god? The civilians knelt on the ground trembling. But there are also people who show a dignified look. A blonde woman with a sexy figure and European style was shocked. Sure enough, the empire really has the strongest Taigu, but why did it appear at this time? Did something happen in the palace? Her name is Leo Nai, a member of the Night Raid organization. Beside her, there was a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails, who also said solemnly. When I was shopping before, I heard that something happened in the palace, but I don't know what it is. What should I do? Shall we go and see now? Forget it. Leonai shook her head. Although she was very confident in her own strength, she didn't think she would be an opponent when she looked at the huge mecha. I think, instead of going to see it, it is better to go back now and tell other people about this matter. After all, no matter what happened in the palace, this must be an important matter. Hearing this, Ma Yin nodded. She was also a member of Night Raid just like Leonai. There is a decision. The two immediately prepared to leave the capital and return to the headquarters of the night attack. But at the moment when the two were about to turn their heads, his eyes widened, he stared at the sky in the distance, and a shocking expression appeared on his face. Damn, what is that? God, how can there be a god in this world? Leonai couldn't help roaring. In sight, under the blue sky. An angel, pure white wings, endless holy light, holy breath. What's even more frightening is that this angel is surrounded by endless thunder that seems to symbolize divine punishment. Anyone who sees this scene will regard it as a god. True gods. Even if you think that the gods are false, but when you see this angel, you can't help but doubt your past cognition. Asterisk. Advertisement. Royal Palace. When the little emperor came slowly driving the machine god, he couldn't help showing an extremely arrogant and insolent smile to Bai Ye below. Ha 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 ha, have you seen it? This is the foundation of the empire. You damned fellows who attempt to overthrow the empire will be wiped out under the most powerful Taigu of the empire. I am the emperor of this empire. It's the god of this empire. Anyone should surrender to God, otherwise, die. If the previous little emperor was submissive, now is the time to start hitting hard. This was influenced by the protector of the nation, supreme throne. This is the first and strongest Taigu, not only the origin of Taigu, but also the culmination of all Taigu, known as the supreme Taigu. But the user will be corrupted by Taigu and become bloodthirsty. As he was driving the mecha, a frenzied killing thought kept appearing in the little emperor's mind. He controlled the mecha with a ferocious smile, waved that huge fist without hesitation, and blasted and killed Bai Ye. And go. See here. Yizang and the others immediately showed despair. I don't know how to resist this blow at all. It was like a blow from the divine emperor. It is impossible to stop. But next to them, Stussy and others looked calm. Even faintly, with disdain. Even Bai Ye is the same. The so-called strongest Taigu is not as powerful as imagined. But this intensity is enough. Perhaps people in this world can only create this level of Taigu, but the upper limit of Taigu may not be so high. As long as the complete research and development materials are obtained, the world government will develop a more powerful Taigu, which can even surpass ancient weapon. Bai Ye murmured, and at the same time, slowly raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Facing the punch of the machine god with all his strength. A dazzling holy light emerged impressively. Under the infinite brilliance. It also seemed to have turned into a barrier, easily blocking the blow. At the same time, in the midst of the holy light, Bai Ye also entered the form of an angel, waving her white wings, and slowly flew into the air. This is also the scene that Leonie and the others saw earlier. Not to mention that Leonie was shocked. Even the little emperor felt unbelievable. No, it's impossible. Is this nose good Taigu? Damn, how could there be such a Taigu? No, this is definitely not Taigu. There is no Taigu with such ability. Who are you? The little emperor roared, but got no answer. But then, he growled. No matter who you are, as long as you want to overthrow the empire, you will die. After finishing speaking, he directly controlled Taigu to activate the purge mode, and a terrifying beam of destruction began to gather. Bai Ye noticed it, but he didn't make any waves. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, his heart skipped a beat. Thunder and holy light condensed and entangled. A huge sacred figure condensed behind him, like the heaven and the earth, and also like the real body of a real god. Let you see what the real gods are. Bai Ye said softly. The voice fell. Among the huge figures behind him, a sacred golden spear suddenly condensed, surrounded by thunder dragons condensed by thunder. At the same time, boom. The destroying light of the machine god has already exploded. Bai Ye thought about it. The huge golden holy spear also shot at the doctor at this moment. Under the shocking eyes of countless people, this shot actually directly penetrated the destructive light. It was as if the destruction light was under the holy gun, as if it were false, without any effect. What was even more shocking was that the holy spear was still attacking mechanism next. Puff. The mech god was pierced by the holy lance. 72. Civil servants and generals, see your majesty. This scene shocked all the onlookers, and they couldn't get back to their senses for a long time. Especially those ordinary people. In their eyes, the machine god is like a god. But now, such an existence was easily solved by another existence with a holy spear. The entire large area near the imperial palace seemed to be frozen by time, silent. After a long time, it was at last that a voice sounded. Gulu. I read it right. Ma Yin, let me pinch you to see if you are hallucinating. That is the strongest Taigu, and it was solved like this. Leonie was shocked said, and couldn't help stretching out his hand to pinch Ma Yin's soft waist while talking. Ma Yin, who was also in shock, could not help but quickly come back to her senses, let out a cry of pain, and then punched Leonie angrily, and said. Don't you pinch yourself. And how can this be an illusion? Am I afraid of pain? Leonie sneered, then raised his head to look at the machine god's position. After a shot pierced through, the huge machine god fell down slowly. Even though it was far away, Leonie also felt the slight vibration of the ground. This shocked her even more. That's the strongest Taigu. It can be solved with one blow. What is that angel? Is it really a god? Ma Yin also looked complicated. I don't know, but only gods have such power. Yes, it should be. Swallowing his saliva, Leonie took a deep breath and pulled himself together. It doesn't matter. Go back and tell the boss about this. I think if the boss knows that something so important happened in the imperial capital, Lan will be killed. Ma Yin also nodded, and Leonie immediately turned around and left the capital, returning to the headquarters of the night attack. And at the same time, in the palace, as the machine god was pierced by a single shot, the minister who had been waiting for the little emperor to manipulate the machine god to crush Bai Ye and others turned pale in an instant, and his lips trembled. The fear on his face couldn't be concealed. After being shocked for a long time, he suddenly came back to his senses, and hurriedly wanted to leave secretly and escape secretly. But just look back. Then I saw Stussy approaching with a light smile. Are you trying to run away? Grunt. The minister swallowed his saliva in fear. Please spare my life, I can work for you. It is up to His Highness to decide whether to let you go or not. Now you should follow me obediently to see His Highness. With that said, Stussy said calmly. By the way, are you going to follow me yourself, or let me do it? The minister shook his head, and hurriedly followed Stussy towards Angel 003. How could the minister who had seen the strength of Stussy and others let Stussy do it himself? It's just that the distance is obviously short, but it makes him feel extremely heavy. Especially thinking of Bai Ye's terrifying strength. Ernest suddenly understood one thing. The rule of the empire is finally about to be overthrown. Such strength. Even the strongest Taigu was dealt with one blow. Who else can resist? Neither does Acetus. What's more, Acedes is not that loyal to the empire, it's just that the empire can provide her with this platform. Most importantly, his next life or death is still unknown. Apart from Stussy, the other members are also in action. Quickly intercepted and grabbed those civil servants and military generals who wanted to leave. After all, the entire empire is huge, and these civil servants and military generals are of some use, so naturally they cannot be allowed to leave like this. Compared to the action of Stussy et al. At this moment, Bai Ye's gaze was still on mechanism, and he let out a breath. Although it's not strong, it's not weak either. In terms of pure power, it's not much weaker than ancient weapon. This was the conclusion he came to after observing the mecham in front of him. And the materials used to build the mech god are also extraordinary. His attack just now was a full blow. Although the mecha god was destroyed with just one blow, the mecha god worthy of Bai Ye's all-out blow was enough to prove his own extraordinariness. It's right to think about it, no matter how you say it, this is the pinnacle work of the group of craftsmen with the highest level in the world, and it can also be understood as the pinnacle work of the entire world. Destroyed with the machine god. The little emperor among them also fell out of the driver's cab with a bang and landed on the ground. His expression was as pale as the minister's, with more despair on his face and a trace of relief. As a young emperor, he obviously wanted to be a good ruler and treat his people well, but unfortunately he didn't have enough courage, and he trusted his ministers too much, and he was too young to be able to revolving heaven. It may be a good choice to die consciously. As for the little emperor's thoughts, day and night naturally did not know. At this time, Bai Ye turned around and looked at the gathered civilians outside the palace of the imperial capital. Although under the shroud of holy light, no one can see Bai Ye's face clearly, they can only feel the incomparable holiness. But they still felt that the eyes of the great angel seemed to fall on them, which made the civilians kneel down and kowtow excitedly, praying to the gods. Seeing this, Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat, as the pure white wings waved, suddenly a large amount of holy light fell, like a heavy rain, covering the entire imperial capital. Holy light poured down. Everyone showed a comfortable look. I feel a lot lighter in my body. It's so comfortable. I was sick before, but I didn't expect to get better all of a sudden. Advertisement. This is the blessing of an angel. Shut up. That's a god, a great god. It must be the high level of the empire who have done a lot of evil, so the gods can't stand it anymore, and come down to punish them. That's right. Hurry up, wife, kneel down and pray to the gods. We have never had a son. As long as we believe in the gods and pray to the gods, maybe we can have a son soon. A large number of indistinct voices poured into Bai Ye's ears. The number of believers increased. These are the voices of the prayers of believers. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, but didn't say anything. He just waved his white wings again, and then disappeared from everyone's sight under the endless holy light. Today, making a lasting impression is enough. Next, you only need to wait until the army arrives and settle in the imperial capital, then you can guide these civilians and make them all your followers. Besides, Bai Ye still has things to deal with next. Disperse the angel form. Bai Ye landed. Stussy came immediately. The minister followed behind, holding the little emperor in his hand. Your Highness, I have already brought these two, what do you think we should do? Stussy asked respectfully. The voice just fell. The minister hurriedly begged for mercy. I am willing to serve His Highness. Your Highness, please spare my life. Enjoyed all the good things. How could the minister be willing to die? It's a pity that Bai Ye shook his head calmly after hearing his words. Fix it. Hearing this, the minister's face suddenly changed. Subconsciously turned around and wanted to escape. But at the same time, yes, Your Highness. Stussy nodded to Bai Ye to accept the order, then quickly turned back to look at the fleeing minister, with a mocking expression on his face, and swept away with one kick. Tempest kick broke out. A chi blade slashed past. With a puff, the minister was cut into two, and died tragically in front of the little emperor's eyes. There was a look of grief in his eyes, but he didn't say anything, he just looked at Bai Ye and asked. Next, is it my turn? I know that under my rule, this country is not good at all, and many people are suffering. I am willing to go to the gallows and die in front of everyone. I am not worthy to be an emperor. I hope that after you accept the empire, you can establish a new country that will be peaceful without bloodshed. This is said from the heart. Probably after thinking about everything clearly, he suddenly had great courage. But Bai Ye shook his head. You're still useful, I won't let you die. The little emperor was at a loss. I was stunned for a moment, even unbelievable. After all, weren't these people out to overthrow the empire? If you have succeeded, if you don't kill yourself, you are not afraid that you have the heart of restoration. After all, no matter how young the little emperor was, he knew a little about this. As the emperor of the imperial capital, After being defeated, he felt that there was no way for him to survive, so he died generously. I've said it before, you're still useful, I won't let you die. Bai Ye said calmly. As the strongest Taigu of the empire, it is of great research value, but I know that this Taigu can only be activated by the emperor's blood, so do you understand your value? Of course, you have to atone for your sins, but you are alive and use the rest of your life to atone for those civilians. After all, the little emperor is also the real ruler of the country. In the eyes of the people, it has a certain majesty and orthodoxy. In addition to having research value, it can also be used to guide the public. It is only necessary to ask him to gather the people in the future and say something like, as long as there are gods in this country, it is enough. Such a good chess piece, how could Bai Ye solve it as easily as he solved the minister? Heard the words. The little emperor suddenly realized. I was speechless for a while. Previously, I felt that I would die, so I went to die generously. But now, after knowing that he will not die, he actually felt a sense of relief. After a long silence, he nodded slowly. I see, no matter what, I hope you treat the people of these empires well, no matter what you ask me to do, I will cooperate. Haha, really? Bai Ye chuckled and said. In this case, let's take out the treasures in the empire first. I mean those treasures related to the imperial possessions. Having already been defeated by Bai Ye, and without any hope of restoration, the little emperor simply and decisively cooperated with Bai Ye. After hearing Bai Ye's words, the little emperor nodded. Taigu, are you talking about some materials for making Taigu? Those things were destroyed by the late emperor at the very beginning. Although there are backups kept in the empire, after several changes, some of the materials have been lost. At present, there is only an incomplete copy left. If you need it, I can give it to you. In addition to those materials, there are still some Taigu in the palace, which can also be handed over to you, but most of the Taigu should still be in the minister's home. He likes to collect Taigu and use it to win people's hearts. You can send someone to the minister. If you search carefully at home, you should be able to find those Taigu. Heard the words. Stussy couldn't help but took a deep look at the little emperor. Have to say, seemingly young, but it is not easy. With the means of an emperor. But to put it bluntly. Advertisement. It was too much trust in the minister that led to all this. Perhaps in the eyes of this little emperor, the minister is probably a role similar to his father. But these have nothing to do with Stussy, she just looked at Bai Ye, waiting for Bai Ye's order. Bai Ye ordered immediately. Let Zero go there and bring back all the Taigu and everything related to the Taigu in the minister's house. Since Taigu has it, of course it cannot be let go, and what should be taken back must be taken back. Yes. Quote. Stussy nodded, and immediately turned to give Bai Ye's order. Afterwards, Bai Ye beckoned and asked the CP members to take the little emperor down, and bring the Taigu and Tigaku related materials in the palace. Afterwards, Bai Ye himself and IM walked towards the palace hall. A group of nervous civil servants and generals followed behind. For these people, if there is no world without any extraordinary power, a kingdom must be inseparable from these people, because without 10 huge empires, it is really difficult to operate. What's more, in this world, although the empire is the most powerful, it is not without threats. Rival to it is the kingdom of the West. In addition to the empire, this world is the kingdom of the West, the frozen land in the north, the islands in the south, and some intersecting and backward areas in the east. Basically, these are the places where people live. The rest are the territories of dangerous species. Although the dangerous species in this world are not considered powerful, many super dangerous species can be easily eliminated. But in fact, as the source of Taigu, all the materials are basically collected from dangerous species, so it can also be said that Taigu's ability is the ability of dangerous species. And from this, we can further see the abilities of some dangerous species in this world. Not to mention anything else, just say that the source material of the Shangri-La Taigu must be a dangerous species with space ability. Looking at the leopard in the tube, we can see the brilliance and diversity of dangerous species in this world. In some unknown places, there may not be no terrifying and dangerous species with the strength comparable to the strongest emperor. All in all, this world has extremely high potential for development. The more such a world, the higher the demand for manpower. So to put it simply, these civil servants and military generals still need to think about it. What should stay? It should be killed. But having said that, Bai Ye will only give these civil servants and military generals one chance. Come to the palace. Bai Ye sat on the throne where the little emperor used to sit without any hesitation, while IM stood quietly aside, like a maid. It's like a guardian knight. Calm eyes watched the ministers. No words. But it immediately put a huge pressure on the officials, and everyone was dripping with cold sweat, for fear that Bai Ye would say, I don't need this group of people anymore. At that time, their lives will be at an end. Fortunately, there were still smart people who quickly came to their senses and hurriedly knelt down on one knee and bowed their hands respectfully to Bai Ye. See your majesty. The sudden sound. Let the others stand in place one by one. Then they cursed secretly. Damn, how did this guy react so quickly? I didn't expect such a good opportunity to take the lead in flattering. Thinking like this, they also followed suit, knelt down towards Bai Ye, and shouted to see his majesty. One by one, it doesn't look so respectful. Seeing this, Bai Ye casually let go. The ministers just got up. Bai Ye tapped the armrest of the throne lightly. Observation Haki passed over everyone. Bai Ye's observation Haki has reached the top. So naturally, it has the ability of top-level observation Haki. Foresee the future. Sensing emotions. Even like the Red Earl, he can see everyone's heart clearly. As a characteristic power of One Piece world, Haki possesses diversity. Especially knowledgeable. It's just that this ability is rarely used by Bai Ye. After all, there is no need to use it. At this moment, under the scanning of Bai Ye's observation Haki, Bai Ye basically knows what kind of people these civil servants and generals are. Most of them are extremely bad existences. But there are also some, like Bude, who are loyal to their duties and are regarded as good ministers. These people are a minority, and unlike Bude, they are not foolish and loyal. Bai Ye tapped with his index finger. Pause time. The sound of sizzling sounded. A streak of blue thunder appeared out of thin air and landed impressively. Among the civil servants and military generals, in just a moment, 10 or 20 people turned into scorched black corpses and fell down directly, leaving only a dozen pale, trembling bodies, continuing to kneel on the ground full of fear. He kept swallowing his saliva. At this time, Bai Ye's voice sounded. 73. Wonquan Temple. His Majesty's dog. These people who died deserve to die. The rest of you can be regarded as dedicated to your duty, so I will keep you. But I want you to keep it up. Understand? The calm words made the officials below shudder. The pupils tightened subconsciously, immediately as ecstasy. Doesn't this mean that this existence that is equivalent to a god, or even a god, has bypassed them, and they can continue to serve the empire? No, for this powerful existence. This is much better than the previous Shao, emperor. Among other things, although some of them are a little evil, at most they are greedy for money and lustful, and the most important thing is that they can do things and have the ability to do things. It's not as bad as other nobles. Don't say they are honest officials. But at least most of them are the same as Spandine. Know when and what to do. It is also because of this that they are ecstatic. Compared with the little emperor who has only ministers in his eyes, following Bai Ye's hands, the future is much better. In the eyes of the little emperors in the past, because there were only ministers alone, the entire empire's government was basically controlled by the minister alone. If you want to be promoted or something, you don't even have to think about it, and the way forward is cut off. But now, there is no minister. Will the road ahead be restored? The most important thing is that Bai Ye's short words also let them figure out what this adult needs them to do. Therefore, the officials nodded one after another and said ecstatically, "Yes, Your Majesty, we will not disappoint you." At this moment, they had the opportunity to take a moment to look at the other people who died next to them. The scorched tragedy made these people's hearts tremble, and they even took a deep breath, rejoicing that they hadn't been with these people in the past. And one after another secretly said, "Sure enough." Also as a courtier, the surviving and the dead basically know each other, and know each other's details. Just a glance, it is clear that these dead people have one thing in common. Extremely bad. Do not treat civilians as human beings at all. After thinking about this aspect clearly, all the living officials suddenly realized. I am more aware of what I should do next in order to please His Majesty. Heard the words. Bai Ye let it go and said in a deep voice. You don't need to mention the title Your Majesty in the future. Remember, in this country from now on, there will be no kings and emperors, only gods. Talking. Yi got up and calmly watched Mo Ran. In the past, ordinary people in this country were the emperor's subjects. But in the future, I need them to become believers of the gods. Understand? Believers of the gods. Everyone was startled. No matter in any world, as long as one is an official in the imperial court, it can be said that the brain is extremely active. It was such a short sentence again, but it also caused the shrewd courtiers to widen their eyes and lower their heads to show shock. What's the meaning? Your Majesty, does it mean that you really want to become a god? Or is it that His Majesty wants to rule the country with faith? No, not right. Thinking of the angelic form of this Majesty before, the holy breath, the holy light that can heal all injuries, and the subordinates under this Majesty who are obviously not Tegashi, but have the strength beyond Tegashi. Pause time. An idea grows wildly in the subject's mind. Gulu. Could it be that His Majesty is really a god? Once this thought arises, it cannot be contained at all. Especially wanting to think of everything before, and the strength shown day and night. The ministers all affirmed. Yes, for sure. If it wasn't a god, how could this highness easily destroy the strongest Taigu? It is the strongest weapon in anyone's hands and can be used as a trump card to rebuild a great empire. Only a god can so easily resolved. If it's not a god, how can this subordinate of His Highness not have Tegu, but have a power stronger than Tegashi? If it's not a god, how can this highness be an angel? If it's not a god, why does His Highness need believers? After each of these thoughts came to mind, they've basically confirmed it. This highness is a god. And if this His Highness is a god, then as long as they serve His Highness and perform their duties faithfully to get into His Highness's eyes, will they also be rewarded? This is a gift from the gods. If they were fearful at first, then now, they are extremely excited and enthusiastic, and even feel longing. Bai Ye was naturally aware of this, and with a chuckle, he instantly understood the reason for the change in these courtiers, sighed. After thinking about it for a while, he simply took this opportunity to continue talking. Mark my words. Those who violate it, the consequences should be clear. But as long as you do your best, I don't mind showering you with some rewards in the future. No matter what it is, power, it can even include eternal life. Hiss. As soon as this word came out, everyone took a deep breath and became even more excited. Advertisement. Really? This highness is a god. Eternal life, isn't a god can have such power. Swallowing their saliva, everyone nodded quickly, expressing that they would definitely work hard to fulfill his highness's orders. Seeing this, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Okay, let's go back and come back tomorrow. In the future, my disciples will help me manage this empire, and you all only need to obey the other party's orders." Quote. Everyone nodded without any objection. After all, this highness is a god. Since it is a god, how could it be possible to waste time dealing with the mortal world? It is normal for believers to deal with it. Moreover, some courtiers touched their chins and began to think seriously. Since his highness entrusted such an important position to believers, does it mean that only by becoming a follower of this highness can he be valued by his highness? For a while, the officials' eyes flickered, and they all had ideas. It's just that when they left the palace, they looked at each other again and laughed. Originally, I thought that the empire would be overthrown and that it would be a dark age to greet them. Now it seems that where there is darkness, it is simply an extremely bright future. Tisk tisk, it's a good thing we didn't get along with those guys before. I said it a long time ago. Those guys like to abuse and listen to other people's screams. They are all weird hobbies. Sooner or later, something will happen. Let's see now, something really happened gone. Hee, me too. Fortunately, the old man didn't join them in the past. Yeah, they still want me to join, but the old man refused on the spot. Now it seems that it is such a smart choice. As expected of Lord Macaw, you are truly amazing. Hey, my lords, let's not mention these things now. I think what we should care about next is the property of those dead guys. What do you think? A man grinned and said in a low voice. Hearing this, the eyes of the rest of the people flickered, revealing their excitement. But soon, another person worried. Will your highness be angry? Probably not. The person who suggested it first shook his head and said in a low voice. You should have noticed that this highness must come from the true god above the 9 heavens. The wealth in the mortal world, I am afraid that his highness will be endless if he just touches it, so why would he care? Of course, I don't want everyone to be greedy. After all, you all know that the main cause of death of those guys is the harm of civilians. We can make a change, take the properties of those guys first, and then allocate a large part to help civilians improve their lives and improve quality, and the remaining small part can be reserved for ourselves. Finally, by helping the common people, we can publicize that this is the credit of his highness and guide people to believe in his highness. I think this way, it should be able to bring a lot of believers to his highness. At that time, his highness will not blame us. Hearing this, the others were taken aback. Immediately afterwards, one by one's eyes lit up and they admired each other. Wonderful, wonderful. 3 birds with 1 stone, it's wonderful. Hey, I also have a note. We definitely can't keep all the good things for ourselves. Even if his highness doesn't need it, those of us who work for his highness must show ourselves, so I suggest that those who died how about putting away some rare treasures in the manor and presenting them to his highness. Yes, this proposal is also acceptable. It's just, what about those wives? After all, although those guys are dead, they all have children in their families. It's easy to catch, but how to deal with it is a problem. Kill. It doesn't feel feasible. Why don't you give it to your highness? Idiot, your highness is a god above the 9 heavens, how could she need such an ordinary woman? It's the first time we've seen a god, how do you know his highness doesn't need it? Anyway, I think, let's arrest them first, and leave it to his highness to deal with it. The rest has nothing to do with us, how about it? That's a good idea, just do it, there is a decision. A group of courtiers immediately grinned and left the palace one after another. And while these courtiers were leaving, the CP members also began to act one after another. Don't say anything else. Following the surrender of the little emperor, the military strength of the entire imperial capital was directly accepted by the CP members, with ease. In addition, the entire capital was also extremely lively on this day. Especially when night falls, countless civilians spontaneously took to the streets, gathered together, and prayed on their knees facing the direction of the palace. There are also many craftsmen who have begun to find that they have a lot of business. It's all about the angel statue that appeared during the day today, and intends to put it in the home and pray devoutly every day. On the surface, the imperial capital has not changed much. Because apart from the death of a few special people, no confusion was caused. 0. Seeking flowers. But in fact, it is an undercurrent. Not just the local forces in this world. There is also the 0-level people swung down by Bai Ye. Wangquan Temple, the highest level boxing temple in the empire, not only accepts huge donations from the empire, but also accepts many preferential treatment for a long time. In contrast, some penultimate characters hold important positions in the empire, helping the empire do dirty things, and shouldering the task of collecting taigu scattered throughout the civil strife 500 years ago. Among them, even if the master does not own taigu, his skills and strength can match that of taigu users. However, due to the expansion of scale, the overall strength has been weakened. In the middle of the night, Now, Zero came here alone. The people in Wangquan Temple are definitely the loyal dogs of the Empire. They have heard about the events of the day, but they are. When I got the news, I found that the matter had ended, so I could only shrink back in the Wangquan Temple to discuss the follow-up. At least they knew that the little emperor was not dead. Advertisement. After Zero arrived, someone discovered it immediately and stopped in front of Zero. Hey, who do you think? What are you doing at my Wangquan Temple? Ling raised his eyes and found that he was an ordinary member of Wangquan Temple, and said calmly, you are not qualified, let the leader of Wangquan Temple come over. Feeling the inexplicable and palpitating breath coming from Zero, the man hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Soon, the sound of treading footsteps sounded. The disciples of the great emperor's fist temple arrived, there were hundreds of thousands, and they wanted to surround Ling. At the same time, the leader was an old man, who looked at Ling and said in a deep voice. You are for that dog. Boom. The voice did not fall. Everyone heard an explosion. Immediately afterwards, following the sound, all of them stared wide-eyed, showing shocked expressions. Zero's figure unexpectedly appeared in front of the old man at some point, maintaining the posture of punching, but the fist was covered with blood. And the head of the old man has already disappeared. This scene is extremely obvious. The old man's head was obviously blown off by a punch. Everyone froze in place. Then many people went into a rage. Elder. Damn it, you actually killed the elder. Kill him and avenge the elder. With roars, all the disciples of Wangquan Temple rushed towards Zero with killing intent. Seeing this, Zero glanced at it calmly, deep in his indifferent gaze, there was a very obvious disdain. Kick it out with one kick. A tempest kick erupted, and a slashing wave more than 10 meters long swept away like a crescent moon. Extremely fast. Wherever it goes, no one can escape at all. The sound of puffing and puffing can be heard continuously. It was the voice of a disciple named Wangquan Temple whose body was severed under the tempest kick. Blood and minced meat spilled on the ground. It was just one kick, but hundreds of Wangquan Temple disciples died directly. Under the moonlight, the ground was stained red. The entire Wangquan Temple was silent for a moment, and it was even terrifying. The people who rushed over aggressively stopped at this moment. Looking at Zero's figure in disbelief, swallowing his saliva, fear appeared on his face. Zero twisted his neck, swept across the rest of the crowd, then carefully, even respectfully, took out a photo of being hugged from his arms, opened it, and said coldly to everyone. From now on, your Wangquan Temple is not a loyal dog of the Empire. This is His Highness's dog. Remember His Highness's face, anyone who defies it will die. Understand. Killing intent spread. The disciples of Wangquan Temple froze in place. There was no response for a long time. Zero frowned and kicked out again. Impressively, hundreds of people died again. Zero spoke again. Do you understand? Sen Leng's words, as well as the additional corpses, the rest of the people came back to their senses, dripping with cold sweat, and nodded hastily. Ming, I understand. We know. While talking, they were still staring at the photo in Zero's hand. A look to remember quickly. Obviously, they are the loyal dogs of the Empire. But in the face of the death of a loyal dog, people are not dead soldiers, they will feel afraid. And under the suppression of Zero's iron blood, they directly became Bai Ye's dogs. Perhaps now, it is because of fear and surrender. But then with time, sooner or later they will be in awe of Bai Ye. And can't bear the slightest thought of resistance. At the same time, outside the imperial capital, an area on the edge of a lake in a lush forest. There are buildings. Even in the middle of the night, the fire is brightly lit in the building. Here, is the headquarters of the night raid. Inside the conference room. In front of the huge oval round table, a night raid member gathered. Looking at the leading boss, Naji Heaton. This is the captain of the night raid. The former imperial general, with short white hair and a delicate face, has a good figure. Although the clothes are not sexy, they also show their own charm. 74. Obtaining the source, there will be rewards in the end. At this moment, she looked at the people in front of her, took a deep breath, and then spoke. You should all know what happened in the imperial capital today. This is a sudden but very important event. According to what I have heard, the minister is dead. The little emperor has been arrested. It can be said that an unknown force will solve all our goals. And now, we are going to start discussing the situation of this unknown force. One that appears out of nowhere has a powerful force. Easily overthrew the empire's rule. This can be said to have had a huge impact on the revolutionary army and night raids aimed at overthrowing the imperial rule. Because it's just an ordinary day, and it's no different from usual. Attacked all members of the organization at night, but found that the goal of the organization seemed to be gone. Very suddenly, even Naji Exodin was the same, but fortunately, as the boss of the night attack, she quickly cheered up and knew that the next focus was on this unknown force. If the opponent is the same as the previous minister and little emperor, then the night attack will have a new target. Heard the words, everyone came back to their senses and looked at Naji Heaton. In meeting, a beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes, Kai Tong. With pink double ponytails, Ma Yin has a Tsunere personality. Leonai has a bold personality and a protruding figure. You also have purple long hair, you are a natural glasses girl. These people all looked at Naji Heaton. Except that Lianai and Ma Yin had been to the imperial capital today and learned about some situations, the others did not have any understanding of this new unknown existence. I want to get news from Naji Hedon. And Naji Exodon naturally saw the thirst for knowledge from this individual's eyes. At any rate, it is also a killer organization under the Revolutionary Army, and it can be said to share information with the Revolutionary Army, so Naji Exodon still has some understanding of the situation of Bai Ye and others. 107, was just thinking about the information she got, the corners of Naji Exodon's mouth twitched, she didn't really want to say it, but she still had to speak. I can only say that the target this time is very strong, terrifyingly strong. If they are the same as the ministers, maybe we may not be able to complete this task. As soon as this word came out, the members all looked stunned. It seems that he didn't expect the boss to say such confidence-damaging words. No matter what, as long as you persevere, you can succeed. Shatong said immediately. Yeah, boss, why are you so unconfident? No matter how strong the opponent is, we are not weak. Quote. Lianai and Ma Yin looked at each other, silently lowered their heads and did not speak. It's just that the figure of the angel he had seen in the imperial capital involuntarily appeared in his mind. Holy, supreme, great, also, scary, just looking at it from a distance makes people feel like their soul is going up. It is also because of this that they know that the boss is not lying. If such an existence is really an enemy, how can they be opponents alone? No matter how many people there are, they are going to die, right? What they don't even know is that when they are discussing in the conference room. Off base, in the lush forest, on huge ancient trees. One after another silhouettes suddenly appeared and merged into the shadows. If you don't observe carefully, you can't find them at all. These figures stared at the base of the night attack, and suddenly, one of the figures took out a phone bug and dialed out. Soon, the phone bug dialed. The figure whispered, "My lord, the target base has been discovered." Well, I see, let's hold back. Yes, the phone bug was hung up. Several figures lowered their bodies slowly and merged into the dark forest. As if it never appeared. At the same time, in the imperial capital. In the extravagant palace, in an empty room that has been cleaned, Bai Ye has just finished making love with Stussy. There was a snap. Stussy stretched out his white and tender hands, put a cigar into Bai Ye's mouth, lit it, and said softly. Your Highness, there is just news that a killer base has been discovered on the side of the Revolutionary Army. It should be the famous night attack organization in the imperial capital recently. How do you solve it? Leave it alone for now. Bai Ye shook his head, took a deep breath, and then exhaled the smoke ring. Just won the imperial capital, so it is not appropriate to make too many big moves. Next, everything should be stable. Before the army arrived, there was turmoil, but we couldn't accept it all at the first time. At that time, we would be the ones who lost money. This is also the reason why Bai Ye didn't continue to shoot. Relying on the strength of the world government, for this world, it is basically crushing. This is no exaggeration. Just to conquer a world, never to kill. In addition to some other world knowledge, technology, and power, it is now more about gaining faith. In an orderly world, too many actions can easily lead to the collapse of order. This will be very troublesome for the world government to accept this world. Therefore, whether it is 5 elders or Bai Ye, they are considering taking over the world in a stable manner. To accomplish this, a large number of basic manpower is required. That is the God's Guard. Advertisement. It's okay to say that it's just an imperial capital now, and there won't be any big problems. But if you really continue to attack the Revolutionary Army, the Western Kingdom or something, the solution can be solved. But the resulting confusion is equally possible. Once there is confusion, it is not impossible to stabilize it again, but it will take more time, and the gain outweighs the loss. What's more, now that the emperor has captured the ministers and imprisoned the little emperor, some civil servants and military generals have also been reduced to Bai Ye's subordinates, which is enough to keep the emperor in order. And the emperor, which is the capital of the empire, is not chaotic, and other places are even more so. With Ōtsutsuki at the border, it is impossible for any major incidents to happen. After all, compared to Bude, Ōtsutsuki is the real imperial god of war. For the barbarians and other countries outside the border, it has a huge deterrent effect. As long as Ōtsutsuki is dealt with at that time, the Divine Guard will be almost ready, and then the empire can be easily taken over, and then corrected from top to bottom, making it the shape of a world government. Or the shape of Bai Ye. Of course, this does not mean that Bai Ye will do nothing. After flicking the cigarette ash, Bai Ye said calmly. The Revolutionary Army in this world, let's see if they can be subdued. If they can be subdued, they will save a lot of trouble by then. Anyway, the so-called Night Raid is just an organization under the Revolutionary Army. If you solve the Revolutionary Army, you will naturally solve the Night Raid. Heard the words. Stussy nodded thoughtfully. I see. If this is the case, then I will give orders immediately later. In addition, there is also news from Zero that Wangquan Temple has been conquered. For Wangquan Temple, Bai Ye has little interest and role, but in the future, not now, he will merge with the CP organization in the future, and then be merged into the Shinwei Army Academy to train elite talents for the Shinwei Army. Time to have an effect. It is worth mentioning that there are many Kung Fu cheats in Wangquan Temple, which are a group of very precious resources. With this batch of resources, if some genius appears in the future, maybe he can still embark on the road of martial arts. Can be used to increase the heritage of the world government. Overnight. The next day, Bai Ye woke up refreshed. Under the service of Stussy, after washing up, he enjoyed the breakfast of this world, which was quite unique. Then, came to the palace. There are many things today. After arriving at the palace, the first thing I saw was the little emperor. Holding a lot of things in his hands, he was waiting outside the palace. When it was about the same, the figure of Stussy came out from the palace, looked at the little emperor, and said indifferently. Okay, you can go to see His Highness, but I think you should understand your current status as a prisoner. So when you see His Highness later, it's best to kneel down respectfully and salute. You also need to bring your honorific title when addressing your Highness. Otherwise, although your Highness will spare your life, I don't mind making your life worse than death, understand? Heard the words. The little emperor suddenly blushed and became angry. Even if he is no longer the emperor. But anyway, he also has the identity of a former emperor. How dare this guy treat himself like this? But the next moment. A murderous intent enveloped the little emperor directly, making the little emperor pale suddenly, his lips trembling, and he lost all his courage at once. After all, he was just a boy. Stussy sneered. All the people who once opposed His Highness, even if they survived, are just a dog of His Highness. As a dog, you have to look like a dog. Do you understand? Accompanied by a burst of breath. The little emperor felt a huge sense of oppression, dripping with cold sweat, and fear of death rose in his heart, so he nodded hastily. I know. HMPH, let's go in. Stussy let it go, put his hands on his shoulders and snorted coldly. Bai Ye, as a noble superior, doesn't need to care about these things. But as the most caring existence of His Highness, how could Stussy not care? See here. The little emperor hurriedly walked towards the palace. Soon, he saw Bai Ye sitting on the throne that belonged to him. Originally, he had no intention of kneeling down. But thinking of what Stussy said earlier and Stussy's aura, the little emperor knelt down limply as if his body was boneless, and lowered his head in shame. See you, your highness. Get up. Bai Ye spoke calmly. Only then did the little emperor look up. He met Bai Ye's aloof gaze. Tell me, what did you bring? Bai Ye asked. The little emperor offered the pile of documents and utensils in his arms with both hands. Yes, as I said yesterday, some of the materials used to make taigu in the palace, as well as the existing taigu in the palace. Oh, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. A figure of a CP member immediately appeared next to the little emperor. After taking everything, he came to Bai Ye and handed. Bai Ye picked it up and looked at it. Then there was a look of surprise. There is nothing to say about taigu's building materials. Bai Ye just casually glanced at this kind of thing, then put it down and stopped paying attention. After all, this is something that scientific research troops need to understand. But among those taigu, there was a taigu, which surprised Bai Ye very much. There are a total of 48 pieces of taigu that were first created in this world. Not many. Advertisement. But not less. In the original work, all Tegu's abilities have not been shown. And where? In some taigu, except for the strongest taigu Meshin, the remaining taigu are basically polarized and can be roughly divided into 3 categories. Powerful. Feature. Tasteless. Among them, the functional ones, like Shangri-La, can travel through space. And the powerful ones are like Acetus Demon Essence, Susano, Admiral and so on. Among them, the taigu abilities of Acetus and Bude belong to Logia. Can manipulate natural energy. And this kind of taigu is naturally not the only one. It's just that in the original work, there are no other similar ones. But I didn't expect that there was one in this palace. This is a ring-shaped taigu. It is the flame that is controlled. Just by feeling it, Bai Ye can probably determine the strength of this taigu. Not weak. Compared with Acetus taigu potential, it is only slightly weaker. Among them, presumably there are dangerous kinds of materials used. The source of Acetus's taigu materials should be more powerful dangerous species, so even time can be frozen after development. Admiral, who controls thunder, and the ring in his hand are second class. But it also made Bai Ye ponder. This kind of taiju is not considered Acetus's, but only the one in his own hand. In terms of power and potential, it is not equal to Logia Devil Fruit. But it's just weaker. If this kind of taigu is given to the Logia Fruit ability user of the same element, it will not be small for the improvement of combat power. However, the most suitable for those with Logia Fruit abilities should be Leoni's physical enhancement taigu. The two add up. Bai Ye can probably tell that the person with the fruit ability will increase the breath of God. As long as it's not the kind of weak taigu. And its own strength is still at the Vice Admiral level, so it is very likely that it directly has the strength comparable to the Admiral level. Of course, this refers to the lowest level in the Grand Prize hierarchy. But even so, it was terrifying. There is a hurdle between Admiral and Vice Admiral. This hurdle is difficult to cross. A foreign object can bring such a big improvement, the value can be imagined. The key thing is that you can build it yourself. With complete control of this world, it can be turned into a farm for the world government in the future, and it can be used to create taigu and produce raw materials for the world government. Bai Ye thought in his heart, his eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. Taking this opportunity to get a glimpse of the leopard is enough to confirm the future of taigu. It's a pity that Bai Ye was not interested in this ring-shaped taigu, so after playing with it for a while, he put it down. Then he looked down at the little emperor below, and said, "It's done well. Next, you can stay in the 0.8 palace with peace of mind. Of course, you can't go anywhere. Wait for a while. Someone will come and take you where you need to go, understand?" "Yes, Your Highness, I understand." The little emperor nodded, lowered his head, or felt ashamed. Bai Ye didn't care about this. Just let it go and let the little emperor leave. Afterwards, Bai Ye picked up another document and read it. This document contains some taigu information obtained from the minister's home. It can only be said that Dijin's ability is also strange. Any ability is possible. Some emperors in the minister's family have the ability to give Bai Ye such a feeling. It even feels like looking at the props of Doraemon. It's a pity that compared with those props of Doraemon, these taigu are much worse. Suddenly, Bai Ye let out a sound of surprise, and a glint of light flickered in his eyes. In its ear, there was a sound. Get part of the source of the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You will get 1. Copy fusion material. 2. Random taigu rewards without any side effects. Close black lens bracket. Rewards aside, where does this origin come from? The little emperor should be counted, the ministers should be counted, and the wild hounds should be counted, but these people should not have much origin, and the real big head should be on the side of the night attack. Perhaps, it's the group of people who recruited some characters that appeared in the original plot from where, so I got the origin. Bai Ye rubbed his chin in thought. That's about it. After figuring it out, Bai Ye showed a smile on his face, and then checked the rewards. Compared with the first world, the rewards of this second world. Obviously very different. More importantly, when Bai Ye checked, he couldn't help showing a pleasant smile on his face. 75. An amazing reward, the leader of Anning Taoism. Imperial capital. A new day has arrived. The sun is warm and the weather is just right. After praying towards the newly made angel statue, people started a new day's work. For ordinary people, in fact, no matter whether the country has changed its owner or not, they don't care at all, and they don't care at all. What they really care about is whether they can have enough food and drink, and live a stable life. So just as Bai Ye thought, there was not much turmoil in the entire empire. Or even business as usual. But today, the bustling streets of the imperial capital. A man and a woman looked around curiously. The boys and girls were carrying bags and weapons. Among them, the girl has a good-looking appearance, exudes a lively and pure atmosphere from top to bottom, and is wearing black fur clothes. It should be made of wild animal fur by villagers in some mountain villages outside the imperial capital, and the fields are divided to keep warm. The young man next to him exuded a heroic aura. While looking at everything in front of him, he said to the woman beside him. "Shiyu, I'm so lucky, I didn't expect to meet you so soon." "Yeah, ease, Tasmi is the only one left. I don't know when he will arrive at the imperial capital." The girl who was having a good time strolling around heard what Ease said, and nodded her head with a smile on her face. Worried look. Seeing this, the boy quickly comforted him. "Don't worry, Shiyu, Tasmi's strength is not weak. Even if he can't defeat those thieves, he will definitely be able to escape safely. It is estimated that he will arrive in the imperial capital soon. Next, let's find a place to work in the imperial capital and earn money. Let's get some money, just to see if we can join the imperial army by the way. In this way, we will definitely be able to stand out, and maybe we will be able to solve the plight of the village." As he said that, the boy's eyes showed his expectation and confidence for the future. Shiyu nodded and cheered up. "Yeah, I trust you, Ease." Subsequently, the two searched for news in the imperial capital, and asked where to join the army. But gradually, as the two of them inquired about more news, I became more and more startled. "Oh my god, we're late, Ease, there was a war between the gods in the imperial capital yesterday." The young girl Shiyu said in shock, covering her small mouth. Hearing this, Ease looked regretful. "Yeah, I would have speeded up if I knew it earlier, maybe I could have seen yesterday's battle. That is a god, I didn't expect it to really exist. Is there a chance to see you?" Shiyu also said with longing. "If you can see the gods and pray to the gods, surely you can easily solve the plight of the village." She is from the same village as Ease. It's a country girl. Because the village is in a difficult situation, so I set off with another childhood sweetheart, Tasmi, to the imperial capital, hoping to get ahead and help the village solve its predicament. It's just that they were scattered because they encountered burglars on the way here. For them, solving the plight of the village is the top priority. Bai Ye is not here. Otherwise, after seeing these two boys and girls and hearing what they said, they would naturally know that these two are the friends and childhood sweethearts of the protagonist Tasmi in the original book. It's just that in the original book, the two came to the imperial capital early after being separated from Tasmi, but they were deceived and imprisoned by the noble lady's family, and almost tortured to death. Even if Tasmi came to the rescue in the end, it was a step too late. But it can only be said that they were lucky, because Bai Ye came first and cleared up most of the bad nobles in the entire imperial capital. Including the family who deceived them in the original book. The noble master of that family died in the hands of Bai Ye. And his wife and daughter were imprisoned by other courtiers, gathered together, and prepared to find a suitable opportunity to send them to the palace. Therefore, the two people will naturally not happen in the original book. It can be said that Bai Ye unintentionally changed the fate of these two people. While they were discussing, a figure passed by, and upon hearing Shiyu's words, he immediately said with a smile. Are you new to the imperial capital? Yes, yes. Suddenly someone spoke, and both Yi and Shiyu, who came from the countryside, responded cautiously with a little inferiority. The person who came was an ordinary farmer, and explained with a big smile when he saw this. Actually, there is still a way to see the gods. I heard that the emperor in our imperial capital and many of his officials were punished by the gods for committing too many evils. The people living in the palace are not the emperor, but the gods. What if you can enter the palace, you might be able to see the gods. If the two of you want to meet the gods, one can only join the army to see if you can be selected by the palace guards, and the other can only go to see if you can become a maid in the palace. As he spoke, the farmer rose up, and the more he talked, the more excited he said. It's better to be a god, as soon as it appears, it will bring us a good life. In the past, those noble lords exploited ordinary people like us hard one by one. When the children in the neighbor's house disappeared, they all guessed that some nobles took them away. But dare not manage it at all, dare not look for it, to look for it is to seek death. But now, as soon as the great god came, those noble gentlemen began to send money with the order of the god early this morning. Next, they plan to build various facilities to make our lives better. This is all brought by the gods. It's just a coincidence that you two little ones came here, and now you go to the gate of the palace, maybe you can get a sum of money. Hear this. Ease and Seo were immediately surprised. Really? Of course, I can still lie to you two little dolls. Great, Shiyu, let's go now. Okay. The two walked towards the gate of the palace excitedly. Before leaving, they did not forget to thank the farmer. On the way, the two were still excitedly thinking about what the farmer had just said. Ayaz exclaimed excitedly, Shiyu, I have decided that I want to join the army, but I plan to run for the guard of the palace, maybe I can really enter the palace and meet the great gods. Did you hear what the big tree said just now? This god must be a great and kind god who is willing to help people. If he knows the situation in the village, he will definitely help the village. Yeah, I know, Ease. Shiyu nodded and said seriously. If you want to join the army, I will try my best to become a palace maid. That's all. The two came to the gate of the palace one after the other, received a sum of money, and reported it. Join the army alone. One becomes a maid. It is equivalent to joining Bai Ye's command. This is also the reason why Bai Ye obtained the original source and was rewarded. At the same time, in the palace, Bai Ye looked at his reward, quite surprised. The first world when getting rewards. The first reward is usually a partial world fusion. But now in the second world, this reward has changed. Advertisement. But this change is good. The so-called copy fusion. In fact, strictly speaking, it is also a fusion of worlds. But it's completely different. After Bai Ye understood it, he realized it. The so-called copy fusion is actually a form similar to a copy. Bai Ye said in surprise. That's right. That's it. Bai Ye can choose an area in the second world to exist as a copy. And form a copy door, designated to be placed in a certain area. Through the dungeon gate, you can enter this area and kill the monsters in this area. Since it is a copy, then naturally there will be dropped items. This item was chosen by Bai Ye. Once selected, it cannot be changed. And you can only choose what is in this world, and you can only choose the same thing. Can be gold, can be a weapon, can be eggs of dangerous species. Various materials are also possible. Even Taigu, it's not impossible. But the more precious the item, the lower the probability of dropping it. And this dungeon cannot be played anytime, anywhere. Simply put, this is a copy similar to the game. But it can only be cleared once a month. And every month, only one person can enter. It is equivalent to saying that there is only one chance in a month. But the rewards are also extremely rich. And even if the level is cleared, the monsters in the dungeon will not really die, but will be refreshed. How miraculous is this? It means that with this reward, and Bai Ye chooses the item dropped in the dungeon as the Taigu material, the world government can immediately start to obtain the material and start trying to build Taigu. But Bai Ye didn't rush to make a choice, he still rubbed his chin first, thinking. And asked in my heart. Can you see the drop probability of different items? The voice fell. A voice sounded again. Gold, silver and jewelry drop probability, 100%. Close black lens bracket. Daily item drop probability, 100%. Close black lens bracket. Weapon drop probability, 100%. Close black lens bracket. Treasure material drop probability, 50%. Close black lens bracket. Dangerous pet egg drop probability, 30%. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Taigu material drop probability, 15%. Close black lens bracket. Taigu drop probability, 1%. Close black lens bracket. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. The more precious the item, the lower the drop probability. Bai Ye continued to ask. What grade is the material of this Taigu? If the power is fully utilized, the highest quality drop materials can create a Taigu that surpasses the essence of demons. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. I thought it was at most the same level as a Cetus Taigu. But I didn't expect to have the opportunity to surpass the Taigu level of Acetus. Doesn't that mean it's the same level as Devil Fruit? Bai Ye's eyes flickered immediately, and he chose the dropped which is the Taigu material without hesitation. Then, the world map opens. The whole world, in the form of a map, appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. Let Bai Ye choose an area as a copy area. But the only choice is no man's land. Bai Ye took a look and chose an area extremely far away from the imperial capital. Next, replica fusion begins. A door slowly appeared in front of Bai Ye. This is the copy door. The placement is chosen by Bai Ye. This point, needless to say, on Mariajoy, of course. Don't look at it as just a copy, and it can only be used once a month. But there is a glimpse of the leopard, there is a first door, there is a second door. There will be more such dungeons in the future. The world government has more access to resources. And the acquisition of resources in the copy is not consumed. The continuous production of energy just takes time. This point has positively shown its preciousness. After the first reward is obtained. Advertisement. Next, naturally is the second reward. The second reward is the Taigu that has been optimized through double passing doors. And not Taigu produced in this world. Instead, it is directly condensed by double passing doors. Taigu came out, but it is random. Any kind of function is possible. But after all, it was just a piece of Taigu. Bai Ye didn't worry, and chose to receive it casually. Next moment, a ring appeared in front of day and night out of thin air. This is. Bai Ye held the ring to feel it, and was suddenly startled. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing an excited smile. I see. I didn't expect it to be a Taigu with such a function. Ha ha ha, it's a good one. This ring Taigu. It is a functional Taigu. There is a very simple but well-known name. Space ring. That's right. The effect of this emperor is exactly the same as the space ring. It's for storage. Don't look at the fact that there is no increase in combat effectiveness. But it was just right for Bai Ye. After all, does Bai Ye need a fighting type Taigu? Necessary, but not entirely important. Because Bai Ye doesn't need to worry. After researching how 480 makes Taigu, the whole world will serve him and create the strongest Taigu. So Bai Ye is not worried about Tegu or anything. By contrast, Taigu that increases combat power is easy to craft. This kind of functionality, especially the one with its own storage space, is not necessarily the case. After all, it is hard to say that the power of space has been traced. It is possible to give the world government another 100 years, and it may not be able to be built. It is also possible that the next world will exist. But that's also for the next world. It is undoubtedly good to get it in advance. It will be more convenient in the future. Putting the ring on his hand, Bai Ye tried it out, and put all the Taigu that he had just obtained into the space ring, which was very novel. The space inside is not small, it is as big as a football field, and it cannot store living things. After playing for a while, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. That's right, this reward is very good, and I'm starting to look forward to the next reward. However, there is no rush to attack there at night. Bai Ye murmured, no matter how powerful the night attack is. It is also destined to be in Bai Ye's palm, and it cannot escape. When thinking, tread, clear footsteps sounded. Bai Ye looked up. It was Stussy, who came to Bai Ye, bent down and whispered in Bai Ye's ear. Your Highness, the palace is here, and there is a person who says he is the leader of the Way of Peace and wants to meet you. Originally, I wanted to expel you, but considering that the other party's identity is very suitable to help you guide your beliefs, and at the same time, it also said that if you are a real god, you can serve as your master, so. I just came to report to you and ask for your opinion. Quote. And Ning Road. Bai Ye was surprised, and related memories appeared in his mind. The leader of Anning Road. A very special existence. With extraordinary personality charm, he is born with the ability to heal wounds and predict the future. He can read people's hearts and even remember the name and number of every believer. The key point is that the opponent is not a real human being, but a hybrid of a dangerous species and a human being. If you want to divide into camps. In fact, it can also be divided into the good camp. That kind of people, it is indeed valuable, because it is a religious figure, as Stussy said, it can help you gain more faith. So after thinking for a while, Bai Ye nodded. Let him in. Yes, Your Highness. Stussy took the lead, turned and left. After a while, footsteps sounded again. This time, a man wearing a teaching robe, with long hair and a gentle temperament slowly stepped into the palace. He walked slowly, without the slightest restraint. But when he raised his eyes to look at Bai Ye, he froze in place. Immediately afterwards, his body trembled slightly, and the next moment, there was a plop, and he knelt down directly, with a trembling voice, worshipping. Yes 76. Eternal incarnation of the sun and radiance. Huh. Bai Ye was surprised, and looked at the leader of Anning Dao curiously, seeming to be puzzled. After all, when he first came in, the leader of Anning Dao was not so respectful, on the contrary, he looked more like he was coming to cooperate. How did you become like this after seeing him? Bai Ye said, head up. The leader of Anning Dao immediately raised his head, his eyes still filled with worry and fanaticism. Like a true believer, this made Bai Ye even more at a loss. You are. When in doubt, ask. Bai Ye never hides. Hearing this, Anning Taoist leader said immediately, I am guilty, please forgive the great gods. Originally, I thought you were just a false god, some kind of taigu in your hands, and you used the power of taigu to deceive the people, but I didn't expect you to be a real god. Oh, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth turned up, and he leaned back, leaning comfortably on the throne. So, how are you sure I'm a real god? Great god, I am the descendant of the combination of dangerous species and human beings. Thus, I have some dangerous abilities. Anning Taoist master said respectfully. I was born with the ability to heal others and to predict the future. The latter can only predict the near future, but sometimes, they can see the future far in the future. I saw you the first time I saw you. See what? Bai Ye asked with interest. Future. To be honest, Bai Ye can also do this kind of thing. Rely on observation hockey, but what is predicted is only the level of the next few seconds to minutes. In the future, it is impossible to do it. But it does not prevent Bai Ye from being curious about the ability to predict the future. In the world of pirates, there is also the ability to predict the future. As for the sister of the evil dragon, that is the case. In fact, Bai Ye wants to win the Fishman Island as soon as possible, and also has the idea of meeting the evil dragon's sister, and wants to know his future from the other party. Although Bai Ye doesn't really believe in this so-called predestined future destiny, it doesn't prevent Bai Ye from being curious about it. But I didn't expect that in this world, there are people who can know their own future. When asked by Bai Ye, the leader of Anning Tao did not dare to have the slightest reservation and responded truthfully. Sorry, great god, I didn't see much, only a few pictures. But in this picture, I see you exalting the kingdom of God. Kamui is like a prison, and God's grace is mighty. I have seen countless people offer their devout faith to you under the light of your divine light. I saw that in your kingdom of God, countless people of the kingdom of God lived happily. I also saw that in your kingdom of God, it is like an ancient tree of the sky, running through one world after another. Those worlds, on the ancient tree of your kingdom of God, condensed into fruits one after another, as if like the world tree. Along with the words, the leader of Anning Road became more and more fanatical. Even involuntarily, he became a believer of Bai Ye and dedicated his faith. In its body, it has the blood of a dangerous species. And the dangerous species, no matter how you say it, can be considered as a beast. Therefore, the body of the Anning Taoist leader also has the instinct of a beast. That is the awe and surrender to the strong. It's just that in the past, under the suppression of human nature, this instinct never broke out. Now, because he saw pictures about Bai Ye's future, even though in those pictures, he could not see much and could see clearly, it was just a vague picture, but he also let Bai Ye leave a deep impression in his mind. For Bai Ye, there are only two words. Gods. True gods. And gods have always been powerful symbols. And because of the mental shock. This time, human nature did not suppress the instinct of the dangerous species, allowing its instinct to submit to the strong to explode completely, and involuntarily became a loyal believer of Bai Ye. For this, Bai Ye saw it at a glance, but he didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he touched his chin, thinking curiously about the picture about his future that the leader of Anning Dao said just now. Looking at it this way, will my future me be a real god? This is pretty much what I expected. But it's not right either. No matter what, the leader of Anning Dao is just a weak existence. If I really become a god in the future, it will not be possible for such a weak person to peep. The greater probability is that in the future, in some way, I will become more like a real god, and the purpose is to take this opportunity to gain more faith. But in fact, they are not considered real gods. Not surprisingly, what the Taoist leader Anning saw should be the latter. As for the world tree, it should be related to the reward for winning the double gate. Thinking about this advertisement, Bai Ye felt a little pity again. From this point of view, whether his future will become a real god is still unknown. But soon, Bai Ye suppressed the messy thoughts and locked his eyes on the leader of Anning Dao. The piety in his eyes is extremely eye-catching. And in it, Bai Ye felt the power of devout faith, which was slowly rushing towards him. What does this mean? It shows that the leader of Anning Daoism has really become his own believer. This is also the way Bai Ye is good at identifying who is his loyal subordinate. Originally, in Bai Ye's view, the leader of Anning Dao is a useful person who can help him establish a religion, manage believers, and better develop religions and gain more beliefs. It's just that Bai Ye didn't pay much attention to it, considering that the leader of Anning Dao might not be willing. Now that the other party has become his true believer, then, correspondingly, he has value. A move in my heart. Holy light emerges. The form of an angel suddenly emerged. Under the bright holy light, if it weren't for the white wings behind him, Bai Ye would be like a shining sun in the eyes of everyone, extremely majestic and sacred. But at this moment, the light is extremely soft. Shrouded in the body of Anning Daoist leader, it seems to feel all the good things in the world, and all of them emerge in front of his eyes. Baptism of the holy light. Mental hints. In the eyes of Anning Daoist leader, the piety became more and more intense. Almost enough. Bai Ye murmured secretly in his heart, and opened his mouth slowly. That's right, I see the brilliance of humanity in you. You are a merciful believer. Today, I don't hold you accountable for your past beliefs. I just ask you, are you willing to dedicate your beliefs to me and become a guest? Believer. An ecstasy appeared on the face of the Taoist master Anning. Bang. Facing Bai Ye's direction, he kowtowed heavily. It's my pleasure. In order to let your holy light shine on the whole world, I am willing to work hard and give everything. Wen Yan. A satisfied smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. Good. Then now, I will give you a task. My lord, please tell me. People in this world have suffered too much, go and spread my holy light to every corner of the world. People need to be rescued. The Anning Taoist leader nodded, with a look of honor on his face. My lord is merciful, I will surely fulfill your order. But, if possible, please tell my lord your priesthood, I am eager to spread your priesthood throughout the world. Priesthood. To be honest, Bai Ye is not a real god all the time. Naturally, he did not consider the priesthood. But now that I have asked. Plus it will be needed sooner or later. So Bai Ye said slowly after being silent for a while. I am the eternal incarnation of the sun and radiance. The master of Taoism of Anning trembled slightly, then nodded enthusiastically and left. Can be expected. Next, a religion that worships the eternal incarnation of the sun and brilliance will start from the imperial capital, spread continuously, and then cover the entire world. For the strength of this leader, Bai Ye has expectations. If you can really satisfy yourself, it is understandable to give the other party a generous reward. But if not, there is a high probability that it will be replaced. Next, the imperial capital became quiet. Bai Ye, on the other hand, returned to the world of pirates. After all, this is his main world. As for the second world, there is nothing to do for the time being. Instead of being idle there, it is better to come to the main world and continue to visit the scenery of the world. But just came back. The whole world was shaken by a piece of news. East Blue. Early morning. On the pier, a caravan came and was unloading on the pier. Advertisement. Suddenly, a seagull flew by, carrying newspapers. Have one. A young man took out Bailey and handed it over. After taking the newspaper from Seagull, he opened it and read it. Immediately, a shocking voice sounded. What? The pupils of the young man shrank suddenly, looking at the contents of the newspaper, his expression was shocked. Jin, the golden lion is actually dead. That's the former great pirate. Besides, the kingdom of Germa, unexpectedly encountered Buster Call's attack, has been removed from the sea. Some words fell. The whole pier instantly became lively. Are you kidding me? The golden lion is dead. How is this possible? That is the flying admiral. Didn't you hear that it is difficult to catch him? How could he die? I thought this big pirate had disappeared, but I didn't expect that he was already dead when he suddenly appeared. Germa is a big country of North Blue, right? I remember it is still a member of the world government, how could it encounter Buster Call? You are outdated a long time ago. Germa is no longer a member country. I guess you did something that angered the world government. That's why you were wiped out, just like O'Hara before. My god, what day is it today? So many important things have happened. As expected of the world government, I read the newspaper, but I didn't expect the golden lion, which is famous in the sea, to be in the world government. I also saw that it was the golden lion who wanted to snatch the king of the Germa kingdom from Buster Call, and he really wanted to die. That's the world government. No matter how powerful the golden lion is, he's just a pirate. Oh my god, I saw the figure of that highness. That highness, who is it? Who else could it be? Of course it is His Highness Bai Ye from the world government. Because of him, my daughter was able to be liberated from slavery and come back safely. I didn't expect the golden lion to die at the hands of this highness. What a shame. Damn. What? It's His Highness. My god, the golden lion really deserves to die. This highness is a good person. Fortunately, there is no danger. Your highness is a kind person, completely different from other celestial dragons. Good people will be rewarded with good things. Yes, I heard His Royal Highness Bai Ye is working hard to free all the slaves on Mariajoy. Not only that, but the days are much better recently. There used to be pirates from time to time, but now marine patrols frequently. No pirates dare to appear at all. This is all thanks to that highness. Marine does that. Your highness is really a good person. I also heard that other islands have built churches for His Highness, and they want to worship His Highness as a god. It should be. After all, the gods will not treat us so well, but His Highness will. Some ordinary people saw Bai Ye's face in the newspaper and immediately became excited. There was a look of gratitude in many people's eyes. Many of them were because their family members had been captured as slaves. I thought that I would never be saved for the rest of my life. But they didn't expect that they were sent back not long ago, and those slaves who were sent back were basically full of gratitude to Bai Ye after telling their family members that they were rescued with the help of His Highness Bai Ye. In addition, some marines in various sea areas are patrolling around some islands from time to ensure the safety of civilians as much as possible. This point is also promoted by the world government as Bai Ye's credit. Because of this Li Hao, these civilians are basically full of gratitude to Bai Ye. That's why when they learned that the golden lion actually wanted to attack Bai Ye, many ordinary people became furious, cursing that the golden lion is not a good thing and that he should die. Some people also heard that there were people building churches for Bai Ye on other islands. After believing in Bai Ye as a god, they immediately planned to build churches for Bai Ye one by one independently. Of course, among them, some dead men commanded by the world government are indispensable to guide public opinion. In fact, the guidance of public opinion began a long time ago. After all, this is a big project. God-making plans cannot be accomplished overnight. In addition to the various previous plans, many of the dead under the command of the world government were dispatched to the islands where some civilians live in the world, disguised up, and guided public opinion. Let the people believe that Bai Ye is a celestial dragon who loves the people like a son. Sometimes, 3 people become tigers. The importance of public opinion is self-evident. One said maybe nothing, but there are too many people talking. Even if some people say that Bai Ye is a god, others will believe it too. The world government naturally knows this, so how could it ignore it? However, as far as the public is concerned, the focus of attention finally became Bai Ye. So for the great pirates of New World, the focus of attention is behind this incident. News of the Golden Lion's death. Let the whole new world become undulating. Countless pirates are shocked. Incredible. After all, now is not the time for the original plot to begin. The remaining prestige of the Golden Lion is thrown in. Many people still have the domineering figure of the former flying admiral in their minds. That is an existence on an equal footing with Whitebeard and Roger. In addition, New World is also a paradise for pirates. It is conceivable how huge the shock caused was. 77. Meeting of the 5 elders, trip of Chopper and celestial dragons. Moby DK. Dad, it's not good, it's a big deal. Marco hurriedly ran towards Whitebeard with the newspaper in his hand, shouting while running, with an unconcealable shock on his face. Seeing this, Whitebeard, who was drinking, couldn't help frowning. Marco, what happened? Look, Dad. Marco handed the newspaper to his father. Whitebeard took a look. Boom. A terrifying breath erupted, sweeping all directions. Many members of the deck turned pale in an instant. Whitebeard didn't pay attention, his eyes still fixed on the contents of the newspaper. There is a picture. The content of the picture is very simple. It was the body of the Golden Lion, with a hole in the heart. Below is a news report from Morgans. A few days ago, the world government revoked the membership status of the Germa Kingdom as a member of the world government, and launched a buster call against the Germa Kingdom on the grounds that Germa touched the history of 800 years ago. This buster call was sponsored by Naval Headquarters. A Kainu admiral led the team, and the digital vice admiral made the Kingdom of Germa disappear on the sea in one fell swoop. Close black lens bracket. I thought that this buster call would be the same as the previous Ohara, and there would be no surprises. Close black lens bracket. But the Golden Lion suddenly appeared and tried to take away the King of Germa Kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge, but was killed by Marine headed by a Kainu on the spot. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Former Flying Admiral, Golden Lion, Shiki, Lion Fruit ability user. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After Roger the One Piece, another sky has fallen. Close black lens bracket. Simple words. The reason for the death of the Golden Lion is introduced. Below are some more pictures. Like the Buster Call fleet. A Kainu. And the figure of Bai Ye standing on the deck. But there is only one photo related to Bai Ye. On the other hand, there are a lot of photos of a Kainu at all. It could be seen that Morgan still cared about his own life, and he didn't dare to say too much, and he didn't even dare to mention Bai Ye in the news reports. I was afraid that if I accidentally angered Bai Ye, it would lead to my own death. Ordinary people may be shocked by the death of the Golden Lion. So will Whitebeard. But after the shock, Whitebeard's eyes fell on the pictures, and finally, he locked on the picture of Bai Ye. Father, take your breath away, brothers are going to die soon. Marco was the closest to Whitebeard, bearing the aura emanating from Whitebeard. His face was pale, and he couldn't help but remind 980. Hearing this, Whitebeard just came back to his senses. He didn't notice his aura emanating, and withdrew his aura. Then, he continued to look at the newspaper in his hand. Look dignified. Shiki, once at sea, he and Shiki, Roger, are definitely friends. Both friends and rivals. In particular, he and Shiki had been on the same boat before, and he knew more about the strength and courage of the Golden Lion. If the Golden Lion died during the plot period of the original book, he might take it lightly and not be shocked. But at this moment, after all, it is unavoidable and unbelievable. Father, I didn't expect the Golden Lion to die in a Kainu's hands. This Marine Admiral is really strong, is it Logia? Marco couldn't help but said when he saw his father's solemn expression. Heard the words, Whitebeard immediately sneered and dismissed. A Kainu. A kid who plays with lava. Maybe he's pretty good, but how could he kill Shiki? Not to mention that guy, his ability to escape is top-notch. With Lion Fruit's ability, as long as that guy wants to run, it's impossible for anyone else to catch up to him except for that kid named Kizaru from Marine. And even the kid Kizaru couldn't kill Shiki, unless there was a storm. Whitebeard knows all too well that Shiki's nemesis is Storm. Once there is a storm, Shiki's ability will be greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would not have been defeated and fled due to a natural disaster in the Wall Sea battle. There is even a rudder plugged into the head. But, it doesn't seem like there was a storm in this newspaper. Marco scratched his head. Yeah, no storm. Whitebeard nodded, put down the newspaper, took a sip of his wine and said deeply. There was no storm, but Shiki died. This matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Talking. Whitebeard picked up the newspaper again, found the photo of Bai Ye and began to write. Seen on the deck of a cruise ship. And Ling and Stussy standing respectfully behind Bai Ye. Just looking at a picture. Whitebeard also felt the dignity of Bai Ye's status. And the strength of 0 and Stussy is not bad. Advertisement. That is the intuition of the strong. As the world government. Whitebeard murmured. Just a photo let him know the real cause of Shiki's death. Get a glimpse of the leopard and return to the background of the world government. But today's Whitebeard is still at its peak. Why be afraid of it? With a cold snort, Shockfruit's ability was activated. The newspaper in his hand shattered into dust. Probably because of the death of his old friend, Whitebeard felt a little upset in his heart, and ordered. Little ones, order to go on. If you see the marine fleet near the territory, shoot directly and let those guys stay in New World forever. Yes, father, although I don't know what dad's order is for. But as the sons, they nodded and agreed without hesitation. The other side, a certain sea area, the redhead is getting ready for the first half of the Grand Line. He doesn't have top strength yet. There is also a lack of partners. He wants to be like his former Captain Roger, starting from all over the world, looking for a group of his real partners, and then all the way to the New World. He had a hunch. Chaos is about to start in the New World. In this chaos, only the top strong can stand at the top. At that time, he must obtain a seat. Same with Whitebeard. Looking at the photos of Bai Ye in the newspaper, this is the second time that the redhead has looked at Bai Ye seriously, and he feels more and more that the cause of the Golden Lion's death is related to Bai Ye. But in the end, he put down the newspaper and stopped paying attention. IWC. Cake Island. Lin was growling while eating the cake. Damn it, that guy Shiki, who was at the same level as my old lady, could have died at the hands of a Kainu and a group of vice admirals. There must be other reasons. Call Morgans and ask him to tell me what happened. What happened? My intuition told my mother that it must be related to the world government. 17. There is also the action of the world government some time ago. Those damned guys, contact them, let them tell my mother, what is their world government trying to do? Shiki's death. Ordinary pirates, shocked. The top powerhouses have bad premonitions one after another. And because of this bad feeling, he acted. World Government Headquarters. On Mariajoy. 5 elders meeting room. Now, the 5 elders discussed it accordingly. Throwing a document on the table in front of him casually, the old man with a mustache took a sip from a cup of tea, and then sneered. Those guys in New World couldn't sit still anymore, and began to put pressure on us with arms deals, wanting to take this opportunity to understand our purpose. It's just some arms deals. If they don't want to continue, they should stop it. The old man next to him also sneered. We also know the greatness of His Highness and the bright future of the world government. And the seastone over at Wanokuni, but for now, it doesn't matter. Quote. With 2 worlds in hand, next, it's not that we need their arms, they need ours. As for the seastone, the access to the calm belt is really needed, continue the deal with Kaido with new weapons, he won't refuse. Hearing this, the voice of the old man with the knife was cold. It's just a bunch of dregs from the sea, what do you think they are? If it weren't for the usefulness of keeping these dregs, Ahab, they would have been cleaned up long ago. The bearded old man shook his head and said with a smile. There's no need to be angry, it's just a group of ants. In the past, you might have to pay a price to clean them up. But now, there's no need for that. As long as we continue to wait, we will become stronger and stronger, while they will just stand still. That's right, under the leadership of His Highness, the world government will become stronger and stronger, and in the future, it will establish the kingdom of God and become a true descendant of God. It's just a bunch of pirates, why worry? So. Reply at will, Lin, if he wants to refuse the arms deal, he can refuse it directly. If Kaido doesn't know what is good, he can also refuse. Seastone is not a necessity, and new warships are not unusable. Indeed. Seconded. For these messages. Bai Ye naturally didn't know. East Blue. At this time, the day and night cruise ships have already arrived. On the deck, Bai Ye was sunbathing, lying on the chair, letting Stussy take a few maids to apply sunscreen on his back. Bai Ye, on the other hand, looked at the 2 devil fruits in front of him, showing satisfaction. 2 devil fruits. One of them, burgundy, came from inside Vinsmoke Judge. That's right. Advertisement. It's the bat fruit. After devil fruit is consumed, once the ability user dies, if there is fruit nearby, devil fruit will be reborn directly nearby. Bai Ye's luck is very good. This fruit was directly reborn and returned to his own hands. Not just bat fruit. The same goes for lion fruit. Compared with bat fruit, the strategic significance of lion fruit is even greater. After pondering for a while, Bai Ye ordered, put these 2 devil fruits into my treasury. At this stage, there is no suitable candidate for the reward, so you can keep it for now. Waiting for a good goal in the future, it can be rewarded. Yes. The servant nodded, turned and left. Then, a little furry guy ran over with a glass of juice in his hand, with a happy smile on his face. Master, here, this is my newly made concoction. It tastes like apples. It tastes delicious and can strengthen your body. I added ice cubes to it. Master, how about you try it? Oh, Chopper, is there a new recipe so soon? Looking at the little reindeer in front of him, Bai Ye took it with a smile and took a sip. Needless to say, it's really good. Nutrients are high. And it tastes great. It has to be said that Chopper is indeed talented in this regard. That's right. Chopper has recovered. After being rescued by Bai Ye, he regards Bai Ye as a benefactor. Perhaps because he has never been treated so tenderly by humans before, without Bai Ye needing to speak, Chopper immediately decided to follow Bai Ye and become Bai Ye's pet. And under Bai Ye's suggestion, he got the name Chopper, and began to study medicine, which progressed very quickly. Of course, there is also the reason why Bai Ye has no shortage of experimental questions, so Bai Ye can experiment to his heart's content. Nice. After drinking the drink, Bai Ye should not be stingy to give a compliment. Chopper immediately scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly, but said happily. As long as the master likes it, I will make more delicious and nutritious drinks. Well, go ahead, I trust you. A few short words made Chopper show a moved expression, burst into tears, turned around and ran back to his room on the cruise ship. Bai Ye continued to enjoy himself. After a while, he got up and walked towards the room with the shy Saya in his arms. This trip is 2 or 3 hours. After Bai Ye came out, Takashiro Saya was already lying limp in Bai Ye's arms, without a trace of strength. For your good performance recently, let me give you a little reward. Bai Ye said with a chuckle. Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Shaw's face. Bai Ye gestured to Stussy. Stussy immediately nodded with a smile and said to Saya, I will order that someone send your parents back. Thank you, Your Highness. Saya immediately slapped Bai Ye on the face with a happy face. Bai Ye shook his head and laughed. Telele taste. Footsteps sounded. A servant came and reported. Your Highness, there is an island nearby, which is a territory of the Mox Kingdom. Shall we log in? Mox Kingdom. Presumably it is also a kingdom that did not appear in the original book, and Bai Ye has no impression of it. But after thinking about it, he nodded. Go and see. The majesty of celestial dragons travel. He hasn't experienced it yet. Although I know what the situation is, I still don't mind experiencing it. Get orders. The entire cruise ship, under the escort of the warship, immediately set off towards the island. And at the same time, on the island, in the royal palace, a figure also landed on the island ahead of time, found the king of the country, and informed him of Bai Ye's identity and his upcoming arrival. Pause time. The entire kingdom was in a mess. The king, a bloated fat man with a look of ecstasy on his face, gave orders immediately. Quick, take out all the best food in our country. There are also all kinds of precious wine, treasures, and beauties. Go, bring the queen and princess too. I want to dedicate all of these to that Lord Celestial Dragons. As long as that highness is satisfied, it will be the opportunity for the rise of my Mox kingdom. Just a message. Affected the entire kingdom. It can be seen that in this world, the influence of celestial dragons on ordinary people. 78. Gain the filial piety of believers and kings again. When a luxurious cruise ship lands in port, the entire port has gathered a large number of civilians. Some people are at a loss. Someone is afraid. But there are also, with gratitude. And the king of this country also led his queen and princess, looking at the cruise ship with excited expressions. Waiting for the appearance of a noble figure. Celestial dragons, they actually came to our country. I heard that you have to kneel when you meet celestial dragons, shall we do the same later? Sure, if you don't kneel, you will be killed by celestial dragons. My god, it's better to be obedient later, I don't want to die. That's the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, who are protected by the entire world government and marine. Who do you think? Didn't you see His Majesty the King came? They still look respectful. We ordinary people, it's best to wait a while, just kneel obediently and don't ask any questions, otherwise who knows if it will cause any trouble. But I heard that the celestial dragons who came this time are His Highness Bai Ye. If it is His Highness, he should be very friendly, right? Who knows, we haven't really met. The civilians talked a lot. At this moment, on a cruise ship, one after another figures appeared. It was a CP member and soldier who appeared on both sides of the street, opened up a road for Bai Ye, and laid a red carpet. I'm coming. The king excitedly took the hand of a princess beside him and said, Daughter, that highness will appear later, you must take the initiative, understand? I see, father. The well-behaved and delicate princess nodded, looking at the cruise ship with anticipation and curiosity. Subsequently, a figure in white robe appeared. This figure exudes an incomparable noble aura. Just when it first appeared, it attracted everyone's attention, subconsciously making people feel admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Just an unpretentious white robe, without any accessories. But that handsome face is paired with an elegant temperament, not to mention the arrogance, and the faint smile on his face is very gentle, like the sun, making people feel soft and comfortable. A pair of pupils, also like vast stars, make people sink. This is true nobility. In the eyes of all. This figure that came out is the only noble existence in the world. Even his own country is far behind. Just seeing this figure, some ordinary people subconsciously felt that the other party should be a nobleman. The king of the kingdom of Mox, with his wife and daughter, has met his royal highness. With the appearance of Bai Ye, the king of this country immediately came with his wife and daughter, talking excitedly. While speaking, he was about to kneel down in front of Bai Ye. See here. Some other civilians also hurriedly wanted to kneel down in panic. Bai Ye's brows were slightly frowned, and then stretched out, and a dazzling holy light emerged from his body, covering the area. Faintly, the holy light seemed to materialize, lifting up the people who were about to kneel down. Bai Ye said softly. When you meet me, you don't need to kneel down. I don't need to use this method to show that I am noble. Besides, everyone should disperse. There is no need to delay earning money to support the family because of my arrival. Just go with the words. Behind Bai Ye, white wings slowly emerged. Hear voices. People couldn't help looking up curiously. When you see the wings that symbolize angels, in this East Blue Sea area where there are few pirates and the distance from the New World and the Grand Line is like a paradise, the common people rarely know the existence of devil fruit. So for a moment, they froze in place. Call it ignorance. Ignorance is fine too, at least, for reasons unknown to devil fruit. Most of the civilians suddenly showed pious expressions and spoke excitedly. My God, what did I see? It was an angel. His Highness Bai Ye, is it a god in the sky? No wonder he was born so beautiful. No wonder His Highness Bai Ye treats us so friendly. He is completely different from other nobles. It turns out that His Highness Bai Ye is a god in the sky. Only His Highness is a real nobleman, because His Highness is the reincarnation of a god. I just said how some nearby islands would build churches for His Highness. If His Highness is a god, then everything would make sense. Thanks to your Highness, to the great gods, it is because of your existence that my daughter can get it back and take off her status as a slave. Woo woo woo. Your Highness looks really warm and handsome. Ah, I really want to be by His Highness's side forever. Probably because of his handsome face and gentle temperament, a lady on the side of the road blushed, and with a scream, she fell to the ground as if she was going to faint. But the direction he never thought of falling down was Bai Ye's side. Bai Ye subconsciously stretched out his hand, hugged the lady in his arms, and asked softly. Are you all right, ma'am? Advertisement. I'm fine, thank you, Your Highness. With such a face so close at hand, Madame's face instantly became like a red apple, her body trembled slightly, her eyes were filled with mist, and at the same time, she was extremely excited. It's fine, if you get hurt because of me, I will feel very sad. Bai Ye smiled and let go of his arms after his wife fought. Hear this. People around felt a burst of warmth. His Highness is really a good person, he is really like the rumors, he loves the people like a son, he is completely different from those nobles who like to exploit themselves. Only someone like His Highness is a real noble. No, His Highness is not only a nobleman, but also a god in the sky. Is the supreme being. Such a supreme existence would feel sad because of the injuries of ordinary people. People were even moved. Because she left Bai Ye's arms, the lady showed a reluctance and sadness expression on her face, and then shook her head hastily. This cannot be blamed on you, Your Highness, everything is because of me. As she spoke, she twitched and asked in a low voice. Your Highness, can I ask for one thing? Oh, what's the matter? Bai Ye asked gently. I want to be your maid and be by your side. She was completely intoxicated by Bai Ye's noble temperament and handsome face, and she was completely fascinated, with longing and expectation in her eyes. Bai Ye's face showed embarrassment. This, your husband, I'm afraid will not be willing. The madam said quickly, and turned her head to cast oppressive gazes at her husband. It's all right, he'll say yes. Madam's husband is obviously from aristocratic background, so he nodded without hesitation at this moment. I am willing, as long as your Highness doesn't mind. Hear this. Only then did Bai Ye's brows relax. Since your husband doesn't mind, then naturally there is no problem. Say it. He looked at the lady in front of him. The skin is fair and smooth. It's pretty. And because of Bai Ye's words, Madam became excited and followed Bai Ye immediately. Then, Bai Ye looked at the others, waved his hand and said softly. Okay, everyone, let's go, don't waste time because of my arrival. And, you don't need to kneel down. Just having said that. But an idea popped up in everyone's mind. Encountered such a noble existence. Kneeling is the right thing to do. You should bow down to each other to express your respect and devotion. After all, the other party is a god in the sky. Therefore, an ordinary person couldn't help but speak. It doesn't matter, Your Highness, I am also willing to kneel to you. After someone spoke, others also echoed. Yes, Your Highness is a god in the sky. Only by kneeling can I show my piety. I am your believer, and it is my duty to express my devotion to you. Great God, please continue to bless me, I am your most fanatical believer. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth turned up, showing a smile. Since this is the case, I can only bring some blessings to everyone. I hope that everyone's life in the future will be happier. The voice fell. The white wings behind him waved. Holy light poured into the body of some people. For a while, everyone felt incomparably warm and comfortable, especially those who were suffering from injuries and illnesses, felt that their bodies had fully recovered. They were more excited than before. Also more pious. Is this a blessing from the gods? It must be. OMG, my leg is healed. Your Highness is indeed a god. I want to become His Highness's believer, pray for His Highness day and night, and repay Your Highness. But in a short time, a large number of pious beliefs poured into Bai Ye. After feeling this, the smile on Bai Ye's face became more and more satisfied, and then he walked towards the king with his arms around the unknown but charming lady. Your Highness. The king looked cautious, but also excited. Please lead the way. 0. Seeking flowers. Bai Ye said softly. The king nodded quickly, immediately led the way, and walked towards the palace. As Bai Ye walked along, countless civilians gathered on both sides of the street, and along the way, Bai Ye's holy light continued to shine. Advertisement. Therefore, even though Bai Ye refused to let these people kneel down, these people still bowed down to Bai Ye willingly. During this period, the eyes of many people also became devout. This is naturally due to Bai Ye's spiritual hints and faith baptism. Perhaps this would be hypocritical. But so what? Bai Ye didn't care. Just be useful. At least from the present point of view, it is just a small use of means, while willingly bowing down to oneself, but also believing in oneself. Not only does he provide himself with the power of faith, but he also enjoys the privileges of the world's nobility. But this, only I can enjoy. Bai Ye murmured in his heart, his eyes flickering. Other celestial dragons. Hee, just some trash. Stay a little longer. Even if it is waste, there are times when waste is used. In the future, in Bai Ye's plan, all the people in this world just need to bow down to themselves. This will represent one's own particularity, uniqueness, and supremacy. Other celestial dragons will have this privilege revoked in the future. Waste celestial dragons will be used by waste to help Bai Ye draw more faith. Capable celestial dragons will also become a tool for Bai Ye to maintain the stability of his own rule and absorb the stability of his faith in the future. Follow Bai Ye all the way. On this journey alone, Bai Ye absorbed at least 50,000 units of power of faith. How scary. This means that there are at least more than 100,000 people who have become Bai Ye's believers. It's still an island. If you go to a few more islands. Bai Ye felt that his believers in this sea could easily exceed 1 million. Unknowingly, under the leadership of the king, Bai Ye came to the extravagant palace. A sumptuous food and wine, as well as various rare treasures, have already been prepared here. The king said respectfully, Your Highness, I found this from the palace treasury and dedicated it to you. I hope you like it. Looking at the gold and silver treasures and all kinds of beautiful accessories, Bai Ye was not interested, but there was a big sharp knife among the rare treasures, which surprised Bai Ye a little. Hold it in your hand. After pulling it out, there was a clang, and the cold light flickered, exuding a sharp light. Good. A smile appeared on Bai Ye's face, and he was quite satisfied with the knife. It can be kept for Seiko Busujima. Seeing the smile on Bai Ye's face, the king also had a happy expression on his face, and immediately began to respectfully enjoy the delicious food with Bai Ye again. Only during lunch, on the left and right sides of Bai Ye, one is the king's queen. One is the king's most beautiful princess. Under the king's personal order, they came to Bai Ye's side and served Bai Ye. And at the same time, willingness was written on his face. Although the power of celestial dragons is part of it, it is more because of Bai Ye's own temperament, and with the addition of angel fruit, ordinary women cannot. For the sake of refusal. All in all, this lunch, Bai Ye had a decent meal. Although the food is not as precious as what I usually eat. But with a good heart, it tastes even more fragrant. And after lunch, His Majesty the King also specially invited Bai Ye to enjoy the newly built hot spring in the palace, and asked his wife and daughter to serve him. Of course, that lady was also included. Of course, Bai Ye would not refuse such kindness. Now that we have come to this kingdom, in itself, Bai Ye intends to enjoy himself. Your Highness, there is a hot spring in front of you. Don't worry, everyone around has been emptied, and no one will disturb you. The king said respectfully after bringing Bai Ye outside the hot spring building. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction, patted the king on the shoulder, and said in his excited eyes. Well done, I will reward you later, but for now Let's go to the hot spring first, so you should kneel outside first. Quote. After speaking, Bai Ye walked towards the hot spring with his arms around the queen and princess. A CP member immediately surrounded the entire hot spring to ensure Bai Ye's safety. And the king himself knelt behind happily, because he shouted, yes. 79. Kokosia, guessing the plot. After Bai Ye came out of the hot spring bath comfortably, the king was still kneeling outside. Your Highness. The king stepped forward excitedly. Bai Ye said softly, yes, I said that I will give you a reward, then I will give it to you. What do you want? Heard the words. The king was even more excited, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he hesitated and said hesitantly, Your Highness, I want the little maid to serve by your side, what do you think? Oh, Bai Ye was surprised, and immediately laughed. You're smart. Knowing that the request is too excessive, day and night will not agree. Actually thought of this request. But Bai Ye said that he will not return naturally. What's more, the other party's daughter is indeed beautiful, educated and reasonable, as a maid, she is indeed qualified. Therefore, Bai Ye nodded and agreed to come down. See here. The king quickly bowed his head to express his thanks. Next, Bai Ye stayed in this country for 2 days before leaving. When he left, he took the king's queen and princess with him. But the other party is still grateful to Dade. It can only be said that the identity of celestial dragons is indeed enviable. The identity of Bai Ye is even more so. Follow the cruise ship. Bai Ye called 153 to Stussy and asked. Where is the next destination? Your Highness, next is Logue Town, but there is an island of Kokosia nearby. There is no kingdom on it, only some small villages. If you feel bored, Your Highness, you can go for a stroll. Kokosia. Bai Ye was surprised, rubbing his chin in thought. Kokosia Island, Bai Ye doesn't know. But if he remembered correctly, he knew a village in Kokosia. That is the hometown of Nami. One of the original characters. Nami, Bai Ye naturally have a deep memory. After all, in this world, Nami can be regarded as having an excellent appearance. There is no shortage of women around Bai Ye, but what is lacking is a woman who can arouse Bai Ye's interest. And Nami, it's still. Bai Ye ordered. Go and see, how long will it take? 2 days. I see. Bai Ye nodded, stopped talking, and lay quietly. 2 noble women beside him kept massaging Bai Ye with their white and soft hands. These 2 people are naturally the king's wife and daughter. Looking at Bai Ye's eyes, there is a strong love from time to time. It has completely changed into the shape of Bai Ye. But it's a pity that Bai Ye's interest in them is no longer very great. In my mind, I was thinking about what things in East Blue could be worth my attention. Luffy in Windmill Village counts as one. Anyway, it is also the protagonist of the original novel. A person who inherits the luck of this world. If placed in the world of double piercing doors, Luffy is an existence that Bai Ye must subdue and kill. Advertisement. Etc. Bai Ye suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. In the worlds where the double piercing gates are opened, rewards can be obtained through conquest. Can the main world also be like this? Open black lens bracket cannot. Close black lens bracket. The sound of double passing the door immediately rang in my ears. All right. There was a look of disappointment in Bai Ye's eyes, and he smiled wryly. It seems that I think too much. Right. If it is really possible, one's own ability and status can conquer the whole world in an instant. After all, he rules the world government. And if we look at it according to the process of conquering other worlds, basically, as long as I can round up the protagonist, it is equal to the success of the conquest. But the next moment, the voice came again. Open black lens bracket cannot do it now. Close black lens bracket. What's the meaning? Bai Ye frowned slightly, and immediately asked in his heart. The double piercing door gave an explanation. The world opened by the double passing gate can be conquered no matter the time, plot, or stage, as long as it is completed according to the requirements. Close black lens bracket. However, the main world has special features, and only after the special time arrives can rewards be obtained through conquest. Close black lens bracket. If you don't need rewards, you can start conquering ahead of time at any time. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Bai Ye stroked his chin, thinking to himself. Special time. What do you mean? Is it the time when the plot starts? If you say that, don't I have to wait until Luffy goes to sea? That is 11 or 12 years later. Bai Ye smacked his lips. This time, to be honest, not very good. It's not that I can't wait. But when he really waited for that time, Bai Ye felt that he probably didn't care about those rewards anymore. 12 years. How many worlds can be conquered is unknown. But guarantee 5. All 5 worlds have been conquered. Maybe the entire combat power has been improved, so why care about these rewards in the main world? But thinking about it carefully, Bai Ye thought again. There is no accident at the special time, it is the time when the plot begins. So, is it possible for me to advance the world? Or, change the appointed time? Open black lens bracket can. Close black lens bracket. Not only time, but the operation of everything in the world can be changed. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. Although this is very cryptic. But Bai Ye could still hear it. The workings of everything can be changed. This is not just about plot time. I am afraid it also includes various advertisement. Such as identity. If so, Luffy is not a pirate, but marine. So does it mean that there is no need to wait for the plot to start? Or, if Luffy is turned into marine, will the so-called luck of the protagonist fall on other people, so that the time that will come more than 10 years later will be brought forward to the present? Specifically, Bai Ye does not know for the time being. But, try it. It just so happens that we have arrived at East Blue, so let's go to Windmill Village to have a look. Luffy, since I like adventures, then let you go to Otherworld for me to take risks. Bai Ye murmured in his heart. Come to think of it, the scenery of the Otherworld will attract the protagonist of the original work more than the so-called free sea, right? At that time, the so-called protagonist will fight for him, and he will enjoy it in the rear. It will be quite interesting to think about it. After making such a decision, I stopped thinking about it day and night. Under the wholehearted service of the 2 women, Bai Ye got up, opened the double door, changed clothes, stepped inside with Stussy, and came to the zombie world. Here, every time I come, there are huge changes. All kinds of new buildings emerge endlessly. Every time Bai Ye comes, there are bound to be countless believers kneeling to greet him. To this, Bai Ye responded with a smile, and then came to Vegapunk's laboratory. During this period of time, the research progress of Vegapunk was not unpleasant. The advanced medicine of number 2 medicine is developed directly, and the final stage is just short of it. Secondly, the immune agent for the zombie virus has also been developed, and it is more secure. And 1 injection can permanently immunize against the zombie virus. Because of this, the world government is preparing to replace all the slaves with zombies, but because of safety considerations, it plans to build some buildings in advance to ensure that the zombies will not escape, so as not to cause trouble. Moreover, the so-called emancipation of slaves does not only include those on Mariajoy. There are other islands under the wave of the world government. Like the Kingdom of Bridges that Robin visited in the original book, this island is in East Blue. At present, there are many slaves on it. There are not many such islands. What's more, a lot of knowledge and technology has been absorbed from World Number 1, which makes world government plan to build airports, train stations, etc. in various places. He also intends to contact Tom from the Land of Seven Waters to confirm the sea train plan of the other party. If it is feasible, he will combine the two to gradually shorten the distance from the sea and completely shroud it under the rule of the world government. The initial changes probably started with East Blue. Because there are currently the largest number of Bai Ye believers here. It is also the safest and weakest sea area, there will not be too many troubles, and even if there is, it can be easily suppressed. But Bai Ye didn't come here this time for these things. When Bai Ye came to Vegapunk's research institute, he immediately saw Vegapunk, who was busy and the petite girl serving tea and water from time to time. The girl has the same two hair colors separated in the middle as Yuta in the original book. She is petite and cute, which is considered cute. Perhaps seeing Bai Ye's doubts, Stussy introduced. Your Highness, this is Dr. Vegapunk's clone, Atlas. Yeah, Bai Ye took a look, didn't continue to pay attention, but called Vegapunk. Your Highness. Seeing Bai Ye coming, Vegapunk saluted and said excitedly. You came at exactly the right time on 3.5. I have researched the Taigu you sent someone. It is not the type of technology I am good at, but from a preliminary point of view, it has a certain degree of particularity. Especially the materials, which are just unbelievable. Did you know? Those dangerous species in another world are really full of treasures. Even some scales have the properties of metal, and after being synthesized with ordinary metal. More practical and special new metals can be born with a high probability. Quote. Take this piece as an example. This is a material I obtained after decomposing a taigu. It should be said that it comes from the scales of a certain dangerous species. After it is synthesized with metal, a new type of metal is born. This metal has the ability to absorb power and in turn heal scars. It looks like memory metal. But in fact, it is equivalent to the evolution of memory metal. If this metal is used to make armor, as long as the person wearing the armor is not blown by a punch, no matter how serious the injury is, he can recover. It can be said that the stronger the attack, the faster the recovery. And this is a new type of metal. According to my guess, if most of the dangerous scales in the second world are used for testing, at least more than 100 new types of metals can be synthesized, which is helpful for our research. Incredibly huge. 80. Virus Blade, Divine Guard Effect. Is there such a thing? Bai Ye said in surprise. From this point of view, world number 2 has even greater potential than I imagined. Yes, Your Highness. Vegapunk nodded. It can be said that these dangerous species have brought me great surprises, but I asked about the situation in this world before. It seems that technology is not too advanced. I can only say that it is a waste of this world full of treasures. If possible, I hope to obtain more materials, preferably complete dangerous species that can be used for research. The scales of a dangerous species have this effect. In Vegapunk's view, the research value of complete dangerous species will be higher. Maybe the blood, bones, and even flesh and blood on the body have great research value. Hearing this, Bai Ye smiled and nodded. I'll give you an order, and it won't be long before I bring you what you want. Haha, thank you Your Highness. Vegapunk immediately laughed and thanked him. He knew some information about Bai Ye's identity. With Bai Ye's nod, he thought that the dangerous species he wanted to study would be delivered to him soon. But then, he waved his hand, and let a scientific researcher walk over with a knife, handed it to Bai Ye, and said. Your Highness, speaking of it, you came at a very good time. I am very interested in research and development of technology, but in the past, because there was only one person, the progress was very slow, and most of the places needed to be solved by myself. However, after Your Highness conquered this world and absorbed many scientific researchers, many of them were very capable and liberated me. This weapon is a creation formed by the combination of the wisdom of the three worlds. It has just been made not long ago. You can take a look at it, Your Highness. Oh, 3 worlds. In other words, does it include the main world and the second world of 07? Such a weapon aroused Bai Ye's interest all of a sudden, so he picked up the knife and took a closer look. Very unique weapon. The shape of the sword. The blade is green, with many small lines, making the surface of the blade look like there are dazzling green flowers. The cold light flickered, which also showed the sharpness of the knife. After waving it casually, Bai Ye pointed the handle of the knife at the ground, and then let go. The sword fell straight down. There was a snort. It was inserted directly into the ground. Sharpness, visible Amadara. In the ordinary world, it can be regarded as a top-notch artifact. It is easy to cut iron like mud. At least in terms of sharpness, it is not weaker than a good knife. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he ordered. Let me introduce it. Since it is the crystallization of wisdom from the 3 worlds, I think this knife should be more than sharp, right? I have to say that Your Highness has sharp eyes. Vegapunk patted Bai Ye's flattery a little, making Bai Ye shake his head and laugh. Probably he didn't expect Vegapunk to say such a thing. But then, Vegapunk was introduced. Your Highness, this knife is temporarily named the Virus Blade by us. Virus Blade, right. Vegapunk nodded solemnly, and said in a deep voice. This is a weapon that can be mass-produced. Simply speaking of knives, it is on the same level as Liang Kuei knife. But at the same time, its advantages are not comparable to a good sharp knife. First of all, this knife uses some biological technology. Although it is a cold weapon, it can be regarded as a technological creation. It contains the virus of the first world, and the metal material synthesized by the scales of the dangerous species of the second world, as well as us. The stuff of the world. Therefore, this knife itself has a virus characteristic, as long as the enemy hit by it will be infected with the virus. However, this virus is not a zombie virus. After my editing, the above virus has become a special virus that can accumulate and superimpose. Once infected, people will gradually become weak. The more you accumulate, the more powerless you become until you can't move at all. Advertisement. Hearing this, Bai Ye was suddenly surprised. This alone made Bai Ye determine the value of this knife, which was terrifyingly high. But then, Vegapunk's words surprised Bai Ye even more. But if that's all, it's not enough for this knife to bear the essence of the three worlds. In addition, this knife is a biological technology creation, and it recognizes the master. Recognize the Lord. What do you mean? Bai Ye asked. Vegapunk asked instead of an immediate answer. Your Highness, there is currently no suitable manpower, do you think? Bai Ye waved his hand immediately. An ordinary soldier came immediately. Bai Ye said, go on, I'm starting to be curious about this knife, and want to know what other abilities it has. Just wait and see, you won't be disappointed. Vegapunk grinned and instructed the soldier. Look here, let's drip your blood on it. Why? He pointed to the rear end of the hilt, where there was a raised point like a jewel, very beautiful. Without any hesitation, the soldier took out a knife and cut his finger, dripping blood on it. Then, a shocking scene happened. The handle of the knife was like flesh and blood. After absorbing the blood, it actually began to squirm. And the blade also made a faint trembling sound. All right. Vegapunk handed the knife to the soldier, and then ordered to a scientific researcher. Bring a little white mouse over there. Yes, doctor. The researchers acted quickly. After a while, a little white mouse was sent to the soldiers. Vegapunk continued. Use this knife to kill this little white mouse. The soldier nodded without hesitation. There was a snort. Blood spattered. The little white mouse was cut off immediately. But the splashed blood was absorbed by the blade. Such a scene made Bai Ye narrow his eyes. Vegapunk self-channel. Now, you can say how you feel. I seem to be physically stronger. The soldier murmured, his tone a little unsure. It seems to be an illusion. Bai Ye looked at Vegapunk. Meeting Bai Ye's gaze, Vegapunk nodded decisively. That's right, this is another ability of this knife. It can absorb the essence contained in the enemy's blood, and then replenish the owner of the knife, so that the owner of the knife can improve his physique. To be honest, thanks to the special materials from world number 2 that you sent, Your Highness, otherwise it would really be impossible to forge such a weapon. This is why I am looking forward to some dangerous species in world number 2. I see. Bai Ye suddenly nodded, his eyes flickering. He stared at the knife with an expression of love. You are very good, doctor, at least you proved to me that what you said is correct. The value of the second world is indeed great, but since this knife, that is, the virus blade can help the owner of the knife become stronger, if you think about it, the upper limit not too high. Otherwise, it's real. Hey, indeed. Regarding this point, Vegapunk did not deny it, and nodded truthfully. This knife can only be held by the weak, and it can enhance the strength of the weak. The upper limit is probably the captain level of naval headquarters. Not bad. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement. After all, this is a weapon that can be mass-produced. No uniqueness. This means that this weapon can be popularized by the whole army. Its value is self-evident. Bai Ye asked. And what about yield? At present, I have already told General Rand that the factory building is being built. Once the building is completed, the daily output of a delivery room is about 500, and more factory buildings are needed. 500. Enough. This weapon. It can be used to equip the upcoming guard army. Although there are hot weapons now, cold weapons are the best weapons in a world where hot weapons are not very powerful, but personal force is extremely powerful. Therefore, in Bai Ye's view, this kind of weapon is more valuable than some machine guns, submachine guns and so on. Simply put, a hot weapon like a submachine gun enhances the bottom-level combat power. The virus blade is an intermediate force. Without any hesitation, after continuing to inquire, Bai Ye left the research institute and called Rand. How's virus blade's factory going? Your Highness, it is under construction. The first one will probably be completed tonight. Next, more will be built. Bai Ye hummed and nodded. Very good. This must be faithful. After all, this is the standard weapon of the Divine Guard in the future, and the output must be increased. Rand also said respectfully. Yes, please rest assured, Your Highness, I will not disappoint you. Then, what about Chamber 587 Academy? Most of them have also been established, and at present, training for the Divine Guard has begun. Oh, Bai Ye became interested and twisted his neck. In that case, take me there to have a look. Hee, please follow me, Your Highness. Rand was obviously very satisfied with the results of the training, with a look of complacency on his face. With Bai Ye, Rand came to the Academy of the Divine Guard under construction. Construction is not yet complete. However, More than half of it has been built, covering a large area. Look around. Each area is separated. The first thing that catches the eye is the training of the combat division. One huge training ground after another. Countless people are sweating profusely in it. Among them, there are also a large number of CP members, who are serving as training halls. Rand pointed to a playground, which contained about 3,000 college students, doing squat jumps. For any college, one jump is 3 or 4 meters. Rand introduced. Your Highness, please take a look. This group of people belong to the talented members of the combat department of the students, and their strength is growing rapidly. Although they look weak, in fact, each of them still has 300 caddies of weapons tied to their legs. Load. From participating in the training to the present, in less than a month, the strength of this group of people has risen from the level of being inferior to ordinary people to the level of the captain of the headquarters. And that's not ultimate. When the training is over, it will be at least the rear admiral class. And the other training ground over there is full of talented students, currently equivalent to recruits from the headquarters. The number of all training grounds is about 200, and they are currently operating in 2 shifts. It is no exaggeration to say that in the training ground area, there will be countless students in hard training 24 hours a day. Because of the funding from the world government and the emergence of various scientific and technological nutritional products, there is no need to worry about leaving behind problems such as unmentionable diseases. Because it is the first time to conduct training in this way, many plans are being adjusted. But once you have experience and start a complete plan, I can assure you, Your Highness, that every student here in the future will definitely be a true elite. 81. Acedes. Good. Bai Ye nodded in praise. A look of satisfaction on his face. Seeing this, Rand felt relieved a lot. Actually, Bai Ye is really satisfied. Don't say anything else. At least the results can be seen. As far as the current training time is not long, it can be seen that Madara can train these existences that are not as good as ordinary people in the pirate world. And as Rand said, once complete, familiar, and experienced, then this place in the future will be a place dedicated to producing elites. Even the ordinary soldiers in the Divine Guard can play 1 against 3 or 4 outside. That alone shows the potential here. And except for the combat department. Next, Bai Ye also went to other subjects. All I can say is that it worked out pretty well. Scholar Corey is basically full of talents. Let 100 schools of thought let go. All kinds of knowledge collide with each other in practice, rather than just existing in theory. Simply put, at the Academy of the Divine Guard, as long as you can make progress, everything in this world can be found for you. There is no need to worry about funds or anything. Anything that leads to student progress can be sent here. Various materials, talent and more, basically, under these various blessings. Even if the Academy of the Divine Guard has not been built yet, it is still full of talents. Finally, Day and Night were satisfied and left. According to his estimation, it won't take long for the Divine Guard here to have initial results. At that time, it is time for him to come again. Afterwards, Bai Ye came to the second world. At present, the Empire has no emperor. Only gods. As a god, it is necessary to remain mysterious. Bai Ye will not appear easily, and the communication with those ministers is no longer Bai Ye. Instead, it was given to Eleanor by Bai Ye. As elite celestial dragons. Eleanor is also capable. Dealing with the affairs of a country is simple and simple. The most important thing is that Eleanor cares about Bai Ye and knows what to do in order to help Bai Ye. Therefore, Bai Ye is very relieved about it. Came to the imperial capital again. Eleanor immediately finished handling the matter, and ran over excitedly, wearing a white robe. Under the robe is a black and white tight combat suit, like the Spider-Man clothes on the Earth before time travel. Of course, it is the female version, extremely sexy come running. Your Highness. Eleanor hugged Bai Ye like an octopus, with a joyful expression on her face. Come on down, how decent is this? Bai Ye stroked Eleanor's long hair and said angrily. Advertisement. Hearing this, Eleanor licked her red lips, blushing. Your Highness, I have been busy with all kinds of things during this period of time. It has been very hard work. Can you consider giving me some rewards? Oh, what reward do you want? Bai Ye asked with a smile. Eleanor didn't say a word, she just leaned her head lightly on Bai Ye's shoulder and twisted her body. Bai Ye is naturally enlightened. In that case, then I'll satisfy you little fairy. Eleanor smiled happily. Heck, goblin, if His Highness likes it, I can always be His Highness's little goblin. Then, the two walked towards the room. About 3 or 4 hours. Bai Ye came out with Eleanor wearing bathrobes. Sitting on the soft sofa, Eleanor picked up a cigar and lit it for Bai Ye herself, and then said. Your Highness, you came just in time. What's the matter? What's the matter? Eleanor nodded. The Acedes in the north have defeated those barbarians and are returning with a large army. What do you plan to do with them? And Acedes. Eleanor didn't know it though. But he doesn't care. It's just that I heard that the other party is good looking, and if I handle it casually, Bai Ye will be displeased, so Eleanor waited until Bai Ye came, and then let Bai Ye handle it personally. Heard the words. Bai Ye's eyes flickered. Acedes. In this number 2 world, Bai Ye is the most admired plot character. Since coming to this world, Bai Ye has never seen each other. At this time, when he heard that the other party was going to return to the imperial capital, Bai Ye became inexplicably curious. Acedes, Tisk, let's see if I can subdue it. The opponent has good strength and good aptitude. If he is trained well, he will definitely be a strong man under the command of the world government in the future. If you can subdue it, subdue it. If you can't subdue. As the voice became softer, a look of indifference flashed across Bai Ye's eyes. Can't be subdued, it can only be killed. But that shouldn't happen. Based on Bai Ye's understanding of Acids through the original book, the existence of Bai Ye definitely has a fatal attraction for Acids. Without him, Acidus is a fighting maniac. It can be said that there is a belligerent factor. In this world, Acidus can even be said to be at the top of the pyramid. Opponents who can bring interest to Acids are few and far between. Except Bud, almost none. But Bud is not necessarily the opponent of Acids. As for the machine god, those things are not considered opponents. It's just a piece of Taigu, but anyone who controls it without bloodline requirements has that terrifying strength. That's why the current world is boring to Acids. Only war, occasionally, can bring a little fun to Acids. But the existence of Bai Ye, for Acids, is one unknown new world after another. New world represents great power, and unknown powerful opponents. For a person with a character like Acids, how can he refuse? Advertisement. Not to mention, law of the jungle. Suppress it, and Acids will naturally surrender. Thinking like this, Bai Ye asked with a smile again. Estimated when Acidus will be able to return. Probably just these 2 days. Eleanor thought for a while and reported. The opponent is moving very fast, and seems to want to return to the imperial capital as soon as possible. Really? I see. Bai Ye nodded, indicating that he knew, then put his arms around Eleanor's silky shoulders and patted her thighs. The corners of Eleanor's red lips raised, and she leaned over immediately. At the same time, outside the imperial capital, north. When Bai Ye was discussing Acids with Eleanor, Acids, as Eleanor said, was quickly leading the army towards the imperial capital. Even despising the slow marching speed of the army, Acids simply took a few of his cronies and set off alone. It wasn't until the horses under him were tired and needed to rest that Acids stopped by the edge of a lake. Under the ice-blue eyelashes, his blue eyes looked in the direction of the imperial capital, and his eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Backquote. Lord Acids, I heard that the imperial capital has been overthrown by an unknown force. The ministers are all dead, and His Majesty the Emperor seems to be under the control of the other party. Although you may be worried about His Majesty the Emperor, should we do better? Think about it and set up a plan so that you can rescue His Majesty conveniently. Beside Acids, a man named Will whispered. Heard the words. Acidus turned his head and looked over, his cold eyes made Will shiver subconsciously, and took 2 steps back. Immediately afterwards, Acidus laughed disdainfully. Save His Majesty the Emperor. Ha ha ha, are you talking about a joke? The Emperor is in control when he is in control. For Acids, it has nothing to do with her. She is loyal to the Empire. That was a joke. It's just that the Empire can give her what others can't. Now the Empire is overthrown, but really not much has changed at all. The Empire is still there. The entire Empire remains stable. It's just that the person in charge has changed a group of people. But Acids has enough self-confidence, even if the Empire is controlled by another person, the other party still needs her. So her position is still stable. What difference does it make if the Emperor is dead or not? Could it be that, Mr. Acids, you are in such a hurry to go back, isn't it to save His Majesty the Emperor? Will wondered. Acidus shook his head. The so-called His Majesty the Emperor is just a puppet in the hands of the ministers. It doesn't matter whether he dies, nuos or not. I just want to see who actually has General Bully. That old thing, although stupid and loyal, is still very strong. Besides, the guy who killed that old guy Bud is very strong, and it doesn't seem to take much effort. Speaking of here, there was a bit of excitement in Acidus' words. Acidus naturally has his own intelligence organization in the imperial capital. Therefore, even at the border, Acids can quickly learn about the changes in the imperial capital. It was also because of knowing these changes that they quickly suppressed those barbarians and rushed towards the imperial capital. Hearing this, the expressions of Will and the others beside him changed drastically. What? Bud Admiral's army is actually dead. Hiss, who is it? Besides you, Mr. Acids, there are actually such strong people in this world. It's impossible, isn't it? Hearing this, Acidus smiled dismissively, without explaining at all. Just recalling the information I got before. I can't wait more and more. If Bud's death interested her, then the defeat of Mech God made Acids full of curiosity. She can't wait to go back to the imperial capital, trying to find out what kind of existence actually has the power to destroy the machine god. 82. Lucci, Khalifa. 2 days left. Bai Ye travels back and forth between the 3 worlds, but he is quite happy. If there is no double door, although his status is still noble, there is a high probability that he is trapped on the Mariajoy and is not allowed to go out, so he can only study and study every day. Although it is possible to sing and sing every night, it is too boring after all. Although it is still a bit plain now, it is also beautiful and plain, which makes people happy. This day, East Blue. As a 4C area, it is naturally not as rough as the Grand Line. It may be sunny 1 second, and turn into a storm in the next second, with waves everywhere. The weather in East Blue is generally good, with 4 distinct seasons, making people feel comfortable. A huge cruise ship sails on the sea. Just looking at the size and appearance, people feel the luxury and the extraordinary status of the owner of the cruise ship. Not to mention the two sides of the cruise ship, there are two warships escorting them. The metal cannons on the warships are shiny and full of deterrence. Call, call, call. Bai Ye is in the middle of the exercise he does every day, sweating profusely. One exercise lasts for 3 to 4 hours. This is the benefit of having a strong body. When the exercise was over, Bai Ye's fiery heart also became peaceful. Your Highness, let me wipe off your sweat. A servant came over, in black and white maid uniform, with white silk wrapped around her legs. She said she was a servant, but she exuded a noble and gentle aura. Any place would be enough to be the queen of 10 ladies. Of course, this servant is the queen, that is, one of the people Bai Ye took away earlier, but on this ship, he can only serve as a servant. Bai Ye nodded 203, picked up a glass of iced rum from another maid next to him and drank it, and let the maid wipe the sweat off her body. That strong figure made the maid blush while wiping it. Looking at the daughter who just accompanied Bai Ye to train beside him, envy flashed in his eyes. Soon, after wiping off the sweat, Bai Ye went to the bathroom to wash up before returning to the deck. The breeze is gentle, with a slight salty taste. As soon as she sat down, Stussy came in wearing a black short skirt and shirt, stepping on a pair of high heels, with long blonde hair fluttering, holding a document in her hand, full of Ms. Yu's aura. Your Highness, Kokosia Island is almost here, because there are still about 2 hours. Really? Bai Ye nodded. I just got tired of staying on the boat, and I can go out for a stroll later. By the way, what are you holding in your hand? Stussy handed the document to Bai Ye and said respectfully. It is a good seedling of some CP organizations at present. I am looking to see if there are any suitable candidates. If there are any, I can send them to the CP0 organization to train suitable bodyguards for your Highness. This is one of the 5 elders' missions to Steward. As Bai Ye's status is getting higher and higher, Stussy's identity is not just a personal bodyguard. Also add the status of secretary, part-time housekeeper and so on. All in all, Bai Ye's status is getting higher and higher, and Stussy's status is getting higher and higher. For this, Stussy is naturally very happy. Oh, Bai Ye curiously took the file and opened it to have a look, his eyes lit up immediately. It has to be said that there are actually quite a few acquaintances on this document. The first one that catches the eye is a boy named Lu Chi. In the original work, one of the members of CP9. Known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in history. It can be said that Lu Chi's talent is very high. Advertisement. Otherwise, it will not be transferred from the CPO organization to the CP in the future. But it's a pity that no matter how high the qualifications are, they can't get into the eyes of 5 elders. After all, the 5 elders don't pay attention to such a small person. In addition, it is the CP9 organization that entered, and the leader of the CP9 organization is a waste like Spandam. With such a genius appearing under CP9 who is in charge, he must have chosen to keep him under his command and work for him, to get credit for it. And the tasks that CP9 performs, to be honest, usually don't help to improve one's strength. This also led to Lu Chi in the original book, whose aptitude is not weak, but his strength is really mediocre. It was a bit oppressive in the early stage. But that's about it. Then there was an opportunity later, and the qualifications of entering CP0 were able to be used. But because he took an ordinary devil fruit too early, and entered CP0 too late, even if he has the qualifications and potential, at that age, he can't show much. The upper limit of strength also comes to an end. Entered CP0, at most it is a vice admiral level. I don't know how far it is from admiral. In fact, in Bai Ye's view, Lu Chi has admiral potential. But I want to realize this potential to the fullest. It is necessary to start targeted training at a young age and have a qualified devil fruit. Perhaps it was because of Bai Ye's arrival. Spandane was unloaded to the bottom. It no longer belongs to the other party's words. The plot has changed. Lu Chi's figure entered Bai Ye's eyes. If Bai Ye has no idea about Lu Chi, the fate of the other party is probably the same as in the original book, there will be no changes, and there will be no big changes. But now that he has met someone with potential, Bai Ye will naturally choose to make the best use of it. Besides, under Lu Chi's profile picture, Lu Chen's qualifications are also introduced. This boy is not bad, let's send it to CP0. Bai Ye ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Stussy nodded, glanced at Lu Chi's photo, and wrote it down. Then, continued to read day and night. Next, another acquaintance. Khalifa. Like Spandam, Khalifa's father is also one of the CP members who play for world government. But Spandam is inheriting the father's business. Khalifa relied on his own strength to enter the CP organization. As in the original work, it is one of the members of CP9. But in the original book, it can be regarded as a beauty. While having a professional quality, she is also like Stussy, a sexy lady with golden waves, a sexy figure, and slender legs. It's a pity that because the original book followed a brain-dead Spandam as the boss, it didn't end well. Today's Khalifa is still young, her figure is not as perfect as in the original book, and her face still looks immature. But Bai Ye nodded to Khalifa's head. Yes, let's train it well. Stussy, you also need some suitable assistance by your side. I see, Your Highness. Stussy nodded again, looked at Khalifa's face in the photo, and nodded. With this appearance, he is qualified to stay by His Highness's side. In Stussie's eyes, not everyone has the ability to stay by Bai Ye's side. It doesn't even work if you have strength. At least you have to have both strength and good looks. Otherwise, if she looks ugly, she will also lose Bai Ye's face. Advertisement. Then, Bai Ye continued to read. But most of them are some relatively ordinary existences. There are bright ones, and they are not the characters in the original book. Without the familiar presence, Bai Ye also lost some interest. He casually handed the booklet back to Stussy, came to the edge of the deck, looked into the distance, and the outline of an island appeared in his field of vision. Suddenly, boom, a shell hits. Landing on the side of the cruise ship, the waves stirred up made the cruise ship tremble slightly. Bai Ye turned his head and looked at the rear. At some point, a pirate fleet of 3 pirate ships appeared. On those pirate ships, a group of pirates had excited smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, with such a luxurious cruise ship and the escort of the warship, I'm afraid it must be a nobleman with a noble status, right? This is a big fat sheep. Little ones, speed up for me and go over. Boss, with the frigate, is there any danger? What are you afraid of? Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is a big pirate with a bounty of 20 million Baileys, Mad Bull OSK. No matter who the other party is, if you meet Lousy, you can only die. Lean over. Yes, God. Fire another shot to prevent the opponent from escaping. Yes. The 3 pirate ships speeded up. While approaching, while firing. Swish. Ling's figure instantly appeared beside Bai Ye, kneeling on one knee, waiting for orders. Bai Ye looked at the pirate ship in the distance with great interest, and smiled lightly. East Blue is indeed the weakest and calmest sea area. It has been a while since I came to East Blue. This is the first pirate group I have seen, and it is also a pirate group that wants to die. Go and destroy it. Not one left. He opened his mouth casually and spit out cold words. Zero nodded respectfully, stood up and looked in the direction of the pirate ship, with killing intent in his eyes. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Within a few breaths, a figure of Zero stepping on moonwalk appeared above the 3 pirate ships. Tempest kick. Just kick it out. The huge slash suddenly erupted. In an instant, a ship was cut apart and sank into the sea on the spot. Countless life-saving voices sounded immediately. But Zero's eyes were cold, his movements didn't stop, and he continued to strike. The 3 pirate ships quickly turned into wrecks and fell into the sea. On the sea surface, a group of pirates struggled. Zero raised his foot again and waved, a series of tempest kick slashes burst out. Kill the pirates on the sea. But in a short while, the surface of the sea was already stained red with blood. Then Ling returned to Bai Ye's figure and returned to Bai Ye. This is just an episode on the road that makes Bai Ye feel a little bit more interesting, not worth mentioning. At this time, as the cruise ship continues to depart, the island is getting closer. The destination is finally here. 83. Belmere. Although Kokosia Island has characters from the original book. But in East Blue, it is actually a very ordinary island. On the island, there are some villages not far apart. In the original book, the evil dragon came and ruled here and other nearby islands, and built the evil dragon paradise here. And discovered Nami's nautical talent, began to use Nami. Let's not talk about the dragon, the clown, for the time being. Bai Ye is still looking forward to the matter of Nami. If I kidnap Nami, will my fate change? Bai Ye thought to himself. In fact, from the moment I arrived, the fate of this world basically began to change. But what Bai Ye can be sure of is that because all his actions in the past have nothing to do with the protagonist group, so even if there are changes, the changes will certainly not be great. Like the Vinsmoke family, even if it is destroyed in his own hands. But does it have a big impact on Sanji? It's really not that big. In the later stage, there are basically various reasons that may make it entangled with Wang Guo again. The only major change may be that he took Chopper away. It's just a member, and I can't see the specifics at the moment. And in the protagonist group, if you want to talk about the really important seats, except for Luffy who is the protagonist, East Blue's group is basically more important people. Especially Zoro. Nami and Sanji come next. This time, Bai Ye wanted to see if Luffy would be the same as the original book, longing to go to see if he got rid of the protagonists of East Blue and went to the Windmill Village. If you still want to go to see, then I am afraid that as the protagonist, the luck in his body is still playing a role, and he has found a replaceable member. And if there is a change, then when the time comes, it can be seen at a glance. Thinking of this, the corners of Bai Ye's mouth raised, he quickened his pace, jumped lightly, and landed on the shore of the island from the cruise ship. Although this island does not have a town kingdom, there are also some small ports spontaneously established by the villagers to facilitate the sale of some special products on the island in the future. When the cruise ship approached, quite a few villagers had already noticed the arrival of Bai Ye and others. It's just that because of the extravagant cruise ship and the escorting warship, they knew the extraordinary identity of this stranger who came from nowhere, so they didn't dare to go forward, even watching from a distance. All feel stiff. Bai Ye waved, and Stussy came over. After Bai Ye gave an order, Stussy walked towards the distant villagers with a smile. After a while, Stussy led the villagers over. Compared with the previous restraint, Lin Men has a respectful look at this time. Among them, a later old man was probably the head of the village, and when he came to Bai Ye, he immediately bent down and said excitedly. It turns out that His Royal Highness Bai Ye is coming. Please forgive us for not knowing your identity. What is your purpose of coming here? This is probably the benefit of starting the god-making plan. Not to mention some pirates, bounty hunters and so on. But the common people at the grassroots level basically have enough understanding of Bai Ye. The guidance of public opinion made them all feel that Bai Ye is a saint who is completely different from other celestial dragons. Advertisement. Even the incarnation of gods. This also caused Bai Ye to be in East Blue. As long as he didn't go to an island that was too remote, the civilians on some islands would know Bai Ye. Maybe you don't know Bai Ye's face, but you also know Bai Ye's reputation. Naturally, there will be no feelings of panic, fear, etc., and some are just respectful. After all, Bai Ye doesn't want to leave a bad reputation like other celestial dragons. Don't be nervous, Mr. Village Chief, I just came to East Blue to inspect and see the situation in East Blue. If there are pirates raging, then I will step up my efforts and let Marine completely clean up the pirates. However, judging from the time I've been in East Blue, compared to other sea areas, there are indeed a lot fewer pirates in East Blue. Just like the leader came to condolences. The villagers nodded vigorously. Yes, thanks to your highness, the Marines patrol the surrounding waters more times than before every day. In the past, pirates might come occasionally. Every time they came, the villagers would suffer heavy losses. In serious cases, many people would even die. But since then, there have been no more pirates, and the life of the villagers has become much better. Thank you, you are our great benefactor. As the village chief spoke, he was about to kneel down and kowtow to thank him. Bai Ye lifted him up with a gentle smile. After all, this is not the beginning of the original plot. Since the beginning of the era of great pirates, even the relatively calm East Blue. The number of pirates is actually not that much. It's just that it's less compared to the other three sea areas. Even so, ordinary islands are also often attacked by pirates. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Bai Ye asked the world government to invest funds to increase the number of patrols of the Marine Patrol Fleet, which greatly deterred some pirates and ensured the stability of civilians' lives. These credits basically belong to Bai Ye. There is no Bai Ye. The world government doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people. You guys are living a good life, which is the greatest good news for me. It doesn't have to be like this. Bai Ye smiled and said, can you show me around the island? I seem to smell oranges. Smell of oranges. The village head froze for a moment, then nodded with a quick smile. Oh, you are talking about the oranges from Belle Mare's house, right? Her family has an orange orchard in the village. It's very sweet. If you are interested, Your Highness, I will take you for a walk. Just when you come to us island, please prepare for it and thank you for what you have done. How about it? I can tell. The village head is indeed full of heartfelt gratitude to Bai Ye. Want to prepare a great dinner party for Bai Ye? To this, Bai Ye nodded and agreed. The village chief immediately became happy and started to act quickly. And also arranged for someone to take Bai Ye for a stroll. And this person, not to mention, Bai Ye is quite familiar with. It's Ōtsutsuki in the original book. The sheriff of Kokosha village seems to be very young at present. Your Highness, Your Highness. Compared with the old village chief, Ōtsutsuki seemed very nervous and stuttered. Please, please come with me, and I will take you to the village right now. Advertisement. 0. Ask for flowers. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. But Ōtsutsuki was so frightened that he waved his hands again and again. No, you're welcome, this is what I should do. Speaking of which, we should thank you. Hee, well, there's no need to talk about this, you just have to live a good life, and then, take me for a stroll. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing this, Ōtsutsuki immediately nodded and led the way. Feeling the gentle temperament of Bai Ye, there is no sense of oppression brought by other big figures. Immediately, Ōtsutsuki felt that this His Royal Highness, just like the rumors, is a rare big man who loves the people like a son. Such a character not only helped his village and nearby villages to avoid the pirates' aggression that they often suffered in the past, but also treated people so kindly. Now that he came to the island, it's no wonder that the village head wants to give the whole village a treat. Up. While thinking, Ōtsutsuki led the way. After a while, the smell of oranges hits the face. Oh. Very fragrant. Looked up. An orange orchard appeared in front of my eyes. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Ōtsutsuki also spoke. Your Highness, this is Belle Mare's orange orchard. Their oranges are very sweet, and the marmalade they make is delicious. You can taste it later, Your Highness. Okay, now that you've said that, I'm looking forward to it. Bai Ye nodded immediately. Really looking forward to false expectations, that's another story. In the orange grove, it was very quiet. But Ōtsutsuki immediately yelled. Belle Mere, is your home? Come out, there is a distinguished guest. Just finished shouting. A voice came from the orange orchard. Who is it? Ōtsutsuki. It's so strange, how can I have a distinguished guest here? Subsequently, a figure also walked out from the orange grove. Slender, with gray pupils and a dark red ponytail, he wears a green checkered shirt that says, Mace, indigo trousers and brown sandals. With a cigarette in his mouth, he seemed to have some doubts on his face. Undoubtedly, this is Belle Mere, the adoptive mother of Nami and Nochiko. Marine origin. After adopting Nami and Ōtsutsuki, he returned to his hometown of Kokoyasi village to grow oranges for a living. As soon as he walked out, Belle-Mare's eyes fell on Bai Ye, and he froze in place for a while. As a marine, Belle-Mare's vision is not comparable to that of some villagers. He immediately felt the noble temperament of Bai Ye and the palpitating feeling behind Bai Ye, Zero and Stussy. All of this made Belle-Mare instantly understand that the distinguished guest Ōtsutsuki mentioned was Bai Ye. It was just the first time she looked at Bai Ye, that sunny temperament, gentle smile, and handsome face. Subconsciously, Belle-Mare felt that she wanted to fall in love, and her face flushed slightly. But soon, she came to her senses, subconsciously took down the cigarette from the corner of her mouth and stomped it out, and asked curiously. Ōtsutsuki, who are these? Hee, Belle-Mare, you sure don't know, right? This is your highness Bai Ye. I smelled your oranges as soon as I came to the island, so I just wanted to visit your place. What a shame. 84. Shinigami and Nakiko. His Royal Highness Bai Ye. There was a bang in Belle-Mare's mind, his whole body was shaken, and then he walked over excitedly and asked. I know you. I didn't expect that I would be so famous. Bai Ye said with a smile. His gaze was on the back of Belle-Mare. Behind the orange tree, there are two little guys, one big and one small, with only one head exposed, as if secretly looking at the situation here. Between the slight movement of the ear, you can also hear the conversation between the two little guys. Ōtsutsuki, look, what a beautiful big brother. Stupid Nami, that's not pretty. Not beautiful. What is it called? Handsome. Ōtsutsuki, do you think this big brother seems to be looking at me? 0.0. I don't think so. There's something wrong with your eyes. 467. Ōtsutsuki, it must be. I saw it. This handsome big brother must think Nami is cute and wants to marry Nami. I think you're the one with the problem. How old are you? They must be looking for Belle-Mare. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark. Did he fall in love with Belle-Mare? Well, although I finally fell in love with such a handsome guy, but if it is Belle-Mare, I am willing to give it to her. Knock high. Regarding the words of his younger sister, Ōtsutsuki, as an elder sister, seemed extremely speechless. But looking at Nami's red face, and touching his own, Ōtsutsuki couldn't help but look in Bai Ye's direction, and couldn't help murmuring. It really looks good. The voice fell. Vaguely. She seemed to feel Bai Ye glanced in this direction, so scared that Ōtsutsuki quickly retracted his gaze, and retracted his head behind the big tree, his face became even redder, with a hint of shame. After all, peeping or something is always a bad thing, which makes her feel embarrassed. By contrast, at this time, while talking with Belle-Mare, Bai Ye was also observing the two little girls, with a smile on his lips. Advertisement. That should be Nami and Nakiko. As the person who was favored by the Golden Lion in the original book. It has to be said that Nami has an extremely terrifying talent in terms of navigators. Don't look at this talent, it seems that it is only useful in this world. But in fact, this kind of person who can be keenly aware of the flow of the wind and the change of the weather can be regarded as possessing extraordinary aptitude. It's just that in the current world, there is no such way. But as long as there is a suitable system, sooner or later the opponent will become a strong player. Besides, Jing 5's identity and appearance are worthy of Bai Ye's cultivation, at least it has the value of a vase, isn't it? You know, in this world, there are many people who don't even have the value of being a beautiful vase with an empty appearance. Your Highness Bai Ye, I read in the newspaper that the Golden Lion is dead, is it true? Belle-Mare asked curiously. Anyway, Belle-Mare used to be a Marine, and he was also a Marine non-commissioned officer. His position may not be very high, but he was still a non-commissioned officer anyway, and he still had justice in his heart. It's just because of Nami and Ōtsutsuki that he retired and returned to his hometown. As for a big pirate like the Golden Lion, Belle-Mare, who used to be a Marine, naturally heard rumors about him. Such a big pirate suddenly died. It was no less shocking than when ordinary people heard Roger the One Piece. Certainly. Bai Ye nodded with a smile and said, after all, no matter what the Golden Lion is, he's just a pirate. It's fine if you don't meet him. Now that you've met him, as a member of the world government, how can you let him go? The righteous words made Belle-Mare appreciate Bai Ye more and more. It's just that I feel a little ashamed. After all, in Belle-Mare's eyes, Bai Ye is so young, but he is not too young. The thoughts in his heart are like an old cow eating young grass. Shaking his head, leaving behind some messy thoughts in his mind, Belle-Mare asked. Then I don't know why you came to Kokosia village. Bai Ye said, it's just that I came to East Blue for some business. I came across this island on the way, so I came up to take a stroll. Although interested in Nami, but Bai Ye is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time. Advertisement. Besides, he also has the confidence to let Nami go with him. After all, Nami can bring out her talents to the fullest if she is by her side, isn't it? I see. Belle-Mare nodded happily, and immediately said, you are a great person. When you come to Kokosia village, I will definitely treat you well. Unfortunately, I don't have any valuable things here. I have some orange jam. If you don't disgusting words. Marmalade. Bai Ye showed an interested look. This orange smells sweet, and the marmalade must be very good. Of course, I won't dislike it. Hee, it's actually not as good as you said. Belle-Mare covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, and waved her hands. Wait a minute, I'll go and get you marmalade. That big smile. Ōtsutsuki, who was watching, was quite depressed. Obviously, I have said this to Belmere before, why hasn't Belmere been so happy? That is, no one knows what is in his heart. Otherwise, just tell him that people are different. Handsome guys are treated differently from ordinary people. As Belmere left, Bai Ye waved to Stussy and motioned to the two little girls in the distance. Stussy smiled brightly, immediately comprehended, and the figure disappeared. But after a few breaths, he appeared next to Bai Ye again, holding some delicate candies in his hands, all of which were specially offered by celestial dragons, a delicacy that ordinary nobles could not taste. This kind of candy is produced within the world government, and even Charlotte Linlin has some candy deals with the world government. Holding the candy, Bai Ye walked towards the two little girls. 4.1 Seeing this, Nami and Ōtsutsuki were startled, and quickly covered their eyes and shrank behind the tree. Ōtsutsuki, what should I do? Peeping was discovered. What are you doing, Nami? We didn't do anything, we were discovered when we were discovered. But Ōtsutsuki, what if someone falls in love with me and wants to marry me? Nami covered her face with a shy expression. Ōtsutsuki was quite speechless. Just when he was about to say something, the shadow cage came over. Looking up, the good-looking big brother came to the side at some point. It looks beautiful when viewed from a distance. It's getting closer now. Ōtsutsuki didn't even realize that his chubby face was as red as an apple in an instant, and steam was coming out. His appearance was really cute. 85. Finally see a seeds. Big brother. When meeting for the first time, Ōtsutsuki did not forget his own etiquette, and he stammered his greetings. Hearing Ōtsutsuk's words, Nami let go of his hands covering his eyes, and looked in Ōtsutsuk's direction curiously. Then he saw Bai Ye beside Ōtsutsuk. He was stunned for a while, then screamed again, covered his eyes again, his face was as red as Ōtsutsuk. See here. Bai Ye shook his head amusedly. I didn't expect my face to be liked by little girls. Bai Ye murmured. But most likely, it might be because of temperament, right? Crouching down, Bai Ye showed a gentle smile. Hello, what's your name? My name is Ōtsutsuk. What about her? She called. Ōtsutsuk, don't tell me, I want to come by myself. Nami hurriedly let go of her hands, and although she was shy, she mustered up the courage to introduce herself to Bai Ye. My name is Nami, and I dream of traveling to every corner of the world and drawing a map of the world. Is that so? Bai Ye nodded with a smile. It is really a great dream, but it is very hard to realize this dream. I'm not afraid of hard work. Na07 Mei said seriously. I will definitely fulfill my dream. Hehe, I believe you. Then, do you want some candy? Bai Ye opened his palm, revealing the candy inside and asked. Nami, who was originally bold, suddenly became twitchy. Weakly swallowing saliva. Want to eat. But when I think of children, I like to eat candy. The big brother in front of him will definitely not fall in love with a child, right? Thinking of this, Nami struggled again. Ōtsutsuk didn't have so many thoughts, he hesitated for a while, and looked at Ōtsutsuki. Ōtsutsuki nodded. Ōtsutsuki just took the candy, peeled off the outer packaging and put it in his mouth, narrowing his eyes all of a sudden. It's so sweet. Hearing this, Nami realized that Ōtsutsuki had already started to eat, and let go of his tangled hands all of a sudden. Since you also ate Ōtsutsuki, then I will too. As he said that, he took the candy and ate it, and then, like Ōtsutsuki, showed a happy smile. It's really sweet. If you like to eat, you can take it all, but don't eat too much, it will cause tooth decay. Bai Ye stuffed all the candies into Nami's arms, and couldn't hold back, stretched out his hand to pinch Nami's white and tender face. She was beautiful when she was young, and she was really cute. Looking at the candy in her arms, Nami was even happier. Thank you, big brother. After speaking, Nami stood on tiptoe and kissed Bai Ye on the cheek. Advertisement. Still drooling. With a touch of orange. Bai Ye rubbed Nami's head amusedly. At this moment, Belmere came over, holding in his arms the marmalade he made himself. Your Highness, here, I made this myself, you can try it. By the way, the oranges in the garden are ripe, you can pick them as you like. Okay, I will, after all these oranges smell good. Bai Ye smiled and nodded. Then I picked an orange, peeled it and ate it. It is indeed sweet. Next, Bai Ye left. Did not stay long. After all, he was in no hurry. Then Bai Ye continued to wander around Kokosha village under the leadership of Ōtsutsuki. In fact, it is still rewarding. At least let Bai Ye know that in this world, it is very easy for ordinary people to become his believers. But, pirates can't disappear. Only when there is danger, people will know who is protecting them. The residues of the sea in the new world can be suppressed, but the profession of pirates cannot be completely eliminated. Bai Ye murmured, if in this world, pirates completely disappeared, then it will be very detrimental to the absorption of faith. Without pirates, there will be no external dangers, and people's lives will become stable and happy. I am already living a happy life, why should I believe in you? So the idea of clearing the sea of pirates can be cancelled, and this profession must continue to exist in the world. However, it cannot be allowed to grow stronger. As long as you control it well and let it exist, but you can't make waves, you'll be fine. Bai Ye stroked his chin, thinking so. It is estimated that the villagers in the village would not have thought that Bai Ye, whom they believed in and was grateful for, was by their side at this moment, thinking about how to better control them. Because Bai Ye came, night fell. A bonfire was lit in the village. Under the leadership of the village chief, many people took out their home food treasures to entertain Bai Ye. To be honest, I am tired of delicacies from mountains and seas, but I still feel very delicious after tasting these. Advertisement. So Bai Ye is very satisfied with this. Seeing Bai Ye satisfied, the villagers also breathed a sigh of relief. After the bonfire banquet, Bai Ye also returned to the cruise ship to rest. In a blink of an eye. Overnight. Next morning, Bai Ye woke up under the servant's call to bed service, washed up, and after breakfast, he didn't go to Kokosia village, but came to the second world through the double door. Just arrived. Eleanor's figure appeared in front of her eyes. Your Highness, you are finally here, and I am planning to have someone notify you. What's wrong? Bai Ye asked. Eleanor replied. That Ōtsutsuki is coming soon. I see that you have paid attention to this person before, and you think that you will come to see 290 when the time comes. Is that so? Bai Ye suddenly asked, putting his arms around Eleanor's soft waist. Do you know how long it will take? Well, about an hour or so. Along the way, we have CP members who are secretly watching. Since that's the case, let's go and have a look. When the time comes, I'll subdue it by the way. Bai Ye said. He left the palace with his people and prepared to go directly to the gate of the imperial capital. The entire imperial capital has been controlled by Bai Ye. So under Bai Ye's order, soon the guards who originally belonged to the imperial capital immediately opened their way and arrived in front of the gate of the imperial capital. With a light jump, Bai Ye came to the city wall and sat down, waiting quietly as the maid beside him brought juice and dessert. Such movements naturally attracted the attention of some ordinary people. They all became curious. What happened here? Is there going to be a war? Are you kidding? We are protected by the gods. Who dares to seek death? Then why? Wait until you see it, and you'll know. It must have a purpose. Ordinary people discussed it one after another. With doubts. But soon, they knew. I saw outside the city gate. On the road, a figure came on horseback. That is, Ōtsutsuki.